Chapter 1. The Fatal Guardian. On a serene morning in Queens, New York, the sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow upon Mang Ran's face. Perhaps sensing the sun's warmth, Mang Ran slowly opened his eyes. He lay in bed, stretching languidly before reclining in a relaxed posture, staring blankly at the ceiling. Indeed, new environments can be quite disorienting, Mang Ran mused, reminiscing about the life he had led over the past decade. His name was Mang Ran, a mere ordinary soul in his previous life. Having grown up in an orphanage, he toiled for over 20 years, finally reaching a point where he could savor the fruits of life. Yet, fate seemed to mock him as he met a tragic end while heroically intervening in a crime. Fatally wounded by a criminal's knife, succumbing to excessive blood loss. The sensation of blood flowing out, his body growing cold, and consciousness fading into darkness was etched indelibly in Mang Ran's memory. Most hauntingly, his computer and phone remained untouched, their contents yet to be erased. Though he stood on the brink of death, a profound sense of shame enveloped him. The thought of his familiar peers discovering his study materials was unbearable, rendering him restless even in death. Alas, all thoughts proved futile in the face of mortality, and his consciousness slipped into the abyss. When Mang Ran regained awareness, he found himself reborn as an infant in a family starkly different from his previous existentia, harmonious trio. His father, Manhwa, was a chef with his own chain of restaurants, enjoying considerable wealth. His mother, Zhao Li, was an executive with an annual income nearing 7 figures, a remarkably successful career woman. Unaware that he had entered the Marvel universe, Mang Ran initially relished a comfortable life, convinced that fate had finally smiled upon him, bestowing a loving family and a blissful existence. It was only when he learned of the divergent history of World War II and saw news about Tony Stark that he realized his previous notions were perhaps overly idealistic. However, he soon reconciled with the reality that he resided in China, a considerable distance from the perilous heart of America. Yet, reality often unfolds unexpectedly. One can never predict which will arrive, first tomorrow or calamity. Due to a job change for his mother, the family relocated to Los Angeles. Though Mang Ran felt a sense of despair, he endeavored to console himself, for Los Angeles lay far from the most dangerous city, New York. However, barely a year had passed before they were to move, once more this time to New York. Having faced this situation thrice, Mang Ran had grown numb. He could only accept this grim reality while contemplating how to persuade his parents to return before the impending chaos. It was the second day in their new home in New York, and Mang Ran lay on his bed, lost in thought. Gazing at the ceiling, he felt an overwhelming concern for his family's future. "Son, come down for breakfast." His mother's voice jolted him from his chaotic thoughts. As he rose to freshen up, he responded to her call. "I must protect my family, even at the cost of my own life," he resolved silently, staring into his reflection in the mirror. After all, he had faced death before. If worse came to worst, he could always rise again after 18 years. Once refreshed, Mang Ran descended the stairs and took his place at the dining table. At that moment, Manhwa was busy in the kitchen, while Zhao Li placed a freshly fried dough stick into his bowl. "Eat it while it's hot. Your father just made it," she urged. "Sure, I'm starving after a long day of moving yesterday," Mang Ran replied, picking up his chopsticks to blow on the dough stick before turning to Zhao Li. "Mom, you should eat too." Seeing her son enjoy his meal brought a smile to Zhao Li's face. "You go ahead, I'll wait for your father to join us." Just then, Manhwa emerged from the kitchen, placing a small dish on the table before sitting beside Zhao Li. "I'm here, hurry and eat. This is your favorite, shredded radish." Once Manhwa sat down, Zhao Li began her meal as well. Watching his parents openly express affection over breakfast, Mang Ran felt the dough stick lose its appeal. He glanced at the shredded radish and said to Manhwa, "Dad, I do prefer some side dishes. I want cucumbers." Manhwa glanced at his son and gestured toward the radish. "Isn't that right there? Try some. Don't eat too much. Leave some for your mother." Mang Ran, feeling slightly dejected by his father's words, replied, "But I don't like radish." "You're being unfair, Dad." Manhwa, unfazed by Mang Ran's complaint, slurped his porridge and said, "Children shouldn't be picky. If it weren't for your mother's love for radish, you wouldn't even have this." Mang Ran fell silent, resigning himself to slurping his porridge while nibbling on the dough stick. Observing his father's calm demeanor and his mother stifling laughter, Mang Ran felt as if he were not only consuming breakfast, but also enduring emotional turbulence. Indeed, I must be an unexpected anomaly, Mang Ran lamented inwardly. After a simple breakfast, Zhao Li departed for work, while Manhwa headed to the restaurant to oversee operations. Given its recent opening and the many details requiring his attention, for the past few years, their family had followed Zhao Li from one home to another. Wherever she worked, they moved, and Manhwa ensured his restaurant followed suit. Over the years, his establishments flourished not only domestically, but also internationally. With a new restaurant in New York, they now had two locations, one in Los Angeles and the other in New York. Mang Ran often pondered how remarkable his father was, not only following his mother, but also ensuring that business thrived regardless of location. If one day his mother were to work on the moon, Manhwa would undoubtedly establish a restaurant there as well. With both parents out, Mang Ran found himself alone at home. With a few days left before school commenced, he still had some time to relish his freedom. After a brief period of boredom, Mang Ran returned to his slumber, awakening to find it nearly noon. After washing his face again and settling in front of the computer to engage in an exhilarating game of Red Alert, his phone suddenly rang. Upon hearing the sound, Mang Ran paused the game and answered the call. Once connected, Manhwa's voice resonated. "Son, I left a bag on the sofa this morning. It contains the secret seasoning I just prepared. I'm a bit tied up right now. Could you bring it to me?" Upon hearing his father's request, Mang Ran promptly replied, "I'll head out now. By the way, could you send me the address again? I'm worried I might forget the way." Manhwa responded affirmatively, "Sure, I'll send it right away. I'll make braised pork ribs for you tonight." "All right, I'll hang up now. Drive carefully and watch out for traffic." After ending the call, Mang Ran shut down his computer, located the bag containing the seasoning on the sofa, and headed to the garage. He placed the bag in the passenger seat of his small black car before settling into the driver's seat. Having obtained his driver's license after turning 16 last year, he purchased this car with savings from a part-time job, supplemented by a bit of help from Manhwa. Though the small black car was not a luxury vehicle, it had an appealing aesthetic, as Mang Ran had a penchant for attractive automobiles. As he drove, he followed the navigation, arriving at the new restaurant in no time. After delivering the package, it was nearly lunchtime, so he took the opportunity to join for a meal and assisted in the restaurant for the remainder of the afternoon. As the number of customers dwindled in the afternoon, Manhwa instructed Mang Ran to return home. Thus, Mang Ran drove his little black car leisurely back home. Just as he turned a corner, a black cat suddenly dashed across in front of his vehicle. Startled, Mang Ran instinctively slammed on the brakes and hurriedly exited the car to assess the situation. He circled around to the front to inspect, and then glanced at the roadside. After several laps around the vicinity, Mang Ran found no signs of a collision and did not spot the black cat. Perplexed by the situation, Mang Ran scratched his head and returned to his vehicle. "How strange could it be that I misjudged?" he pondered, shaking his head. "Never mind, perhaps it was just my eyes playing tricks. I should head home," he concluded. Shaking off the disarray of thoughts, Mang Ran restarted the car and set off for home. As the vehicle cruised smoothly, a dark, liquid-like mass slithered from beneath the chassis and adhered itself to the rear door. Shortly after Mang Ran returned home, Manhwa arrived from the restaurant. Mang Ran ascended the stairs to continue his interrupted game of Red Alert, while Manhwa made his way to the kitchen to prepare dinner, anticipating Zhao Li's return from work. While Mang Ran was engrossed in his game, the dark liquid stealthily squeezed through the door crack and swiftly glided along the wall. It crawled beneath the computer desk, positioning itself behind the main unit, then began to inch towards Mang Ran's seated ankles. Just as it was about to make contact, a sudden knock echoed from the front door. Hearing the knock, Mang Ran promptly stood to open the door, causing the dark liquid to retreat hastily back behind the main unit. Upon opening the door, he found his mother, Zhao Li, returning home from work, just as Manhwa finished preparing dinner. Zhao Li ascended to call Mang Ran down for dinner. Originally, she intended to simply shout from downstairs, but since Mang Ran was wearing headphones and did not hear, she decided to knock on the door. Tonight's dinner consisted of 4 dishes and a soup, ordinary ingredients transformed into a feast under Chef Mang's extraordinary culinary skills. As Mang Ran descended the stairs and caught a whiff of the delectable aroma, he couldn't help but swallow hard, eagerly taking his seat at the table. Once Manhwa placed the last dish of braised ribs on the table, both Zhao Li and Mang Ran, unable to contain their excitement, commenced their hearty meal. As Chef Mang observed the joyful interaction between mother and son, a contented smile spread across his face. After dinner, the 3 of them settled on the sofa for some light conversation. Zhao Li recounted her day at work, while Mang Ran and Mang Hua listened quietly. Somehow, the conversation meandered towards Mang Ran's studies. At this point, Zhao Li turned to Mang Ran and inquired, "Son, in just a few days, you'll be starting at a new school. How prepared are you?" Mang Ran nonchalantly spat out the seed from his orange and replied, There's really not much to prepare. The high school curriculum is just the same content I've already mastered. Zhao Li harbored no concerns regarding her son's academic prowess. Mang Ran had always been bright, never causing them worry in his studies. What weighed on her mind was Mang Ran's social interactions. Frequent relocations had hindered him from forming lasting friendships. Reflecting on this, Zhao Li gazed at Mang Ran with a heavy heart and said, "I'm sorry, my dear. It's my work that has kept you from truly bonding with your classmates." Seeing his mother's eyes glisten with tears, Mang Ran softened his demeanor. He looked sincerely at Zhao Li and said, "Mom, it's not what you think. I simply haven't met friends who share my interests." At this moment, Mang Ran spoke from the heart. Although he had passed away in his previous life at just over 20, he had graduated from university. Now, engaging with a group of middle schoolers felt somewhat inappropriate. Despite having relived his childhood, which kept his spirit youthful, he was no longer inclined to play with Ultraman cards. Compared to middle schoolers, high school students offered more substantial interactions, and the relationships among high school boys and girls remained relatively innocent. For someone like Mang Ran, who had endured the trials of adult life, this was an invaluable opportunity to experience youth again. After all, everyone only has one youth, yet he had the chance for two. To Zhao Li, Mang Ran's candidness resembled that of a considerate child suppressing his own grievances to comfort his parents, which only deepened her concern. Manhwa, noticing the exchange, consoled Zhao Li, feeling that their son was comforting them. He couldn't help but reflect, "What a good child your father, and I have indeed made you endure too much." Wiping away her tears, Zhao Li reassured Mang Ran, "Don't worry, my son. After this transfer, I should remain here for a long time, allowing you to bond with your new classmates." Suddenly, the thought of staying in New York for an extended period struck Mang Ran unfavorably. He contemplated advising Zhao Li against this, yet he struggled to find a way to express himself without sounding abrupt. After a moment of reflection, he decided to swallow his words. "I suppose the more I resist, the more guilt my parents will feel. Oh well, will be, there's still time. Perhaps by then, I'll have already left this place." The trio continued their conversation for a while, but as time slipped away, Zhao Li urged Mang Ran to prepare for bed. "School starts in a few days, you need to adjust your sleep schedule and cultivate a habit of rising early." Reluctantly, Mang Ran stood and replied, "Of course, I shall heed your advice, dear mother." At that moment, Manhwa emerged from the kitchen with a glass of milk and called out to Mang Ran, "Come and drink this milk, you're still growing. Make sure to drink plenty, aiming to gain another 10 centimeters this year." Seeing this, Mang Ran turned back to drink the milk, jokingly saying, "They'll strive to reach 190 centimeters this year, surpassing Dad." Manhwa chuckled as he accepted the cup, responding, "Well then, you'd better put in the effort. I hope you surpass me soon." Manhwa stood at 1.87 meters tall, while Zhao Li was a solid 1.70 meters. Thanks to their genetics, Mang Ran had already reached 1.80 meters at the age of 17. After finishing the milk, Mang Ran returned to his room. He brushed his teeth in the bathroom and lay down on his bed, closing his eyes to cultivate sleep. Meanwhile, the dark liquid hidden behind the main unit finally seized its opportunity. Upon seeing Mang Ran return, it swiftly slithered from behind the main unit and made its way to the edge of the bed. Once there, it extended a tendril to grasp Mang Ran's ankle. Then, it began to writhe and instantly vanished from sight, completely infiltrating Mang Ran's body. Lying on the bed, Mang Ran felt no abnormalities. He continued to keep his eyes closed, drifting into slumber. Detecting unidentified consciousness intrusion. Initiating defense against consciousness invasion. Counterattack in progress. Suddenly, a crisp, electronic voice resonated within Mang Ran's mind. Accompanied by a piercing headache that jolted him awake from his drowsiness, he instinctively covered his head, his body curling up like a shrimp, as if this action could alleviate his suffering. Time passed, and eventually, the same electronic voice echoed in Mang Ran's mind. Threat neutralized, unidentified intrusion eliminated, symbiote venom detected, venom fusion initiated, venom system generated. As the voices continued to resonate, the pain in his head began to gradually subside. In that brief moment, Mang Ran's cold sweat had drenched his clothing. He vowed that he had never experienced such agony in this lifetime, or even in 2 lifetimes. As time progressed, Mang Ran's brain slowly returned to normal. Not only did the pain dissipate, but a cool sensation emerged, clearing his mind significantly. Coming to his senses, Mang Ran reflected on the voices that had repeatedly echoed in his mind. Were those things? He pondered in confusion. Venom? System? Could it be that I possess a golden finger for traversing dimensions? Suddenly, excitement surged within him. But where is this thing, and how do I utilize it? As the sudden thrill faded, doubt began to creep back into his heart. Mang Ran contemplated for a moment before attempting to call forth the system in his mind. Indeed, as he called out, an electronic voice reverberated within his consciousness. Super Venom System activated. Host, please review the instructions carefully. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Mang Ran calmed himself and began to comprehend the intricacies of this system. After a while, he grasped the basic information. It turned out that the black cat he encountered earlier that afternoon was not merely a cat, but rather a manifestation of venom. It had followed him home and only found the opportunity to possess him just moments ago. Unfortunately for the venom, while attempting to invade his consciousness, it had unwittingly come into contact with a cosmic fire hidden within Mang Ran's body. This treasure allowed Mang Ran to be reborn and simultaneously prevented him from being overtaken by the venom. Now, the cosmic fire had fused with the venom, forming the super venom system. The primary function of this system was the ability to possess others using venom. The host could manipulate the venom to inhabit other individuals and, upon possession, could also gain feedback on the physical attributes and abilities of the host. Furthermore, there were specific points within the system, derived from his reputation, calculated through a unique conversion method. At this stage, Mang Ran could not discern the precise utility of these points, as the system hinted that accumulating a certain amount could facilitate an upgrade, unlocking additional features. Having comprehended the current functionalities of the system, Mang Ran willed a panel visible only to him to materialize before his eyes. Host, Mang Ran age, 17 height, 180 centimeters. Intelligence, 30 average is 20 above average intelligence for a young adult. Strength, 80,110 kilograms, a robust young man. Speed, 10 a relatively agile young man. Current abilities, none. The data displayed Mang Ran's physical attributes, and he nodded in acknowledgement. He was well aware of his own capabilities. Aside from being slightly more intelligent, stronger, and more handsome than the average individual, he possessed no exceptional traits. There is still ample room for growth, Mang Ran mused as he contemplated his statistics. I wonder what changes the venom will bring upon possession. With this thought, he concentrated again, and instantly, black liquid enveloped his body, fully clad in the venom suit. Mang Ran turned towards the mirror, and a shadowy figure appeared within its reflection. The black skin-tight suit clung tightly to his form, accentuating the defined muscle contours, exuding a unique and powerful aesthetic. His white, elongated eyes reflected a cold gaze, adding an air of malevolence to the ensemble. As Mang Ran gazed at his reflection, an overwhelming sense of battle fervor surged within him, accompanied by an intoxicating feeling of invincibility. Upon sensing this illusion, he quickly reined in his thoughts, acknowledging that this sensation stemmed from his newfound strength. The complete coverage of the venom suit had doubled his physical attributes and all related data. If the ordinary Mang Ran was a robust individual, now clad in the suit, he resembled a battle-hardened special forces operative in terms of physical prowess. Gazing at his reflection, Mang Ran felt a flicker of excitement. Perhaps I can strive for growth and confront future dangers head-on, rather than retreating in fear. With this realization, he clenched his fists. After all, one's own strength is the most reliable. I must protect my parents and, if possible, eradicate threats at their inception. With newfound determination, Mang Ran's gaze returned to the suit. Observing his reflection, he mused, the suit looks impressive, but my head is completely bare, resembling a bald man. Thus, he summoned the venom again to fashion a hood atop his head, simultaneously adjusting the suit according to the combat attire he had seen in his memories. Once the modifications were complete, Mang Ran looked into the mirror once more. Unlike the previous sleek suit, the current outfit had become even more stylish. Overall, it resembled a black combat uniform, with a hood that shrouded his face in darkness. Beneath the hood, only a pair of elongated, pale eyes were visible, sending shivers down one's spine. Satisfied with his improved venom suit, Mang Ran couldn't resist striking a few poses he deemed impressive. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door. Son, are you still awake? Why is the light still on? Manhwa inquired from outside. Hearing the voice, Mang Ran hastily retracted the suit and replied, No, I was just a bit thirsty and got up for some water. Upon hearing his response, Manhwa advised, All right, drink quickly and go to sleep, it's getting late. Got it. Mang Ran promptly acknowledged. As the footsteps faded away, Mang Ran glanced at the suit once more before diving back into bed and drifting off to sleep. Chapter 2. A modest attempt. On the following morning, the family gathered for breakfast as per their usual routine. After bidding farewell to his parents, Mang Ran hastened back to his room and promptly opened his computer to conduct research. He sought to discover whether any renowned boxers or wrestlers resided in Queens, for these individuals were likely to possess superior physical attributes compared to the average person. The more the symbiote venom bonded with him, the greater the feedback he received, leading to an enhancement of his own abilities.
Thus, he resolved to seek out these physically gifted athletes to augment his strength. As for the reason he refrained from pursuing extraordinary beings, it was twofold. Firstly, locating such individuals proved exceedingly challenging, especially before the emergence of Iron Man. Secondly, Mang Ran harbored concerns that a significant disparity in physical prowess might lead to unforeseen complications. Therefore, in the interest of prudence, he decided to initially target robust, ordinary individuals. As even the smallest mosquito is still meat, after all. After a day filled with diligent research and scrutiny, Mang Ran identified 3 athletes in Queens, 2 boxers, and an NBA star, whom he deemed suitable targets for his ambitions. Following dinner, he returned to his bedroom, reclined on his bed, and closed his eyes to rest, as a mass of black liquid extricated itself from his body. Now, having been tamed by the system, Venom exhibited no overwhelming desire to dominate its host. It had been reformed into its primordial state. Although this initial form of Venom did not enhance physical attributes and combat prowess to the extent of its fully matured counterpart, it excelled in its complete acceptance of Mang Ran's control, devoid of the malevolence and rebelliousness characteristic of its mature form. Moreover, this nascent state of Venom possessed the potential to grow alongside Mang Ran, promising to become even stronger than its predecessor in the future. Mang Ran attached a portion of his consciousness to Venom, guiding it as they traversed together. His awareness directed Venom towards the locations he had investigated during the day. Approximately half an hour later, Venom halted before a towering building, where the first target, Boxer Brian, was identified. Venom ascended the exterior of the edifice, swiftly reaching the 26th floor. Upon arrival, it infiltrated the building through a crevice, arriving at the corridor of the 26th floor. Room 2603, Venom slithered beneath the door and entered the interior of the chamber. The spacious room was unoccupied, with the city's neon lights casting flickering reflections onto the floor through the floor-to-ceiling windows. The living room showcased Brian's accolades, including several trophies and a championship belt he had earned throughout his career. Mang Ran and Venom meandered through the residence, awaiting Brian's return. Before long, the sound of a turning lock resonated, and the door swung open. Mang Ran, concealed in the corner, eagerly watched as the door opened, internally exclaiming, "At last. I've waited long enough." As the door opened, a man and a woman embraced, playfully nibbling at each other as they entered, before collapsing onto the sofa. Witnessing this from his corner, Mang Ran felt a wave of exasperation wash over him as he regarded the couple on the couch. Venom had never encountered such a scene before, and thus was thoroughly engrossed. Mang Ran could sense the overwhelming curiosity emanating from Venom, as it watched intently with unwavering focus each time they changed their posture. Observing the two individuals engrossed in their game on the sofa, Mang Ran glanced at Venom and, through mental influence, obscured its vision, saying, "Be a good child and refrain from watching these unhealthy things. They are detrimental to your growth." "Meow meow meow," Venom exclaimed, a multitude of question marks hovering over its head. Having undergone a complete transformation through the system, it was in a phase of renewed growth, filled with curiosity about everything. Moreover, why was it forbidden from watching while Mang Ran was permitted? Perhaps sensing Venom's confusion, Mang Ran cleared his throat and replied, "Ahem. I am on the verge of adulthood, which, when rounded, makes me an adult. It is perfectly reasonable to take a look. When you grow up, I will allow you to watch." Venom remained silent. After a prolonged wait, Brian and his female companion finally concluded their game and began to recline on the bed to rest. Mang Ran and Venom, who had been concealed in the corner, advanced to prepare for their possession. Venom swiftly glided to the bedside and then infiltrated Brian's body. The two individuals lying on the bed soon fell into a deep slumber, oblivious to any unusual sensations. Mang Ran took a moment to glance at Brian's female companion, whose alluring figure was barely concealed by the thin sheet. Focus, focus. He reminded himself internally after a fleeting glance, for he was there to attend to serious matters, and he had already seen what needed to be observed. Clearing his cluttered thoughts, he concentrated on synchronizing with Venom for the possession. After a brief period, once the task was accomplished, Venom and Mang Ran retraced their steps, swiftly returning home. As Mang Ran lay on his bed, he sat up to allow Venom, returning from the window, to seamlessly merge into his hand and subsequently into his body. At the moment of Venom's infiltration, he felt a surge of power coursing through him. As this newfound strength gradually integrated within, Mang Ran clenched his fist, pondering, "Though the change is not exceedingly significant, I can certainly perceive an enhancement in my strength and physique." Opening his data panel, he observed, host, Mang Ran age, 17 height, 180 centimeters intelligence, 30, average is 20. Indicative of a rather astute young man, strength, 120 to 150, characterizing a robust young man, speed, 15, depicting a nimble young man, current ability, none. His original strength of 80 to 110 had elevated to 120 to 150, with the evaluation shifting from fairly strong to very strong. Speed had increased from 10 to 15, transitioning from relatively agile to quite agile. Intelligence remained unchanged, likely due to the physical prowess of a boxer not contributing to cognitive enhancement. After reviewing his data panel, Mang Ran proceeded to don his combat suit completely. The sensation of this sudden surge of power was indeed pleasurable. He mused inwardly as he reveled in the strength within his body. However, he recognized that he would need to acclimatize to this newfound power. The current enhancement, while notable, was not monumental, and when a significant increase occurred in the future, Merely adapting to the power would prove to be a cumbersome task. Following this recent possession, both Venom and Mang Ran have experienced a notable degree of growth. Moreover, as Venom continues to evolve, its enhancement of Mang Ran's overall combat prowess will become increasingly significant. From the feedback received after this possession, Mang Ran has also learned that, at this stage, Venom requires a certain period of time to recuperate between each possession. However, as Venom's abilities improve, the necessary rest intervals will consequently diminish. Upon grasping this situation, Mang Ran pondered inwardly. It seems the other two must take their time. This period is just right for me to acclimate to my newfound strength. Perhaps I should venture out to test my skills. I recall hearing about a spate of robberies occurring at night lately. With an extraordinary power now at his disposal, one is naturally inclined to experiment, and Mang Ran resolved to act. He first ensured that his parents were sound asleep before leaping from the window, merging seamlessly with the night. New York, the most developed city on Earth, conceals its profound evils beneath its glamorous facade. In the shadows where city lights fail to penetrate, darkness runs rampant. Under the dim glow of streetlights, Rachel hurried along. Damn it, it's all that pig-headed boss's fault for dumping his work on me, making me miss the last bus. As she muttered curses toward her foolish superior, she quickened her pace toward home. The more Rachel dwelled on it, the angrier she became. And a twinge of fear crept in as she considered the potential for unexpected misfortune. After all, nighttime in New York is far from tranquil, and lately, there have been frequent reports of robberies in her neighborhood. With these thoughts racing through her mind, Rachel's steps quickened. She was eager to avoid any unfortunate incidents. Yet, reality often defies reason, and the things we dread most tend to materialize. In Rachel's path, a group of men, their faces emblazoned with the unmistakable hallmark of thuggery, were engaged in a conversation punctuated by raucous laughter. The moment Rachel spotted them, they, too, caught sight of her. Oh no, feeling the weight of their gazes, Rachel cursed under her breath and hurriedly veered onto another street. She jogged while glancing back intermittently, anxious to discern whether she had managed to shake off the group. Simultaneously, she silently prayed, God, please, don't let them follow me. Please don't let them follow me. Perhaps God had already clocked out for the day. As Rachel's prayers seemed to bear no fruit, just as she was about to exit the street, the thugs had already positioned themselves, blocking her escape from both sides. As the thugs advanced, Rachel found herself retreating slowly. Ultimately, she was cornered, collapsing helplessly against the wall, trembling as she pleaded, my money is in my bag. Take it all, just please don't hurt me. A lamb at the mercy of wolves holds no ground for negotiation. The thugs disregarded Rachel's desperate pleas and began discussing the order in which they would proceed. The young lady possesses an undeniable allure, indeed. Her figure resembles that of those glamorous models, exuding a certain enticing charm that suggests she yearns for more. Oh dear, look at her. Tears streaming down her face in fear. How amusing. Fear not, for we shall treat you with utmost gentleness, ensuring an unforgettable experience that will linger in your memory for a lifetime. Rachel, her face streaked with tears and her body trembling uncontrollably from fear, gazed at the approaching thugs, regretting her decision to endure the insufferable antics of her foolish boss and to work late, leading to this unfortunate predicament. A hoarse voice interrupted the scene. I apologize for intruding, but treating a lady in such a manner is truly disrespectful. If you sincerely apologize to her now, I might consider letting you off the hook. The thugs turned, startled by the voice behind them. In the darkness, only a pair of elongated, ghastly white eyes reflected a chilling light. As they stared at these unsettling eyes, they vanished before them. Simultaneously, the familiar hoarse voice echoed behind them again. Looking for me? Here I am. The thugs spun around, and before them appeared a shadowy figure clad in black. The combat attire blended seamlessly into the night, and under the hood, those terrifying eyes coldly scrutinized them. Tears still in her eyes, Rachel gazed at the silhouette that had suddenly materialized before her, uncertain if salvation had finally arrived. A timid thug gulped nervously and stammered, Who are you? Another thug, bearing a scarred face, was enraged by the frightened inquiry and slapped the timid one harshly on the head. Are you an idiot? What is there to fear? This is just some fool in costume trying to play the hero. The scarred thug bellowed. The others, emboldened by his words, fixed their gazes on Mang Ran, while the timid thug lamented his own cowardice. Who the hell is the fool in costume? This is combat gear, you know? Mang Ran silently cursed in his mind. At last, the thugs could no longer contain themselves and brandished their weapons. Mang Ran, confronted by the sight of clubs and knives, grew serious. After all, he possessed no combat skills, relying solely on brute strength. His training as a boxer had only enhanced his physical prowess, not imparted any techniques. As one thug wielding a knife charged at him, Mang Ran instinctively began to counterattack. He sidestepped the knife and lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch that sent one thug flying. Following that, he kicked another thug airborne, who inadvertently crashed down onto yet another of his companions. Mang Ran's swift reflexes afforded him a slight advantage in battle. Within a mere 2 seconds, several thugs had already succumbed to incapacitation. As the remaining ruffians regained their composure, they all lunged toward him in unison. Faced with the overwhelming onslaught, Mang Ran could only rely on instinct to unleash a barrage of crude punches. Bang, bang, bang. Indeed, sheer strength wrought miracles. Though the skirmish was not particularly graceful, Mang Ran's formidable physique and scant childhood experience in brawling allowed him to overpower them decisively. In under a minute, all the thugs lay sprawled on the ground, Some groaned while others had been rendered unconscious. Although Mang Ran had intentionally moderated his strength, he had still miscalibrated somewhat, likely resulting in several broken bones among the assailants. He coldly addressed the incapacitated thugs, stating, "I hope you remember this lesson. Should I encounter you again, it will not merely be a matter of a few broken bones." Once he had issued his warning, Mang Ran turned to Rachel, who sat on the ground, still in shock. "Madam, the trouble has been resolved. You may safely return home now." Hearing his voice, Rachel quickly steadied herself against the wall and, with a trembling voice, expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for saving me. I am eternally grateful." Having just experienced such a tumultuous event, her emotions were still somewhat unstable. Observing her distress, Mang Ran offered a few words of comfort before urging her to hasten home. Noticing her anxious demeanor, he understood that she was worried about encountering similar dangers again. With that thought, he softly reassured her, "Do not worry. I will follow behind you. You shall be safe." Upon hearing his words, Rachel gradually calmed her anxious heart and hurried towards her home. When she finally reached her doorstep, the tension of the journey dissipated. Reflecting on the events of the evening, Rachel glanced back at the heavy darkness of night and thanked it, saying, "Thank you for guiding me home." After a moment of contemplation, she gathered her courage to ask, "May I know your name?" The distant shadows offered no reply, with only the sound of the wind echoing through the streets. Finally, after a brief pause, a hoarse voice floated through the breeze. "Demon, my name is Demon." Originally disheartened, Rachel lifted her head in joy upon hearing the response. Expressing her gratitude to the night once more, "Thank you, Mr. Demon. I will forever remember your act of salvation." This time, no response followed. Chapter 3. New system functionality. Mang Ran quietly slipped into his room through the window, making not a sound. Phew, that was exhausting. He thought as he stowed away his battle attire, took a shower, and comfortably collapsed onto his bed. A sudden smile broke across his face. The feeling of being a hero was indeed exhilarating. He had not anticipated that in this new life, he would become a masked hero. Lying in bed, he raised his hand and clenched his fist. With this newfound power, he resolved to use it wisely, silently affirming to himself, "Congratulations, host, you have acquired 10 points." The system's voice resonated in Mang Ran's mind. The host had earned prestige for the first time, receiving a novice gift pack and 100 points as a reward. With these points, functionalities such as the system marketplace were unlocked. Upon hearing the system's notification, Mang Ran excitedly sat up. "I knew it. With a system, how could there not be a novice gift pack? And now it's finally here." Mang Ran's system came with a designated space, albeit not infinitely vast, approximately a cubic area measuring 100 meters on each side. While not boundless, this size was more than adequate. He soon located the glowing novice gift pack and, with a mere thought, chose to open it. The shimmering pack trembled slightly before vanishing, replaced by several radiant items. A full set of combat attire, which could merge with venom, impervious to sonic flames, and shield his identity when the venom was countered. 2 handguns, produced by the system, undoubtedly of superior quality, capable of purchasing standard and special ammunition in the marketplace. A dagger, crafted from an indestructible special metal. The technique free breathing method, and an additional 50 points. Mang Ran gazed at the retrieved items with immense excitement, hastily extracting them from the system space. While all items were tangible, the technique transformed into a light point, merging seamlessly with his being. Closing his eyes, he immersed himself in understanding it, and soon, he joyfully reopened them. This technique was precisely what he needed. It not only replenished his energy, but also enhanced his control over his own strength. With diligent practice over time, his physical attributes would gradually improve. After absorbing the technique, Mang Ran turned his attention to the physical gear. The combat suit, akin to the venom, appeared as a round, liquid-like sphere. The moment he grasped it, it seeped into his body. With a mere thought, it could merge with the venom, transforming into a battle suit. How considerate of the system. It's designed to prevent my identity from being exposed should the venom be compromised, Mang Ran remarked contentedly. He then examined the guns and dagger, placing them in their designated spots on the combat suit. With hands on his hips, he admired his reflection in the mirror. The black combat suit was not only fully functional, but also strikingly stylish. Especially with the hood pulled up, only his elongated, pale eyes were visible, instilling a sense of dread in any criminal. Now, this is a true battle suit, Mang Ran thought to himself, satisfied as he gazed into the mirror. When the lady he had rescued asked for his name, he felt a moment of surprise. After all, this was his first appearance, and he had not yet determined what moniker he should adopt. After a brief contemplation, he decided to bestow upon himself the title of Dread Demon, a name that resonated with his intention to become the nightmare of all criminals, a specter emerging from the depths of hell to claim their lives. After reviewing his equipment, Mang Ran checked his total points. Today's 10 points, combined with the 100 points reward and the 50 points from the gift pack, amounted to a total of 160 points. Mang Ran was uncertain whether 160 points were a considerable amount or not. He accessed the system's marketplace, which was divided into several sections, including skills, agility, and various items. Previously, when the system had just merged, Mang Ran had no points, and thus many functionalities were not apparent at that time. He meticulously browsed through the marketplace and arrived at a disheartening conclusion. Much like money, one could never have too many points. He glanced at the prices of items in the marketplace and then at his current balance of points. Alas, it was truly a case of being able to gaze but not grasp, which left him feeling quite discontented. With a furrowed brow, Mang Ran pondered as he continued to peruse. After a prolonged examination, he selected several items he urgently needed. He purchased 3 skills: close combat, firearm mastery, and first aid mastery, each costing 20 points and merely at the novice level. Upgrading them would require even more points. After acquiring these, he expended a hefty sum of 100 points on a movement technique, Wave Strider. True to its name, this technique was both flamboyant and stylish. Mang Ran could already envision himself gracefully maneuvering through battles, evading foes with finesse. However, upon realizing his points had been entirely depleted, his spirits dampened once more. Nonetheless, he remained undaunted. After all, this was merely his first foray into combat, and accumulating a total of 160 points, alongside various rewards, was quite commendable. Regrettably, he could not spare even a fraction more. He was now devoid of funds, even for purchasing ammunition. The system offered a plethora of bullets. Standard rounds cost 1 point for 10 shots, while specialized bullets with unique capabilities were slightly more expensive, at 5 shots per point, maintaining a reasonable exchange rate. Moreover, items like tranquilizer darts and explosive rounds not only boasted diverse functionalities, but also exhibited exceptional quality, as one would expect from a reputable system. Apart from ammunition, the marketplace also featured an array of weapons, though most were beyond Mang Ran's current financial reach. At present, he could only afford some grenades and smoke bombs. After rummaging through the system's marketplace for quite some time, despite his desire to purchase each item, his lack of funds confined him to mere observation. Reluctantly closing the marketplace, he settled cross-legged on his bed to begin practicing his technique. The free breathing method aims to harmonize one's inner energy and balance the forces within the body and mind. While it may not excel in enhancing strength and spirit, it undoubtedly suited Mang Ran perfectly. The venomous embodiment feature could provide him with periodic boosts in strength. Such sudden enhancements in power, while advantageous for rapid growth, also presented challenges. Abruptly acquiring immense strength can be quite disorienting for an individual. To illustrate, it is akin to a normal person suddenly transforming into a strongman, crushing stones with the ease of pulverizing a soft clump of earth. After this, the foremost lesson for this individual is to perpetually master the control of his strength, ensuring that it does not inflict harm upon his friends and family. After all, an uncontrolled embrace could prove fatal for those dear to him. Mang Ran silently recited the mantra of the free breathing method, feeling a refreshing energy emanate from his dantian, gradually dispersing throughout his entire being. Once this energy completed its circuit, it returned to the dantian, forming a continuous cycle. Thus, as Mang Ran practiced the technique, he gradually emptied his mind, and his energy cycle became increasingly harmonious. He could distinctly sense an enhancement in his mastery over strength, along with a slight elevation in both mental and physical power. At this rate, he should be able to fully assimilate this energy by nightfall. While engaging in his practice, Mang Ran reflected inwardly. The fatigue that had burdened him was alleviated during his meditation. He sat cross-legged on his bed until midnight, completing his practice. Although Mang Ran's exhaustion had been thoroughly dispelled through meditation, the habit of resting for many years could not be easily altered. Moreover, he did not intend to rely solely on meditation for rest. Sometimes, lying in bed was not merely for sleep, but also for mental relaxation and contemplation of various matters. As Mang Ran reclined on his bed, he reminisced about the day's battles and gains, as well as his plans for the future. Lost in thought, he gradually drifted into slumber. That night, Mang Ran enjoyed a deeply restful sleep. Chapter 4. A new campus today marks the commencement of the school year, and Mang Ran is about to embark on his second semester of junior year. As usual, he sat at the dining table enjoying breakfast. He hummed intermittently to Chrysanthemum Terrace, savoring a piece of youtiao with a sip of soy milk, followed by a fragment of a crushed little green dragon, relishing every bite. Manhwa and his wife exchanged smiles as they observed their son's delight. To them, his happiness stemmed from the prospect of returning to school and making new friends. In truth, Mang Ran's joy was rooted in the gains he had accrued over the past few days. He had embodied several muscular figures recently, enhancing not only his physical fitness, but also adding 2 centimeters to his height. However, the primary improvement lay in his strength, while his speed saw a modest increment, barely surpassing his previous capabilities. Mang Ran's strength had surpassed the limits of an ordinary person, reaching 220 to 250 kilograms, rendering him a diminutive superhero. Yet, he still had a considerable journey ahead to attain the status of a true hero, with a significant gap remaining before he could rival the likes of Captain America. Zhao Li took a sip of soy milk and, casting a gentle gaze at Mang Ran, said, "Mom took a leave this morning. She and your father will take you to school shortly." Mang Ran nodded in response, assuring his mother, "Actually, I can manage on my own. You needn't worry, Mom." Manhwa chimed in, "Your mother simply wishes to see you more." Mang Ran responded with a grin, "And what about you, Dad? Don't you want to see me more?" Manhwa shot him a glance, retorting, "We see each other every day. What's the difference? Besides, with that time, can I spend more moments with your mother? What is so special about you, you little rascal?" Upon hearing Manhwa's words, Zhao Li cast a reproachful glance and remarked, "What are you saying in front of the child? Such impropriety." Manhwa, upon hearing his wife's admonition, merely chuckled foolishly. Mang Ran, observing his parents displaying their affection before him, found himself at a loss for words, feeling as though a bone was lodged in his throat, while the cold remnants of their affection felt like a slap across his face. After their meal, Manhwa drove his wife and son to Zhongqing High School. Based on Mang Ran's hazy recollections of Marvel films, he vaguely remembered that this high school was also the alma mater of Spider-Man, Peter Parker. Having only watched a few of the Marvel series movies, and with time having dulled his memories, he felt a sense of indifference, even contemplating the serendipity of it all. From the remnants of his past cinematic experiences, it seemed that Spider-Man's school was not a perilous place. The antagonist was merely a vulture-like figure equipped with self-made mechanical wings. The Meng family was guided around the school by an administrator, who introduced them to the history, honors, and facilities of Zhongqing High School. Zhao Li's beaming smile revealed her satisfaction. She had conducted considerable research before selecting this institution, filtering through various schools to find Zhongqing High School. The school's commendable reputation and absence of the peculiarities associated with elite institutions were confirmed upon their visit. After the tour, a content Zhao Li, clutching her Manhwa-branded handbag, prepared to depart. Before leaving, she reminded Mang Ran to interact well with his classmates and to make new friends. With a farewell to his parents and some time before classes began, Mang Ran began to wander aimlessly around the campus. Many students noticed him. After all, Asian students were a minority in the school, and he was a fresh face. However, the most compelling reason for the attention was Mang Ran's striking appearance. With his neat black short hair, finely chiseled features, and deep black eyes that seemed to hold secrets, he was undeniably captivating. Standing at 182 centimeters tall, his well-defined muscles exuded a sense of masculine vigor. Clad in a simple white t-shirt layered with a jacket, complemented by jeans and pristine white sneakers, he radiated an aura of both charm and vitality. While he sensed the gazes upon him, he remained unfazed, as he had yet to encounter anyone who caught his eye. A particularly attractive young lady gazed at him for a moment before summoning her courage to approach, asking, "Hello, are you new here?" Mang Ran regarded the girl with some confusion, pondering how it was said that Western girls matured early, yet here was one so young already boasting a prominent figure. Not finding her appealing, he offered a polite smile and a nod before coolly walking away, leaving behind a bewildered young lady in his wake. Continuing his expressionless wander through the campus, he recalled that class was about to start and headed toward the classroom he had just become acquainted with. As he neared the classroom, he suddenly heard a commotion from a nearby group of students. With the purpose of meeting new classmates, Mang Ran approached the scene, though he certainly was not there merely to join the fray. "Hurry up, Gordon, eat your food," exclaimed a tall Caucasian youth who was holding the legs of a somewhat frail boy, forcing him to eat from a plate while upside down on the table. The onlookers cheered, chanting, "Eat it, eat it." The tall youth then called out to a newcomer pushing into the crowd, "Parker, hurry and take a picture." Parker shook his head and replied, "No, Flesh, I want to help you with that. Put him down." Flesh, seeing that Parker ignored his request and insisted he release the boy, became visibly irate. He tossed the weak Gordon to the ground and approached Parker, seizing his camera. "Big photographer, since you want to take my picture, you might as well lose your camera," he threatened, pretending to throw it to the ground. Alarmed, Parker rushed forward to wrestle it back, but his slender frame was no match for the robust Flesh. Growing frustrated by Parker's persistence, Flesh shoved him aside and prepared to throw a punch. At that moment, Mang Ran, who had just entered the crowd, swiftly grasped Flesh's wrist, halting his fist midair. With a deft motion, he sent Flesh's punch back, causing the latter to stumble, bewildered by the sudden strength of this unfamiliar face. Ignoring Flesh, Mang Ran turned to Parker and inquired, "Are you all right?" Parker, coming out of his daze, responded, "I'm fine, thank you." He had braced himself for a blow. The surrounding audience murmured in hushed tones, casting glances at Flesh. Feeling the scrutiny, Flesh's pride was wounded. To salvage his dignity, he brandished Parker's camera and provocatively declared, "I don't know who you are, but you've angered me. If you don't apologize, I'll smash this camera." Mang Ran regarded Flesh's words with incredulity. Is he truly daft? Is that camera mine? You threaten me with something that doesn't belong to me? He mused, contemplating the boy's mental faculties. With a disdainful snort, he retorted, "Your name is Flesh, isn't it? If I'm not mistaken, your grades must be quite poor." The onlookers were puzzled, unsure of the implication behind his words. Mang Ran continued, "It's evident that your intellect is lacking if you think you can threaten me with something that isn't yours. If you wish to throw it, by all means, do so. It bears no significance to me." Parker, initially grateful to Mang Ran, especially after hearing Flesh's audacious demand for an apology, now felt a mix of admiration and confusion at Mang Ran's boldness. Hearing those words, Parker's mind momentarily stalled, overwhelmed. Flesh, enraged by the insult, forcefully hurled the camera to the ground. However, the anticipated sound of shattering did not resonate. Flesh looked down to find that Mang Ran had unknowingly approached and caught the camera. After securing the camera, Mang Ran returned to Parker's side and handed it to him. Parker, observing the situation, accepted the camera with a complex mix of emotions and expressed his gratitude with a simple thank you. This sentiment was indeed difficult to navigate. Within the span of just 2 or 3 minutes, his feelings had oscillated like a roller coaster. One moment he felt grateful, and the next, bewildered. His spell had been interrupted, leaving him uncertain whether to feel appreciation. It seemed inappropriate not to be thankful, yet the moment for such emotion appeared to have passed. "Am I wrong? You certainly don't seem particularly bright," Mang Ran remarked as he handed the camera to Peter and then turned to Flesh. After several rounds of provocation, Flesh was now seething with rage, striding towards Mang Ran, ready to teach this Asian individual a lesson. Mang Ran, recognizing Flesh's approach, met him head-on. Although he did not wish to instigate conflict, it did not imply that he would retreat. Just then, a clear, commanding voice rang out from the side. Stop. Do you both wish to be expelled? A stunning girl with golden hair swiftly stepped between them. Mang Ran turned his gaze, instantly captivated. Beneath her shoulder-length golden locks lay a charming visage, with azure eyes reminiscent of the vast ocean, and her black dress elegantly accentuated her figure. At merely 17, she had blossomed into a radiant beauty, and one could only imagine how enchanting she would become in the years to come. She approached like a princess from an animated tale, if one could overlook the anger etched upon her face. Gwen lifted her chin, scrutinizing Mang Ran and then Flesh, before sternly declaring, class is about to begin. If you two continue to stand here like a pair of bulls, I will summon the teacher. You should be well aware of the consequences. Gazing at the girl's exquisite features and listening to her authoritative words, Mang Ran felt a strong wave of endearing contrast. Flesh, upon hearing Gwen's admonition, instinctively recoiled, clearly haunted by unpleasant memories. Yet, as he beheld Mang Ran's smirking expression, an uncontrollable fury began to rise within him. Flesh glared at Mang Ran, saying, Kid, don't leave after school. Meet me at the basketball court for a showdown. Oh, if you think you're pathetic or too scared to show up, just concede in advance. I won't mock you, after all. It's normal for a yellow-skinned monkey to be unable to play basketball. Flesh continued to taunt. Flesh, Gwen, incensed by Flesh's arrogance, was about to retort further when Mang Ran raised his hand, interrupting her. With narrowed eyes and a gradually chilling gaze, Mang Ran had not intended to engage. But he was astonished that this individual showed no signs of reflection on his misdeeds, instead uttering such humiliating remarks. Flesh, is it? You seem quite confident. However, that is of no consequence. I will make you understand what it means to respect others. Should you persist in your ignorance, I wouldn't mind teaching you a few more lessons. Prepare to face the consequences after school. After speaking, Mang Ran disregarded the boisterous Flesh and turned to walk towards the classroom. Gwen observed Mang Ran's departure, raising her eyebrows in surprise at how events had unfolded. Fortunately, a fight had been averted. She pulled her friend, a beautiful girl with red hair, and they two made their way to the classroom. As the bell rang, a bewildered Peter Parker snapped back to reality and hurried towards the classroom. Others gradually dispersed, heading off to their respective destinations. Chapter 5. When with the ringing of the school bell, Mang Ran arrived at the classroom just in time. Spotting an empty seat in the last row, he settled into it. Ah, this position is splendid. Last row by the window, quiet, and with a lovely view. Quite delightful indeed. Mang Ran was thoroughly pleased with his choice. At that moment, classmates gradually filled the room, and the teacher ascended the podium. While Mang Ran gazed out at the scenery, he was suddenly called by the teacher to introduce himself. Thus, he approached the podium and delivered a brief self-introduction. While introducing himself, Mang Ran noticed Peter Parker seated in front of him and the captivating blonde beauty he had encountered earlier sitting to his right. She was watching him with keen interest as he spoke. Upon concluding his introduction, Mang Ran returned to his seat as the teacher began the lesson. No sooner had he sat down than Peter turned around, somewhat bashful, and said, Hey, Mang, thank you for blocking that punch and catching my camera earlier. I really appreciate it. Not at all, my friend. You were quite brave yourself. If I were a girl, I might just fall for you. Mang Ran replied with a smile. Haha, if only a girl felt that way. Peter humorously responded. Mang Ran and Peter found a delightful rapport and even made plans to study together when time allowed. After chatting for a while, Peter began to pay serious attention to the lesson, while Mang Ran, feeling a bit restless, continued to admire the view. He had already mastered the material being taught, leaving him somewhat at a loss for how to occupy his time. Thankfully, with a window seat, he could indulge in the scenery. Otherwise, he would surely be biting his nails again. Mang Ran mused. Are you not going to pay attention in class? Suddenly, he heard someone ask, turning to find it was the blonde beauty. My name is Gwen Stacy. You can call me Gwen, she continued. As Mang Ran thought to himself. So her name is Gwen. He smiled and replied, Hello, Gwen. I just happen to have self-studied this part, so I'm a bit bored and lost in thought. Oh, I see. I thought you might have something you didn't understand and that I could help you with, Gwen said, realization dawning upon her. Gazing into Gwen's striking blue eyes, Mang Ran felt as though he could see his own reflection within them. His heartstrings were undeniably tugged by this gentle and charming girl. Yet, no matter how tumultuous his emotions, Mang Ran maintained a composed demeanor as he conversed with Gwen. Flesh is a key player on the school team. Do you feel confident? Gwen asked, a hint of concern in her voice, recalling Mang Ran's earlier confrontation with Flesh. Flesh is truly insufferable, constantly bullying other students. Before Mang Ran could respond, Gwen began to voice her grievances against the troublesome Flesh once more. Observing the indignation etched on Gwen's face, Mang Ran couldn't help but chuckle, reassuring her, worry not. Since I dare to accept his provocation, I am undoubtedly confident in my abilities. I shall teach him the essence of respecting others. With that, Mang Ran winked at Gwen. Witnessing Mang Ran's unwavering confidence, Gwen felt a tinge of her worries dissipate. Mang Ran's self-assurance was not unfounded. Just a few nights prior, he had earned some points during a crackdown on crime. He had invested 100 points to elevate his combat skills to an intermediate level, leaving him with 50 points as a reserve, which was fortuitously timely. He allocated 20 points to acquire a basic skill set in basketball, though merely at the elementary level. It was more than sufficient. Coupled with his extraordinary physical prowess, not only could he contend with Flesh, but he could also hold his own in the NBA. While Mang Ran engaged in amicable conversation with Gwen, Peter found his gaze drawn to the red-haired girl beside him, who had just joined Gwen. His thoughts lingered on her. Unable to avert his eyes, perhaps sensing Peter's gaze, she turned to him and inquired with a smile, "Is there something on my face?" Taken aback by her sudden attention, their eyes met, and an awkward tension enveloped the air, making Peter feel as if he were a monkey stripped bare. "Oh no, I just thought I recognized you from somewhere," Peter stammered, flustered and at a loss for words. Internally, he berated himself. "My goodness, what am I saying? Even Uncle Ben wouldn't he utter such a cliché? How could I be so foolish?" Noticing Peter's embarrassment, the girl chuckled and remarked, "Mr. Parker, that line is a bit cliché, but it's still somewhat effective. I'm Mary Jane. It's a pleasure to meet you." Hearing Mary Jane's playful teasing, Peter felt a flush of embarrassment, yet it seemed she bore no ill will. With this thought, Peter regained his composure and began to showcase his sense of humor, gradually winning Mary Jane's favor. Meanwhile, Mang Ran, observing Peter's newfound confidence, mused, "Peter's humor shines through when he's relaxed. Though he still lags slightly behind me." He unabashedly praised himself in his thoughts. As the bell rang, signaling the end of the day's classes, students began to exit, each returning to their respective homes. Mang Ran stood up and walked with Peter towards the basketball court, with Gwen and Mary Jane joining them. Along the way, many others headed towards the court, likely drawn by rumors of a showdown, engaging in discussions as they walked. "I can't believe someone dares to challenge Flesh. He is a mainstay of the school team. That challenger must be quite deluded," one student remarked to his friend. "I heard that this challenger has some martial arts skills and considerable strength. Perhaps he stands a chance against Flesh," his companion replied. "What is the utility of sheer strength? It is not as if we are engaged in a weightlifting competition. In basketball, mere brute force is insufficient for victory," another companion interjected. Indeed, their words held weight. The group of young men continued their conversation as they walked further away. Mang Ran and his companions strolled nearby, keenly listening to the exchange. Mang Ran remained unfazed, believing that greater hope often leads to greater disappointment. Soon, when he triumphs over Flesh, they shall realize the folly of their assumptions. However, Peter and the others were not as carefree as before. They possessed some knowledge of Flesh, yet their understanding of Mang Ran was limited. No one wished for Flesh to emerge victorious, yet an inevitable concern for Mang Ran lingered in their minds. Observing Mang Ran's calm demeanor, they felt reluctant to undermine his confidence, opting instead to remain silent, hoping that he would indeed prevail against Flesh. Chapter 6. The bullfight begins. By the time they arrived at the court, a considerable crowd had gathered at the sidelines. Some were there out of curiosity, while others had come at Flesh's behest to support him. Witnessing such a spectacle, Gwen and the others cast their eyes upon Mang Ran. In response, Mang Ran merely regarded the crowd with a tranquil composure, absorbing their cheers with a placid expression. Seeing his calmness, Gwen and the others were inadvertently influenced by his poise, rallying behind him with encouragement. "Mang, you can do it. I believe you will surely defeat Flesh," Gwen earnestly cheered. Mang Ran, upon hearing this, smiled and replied, "I was somewhat lacking in confidence, but with your support, I now feel invigorated." He raised his thumb in a sincere gesture, visibly touched. Gwen, stifling a laugh, remarked, "Then you must strive hard. If you fail, you cannot blame my encouragement for being insufficient." Mang Ran chuckled at Gwen's words, recognizing that friendly banter is a fine foundation for camaraderie. Suddenly, a thought sparked in his mind, prompting him to clear his throat and approach Gwen. Sensing his proximity, she turned to him. Gazing into her beautiful eyes, Mang Ran proposed, "How about we engage in a little game?" Intrigued, Gwen inquired, "What kind of game?" Mang Ran, addressing her curiosity, suggested, "Let us wager on how many baskets Flesh will make. We shall score 10 ourselves. How many do you think he can make?" Gwen, raising an elegant eyebrow, questioned, "Why not wager on the outcome instead? Isn't it customary to guess the winner?" Mang Ran confidently replied, "The result is a foregone conclusion. I shall emerge victorious. Thus, all you need to guess is how many baskets he will score, and the wager shall be a dinner. What do you say?" Gwen, taken aback by his confidence, thought to herself, "How astonishingly self-assured. It feels as though I have stumbled upon a free dinner." After some contemplation, she declared, "In that case, I wager he will score 3. She reasoned that no matter how skilled Mang Ran might be, it was unlikely that Flesh would score no points at all. Her bet of 3 seemed quite audacious. "You wager 3? I appreciate your faith," Mang Ran responded gratefully. "However, I find myself increasingly self-assured. I wager he won't score a single point." Upon hearing Gwen's assertion, Mang Ran chuckled. Gwen, somewhat taken aback, considered that after all, Flesh was a key player on the school team. Even if Mang Ran could prevail, it seemed implausible that he would not score at all. "You underestimate Flesh far too much, Mang. I can already sense dinner beckoning me," Gwen remarked, shaking her head. While she believed in Mang Ran's potential to win, a score of 10-0 did seem rather exaggerated. At that moment, Flesh, who was warming up, noticed Mang Ran conversing with Gwen on the sidelines. He tossed the ball to one of his teammates and sauntered over to Mang Ran. "Oh ho, the ridiculous yellow-skinned monkey actually showed up. I thought you'd run home to mommy in fear," Flesh taunted, approaching Mang Ran with exaggerated gestures and foul language. Mang Ran regarded him with indifference, remaining silent. Flesh, sensing the lack of response, escalated his provocation. "What is the matter, you coward? Too scared to even speak?" Mang Ran stared at Flesh expressionlessly before suddenly bursting into laughter. Onlookers were bewildered, Gwen and her friends were equally confused, and Flesh seemed to question his own existence. They were unsure of what had prompted Mang Ran's unexpected amusement. My apologies, I just recalled something, Mang Ran managed to say between laughs. I once read an article that claimed when a person yells, their rear end opens and closes in sync with their shouts. The thought of that just made it impossible for me to hold back my laughter. I sincerely apologize. After speaking, Mang Ran glanced back at Flesh, whose face had darkened to a shade that might attract law enforcement's attention. I'm sorry, Mr. Lightning. I didn't mean to interrupt your performance. Generally, I am quite polite. No matter how amusing it is, I refrain from laughing unless I truly cannot contain myself. Mang Ran said earnestly, looking at Flesh's scowling face. The surrounding crowd had overheard Mang Ran's remarks and began to reflect on Flesh's earlier outburst. Soon, one person could no longer suppress their laughter and covered their mouth, prompting a ripple of laughter to erupt throughout the venue. Gwen, standing beside Mang Ran, was doubled over in laughter, astonished by the sharpness of his tongue. Listening to the laughter that surrounded him, Flesh, suppressing his fury, said to Mang Ran in a low voice, I hope your skills are as formidable as your tongue. Mang Ran replied with a smirk. I hope your skills aren't as foul as your words. With that, the time had come for the showdown. Flesh would take the first shot, with Mang Ran on defense. Holding the ball, Flesh dribbled with both hands, his feet in constant motion. Mang Ran spread his arms wide, guarding him closely. Flesh attempted to break past him, inching closer to the basket. It seemed as though Mang Ran had momentarily lost the rhythm of the game, allowing a gap in his defense. Seizing the opportunity, Flesh executed a swift change of direction. After bypassing Mang Ran, he leaped, aiming to unleash a powerful dunk to vent his frustration, having already let out a shout in anticipation of slamming the basketball into the hoop. Flesh did not perceive the smile that graced Mang Ran's face, nor did he sense the encroaching shadow behind him. Suddenly, a crisp sound of the basketball echoed throughout the venue. Flesh's reverie was abruptly shattered by Mang Ran's imposing hand. As they landed, Mang Ran turned to Flesh with a smile and remarked, your earlier shout was commendable, do continue. Damn it, Flesh cursed inwardly. How could this wretched Chinese be capable of such heights? He knew all too well that Mang Ran's leaping ability and strength were on par with his own, if not superior. At this moment, Flesh became serious, pondering his strategy. Mang Ran's speed had not been particularly swift, otherwise, he would not have been outmaneuvered. Perhaps I can overcome him with my speed. Flesh's offensive had proven unsuccessful, and now it was Mang Ran's turn to attack. Mang Ran dribbled the ball with both hands. Taunting Flesh, that was your first and last attempt. You have run out of opportunities, poor Flesh. He delivered the last line in a tone reminiscent of soothing a child, dripping with mockery. Though Flesh felt a surge of anger at Mang Ran's trash talk, he refrained from retorting, fearing that a lapse in focus would allow Mang Ran to exploit the moment. The more Mang Ran spoke, the more it suggested his lack of speed. Otherwise, he would not be so verbose. With a sudden lunge to his left, Mang Ran caught Flesh off guard, who immediately attempted to follow suit. To his astonishment, Mang Ran swiftly retreated and executed a deceptive pivot, leaving Flesh bewildered and sprawled on the ground. As Flesh fell, he assumed Mang Ran would make a break for the basket, and the spectators shared in this expectation. However, the reality unfolded differently. Instead of advancing, Mang Ran retreated to the center court, where a prominent logo of Zhongqing High School was displayed. God, what is he planning? Surely, he doesn't intend to attempt a three-pointer from the logo? Does he fancy himself an NBA superstar? It's utterly preposterous. Onlookers began to murmur, some even deriding Mang Ran's audacity. Flesh rose to his feet but chose to remain where he was, awaiting Mang Ran's potential mishap, convinced he would miss the shot. Positioned at the logo, Mang Ran exhibited no hesitation as he leapt and released the ball. His form remained flawless, unblemished by the distance of the shot. For him, such power was hardly a challenge. The basketball traced an elegant arc through the air, soaring towards the hoop. In the gaze of the entire audience, the ball flew unerringly toward the basket. After releasing the shot, Mang Ran turned to walk toward Gwen, appearing utterly unconcerned about the outcome. Approaching her, he nonchalantly took the water from her hands and drank. So do you believe me now? He asked, flashing a smile at the astonished Gwen. Behind him, the basketball swished cleanly through the net. The arena was enveloped in a profound silence, as if a mute button had been pressed. Mang Ran returned the ball to Gwen before making his way back onto the court. He turned to address the spectators who had been mocking him moments ago, proclaiming, why the sudden silence? I recall it is the basketball that must find its way into the hoop, not your throats. His voice echoed throughout the venue, amplified by the stillness. The critics exchanged glances. One of them, flushed with indignation, shouted, this is merely luck. Mang Ran recognized him as one of Flesh's followers and smiled faintly, shaking his head in silence before advancing to continue the match against Flesh. Hey, smile a little. Your expression is darker than the bottom of my pot, Mang Ran remarked, observing Flesh's grim countenance. You won't remain this fortunate forever, kid, Flesh retorted with a scowl. Tossing the ball back to Mang Ran, Gwen and her companions, having regained their composure, cheered loudly for Mang Ran. He acknowledged them with a thumbs up and a radiant smile in return. Same spot. I shall take another logo three-pointer. Be prepared, he said while dribbling the ball toward Flesh. Before Flesh could utter another taunt, Mang Ran had already retreated to the logo, raising his hand for yet another three-pointer. As he released the ball, he turned to celebrate, the unmistakable sound of the basketball swishing through the net resonating behind him. This time, there was no silence. Apart from Flesh's underlings and a handful of others, the majority, led by Gwen, erupted into synchronized cheers. Mang, Mang, Mang. Flesh's expression soured, resembling someone who had consumed something foul. In the ensuing minutes, Mang Ran showcased the artistry of shooting from various angles and stances, each attempt finding its mark. Flesh, growing numb to the humiliation, bellowed at Mang Ran. Is shooting all you can do? Are you so feeble that you dare not engage in physicality? Meanwhile, Flesh's sycophants, no longer silent, seized upon the moment to jeer, Softy, Softy. It seemed they believed victory was within reach should Mang Ran cease his shooting, convinced that he was afraid of confrontation. Flesh shared this sentiment, thinking Mang Ran was merely hiding his weaknesses to avoid giving him a chance to win. Observing the fervor of their demands, Mang Ran shrugged. Since they were so insistent, he decided he would refrain from shooting. His reluctance to shoot stemmed from a desire to avoid injuring Flesh with his superior physicality. It was not out of a sense of moral superiority. He simply wished to spare his parents from being summoned to the school due to any potential conflicts. However, now that his goodwill was misconstrued as cowardice, he resolved to acquiesce to their wishes. I merely feared losing control and causing you harm. I dislike complications, Mang Ran explained. But since you insist so vehemently, I shall no longer hold back. Flesh dismissed his words as a feeble excuse for his cowardice, shouting, Come on, Softy, let me show you how tough I am. Mang Ran dribbled the ball, this time choosing not to seek an opportunity for a shot, but instead advancing to engage in physical confrontation with Flesh. Upon encountering Mang Ran, Flesh was astonished, grappling with an indescribable force. He felt as if he were confronting a colossal mountain. Until now, he had not experienced Mang Ran's power directly, as he had merely been focused on shooting. As Mang Ran barreled towards the paint, he resembled a bulldozer, rendering Flesh's strength utterly futile. Once inside, Mang Ran unleashed an extraordinary leap, soaring into the air to execute a thunderous slam dunk, sending Flesh crashing to the ground. Is this what it means to be tough? I had thought I was being guarded by an elderly lady. Mang Ran chuckled softly at Flesh. The arena fell into a profound silence before erupting into thunderous applause. Gwen and her companions leaped in excitement nearby. In a fit of exhilaration, Mary Jane wrapped her arms around Peter, who reveled in Mang Ran's incredible assist. Feeling a burgeoning sense of camaraderie with him, Gwen, her cheeks flushed with excitement, cheered loudly for Mang Ran, her eyes sparkling with a brilliance reminiscent of twinkling stars. Mang Ran felt his heart flutter. How beautiful, how adorable. Since his rebirth, Gwen had indeed been the only person of the opposite sex who had captivated him so profoundly. Turning his gaze towards Peter, who was entwined with Mary Jane, Mang Ran couldn't help but marvel internally. Wow, this kid with his striking brows and wide eyes. How has he progressed so swiftly? Upon sensing Mang Ran's gaze, Peter expressed his gratitude with a look, saying, Bro, thanks for the assist. No need for thanks. Keep it up. Mang Ran encouraged him with an affirming look. After their silent exchange, Mang Ran redirected his focus back to the court. At that moment, Flesh had just risen from the floor, and upon meeting Mang Ran's gaze, a flicker of anxiety coursed through him. He felt a twinge of apprehension. The subsequent plays transitioned from shooting drills to a masterclass in dunks, showcasing an array of ferocious slams, impossibly forceful. Flesh had been rendered numb, his confidence shattered, reduced to mere scenery. Since his initial offensive failure, he had not attempted to score again. For 9 consecutive plays, aside from passing the ball back to Mang Ran, he had scarcely touched it. As the final play approached, a mischievous smile crept upon Mang Ran's lips. Have you seen Slam Dunk? Mang Ran inquired of Flesh. Flesh was momentarily taken aback. What is Slam Dunk? With an air of mystery, Mang Ran replied, It is the basketball Bible. Master the techniques within, and you shall be unstoppable. Flesh's heart raced with intrigue, pondering, could this be the secret I have yet to uncover? Slam Dunk, I shall remember this name. Recognizing the bewilderment in Flesh's expression, Mang Ran continued, This move is called the Unwavering Dragon's Whirlwind Dunk. It is the signature technique of a man named Dongfang Xiang. Pay close attention. With that, Mang Ran swiftly maneuvered past Flesh, launching from the free throw line, sending the basketball soaring towards the backboard. His body propelled through the air, and the ball collided with the board before rebounding. As the basketball rebounded through the air, Mang Ran deftly caught it, continuing his forward momentum while executing a mesmerizing between-the-legs dribble. Once completed, he grasped the ball high above his head. With a resounding bang, Mang Ran delivered a powerful slam dunk, sending the basketball soaring into the hoop. The sound of shattering glass followed, as the backboard fractured and fell to the ground. The Dragon Roar's without regret whirlwind dunk was nothing short of spectacular. The audience, witnessing such an extraordinary display unfold before their eyes, erupted in a standing ovation, their cheers crescendoing in waves. Today, Mang Ran had truly stolen the limelight. His name was now known throughout the school, and by tomorrow, as word spread, he would undoubtedly become a celebrated figure at Zhongqing High School. On the sidelines, Mary Jane excitedly embraced Peter once more, who relished the moment in the presence of such beauty, feeling an overwhelming sense of gratitude toward Mang Ran. Gwen, too, was bouncing with excitement. Her delicate features flushed from her exuberant shouts, unable to remain untouched by the fervent atmosphere enveloping the arena. Mang Ran stood up and walked over to the now-stunned Flesh, saying, I never intended to humiliate you, my friend. I merely wished to convey the importance of respecting others. He then patted Flesh on the shoulder and continued, I understand your perspective, but there are many ways to stand out, and bullying others is the least admirable of them. In truth, you possess considerable talent in basketball. With continued effort, you could very well become a star. Keep it up. With that, Mang Ran left Flesh pondering, turning towards Gwen and her companions. Gwen's excitement had waned slightly, though a faint blush still graced her cheeks. Upon seeing Mang Ran approach, she smiled and remarked, I didn't expect the score to be 10-0. A bet is a bet, so I owe you a dinner. Mang Ran, looking at Gwen, replied with a grin, who says you owe me dinner? Observing her puzzled expression, he continued, Fair Lady Gwen, might I have the honor of inviting you to dine with me? After bowing slightly, he extended his hand toward her. Gwen, amused by Mang Ran's playful demeanor, gracefully curtsied in return, offering her hand to him like a noble woman. They exchanged smiles, both finding joy in the whimsical exchange. Chapter 8. The simple virtue of Queens. The evening in Queens retained its charming simplicity. Mang Ran stood atop a clock tower, gazing down at the streets and their twinkling lights. As the legend of the evil spirit grew, the crime rate in Queens had noticeably declined. Criminals appeared to be wary of the evil spirit, fearful of his sudden appearances. However, this apprehension was mostly limited to petty thieves. The true underworld figures dismissed Mang Ran, considering him merely a delusional individual clad in a costume, unworthy of their fear. With his rising notoriety and accumulating points, Mang Ran's strength continued to grow, particularly following that basketball match, which marked the beginning of his meteoric rise to fame. Someone had uploaded footage of his bullfighting antics online, creating a significant stir and allowing him to enjoy his first substantial bounty of points. Subsequent surges in points can be attributed to the Phantom, who, through his relentless pursuit of criminals, inevitably leaves traces of his presence, often captured by onlookers or those he rescues, leading to spontaneous online promotions in his favor. Currently, forums dedicated to the Phantom have emerged across the internet. Concurrently, the media has astutely recognized the correlation between his emergence and the decline in crime rates, prompting agile journalists to cover his exploits while simultaneously critiquing the police's inaction. In essence, Mang Ran is basking in the glory of his achievements, performing noble deeds while simultaneously enhancing his own prowess. However, he would never disclose that the root of his elation is intrinsically linked to Gwen. Following a basketball game, their bond has grown closer, having collaborated on several assignments. This Saturday, they have also arranged to dine together, fulfilling a wager. As Mang Ran contemplates their upcoming rendezvous, a grin spreads across his face, which, due to the voice modulation of his suit, transforms into an unsettling and dissonant cackle of the Phantom. Fortunately, there is no one around to be disturbed, lest they be haunted by nightmares. With just 2 days remaining, it is prudent to focus on his work. Mang Ran has adopted his daily crime-fighting endeavors as a job, albeit unpaid. He leaps from the rooftop, descending towards the ground, and as he reaches the mid-level of the building, he propels himself off the wall, aiming for the slightly lower rooftop of the adjacent building. Upon reaching the rooftop, he lands gracefully, without the need for any additional maneuvers. This is the remarkable feature of the Venom suit. It automatically absorbs shock during descent, eliminating the necessity for manual adjustment. He weaves through the buildings while keeping a vigilant eye on the situation below. Venom is also assisting him in monitoring criminal activity, having evolved through several symbiotic interactions to a point where it can engage in basic communication. Meanwhile, Billy Neal is ambling along the street, having recently been released from prison. The gang leader, in gratitude for taking the fall, promised him a lucrative position. Currently, he is in a state of anticipation, idling away his time, having just indulged in a few drinks. As he ponders where to go for further amusement, a striking figure suddenly captures his attention. Mia, a university student, had just been invited out for drinks at a bar with friends. However, as her companions paired off with handsome suitors, she found herself returning home alone. The distance was short, less than 10 minutes, otherwise she would not dare to wander the streets alone at night. She wonders how Martha is faring. Perhaps she is enjoying a late-night snack of fried chicken. Shaking her head, Mia recalls that she has already advised Martha. From the gaze of that blue-eyed senior, she can ascertain he is not of good character. Nevertheless, Martha dismisses such concerns, believing that everyone seeks their own pleasures. After all, as long as someone is attractive and can bring joy, morality becomes secondary. Mia clearly cannot endorse this perspective, or else she would not be making her solitary journey home at such a late hour. Unbeknownst to her, she is being watched as she strides ahead. At this moment, Bill was trailing behind her, assessing which alley would be most suitable. As Mia walked a bit further and passed an alley, a pair of hands suddenly emerged from the darkness, pulling her inside. Before she could cry out, her mouth was covered. Bill bound Mia's hands to the railing, rendering her immobile, while one hand stifled her cries, savoring the sheer panic etched across her face. What a remarkable specimen she was. Bill inhaled deeply, relishing the fragrance emanating from Mia, and grinned. Little vixen, soon you'll need to open your legs and your mouth. I have quite a bit to offer you. Tears streamed down Mia's face as she shook her head frantically, as if her denial could somehow spare her from her fate. However, the more desperate she became, the more exhilarated Bill felt. He released his grip on her mouth, confident that at this late hour, no one would wander by. Even if someone did happen to pass, they would likely lack the courage to intervene. Instead, the sound of Mia's pleas and cries would only serve to heighten his excitement. As Bill fumbled with the buttons of Mia's clothing, admiring the youthful allure of her body, he began to unfasten his own trousers. Just as he was about to indulge in his desires, a sudden chill swept over him, sending shivers down his spine. Confused, he turned around, only to be met with a foot aimed squarely at him. The foot struck his groin, slamming him against the wall. Pain radiated throughout his body, particularly in his lower regions, an agony far surpassing any mere kick. It felt as though his very essence had been shattered. Mang Ran cast a dispassionate glance at Bill, who had slumped unconscious against the wall, before swiftly freeing Mia from her bonds. He then turned to Mia, urging her to hastily don her clothing. Though she had been rescued, Mia remained shaken, trembling as she hurriedly dressed. Once clothed, a semblance of safety enveloped her, and her emotions began to stabilize. She looked up at Mang Ran, his fierce visage and narrow eyes somehow exuding a gentleness and sense of security that surpassed anyone she had ever known. Clutching herself tightly, she repeatedly expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, thank you." After assuring Mia was all right, Mang Ran escorted her home. Standing at her window, Mia watched as the dark figure melded into the night. For Mang Ran, this was merely one of many instances of courageous intervention, yet for Mia, it represented a life-saving reprieve from humiliation. She was immensely grateful to this savior. Without his presence, she would have surely succumbed to her fate that day. After ensuring Mia's safety, Mang Ran returned to confront Bill, who lay unconscious against the wall, his lower half exposed. The weight of that kick, coupled with his suffering, was enough to keep him unconscious until dawn. Mang Ran bound Bill's hands with rope and suspended him from a street lamp, allowing him to dangle in the wind. Stripped of his pride and indulgence, this was indeed a fitting punishment for a man of his ilk. After inscribing Bill's crimes upon him, Mang Ran turned and departed. The evidence was irrefutable: attempted rape, and the New York police would surely take action against Bill. He did not wish to squander time, for he had numerous matters to attend to. Along the way, Mang Ran chastised a few petty thieves. No wonder Spider-Man in the movies is always late. He hardly has time for romance, and his job is indeed arduous. These miscreants seem to proliferate endlessly. What a wretched country, what a deplorable city. Its public order pales in comparison to that of my homeland. As Mang Ran continued to wander through the city, he lamented the appalling state of security in this sinful metropolis. The people of Europe and America are mired in dire straits. Indeed, capitalism must perish. It was only close to dawn that Mang Ran returned to his room and began to meditate. During this period, he had accrued a significant amount of points, elevating all his previous skills to the intermediate level: unarmed combat, firearms mastery, and advanced first aid. Furthermore, he purchased proficiency in cold weapons, which he also raised to the intermediate level. Acquiring a basic skill required only 20 points, advancing from basic to intermediate demanded 100, from intermediate to advanced necessitated 500, and from advanced to master required 1000. The cultivation techniques differed from skills. Leveling up typically added a 0 to the cost. Despite Mang Ran's recent surge in reputation, earning over 1,000 points, he could not elevate the techniques of free breathing and wave walking using points alone. Fortunately, his regular practice and insights allowed him to spend fewer points on upgrades. The notion of adding a 0 refers to not practicing and relying solely on points. He barely managed to elevate free breathing and wave walking to intermediate, leaving him with some points in reserve. After meditating for several cycles, Mang Ran dispelled his fatigue and lay upon his bed, his thoughts drifting to the upcoming date on Saturday. Lost in these musings, he soon succumbed to slumber. Chapter 9. The date at long last, Saturday approached, much to Mang Ran's anticipation. On Friday afternoon, he merrily skipped home after making plans to meet Gwen the following day. Upon arriving home, his exuberance was unmistakable, easily discernible to his parents, for our mischievous protagonist wore a grin that nearly reached his ears, his face radiating joy. At the dinner table, Zhao Li and Mang Hua exchanged knowing glances, a silent communication passing between them. Subsequently, Zhao Li inquired, "Son, what brings you such happiness today? Do share any good news with your mother." Mang Ran, observing the eager curiosity and burgeoning gossip in his mother's eyes, chuckled, "Oh, it's nothing. I'm just happy every day." Upon hearing this, Mang Hua looked at his son and remarked, "After raising you, how could we not know you? You little rascal. Your smile is practically beaming." Mang Ran, embarrassed by his father's candidness, could only manage a sheepish grin, thinking he had concealed his excitement well. Zhao Li shot a reproachful glance at Mang Hua, chiding him for his bluntness. Mang Ran, looking at his parents, set down his bowl and said, "I simply have plans to hang out with classmates tomorrow. Really, it's nothing special. A girl, I presume?" Mang Hua surmised, understanding the implications of his son's words. After all, no boy would behave this way when going out with male classmates. He then pulled out a card and handed it to Mang Ran, saying, "When you go out, don't let her spend too much. Take this card." Mang Ran was touched as he accepted the card. "Dad, you appear so formidable and concise now. It's truly charming. My mother certainly has an eye for talent." Listening to his son's words, Mang Hua cast a gentle glance at Zhao Li and proudly replied, "Well, you must know, in my youth, I was renowned far and wide as a handsome young man." Zhao Li couldn't help but chuckle at Mang Hua's remark, saying, "You get flustered when called fat. At your age, you still lack decorum." Afterward, she turned to Mang Ran and took out $500 in cash from her bag, handing it to him. "Just having the card is insufficient. Carry a bit of cash for emergencies. Also, remember to return her home early. It's not safe too late." Mang Ran nodded in agreement, acknowledging the evening's lack of safety, as he often dealt with petty thieves. On Saturday morning, Mang Ran rose early to prepare, washing up and styling his hair to match his outfit. In no time, a dashing young man emerged. driving his little black car. Mang Ran arrived at Gwen's doorstep following the address she had provided. After sending her a message to inform her of his arrival, he began to wait at the entrance. Soon, Gwen appeared, accompanied by a stern-looking middle-aged man, whom Mang Ran presumed to be her father. He exuded an air of authority, befitting the police chief. Gwen approached and introduced them. Hi, Mang, this is my father. Dad, this is Mang, the classmate I told you about who excels in basketball. Hello, uncle. I am Mang Ran, a classmate of Gwen's. Mang Ran greeted him warmly. George nodded in acknowledgement and shook his hand. Gwen mentioned you defeated Flesh. I have seen that young man, and to win against him indicates your commendable basketball skills. Mang Ran smiled modestly, replying, it's nothing extraordinary. I've only practiced for 2.5 years. Internally, he smirked at his own modesty. George held a favorable impression of Mang Ran. He was charming, polite, and exuded a sunny disposition. After giving a few reminders to the two, George returned inside. Mang Ran then drove Gwen to their lunch destination, which was a Chinese restaurant. As the son of a renowned chef, he had his own insights into Chinese cuisine. This restaurant was one he had previously visited with his family. And while its flavors were quite commendable, they still paled in comparison to his father's establishment. However, taking a date to his father's restaurant was out of the question, making this venue his best choice. As Mang Ran and Gwen chatted and laughed, they strolled around the vicinity, arriving at the restaurant precisely at noon. This establishment, named Sichuan Flavor, was run by a Sichuan chef who had lived in New York for over a decade. To cater to a broader palate, the spiciness of the dishes had been adjusted, yet patrons could challenge themselves by requesting the authentic fiery zest when ordering. Gwen, is there anything you dislike eating? Mang Ran inquired. When embarking on a date with a young lady, it is essential to ascertain her dietary restrictions rather than allowing her to select the dishes outright. I have no aversions to food, and I am eager to challenge the spiciness you mentioned, which is supposedly without adjustment, exclaimed Gwen, her large eyes sparkling with anticipation. Throughout their journey, Mang Ran elaborated on the distinctive features of Sichuan cuisine, which sparked Gwen's desire to confront the unadjusted spiciness he had described. Observing her enthusiasm, Mang Ran chuckled. That dish is extraordinarily spicy. Perhaps we should start with a single serving to gauge our tolerance. What do you think? Upon hearing his suggestion, Gwen nodded in agreement. Recognizing its practicality, Mang Ran then summoned the waiter and ordered a serving of mapo tofu, specifying a standard level of spiciness. Upon receiving the order, the waiter promptly advised. Very well, sir. I recommend also ordering a beverage to alleviate the heat later. It was not uncommon for waiters to encounter patrons like Mang Ran, who dared to challenge the normal heat level, as many would find themselves questioning their life choices in response to the spice. Thus, he kindly suggested a drink to mitigate the heat. Both of them ordered large glasses of ice-cold orange juice, a perfect complement to Sichuan cuisine, although one must be cautious, as excessive heat could transform them into fiery warriors. Mang Ran, keen to avoid such a transformation, opted for the mapo tofu for Gwen to sample. Hoping to keep the date progressing smoothly, the dish arrived promptly, and to his surprise, Gwen wielded her chopsticks with remarkable finesse. Mang Ran recalled her earlier comments in the car, realizing she had indeed mastered the art of chopstick usage, contrary to his initial assumption that she was merely a novice. Gwen, noticing Mang Ran's astonishment, triumphantly declared, Now you believe me? I often dine on Chinese cuisine with my family. With great care, Gwen picked up a piece of tofu. Its tender white surface enveloped in vibrant red bean paste, garnished with fresh green scallions. The aroma of the dish wafted towards them before it even reached their lips. The tantalizing scent and the impending spiciness making their mouths water. Gwen blew gently on the tofu before placing it in her mouth, where the harmonious blend of spiciness and flavor burst forth, instantly captivating her. Mang Ran, seated opposite her, watched as Gwen became enraptured by the culinary delight. And he couldn't help but question his own perceptions. Was this dish not spicy? Yet, he had tasted it and found it indeed quite fiery. He was prepared to offer Gwen some juice. Furthermore, her astonishing chopstick skills left him in awe. He mused that he might struggle to grasp mapo tofu as adeptly as she did, if it weren't for her unmistakable blonde hair and blue eyes. He might have suspected Gwen was a Sichuan native inexplicably transported to New York. Noticing Mang Ran's hesitance to use his chopsticks, Gwen wondered if her impressive appetite had intimidated him, prompting a wave of bashfulness. She looked at him, slightly embarrassed, and asked, Mang, why aren't you eating? Jerked from his thoughts, Mang Ran realized his inaction had led to her misunderstanding. I was pondering what additional dishes we might order. What do you think of the spiciness? Mang Ran skillfully introduced a new topic to dispel the earlier awkwardness. It's quite good. I find it delicious. I am not well versed in ordering dishes, so I will defer to you, Gwen remarked. Upon hearing this, Mang Ran resolved within himself, encouraging his spirit. I must not be timid. If Gwen can handle the spice. As a Chinese person, I have no reason to falter. Thus, he summoned the waiter once more and ordered fish-flavored shredded pork, couple's lung slices, and boiled meat slices, all at a moderate spiciness. The waiter, taken aback, watched as Mang Ran nodded in affirmation. It was indeed a rare sight to see a customer undeterred by the spice. Continuing to order more, quite impressive. The dishes began to arrive in succession, and Gwen was thoroughly enjoying herself. Meanwhile, Mang Ran found the heat to be somewhat intolerable, consuming 3 large glasses of orange juice throughout the meal. Gwen, concerned, inquired if it was too spicy for him. What a joke. Mang Ran could hardly be deterred by spice. He firmly declared that he was merely a bit thirsty. When it came time to settle the bill, The usually reclusive Sichuan owner had heard of a blonde beauty unafraid of spice at their table and made a special visit to see them. In the end, the owner and Gwen engaged in jovial conversation, and he presented her with an exclusive VIP card, offering a 12% discount on future visits, along with a large glass of juice for Mang Ran. Gratefully, Mang Ran expressed that he was indeed feeling a bit parched. After their meal, the two ventured to the cinema to catch a film, followed by a breezy drive. Ultimately, Mang Ran safely escorted Gwen back home. Fortunately, his constitution was exceptional, otherwise, the date might have concluded prematurely after lunch. Chapter 10. Confusion. A week had passed since Mang Ran's last date with Gwen, during which their relationship began to flourish steadily. After their previous meal of Sichuan cuisine, Gwen eagerly recommended it to her family, sparking their interest in the cuisine. One afternoon, they decided to try it out, and as one might predict, aside from Gwen, the rest of the family found themselves questioning their life choices due to the spice. Mang Ran could easily imagine the restroom being particularly lively that day. Upon returning home after their date, Mang Ran shared the experience with his family, and Zhao Li and Manhwa were equally astonished. Manhwa, especially, had developed a keen interest in Gwen, urging Mang Ran to invite her over for a meal, insisting he would cook personally. Mang Ran, of course, readily agreed, eager for the opportunity. On Sunday morning, Mang Ran indulged in a rare lazy sleep-in, not due to fatigue, but because he felt that a weekend without lounging was incomplete. After waking and completing his morning routine, he descended to enjoy lunch. Once again relishing the culinary skills of Chef Manhwa, the aroma alone was enough to whet anyone's appetite. Mang Ran devoured his meal, nearly burying his face in the bowl when suddenly, Manhwa's voice caught his attention. What a situation this is. A fine girl like that, and yet here we are, in a place that is not our homeland, and look at the chaos. Manhwa sighed as he gazed at the newspaper. He then looked up at Zhao Li and said, "Dear, you must wait for me to pick you up each day. Do not wander off on your own, and refrain from working late. The security situation is quite precarious." Upon hearing Zhao Li's words, a sweet smile graced her lips as she replied, "I know. I certainly wait for my husband to pick me up every day." Mang Ran, already weary of his parents' daily displays of affection, felt a twinge of curiosity regarding the news his father had just mentioned. He reached for the newspaper on the table and began to peruse its contents. The paper was filled with mundane news, yet he stumbled upon a report concerning himself, where a heated debate raged about whether he was a masked hero or a criminal. As he continued to turn the pages, his pupils suddenly constricted, and he stifled his emotions to keep reading. Tragic fate befalls a young girl, brutally murdered. The perpetrator remains at large and unpunished. Mang Ran's distress was palpable, for he recognized a familiar face, the girl he had saved not long ago, who had narrowly escaped a horrific ordeal. This was indeed the same girl reported in the newspaper as having met a tragic end. Although the article lacked detailed information, the limited details allowed Mang Ran to ascertain that the victim was her. The assailant had been identified, yet was still on the run. He was also an acquaintance of Mang Ran, the very thug he had previously incapacitated and left hanging from a streetlight. Though Mang Ran could not recall the girl's name, he remembered her as exceptionally beautiful and polite. The memory of Mia's helplessness that night, along with her tearful yet relieved smile, replayed incessantly in his mind. He found himself at a loss, wandering back to his room in a daze, engulfed by confusion and regret. Lying on his bed, he stared blankly at the ceiling. Should he blame his own inadequacy, or admit that he was not a superhero capable of achieving perfection? Why had that thug been allowed to commit such a crime? Was he not supposed to have been apprehended by the police? If only he had not merely knocked the thug unconscious that day, but had instead given him a thorough lesson and a stern warning. Perhaps this tragedy could have been averted. If he had taken the time to deliver the scoundrel to the police station instead of leaving him to escape, would the tragedy have been avoided? Or, if he had taken decisive action and dealt with the thug on the spot, would the outcome have been different? Cocooned in his blanket, Mang Ran was tormented by a whirlwind of hypothetical scenarios and questions, his heart heavy with remorse and self-reproach. It seemed he had oversimplified the situation, failing to clarify not only the principles and methods he wished to uphold, but also the responsibilities and burdens that accompanied such actions. He had acted on assumption, much like the Spider-Man of the movies, yet the harsh reality had delivered a resounding slap to his face, forcing him to confront consequences he had never anticipated. At that moment, a knock on his bedroom door interrupted his thoughts, and Manghwa's voice called from outside, "Son, may I come in?" Both parents had sensed that something was amiss with Mang Ran. After much discussion, they ultimately decided that Manghwa should go and comfort him, even though they were uncertain of the exact cause of his distress. Manghwa, seeing that no one responded, paused for a moment before gently pushing open the door. The room was shrouded in heavy curtains, allowing only a faint glimpse of Mang Ran curled up beneath the covers. Noticing this, Manghwa seated himself at the edge of the bed and softly addressed his son, "Xiao Ran, I understand you are troubled. Would you care to share your feelings with your father? Though I may not possess the answers you seek, sometimes merely expressing your thoughts can be a relief. I am here to listen, to be your confidant. Your mother is also deeply concerned for you. Always remember that your parents are steadfastly by your side, supporting you unconditionally. So, if you are burdened by anything, do not hesitate to confide in us. We are your unwavering support." After speaking, Manhwa gazed at his son, who remained cocooned in the blankets. Moments later, a dry voice emerged from within the covers. "If there was something I could have done at the time, but I did not foresee the consequences, leading to severe repercussions that cannot be mended or rectified, What should I do in such a situation? Upon hearing Mang Ran's inquiry, Manhwa refrained from probing further into the cause, instead reflecting in silence. The room fell into a serene quiet, filled only with the sound of their breathing. After a brief pause, Manhwa spoke again. Although I am unaware of the specific circumstances, I sense that you are filled with regret, which is why you feel so despondent. What I wish to convey is that since the event has transpired and the outcome is set, these are changes we cannot alter. What we can influence is ourselves. We must learn from this experience, allowing its lessons to resonate within us as a cautionary tale. In the future, when faced with similar situations, we must strive with all our might. Only by doing so can we avoid lingering regrets. Once he finished speaking, silence enveloped the room once more. Manhwa remained patient, waiting at the bedside, knowing that Mang Ran was contemplating his words. After a while, Mang Ran finally emerged from beneath the covers, his eyes resolutely fixed on Manhwa in the dim light. Father, thank you. I believe I now understand what I must do. Hearing this, Manhwa nodded with relief. It is good that you comprehend. Remember to share your concerns with your mother and me in the future. Do not bottle them up. After gently ruffling Mang Ran's hair, he exited the room, intending to report back and assure Zhao Li. Inside the room, Mang Ran stood up, approaching the mirror to gaze at his reflection, his eyes filled with determination. At that moment, he had clarified the path he had previously neglected to consider, the consequences he had to bear, and the responsibilities he must shoulder. He had relinquished his fantasies, for reality is far more unforgiving than the silver screen. In films, superheroes may choose not to take lives, embodying principled citizens and good neighbors, engaging in love-hate relationships with their adversaries, battling the same foes throughout their lives. Yet reality is not so lenient. Had Mang Ran taken action against Bill that fateful night, the tragedy of Mia's brutal demise could have been averted. Releasing a criminal at the cost of an innocent girl's life is an abhorrent tragedy. Despite possessing the ability to prevent such a calamity, he failed to act. The journey of personal growth is often fraught with challenges. Yet Mang Ran's maturation has come at the expense of a precious life. If one is determined to combat crime, one must also bear the corresponding responsibility and resolve to fight against it. This struggle is not driven by the pursuit of fame or honor, but rather by an unwavering belief in the necessity of opposing crime without any illusions of luck. It is precisely because the law has its flaws and cannot operate with perfect efficacy that masked heroes emerge. Their existence serves to mend these gaps, delivering justice to those whom the law cannot reach. Should they adhere strictly to legalities, their purpose would become meaningless, including their very existence. With venom enveloping him, the pale eyes beneath the hood emanated an unsettling glow. Gazing at the ghastly figure reflected in the mirror, Mang Ran resolutely declared within himself, from this moment forth, I shall embody the true essence of a malevolent specter, instilling fear in the hearts of criminals and those who evade justice. Criminal Bill, the judgment of the specter is imminent. Let your blood and soul serve as a tribute to the innocent souls lost. Chapter 11. The judgment of the specter. As night fell, Bill lay in bed, his lower body still racked with pain. Thoughts of that accursed masked figure ignited a torrent of resentment within him. The masked avenger had shattered his manhood, robbing him of his masculinity. Although he had brutally murdered the female college student, his anger remained unabated. He had the opportunity to violate and subsequently kill that wretched girl. Due to the murder, the promising life his boss had promised him was lost, replaced instead with the task of fleeing, a favor owed to his prior accomplishments. Had he been an ordinary individual, his gang would have long abandoned him to his fate. Slowly rising, Bill prepared to pour himself a glass of water. Damn it, that despicable girl. Walking had aggravated his already injured lower body, and dealing with Mia had proven to be quite the challenge. Following their last encounter, she had grown significantly more cautious. Returning home early each day, had it not been for Bill seizing her while she was at the restroom, he would still be waiting for an opportunity to unleash his pin-up rage. Even so, she had managed to injure his already fragile state. When he attempted to take her back for a thorough reckoning, she had ambushed him, nearly escaping. In a fit of rage, Bill had resorted to hammering her skull mercilessly, and the unfortunate Mia succumbed after just a few blows. His intended humiliation of her remained unfulfilled, leaving him to vent his fury upon her lifeless body. Reflecting on this, a sinister smile crept across Bill's face. That wretched girl has fallen into my grasp. Even in death, she clings to that notion of the Mr. Spectre. That detestable masked scoundrel can't save you now. Once I recover, that accursed fiend shall not escape. Bill, having finished his soliloquy, erupted into laughter, as if he had triumphed over a malevolent spirit. Oblivious to the dark figure seated in the corner on the sofa, he remained unaware that this shadowy presence had been fixated on him since his monologue began, its gaze growing increasingly sinister and chilling. After quenching his thirst, Bill turned, oddly rubbing his eyes, for he thought he had glimpsed someone on the sofa. Suddenly, with a sharp crack, the cup he held slipped from his grasp and shattered on the floor, while a dark cord ensnared his neck, lifting him off the ground. The sensation of suffocation and the instinct for survival compelled him to clutch desperately at the noose, his feet flailing in the air, yearning to find something to save himself. From the depths of the darkness, a figure emerged, its devilish pale eyes fixated on Bill's frantic struggles. It became evident to Bill that the so-called cord was, in fact, an appendage extending from the figure's back, writhing like the tentacles of an octopus. As the figure materialized, a raspy voice echoed through the room. I believe I heard you calling for me. are you eager to face the judgment of the malevolent? Struggling in the air, Bill could not respond to Mang Ran's inquiry, his vision fading as he approached unconsciousness. The strength in his flailing hands waned, and it was unmistakable that he was nearing death by strangulation. Just as he was about to lose consciousness, the black cord loosened, dropping him to the ground, where he gasped for breath, clutching his throat. The sound of his heavy breathing filled the dark room, resembling a laboring bellows, wheezing and creaking in despair. Before he could catch his breath, several black tendrils pinned him against the wall. Incredibly, the once pliable appendages transformed into the sharpest of spears. Bill's limbs were pierced, and the searing pain replaced the earlier suffocation, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he gazed in terror at the ghastly visage now looming before him. The demon's face, shrouded by a hood, revealed icy, elongated eyes that glinted with malice, reflecting Bill's own distorted features. In that moment, fear consumed Bill, and Mang Ran felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Indeed, this was how it ought to be, instilling terror in every criminal to prevent the innocent from suffering at their hands. Now, Mr. Bill, let me see what resides within your mind. I assure you, this is an experience unlike any you have encountered before. Truth be told, I too am experiencing this for the first time. May Brother Chung bless me with success. The raspy voice pierced Bill's ears with its cruel intent. Bill shook his one remaining functional appendage, desperately uttering no. God, please, as he foolishly sought to plead for mercy, hoping to halt the demon's judgment. Cry out as you wish. You shall no longer have the chance to make a sound. As the words faded, a dark tendril emerged from Mang Ran, penetrating Bill's mouth and writhing as it delved deeper into his mind. Accompanied by Bill's muffled sounds, the venomous information surged through Mang Ran's consciousness as he accessed Bill's thoughts. In a brief span, he absorbed all of Bill's knowledge. After retrieving the information, Mang Ran beheld the final moments of Mia's life and heard her whispers before her demise. In that fleeting moment, she called upon the demons, yearning for someone to rescue her from the depths of hell, just as had happened before. Yet this time, no one answered her cries, and she met her untimely end beneath Bill's cold hammer. A wave of guilt and regret washed over Mang Ran, swiftly transforming into a seething anger. The tendril that had invaded Bill's mouth withdrew, leaving him in a state of confusion. Observing this, Mang Ran exchanged a healing potion from the system's store and placed it in Bill's mouth. The effects took hold, and Bill regained his senses. However, the agony was nearly overwhelming. The black tendrils binding his limbs began to twist violently, tearing at his body. Under the intense pain, Bill teetered on the brink of unconsciousness. Mr. Bill, it is still early. The hour for slumber has not yet arrived. We have many games yet to play. The malevolent voice echoed in Bill's ears. To ensure Bill's proper hospitality, Mang Ran had procured torture skills from the store. This was merely the beginning, and he could not afford to lose consciousness just yet. The night sky was adorned with countless stars, and the soft, radiant moonlight cast a serene glow. If not for the intermittent screams shattering the tranquility, it would have been a scene of pure beauty. Bill could never have imagined that the sanctuary he had sought would become his final resting place, in this desolate location. No matter how loud his screams, no one would hear. As the night deepened, the anguished cries that had persisted throughout the evening finally ceased. Bill's phone rang, piercing the darkness with its jarring beeps. A bloodied hand grasped the device, pressing the call button. A deep voice resonated from the receiver. Bill, the boat is arranged. Pack your things. You have 1 hour to reach the destination. Once the boat arrives, you're on your own. You are no longer a part of the crocodile gang. Do you understand? The man waited for Bill's response, but silence lingered. After a moment, impatience crept into his voice. Damn it. Bill, why aren't you speaking? Are you toying with me? Bill wished to respond, if only he were alive, or if his shattered organs could still form a voice. Alas, Bill had descended into hell. He might not be able to board the boat any longer, sir. Mang Ran's hoarse voice traveled through the receiver. Hearing him, the caller fell into silence. After a lengthy pause, the voice returned. Who are you? Mang Ran chuckled softly, though his laughter was transformed into something eerie and terrifying. You will come to know who I am, sir, for I shall personally administer your judgment soon. Upon concluding the conversation, without awaiting any further response from the man, Mang Ran promptly terminated the call. He inhaled deeply, the air saturated with the metallic scent of blood. An aroma, so overwhelming it evoked a sense of nausea. Today marked his inaugural act of taking a life, executed in a manner most brutal, and throughout this harrowing experience, he was besieged by waves of revulsion. Yet, each time such thoughts surfaced, he was reminded of Mia, the unfortunate and innocent girl. Thus, he relinquished his inexperienced first act to the shattered remnants of Bill. After the grim task was completed and he had left behind certain traces, Mang Ran closed the door to the room and swiftly departed the house, merging into the shadows of the night. Upon returning home, he retrieved the odor neutralizer he had recently purchased from the system's marketplace, applying it liberally over his entire body, ensuring no area was overlooked. Following the removal of his battle attire, he repeated the process. After this meticulous endeavor, the once penetrating scent of blood vanished as if it had never existed. After washing up in his room, Mang Ran lay in bed, thoughts of Mia once again flooding his mind. I am sorry for not being able to save you. The one who took your life has been brought to justice. May you find peace. Although Bill had faced retribution, sleep eluded him, and he spent the night staring vacantly at the ceiling. Chapter 12. The Balding Father-in-Law and the Eradication Plan. It was yet another Friday. 5 days since Bill's judgment had transpired, and throughout this interval, Mang Ran had diligently sought information regarding the Crocodile Gang. Initially, he was a novice with computers, his knowledge limited to a few single-player games. However, in his quest to locate Bill, he had utilized points to acquire computer skills, advancing directly to an expert level, which rendered him adept at gathering information. Furthermore, with Xiaobai assisting him, his research progressed smoothly. Days passed, but perhaps due to the remote location where Bill resided, Mang Ran had yet to encounter any relevant reports. In truth, it was not as he had surmised. Bill's body had been discovered on Wednesday, albeit the gruesome nature of the scene had compelled the police to suppress the details temporarily. Let us return to Wednesday afternoon. George received a report from his subordinates, indicating the existence of a particularly heinous case that required his personal attention. As he drove towards the crime scene, he grumbled about his team, bewildered by their apparent incompetence. Why must he attend to every case personally? Upon arrival at the scene, the desolate locale meant there were few onlookers. Only the individual who reported the incident and police officers cordoning off the area. As George approached the building, he listened to a report given by a nearby black officer. Chief, the informant is Larry Beard. He reported the incident after smelling an especially strong odor of blood and the stench of decaying flesh while driving by. Just then, as the officer continued, another officer, clutching his mouth, dashed outside, nearly colliding with George. Observing the reporting officer, George was met with the sound of retching from the officer who had just exited. Is he new? He appears more fragile than my 6-year-old daughter, George remarked. The reporting officer, upon hearing this, hesitated, seemingly at a loss for words. George observed the hesitant demeanor of his companion and remarked, "What troubles you? I can sense you have something to say." Xiaohei replied, "Nothing, it's just that the crime scene is rather... I felt nauseous moments ago." George scoffed. "Humph, a bunch of weaklings. Your naivety is evident. You must not have encountered many crime scenes. It's quite shameful to be reduced to such a state." With that, George pressed forward into the room, only to be met with a grim sight at the threshold. The curtains were drawn tightly, allowing only a narrow slit for light to penetrate the bedroom. Bloodstains marred the walls and the curtains, while the floor bore darkened patches of congealed blood that, if one were not careful, could easily be mistaken for a black-red carpet. The air was thick with a nauseating blend of the metallic scent of blood and the stench of decay, creating an overwhelming olfactory assault. In the room, a lifeless form was curled against the wall, no longer truly human, but rather a grotesque figure resembling a skeleton draped in flesh. His legs were affixed to the floor by the viscous blood, and remnants of flesh lay scattered around him, each piece perfectly sized, forming a morbid circle. The internal organs were confined within a ribcage now reduced to mere bones, and had he not been in a kneeling position, they would surely have tumbled to the ground. On the wall opposite hung a newspaper, the very one that reported Mia's brutal murder, alongside blood-written words declaring, "Criminal Bill, the demon shall judge your sins." Beneath this, a crude drawing of a demon suggested that, had it not been rendered in blood, it might have been considered a work of art. George, suppressing his physical discomfort, turned to inquire, "Is there any additional information?" However, before Xiaohei could respond, the sound of his retching echoed through the room. Unable to contain himself, George rushed outside, leaning against the nearby railing to expel the contents of his stomach. Even an experienced officer like George found it difficult to withstand the horrific sights and smells, which were enough to provoke even the most resilient stomach. He contemplated the necessity of taking multiple showers upon returning home, changing into fresh attire, and dousing himself with odor neutralizers, for he could hardly face his own doorstep in such a state of disgust. Ultimately, the seasoned officer regained his composure. After purging himself of the nausea, George, albeit pale, resumed his duties, overseeing the autopsy and investigations that lay ahead. Summoning his assistant, he spoke with grave seriousness, "Listen. Ensure that everyone involved in this case keeps their mouths shut. This situation is exceptionally dire and must not be disclosed, or the consequences will be severe." The assistant nodded, promptly setting to work. Standing on the lawn outside, George lit a cigarette, the familiar scent of tobacco offering a fleeting reprieve from the lingering odor. He was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Although Bill was a fugitive, no one had anticipated his discovery in such a gruesome manner. George could already envision the onslaught of inquiries and vitriol that would ensue should the fleet-footed reporters catch wind of this revelation. The group of journalists, reveling in the chaos, seemed oblivious to the fact that the New York Police Department would soon find itself at the center of a storm. George rubbed his temples, a headache beginning to take hold. The name Evil Spirit had been echoing around him lately, whether through the conversations of the children at home or the discussions within the precinct. Until now, the Evil Spirit's antics had been minor disturbances, causing injuries among the thugs, but never resulting in fatalities. Who could have anticipated the shocking turn of events today, where not only was there a murder, but the brutality of the act was staggering? George sighed, feeling as if a few more of his hairs had met their tragic demise. He hurled his cigarette butt to the ground, grinding it underfoot while cursing, "Damn criminals, damn Evil Spirit." The scene shifts back to Friday, where Mang Ran, having gathered his materials, stood up and stretched. Little did he know the extent of the trouble he had inadvertently caused his future father-in-law. George was likely in a state of disarray. Mang Ran closed his eyes, meticulously organizing the information in his mind, aware that any written record could lead to complications if discovered. Having confirmed everything was in order, he opened his eyes. His sharp gaze fixed on a man displayed on the computer screen, Bob Weiss, the leader of the Crocodile Gang, now in his 40s. Bob had risen to prominence 2 decades ago, driven by sheer determination to assemble a cadre of thugs to form the Crocodile Gang. Initially, they merely survived under the shadow of larger gangs. One fateful day, the leader of the larger gang mysteriously disappeared, leaving his subordinates directionless and embroiled in a fierce struggle for dominance. Seizing the opportunity amidst their chaos, Bob quietly appropriated numerous resources from the larger gang. Ultimately, the larger gang suffered heavy losses, while Bob and his Crocodile Gang emerged stronger. After systematically eliminating the remaining leaders, they officially absorbed the larger gang. The Crocodile Gang then engaged in violent conflicts with other gangs until, a decade ago, they consolidated control over New York's underworld. The entirety of the city's drug trade, casinos, and other illicit dealings fell under the sway of the Crocodile Gang. Bill, a henchman under U-Rock, the second-in-command of the Crocodile Gang, had been a founding member alongside Bob. 8 years prior, law enforcement launched a series of operations targeting the Crocodile Gang, nearly apprehending U-Rock. It was Bill who took the fall, allowing U-Rock to evade capture. The man Mang Ran had spoken to earlier was likely U-Rock. As Mang Ran awaited the exposure of the news, he knew that although they were already aware of Bill's death, their lack of first-hand experience would lead them to underestimate its significance. Bill's residence had been discovered independently, unbeknownst to the Crocodile Gang. Once the news broke, the gang would undoubtedly receive photographs from the scene. Mang Ran was confident that upon viewing these images, they would no longer regard him lightly. The mere death of Bill might not carry sufficient weight, so he resolved to eliminate U-Rock on the day the news erupted. The demise of the second-in-command, coupled with rampant media coverage, would compel even the most complacent members of the Crocodile Gang to take action. Mang Ran has already secured several of their strongholds, and when they gather, he intends to eliminate them all in one decisive blow, leaving no trace behind. Chapter 13. Explosive news and death threats on a Saturday morning. George sat at the dining table enjoying breakfast with his family. As he spread jam on his bread, he noticed Gwen lost in thought and cheerfully remarked, "Gwen, what are you pondering? Don't dawdle. If you don't eat soon, Dad might just devour your sandwich." Gwen immediately shielded her plate with her hands and retorted, "Humph. How rude. You're not allowed to touch my sandwich. It's a special one, filled with the spicy sauce Mang gave me." George chuckled and encouraged her, "Then hurry and eat it before it gets cold." Taking a bite of her special sandwich, Gwen mumbled, "I was just thinking about why there haven't been any reports on the evil ghost lately. The crime-fighting posts on the evil ghost website have been absent for several days." The other children chimed in agreement. Yes. My classmates are talking about it too." Seeing the children engrossed in discussion, George's brow furrowed. He recalled a haunting image, and suddenly, the jam in his hand lost its appeal. After that day, it took him 2 full days to feel somewhat normal again. But now, hearing Gwen mention the evil ghost, those feelings resurfaced. The investigation into the case had been ongoing, and George had contemplated handling it as a standard homicide, with plans to issue a warrant for the evil ghost. However, he aimed to obscure the gruesome details. There is a significant difference between a person being killed and another being tortured, with flesh sliced away before death. It could be argued that Bill deserved his fate. Having killed Mia, he was unlikely to escape justice. However, he should have faced legal proceedings before being executed, rather than falling victim to the evil ghost's extrajudicial measures. Lost in thought, George's phone rang, and as he answered, his expression darkened. After hanging up, he informed his family and hurried to the police station. The worst had happened. The case had been leaked, and the internet erupted in chaos. The police station was besieged by the media, with reports about the evil ghost pouring in from all sides. Some labeled him an evil criminal, while others hailed him as a just avenger of wrongdoers. George had no choice but to arrange matters at the station and hold a press conference. Faced with the media's relentless probing, he resorted to the vague responses he had meticulously honed over decades, managing to sidestep the inquiries. From the morning until his arrival at the station, George was engulfed in a whirlwind of activity, the mounting pressures leaving him overwhelmed. It was already afternoon, and he hadn't even had a chance to eat lunch. Amidst the online uproar, with supporters of the evil ghost clashing with those who deemed him a terrorist, another development was uncovered. The large screens in Times Square had been hacked, now displaying a singular message, a death threat against Eurolock. Euro's photo occupied the upper left corner, while the right side detailed his illegal activities, alongside an introduction to the Crocodile Gang. The latter part delves into the connection between him and Bill, recounting the time Bill took the fall for him, as well as the recent transgressions of Bill that he sheltered. After a chilling 5 minutes of death threats, the scene shifted to reveal a crimson demonic emblem. As the demon's mouth opened and closed, a raspy electronic voice proclaimed, "Criminal Ulrock, the demon shall judge your sins." Beneath the demon's visage, blood-red subtitles were added for emphasis. Subsequently, the death threats resumed in a relentless loop. The individual responsible for the electronic screen was in a frenzy, with the entire team frantically attempting to restore normalcy, yet none could resolve the issue. Mang Ran sat atop a high-rise near Times Square, gazing at the spectacle he had orchestrated below. He had informed his parents that he would be spending the day with Peter and would not return until later that night. As Mang Ran and Peter became close friends, they frequently studied and played together, with their families having interacted on several occasions, fostering mutual trust. Particularly, Manhwa and Zhao Li felt a tinge of guilt over Mang Ran's earlier lack of companionship. Witnessing his bond with Peter brought them considerable relief. Mang Ran had always been a trustworthy child, making his alibi quite convincing. Now it is time to judge you, Ulrock, Mang Ran exclaimed. Xiao Bai. Assist me in locating Ulrock. Xiao Bai, an artificial intelligence he had exchanged for points from the system, was capable of connecting with Venom and Mang Ran, aiding him in various matters. He had spent nearly all of his recently accumulated points for this exchange. Xiao Bai was akin to Jarvis, perhaps even more advanced in certain respects, given its origins. After employing Xiao Bai, Mang Ran began to grasp a fraction of Tony Stark's joy. It was indeed remarkably convenient. Understood. I am currently pinpointing the location, Xiao Bai responded. Location identified. I am now charting the route for you. Shortly thereafter, a real-time map materialized in Mang Ran's mind, with the ocular display of his battle suit illuminating the path ahead. Standing atop the building, arms outstretched, he harmonized with the setting sun, creating a breathtaking tableau. With a surge of energy, Mang Ran set forth towards his destination. Ulrock had seen the news that morning and had dispatched his men to investigate. By afternoon, his subordinates had gathered first-hand information from the police, which included photographs from the crime scene and some of their inquiries. The moment he laid eyes on the images, Ulrock, accustomed to the brutalities of life and death, felt an unsettling flutter in his heart. The methods displayed were indeed quite savage. After his call to Bill, he sensed something amiss and sent his men to locate him. Unfortunately, Bill's hideout had not been disclosed to others, leaving him unable to find his ally. Unaware of who had slain Bill, and with no news forthcoming, he initially assumed that Bill had enemies seeking retribution. It was only upon viewing the documents that he learned the perpetrator was a masked figure known as the Demon. Ulrock set down the materials and took a puff from his cigar. A haze of smoke enveloped his face, leaving one to ponder the depths of his thoughts. At that very moment, one of his subordinates knocked and entered, presenting him with a video from the internet concerning Times Square, featuring a death threat directed at him. Upon viewing the footage, Ul's eyes narrowed as he recognized the veracity of the information regarding him and the Crocodile Gang. It appeared that this malevolent specter had meticulously plotted his scheme, employing rather sophisticated methods. These details were not easily uncovered. After taking another puff from his cigar, the smoke curling ominously, Ul's eyes gleamed with a dangerous light. He forcefully discarded the cigar onto the floor and slammed his palms onto the table. Damn it! Has my reputation diminished to such an extent? His visage contorted with fury, he glared at his subordinate and demanded, "Who dares to be so audacious towards me? A petty thief who cannot even show his face dares to utter such threats. A death threat, just because he wears a mask and dispatches a few ruffians. He thinks himself a superhero?" The surrounding lackeys fell silent, not daring to utter a word, for Ul was notorious for his ruthless nature. It would be no surprise if someone were to meet their end at his hands for crossing him. As Ul finished his furious tirade, panting heavily, the phone at his side rang. "Ul, have you seen those things?" rasped a voice from the receiver. Ul's demeanor shifted, and he replied coldly, "I have seen them, boss." It was none other than Bob, the leader of the Crocodile Gang, on the line. Bob continued, "Find a way to eliminate these troubles. I do not wish for them to affect our business, understand?" Ul replied earnestly, "Understood. I will handle it promptly." With that, Bob ended the call. Ul placed the phone down, pondering how to locate this malevolent entity. He comprehended Bob's implication. Failure to swiftly eradicate this trouble would render him the very problem that needed resolution. Having risen alongside Bob, Ul was acutely aware of his leader's temperament, as well as the dynamics with the elders from those early days. Over the years, friction had not been absent between him and those elders. Should Ul become the target for resolution, he suspected that his so-called brothers would be more than willing to lend a hand, seizing both his territory and operations in the process. Lighting another cigar, Ul contemplated for a moment before issuing commands to his subordinates. "Scar, summon all the brothers and ensure they are armed. I want this place transformed into an abyss, forcing that accursed fiend back to hell," Ul declared with malice. "If you wish to kill me, then come forth and see how you might escape from my grasp." With that, he took another fierce drag from his cigar. Chapter 14. The Battle, Part 1. As the sun sank below the horizon, darkness began to cloak the earth, and the city lights gradually illuminated the night. In that fleeting moment, it seemed as though the heavens and the earth had reversed. The stars and the Milky Way were absent from the sky, while the ceaseless flow of vehicles below coalesced into a river of light, akin to a galaxy, the twinkling lights from the buildings resembling distant stars. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Mang Ran stood atop a high-rise, gazing at a nearby nightclub, Ul's stronghold, and the very destination of his mission. "Xiao Bai, analyze the situation inside." Received. Commencing analysis, came the prompt reply. Before long, Xiao Bai began to report the situation. There were a total of 115 individuals within the building, all armed with handguns, and 50 of them wielded heavier weaponry, including both light and heavy machine guns. From Xiao Bai's feedback, the panoramic view displayed in his mind, coupled with thermal imaging scans, allowed Mang Ran to grasp the situation thoroughly. Good heavens, this all is indeed formidable, and the Crocodile Gang possesses immense power to acquire such an arsenal. This three-story nightclub has truly been fortified into a stronghold. Mang Ran retrieved 2 straight knives from the system, crossing them on his back while inspecting his equipment, a handgun, a dagger, and an array of grenades ready for immediate use. "Xiao Bai, initiate the death countdown, 20 minutes. Understood." Meanwhile, the large screen in Times Square began to shift once more. The scrolling death threats ceased and were replaced by a blood-red countdown of 20 minutes. After ensuring his gear was in order, Mang Ran leaped from the building, stealthily approaching the nightclub, where he swiftly dispatched the guards stationed outside. Entering through the front door, he efficiently dealt with several individuals in the corridor. This time, however, it was not done in silence, as he shattered a glass. The sound of the breaking glass drew the attention of the nearby security personnel. At a signal from a small leader, several armed individuals cautiously advanced toward the corridor. The machine guns mounted on the bar and those wielded by gang members were also readied, and the atmosphere grew tense. While everyone's focus was directed at the entrance, Mang Ran emerged silently from a corner vent, landing softly on the ground. Reluctant to disrupt the fragile tranquility, he deftly produced 4 explosive grenades, tossing 2 towards the bar where the heavy machine gun was stationed, while the other 2 were hurled into the air. The airborne grenades collided and then veered apart, landing on the ground. Hearing the noise, the gang members turned toward the source of the sound, only to be met with the ferocity of an explosion. Shrapnel erupted in all directions, and in an instant, nearly everyone on the first floor collapsed, with only a few managing to escape due to timely reflexes or the presence of cover. The moment Mang Ran released the grenades, he flipped over a table to shield himself. However, he still felt a twinge of discomfort during the explosion. Mang Ran could sense the venom wailing. Despite undergoing significant evolution through this period of possession, it had grown considerably stronger than at the outset. Yet, the noise and flames remained its inherent adversaries. Etched into its very genes, it appeared that he would need to devise a method to enhance Venom's resilience in the future. With so many adversaries and heavy weaponry, Mang Ran would have encountered considerable trouble had he not utilized grenades, potentially sustaining injuries. As the explosion subsided, Mang Ran immediately rolled to his feet, drawing his handgun to target those who had survived the blast. Bang, bang, bang. After a few shots, the entire first floor was devoid of life, save for Mang Ran. The individuals on the upper floors, hearing the explosions and gunfire from below, began to feel a sense of unease. On the third floor, all observed the comm surveillance screens before him, and upon hearing the gunfire below, he suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. Before him, the surveillance footage was unchanged. No intruders had breached the premises, and everyone was diligently patrolling, exhibiting no signs of unusual activity. However, the intense gunfire emanating from below clearly indicated that tranquility was but an illusion, revealing an issue with their monitoring system. Long before Mang Ran instructed Xiao Bai to initiate the countdown, the surveillance had already fallen under Xiao Bai's control. Damn it, he is not alone, someone is assisting him. Wu Er cursed under his breath. The inability to witness the actual situation downstairs left him feeling perturbed. Soon, the gunfire ceased, plunging the area into silence. Yet, no one ascended to report the circumstances. Could it be that the first floor was deserted? That was inconceivable. Scar, take a few men and investigate the second floor. Wu Er commanded, his agitation evident as he turned to Scar beside him. Understood. Scar acknowledged the order, leading a few men to open the heavy bulletproof door and venture to the second floor. Upon arrival, they remained vigilant. Scar spoke into the intercom. Boss, the second floor is secure. We are currently on alert. Hearing Scar's report, Wu Er felt a slight sense of relief. Then maintain your watch downstairs. If that fiend is still alive, deal with him on the second floor. Do you understand? Understood. Scar put away the intercom, gestured for a few others to approach the staircase and assess the situation. Several men, weapons drawn, cautiously advanced. Upon reaching the staircase, they signaled that it was safe and proceeded downward. As they descended, they were met with a scene of utter chaos. The guards who had been stationed on the first floor lay sprawled in disarray. Alarmed, the group reached for their intercoms to report the situation. In an instant, several tendrils sprang forth from the shadows, ensnaring their necks, rendering them incapable of uttering a sound. The leader's intercom slipped from his grasp, falling to the ground after a futile struggle. After snapping the necks of the intruders, Mang Ran laid their bodies to rest, without a sound. Having completed his task, he stepped back, merging seamlessly with the darkness. Scar, witnessing the silence that followed the descent of his men, seized the intercom to call out. Regrettably, despite repeated attempts, no one responded. An inexplicable chill enveloped the hearts of those on the second floor, a sense of dread settling in. The staircase corridor, devoid of light, resembled the gaping maw of an abyss, mercilessly consuming those who ventured into its depths. Just as anxiety gripped everyone, the sound of shattering glass from the second floor window, accompanied by the thud of several objects hitting the ground, echoed ominously. In the next moment, dense smoke erupted alongside a deafening explosion. A considerable number of individuals on the second floor collapsed, a diversionary tactic executed with precision. As the window shattered, Mang Ran rolled in from outside, taking cover behind a pillar, swiftly dispatching the 2 guards by the window. The smoke thickened, and the fierce gunfire erupted anew. Those guards on the second floor who had not yet fallen began to cough and raise their weapons, unleashing a hail of bullets towards the window. Scar, too, pushed aside the lifeless body that had fallen upon him and staggered to his feet. Although the majority of the shrapnel had struck the guards beside him, a shard still grazed his calf. Scarface picked up the nearby machine gun, angrily shouting as he unleashed his fury with the weapon in hand. Meanwhile, Mang Ran navigated the hail of bullets with remarkable agility, gliding along the wall as he silently reaped lives with his dagger. In no time, he had circled to the rear of the group. During this brief interlude, the cacophony of gunfire had diminished by half, as Mang Ran stealthily eliminated foes in his path. Positioned behind them, Mang Ran sheathed his blades and drew his pistol. Bang, 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 bang. With his right hand, he pressed the gun against Scarface's neck. His left hand swiftly pulled the trigger, leaving only two individuals standing on the second floor. Scarface felt the chilling sensation at the back of his head and swallowed hard, trembling as he dropped his weapon and raised his hands in surrender. Mang Ran was somewhat surprised by Scarface's compliance. He hadn't even spoken yet, and the young man was already amenable. Mang Ran aimed the gun and coldly commanded, "Turn around slowly." Scarface, slightly trembling, obediently turned to face Mang Ran. As he turned, Scarface's heart tightened, and his throat grew dry with anxiety. Before him stood a figure of unspeakable evil and darkness, a sculpted form radiating explosive power. Shrouded in a black battle suit that exuded an unsettling aura. Beneath the dark hood, a pair of pale, elongated eyes glimmered with a terrifying light. As he gazed, a gaping maw filled with sharp teeth opened beneath those eyes, and a serpent-like tongue slithered out, moistening the edges of the mouth with a viscous drool that splattered onto Scarface's face. Mang Ran had never been fond of revealing his mouth. He usually donned his venom suit to display only his eyes. However, considering the night's judgment, he decided to sacrifice a degree of charm to amplify the horror and fear. "Ah, looking at your face full of stories, I can tell you are a minor leader worth a name, am I right?" The toothy grin indeed emitted a chilling sound, akin to the call of a malevolent spirit, sharp and spine-tingling. Scarface's legs weakened, and he stammered in response, "Yes, yes." His initial compliance in dropping the gun and turning around was intended to lower Mang Ran's guard, hoping to seize an opportunity for a counterattack. Believing his skills could turn the tide. After all, Mr. Yule had shown him great kindness, rescuing him from the slums and providing him with his current life and status. He felt a deep obligation to repay Mr. Yule. Yet, all his plans and strategies crumbled the instant he faced this monstrous terror. Before such a horrifying creature, Scarface found no spark of rebellion rising within him. This was not merely a masked street hero claiming to be a demon. He was the embodiment of evil itself. Mang Ran was pleased with Scarface's response, confirming his discerning judgment. The scarlet tongue licked Scarface's cheek, leaving a trail of sticky saliva. Scar gazed into the gaping abyss before him, feeling the warm, humid breath wash over him and the damp tongue brush against his cheek. His entire body felt drained of strength, leaving him weak and trembling. "Then allow me to borrow this body of yours. Consider it a final act of resourcefulness in your existence," Mang Ran rasped, uttering words that rendered Scar utterly limp upon the ground. With that, a thick, dark, soft tentacle slithered into Scar's mouth, which was quivering and retreating on the floor. Chapter 15. The Battle, Part 2, on the third floor. Yule felt a slight sense of relief upon hearing Scar's voice over the intercom. However, after a brief moment of silence, the sudden eruption of explosions and gunfire jolted him back to tension. Yule had weathered many storms, yet the feeling of losing control from the very beginning of the night unsettled him deeply. He lit a cigar, hoping to alleviate his anxiety through the smoke. The rich aroma of tobacco quickly enveloped the cramped third floor, devoid of windows, which served as a safe house. The door and surrounding walls were reinforced with alloy, impervious even to a rocket launcher's assault. A secret elevator nestled in the corner of the room offered an escape route to the rooftop, from where a helicopter could facilitate their flight to safety. Exhaling a thick plume of smoke, Yule squinted, his thoughts drifting to the gruesome fate of Bill. Although he had only seen photographs, the scent of blood seemed to emanate from them, overwhelming him. Yule was familiar with such tortures. He had once conversed with a Chinese merchant who recounted the torturous methods from Chinese history. Two particularly stark examples lingered in his memory. One involved pouring boiling water over a prisoner and systematically scraping off their flesh with a wire brush, while the other, known as Ling Chi, entailed ensnaring a prisoner in a fishnet and methodically slicing away at their flesh, ensuring they remained alive until reduced to a mere skeleton. The image of Bill's demise echoed the latter, haunting Yule's mind with a vision of a skull stripped of flesh. As Yule's thoughts spiraled, the gunfire from downstairs abruptly ceased, tightening his chest with apprehension about the outcome. He snatched the intercom, urgently calling out, "Hello, Scar, what is the result?" After his call, silence ensued, leaving Yule in a state of despair as the Raven offered no reply. Just as he began to contemplate his next move, the intercom emitted a crackling sound, followed by a voice. "Hiss, boss. The enemy has been dealt with. Hiss. I repeat, the enemy has been neutralized. Hiss." Yule's tense heart suddenly relaxed. At last, this troublesome matter had been resolved. Suppressing his elation, he spoke into the intercom with vigor. "Well done, Scar. Bring that wretched corpse up here. I wish to see what manner of being he truly was." Before long, a knocking sound echoed, and the guard at the door confirmed their identity through a specialized observation hole before opening the door. As the door swung open, Scar entered, dragging a lifeless body clad in a black combat suit and shrouded in a dark hood. He unceremoniously cast the corpse onto the ground and spoke in a grave tone. "Boss, the body of the malevolent spirit is here. It proved to be a formidable adversary, and we incurred significant sacrifices to vanquish it." A sinister smile crept across the ghastly visage of Wu as he approached the corpse, reassuring Scar, "You have done remarkably well. Rest assured, I will not neglect our fallen brothers. And for you, the living heroes, I shall bestow ample rewards." He patted Scar on the shoulder in a gesture of encouragement. Kneeling beside the corpse, Wu attempted to unveil the true face of the malevolent spirit while inquiring, "Scar, your contributions are unparalleled. What kind of reward do you desire? A house? A luxury car? A beautiful woman? Or perhaps a substantial sum of money? Speak, and I shall ensure your satisfaction. Just as Wu Er's hand grazed the hood, he was startled by several piercing sounds from above. Simultaneously, a pair of ghastly white eyes illuminated the darkness within the hood, and a raspy voice emerged from the corpse's lips. I believe your head would make a splendid reward, don't you think, Mr. Wu Er? Wu Er was taken aback, collapsing onto the ground, and in that moment, he noticed Scar's alarming transformation. The man who had just spoken now hung his head low, while dozens of tentacles erupted from his form, pinning the others in the room to the walls, each strike lethal and precise. The malevolent spirit's corpse, no, the malevolent spirit itself, rose to its feet, retracting Scar's tentacles. From Scar's body oozed a viscous black liquid, which the malevolent spirit reached for, absorbing it into its own being. Wu Er observed as the spirit seemed to swell slightly, a gaping maw filled with razor-sharp teeth splitting open beneath its wicked eyes, a crimson tongue lolling out, dripping thick saliva onto the floor. Wu Er gazed upon Mang Ran, as if he were a demon just clawing his way out of hell. Mang Ran looked at Wu Er, who trembled, his quaking legs attempting to distance themselves from him. A profound sense of satisfaction welled within Mang Ran. Indeed, this was the desired effect. Witnessing Wu Er's terror confirmed that Mang Ran's sacrifice of a handsome demeanor was justified. He aimed to instill the deepest fear in his enemies, causing these wretched criminals to tremble in dread. With a sinister grin, Mang Ran remarked, Mr. Wu Er, what do you think of my earlier suggestion? Using your head as a reward, I would craft a fine goblet from your skull. As he spoke, Mang Ran swiftly approached Wu Er, seizing his head and lifting him. Listening to Mang Ran's terrifying words, coupled with his raspy, chilling voice, Wu Er felt as though he were plunging into an icy abyss. Mang Ran's powerful grip tightened, and Wu Er instantly felt as though his skull might shatter, the excruciating pain causing tears to spill uncontrollably. In a desperate plea, Wu Er cried out, Mr. Malevolent Spirit, Mr. Malevolent Spirit, forgive me, spare me. Listening to the piercing wails, Mang Ran felt a surge of irritation and instinctively increased his grip, amplifying Yuer's cries of anguish. Disgusted, he cast Yuer aside and sternly declared, isn't it a tad too late to plead for mercy, Yuer? Yuer, slumped against the wall, cried out in despair, I have money. I possess a vast fortune. Mr. Demon, if you spare my life, I shall give you everything. Intrigued by the proposition, Mang Ran settled into a chair, lit one of Yuer's cigars, and exhaled a cloud of smoke, inquiring, oh, how much are you willing to pay for your life? Seeing a glimmer of hope, Yuer eagerly responded, I have 20 million, along with other assets. Cars, houses, I shall give you all if you spare me. Mang Ran exhaled another plume of smoke, coldly stating, transfer the funds now. One hand delivers cash, the other delivers your life. Yuer immediately sat up, frantically operating his computer. Mr. Demon, what is your account number? An ugly smile stretched across his face as he groveled. Mang Ran replied, Xiao Bai, accept the transfer. Ensure the funds are clean upon reaching my account. Received, came Xiao Bai's electronic voice from the computer. Yuer was left dumbfounded by Mang Ran's actions. Gazing into the darkness beneath Mang Ran's hood, he could only discern the terrifying eyes and the flickering red tip of a cigarette. May I leave now, Mr. Demon? Yuer asked cautiously. Mang Ran set down the cigar and inquired, Xiao Bai, how much time remains in the countdown? 1 minute and 30 seconds, Xiao Bai replied. The electronic screen in the room displayed a death countdown akin to that of Times Square, with 1 minute and 30 seconds left. Observing the timer, Mang Ran addressed Yuer. You have 1 minute and 25 seconds to embark on your journey. As Yuer watched the countdown, the realization struck him, and driven by fear, he begged Mang Ran with reckless abandon, willing to expend his entire fortune for a sliver of hope. Yet, Mang Ran extinguished that flicker of hope, or rather, he had never intended to grant him mercy from the outset. Yuer, fixated on the dwindling time, gazed at Mang Ran, who sat there like the Grim Reaper. He collapsed to the ground, as if all strength had been drained from his body. Suddenly, Yuer seized the handgun that had fallen on the floor and aimed it at his own head. Mang Ran kicked him away, causing the weapon to tumble to the ground. Grasping Yuer by the throat, Mang Ran pinned him against the wall and unleashed a terrifying roar. The humid breath and chilling voice struck Yuer's face as Mang Ran bellowed. I decide when you die. This is my judgment upon you. This is the judgment of the demon, the criminal Yuer. Since you desire death so fervently, I shall allow you to relish it. With that, Mang Ran's grip on Yuer's hand manifested countless strands of black silk, which invaded Yuer's eyes, ears, and mouth. With 30 seconds remaining, Mang Ran manipulated Yuer's mind with venom, subjecting him to excruciating torment, forcing him to repent amid suffering and terror. Yuer trembled against the wall, the countdown inching ever closer to 0. Finally, at the moment the timer struck 0, Yuer's trembling ceased. The electronic screens of Times Square and those within the confines of the room simultaneously reset, transforming into a blood-red proclamation. Judgment concluded. Criminal Yule, the malevolent spirit shall adjudicate your sins. Within the dimly lit chamber, the only illumination emanated from the crimson letters, casting an eerie glow upon Yule, who was affixed to the wall, blood streaming from his 7 orifices. The ghastly graffiti on the wall grinned, seemingly mocking an unseen target. The malevolent spirit had vanished, melding into the profound darkness of the night. Chapter 16. Fiery debate. When Mang Ran displayed a death threat on the colossal screen in Times Square, it ignited an uproar. As the 20-minute countdown commenced, it further heightened the collective anxiety, sparking fervent discussions online. Meanwhile, within the precinct of the New York Police Department, officials exerted pressure on George, deeming such audacity a blatant affront to governmental authority. They demanded immediate action to apprehend the audacious malevolent spirit. George could easily surmise that this was the work of the Crocodile Gang, leveraging connections with various officials to expedite the resolution of this incident, preferably by bringing the masked jester to justice. It was indeed ironic that a masked figure resorted to extrajudicial measures to punish wrongdoing, while the government, a supposed bastion of justice, appeared to be safeguarding the criminals. George mobilized the entire police apparatus, determined to locate Yule and Mang Ran. Yet, regrettably, as the countdown neared its conclusion, they remained oblivious to the whereabouts of the two. Just as despair loomed over the precinct, the countdown culminated in a series of blood-red letters. Judgment concluded. Criminal Yule, the malevolent spirit shall adjudicate your sins. Following the display of text, a set of coordinates was revealed. Upon seeing the coordinates on the screen, realization struck everyone. In a flurry, George hastily contacted individuals in the nearby districts, vociferously instructing, immediately proceed to this location and ensure the site is secured upon arrival. We must not allow the media to exploit this situation. After ending the call, George inwardly cursed. This damned malevolent spirit. Why must he be so ostentatious? Could he not simply communicate with the police department directly? Meanwhile, on the rooftop, Mang Ran sneezed, nearly losing his balance. Rubbing his nose, he pondered, who is invoking my name in spirit? Surely Peter is not berating me for my tardiness. Mang Ran had arranged to play games with Peter that evening. Earlier in the day, he had mentioned a trip to procure some items, but in truth, he had ventured out to deal with Yule's affairs. Recollecting his purpose, Mang Ran continued toward the designated parking area, driving his small black car. He made a detour to Chinatown to purchase some gifts and snacks before heading to Peter's residence. Upon arriving, he rang the doorbell, the crisp chime resonating. Approaching footsteps heralded Uncle Ben, who greeted Mang Ran with a warm smile. Come in, dear boy. May was just telling me how long you were taking. Uncle Ben chuckled, ushering Mang Ran inside. Hello, Aunt May. I brought some unique gifts and treats from Chinatown. I hope you all enjoy them. I apologize for the disturbance this evening. As Mang Ran spoke, he gently placed the items he held upon the table. May smiled tenderly and remarked, Oh, dear child, you are truly too considerate. I was quite worried that you had lost your way. I should have come to fetch you. She affectionately ruffled Mang Ran's hair, casting a mildly reproachful glance at Uncle Ben. Both of them had grown fond of Mang Ran, and after several encounters, they found him to be a well-mannered and courteous young boy. May was indeed concerned for Mang Ran. After all, the streets at night were seldom safe, particularly given the recent rumors of a masked figure lurking about. Uncle Ben, also feeling a twinge of guilt, looked at Mang Ran and said, It is my child who has been remiss, for the nighttime streets are often rife with unsavory characters. Hearing their words, Mang Ran felt a warm sensation in his heart, tinged with a hint of guilt for having delayed outside. Bashfully scratching his head, he responded, Actually, I should be the one apologizing for being out a bit too late and causing you concern. Upon hearing this, May gazed at him with even greater warmth, affirming, What a good child you are. Uncle Ben nodded in agreement, his impression of Mang Ran improving further. Meanwhile, Peter, having heard the commotion from upstairs, hurried down. Hey Mang, I've been waiting for you for ages. Come upstairs quickly. I bought a new Lego set and am eager for us to build it together. Mang Ran, seeing Peter's enthusiasm, bid farewell to Aunt May and Uncle Ben before following Peter upstairs. May also instructed them to take some snacks along. Peter excitedly led Mang Ran to his room, shutting the door behind them. He picked up a Lego box, beaming as he presented it to Mang Ran. Tada! This is what I saved my pocket money for ages to buy. Today, we'll assemble it together. Oh, and have you heard? The Phantom made quite a splash tonight. It's all the rage online. Once inside the room, Peter's chatty nature emerged as he animatedly shared various thoughts with Mang Ran. Mang Ran listened with a smile, feeling the sincerity of Peter's friendship, which brought him immense joy, despite Peter's loquaciousness. The two began discussing the Phantom. Since the Phantom's emergence online, Peter had been following developments closely. In fact, the youth of New York were all abuzz about it. Initially, discussions revolved around sightings of the Phantom or accounts from those who had received help from him. However, as Mang Ran's interventions increased, a forum dedicated to the Phantom was established, a space for enthusiasts to converse about him. The recent exposure of Bill's case, along with the nighttime threats against all and the countdown to judgment, had particularly captivated the public's attention. The deluge of coverage and Mang Ran's audacious actions had significantly boosted his visibility, as evidenced by the surging points he had accrued. What do you think of the Phantom's actions, Peter? I noticed he directly killed those criminals, Mang Ran inquired. Peter pondered for a moment before responding, I saw that too. To be honest, when I first encountered that news, I found it hard to believe and comprehend, as the Phantom had never resorted to killing in his fight against crime until now. Initially, I believed there must have been a misunderstanding. Then, I pondered the motivations behind the demon's actions, and ultimately, when I discerned the connection between Mia's case and Bill's, I began to grasp his perspective. Peter glanced at the wallpaper on his computer, which displayed a candid photograph of the demon. Though slightly blurred, it still could not obscure his striking presence. Peter remarked, While I maintain that taking a life is unjustifiable, I can empathize with the demon, so long as he does not indiscriminately slay the innocent. He shall forever remain a hero in my eyes. Mang Ran, observing Peter's sincerity, felt a swell of pride. Indeed, he was a true brother. In the future, I shall surely seize the opportunity to have you sign something as the demon. Indeed, being a masked hero is not about seeking fame. It is about steadfastly upholding one's inner sense of justice. There will always be those who fail to comprehend. Yet there will also be individuals like Peter who stand in support. Initially, Mang Ran merely sought to fulfill a childhood dream of being a superhero, much like the characters he had seen in films during his past life, not grasping the weight of the term hero. Eventually, he came to understand the profound responsibility that accompanied such power, paying a steep price. The life of an innocent girl would forever remain a sorrowful burden in Mang Ran's heart. He would carry this cost with unwavering resolve, continuing onward. After conversing with Peter for a while, the two began assembling Lego pieces. Watching Peter's deft hands at work, Mang Ran couldn't help but admire him, exclaiming, "You truly live up to your title of the nerdy Spider-Man." Suddenly inspired, Mang Ran inquired, "By the way, Peter, how are things with Mary Jane?" In Chapter 17, emotional mentor, Peter, engrossed in his Lego building, nearly faltered at Mang Ran's question, almost toppling the carefully constructed section. With a hint of shyness, Peter responded, "It's going well. We've been chatting. A few days ago, she mentioned you and Gwen had spent a day out, expressing that she hasn't gone out in quite some time." Mang Ran quickly pressed, "And how did you reply?" Peter recounted, "I told her I hadn't been out in a while either, mentioning that the Science Museum had new exhibits I haven't yet seen." Mang Ran pressed further, "And then?" Peter scratched his head, saying, "Then she said she was a bit tired, and we said goodnight." Mang Ran sighed, face palming in exasperation. "You truly have the finesse of a sparrow pecking at a bull's rear. Such a clumsy approach." Peter, puzzled by Mang Ran's idiom, replied, "What are you saying? I don't quite understand Chinese. What does sparrow mean, and what about the bull?" Mang Ran chuckled, "Oh, it's nothing, just a bird and a body part." As Peter seemed inclined to inquire further, Mang Ran swiftly interjected, imparting wisdom on how to engage with and befriend girls, as well as facilitate deeper conversations. Mang Ran advised, "Mary Jane's intent is to spend time with you, do you understand? But being a girl, she wishes for you to make the first move. You should be a bit more proactive, comprehend? You must approach her like this, then do that, and then proceed in this manner. Do you get it?" Under Mang Ran's persistent guidance, Peter's eyes lit up in realization. "Oh, so that's how it is. I understand now." Mang Ran nodded with a sense of relief, understanding that it was indeed a suitable moment to engage in a heartfelt conversation while nestled comfortably in bed, as it was already past 9 o'clock. "Remember to reveal a different facet of yourself, but not excessively. Maintain an air of mystery," he advised. They should discuss life and aspirations, eventually elevating their emotional connection to a point of resonance. Ultimately, he suggested inviting her out for an outing, as his car would be available for the occasion. "Tomorrow, you shall drive to pick her up, and do remember to showcase your admirable character and qualities." Peter nodded incessantly, like a chick pecking at grains, occasionally emitting sounds of enlightenment, which greatly gratified Mang Ran, who was imparting wisdom to him. After patting Peter's leg, Mang Ran urged him, "Hurry now. Time is of the essence." Upon hearing this, Peter stood to retrieve his phone, preparing to chat with Mary Jane, but after taking a single step, he hesitated and returned. "But what about Lego?" he inquired. Mang Ran, feeling exasperated, exclaimed, "At such a time, you're still thinking about Lego. Go chat with your lovely girlfriend. Surely she is far more entertaining than any toy." Honestly, Peter chuckled, "You make a fair point," and then proceeded to reach out to Mary Jane. Observing Peter's goofy grin while chatting, Mang Ran thought to himself, "Ah, it seems there is still hope for him. Goodness." Looking at Peter, who was lost in laughter, Mang Ran took out his own phone, intending to converse with Gwen and see when their friendship might deepen. "Hello, my dear girl from Sichuan. Have you had a taste of the special spicy sauce I prepared? How does it fare?" After their previous meal, Mang Ran had affectionately nicknamed Gwen this way. Initially perplexed, Gwen later found the moniker amusing after Mang Ran's explanation, and she accepted it. Gwen quickly replied, "It tastes wonderful. My mother also said it was delicious. But I think it could be a tad spicier." Mang Ran felt slightly embarrassed, unsure if a tad meant a little or a lot. "Then I shall prepare a spicier batch for you in due time." "Yes, please," Gwen responded with delight. They continued to chat about mundane matters until Gwen expressed her concern, saying, "My father is quite busy today. He left this morning and hasn't returned yet." Mang Ran inquired, "Is it due to the evil spirit?" "Indeed," Gwen replied. "The news today is all about the evil spirit. My father is preoccupied with that." Previously, Gwen and Mang Ran had discussed the evil spirit when he was still perceived as a masked vigilante, a noble figure roaming the streets. Therefore, the recent news had a far more profound impact on those who were already aware of the evil spirit than on those who learned about him today. People can accept a friendly neighbor acting heroically, but they struggle to reconcile with the notion of a criminal being judged by that neighbor. However, for Mang Ran, the opinions of others held little significance. What mattered was steadfast adherence to his own sense of justice, to prevent further tragedies from unfolding before his eyes. With the conversation having reached this point, Mang Ran decided to directly ask Gwen, "What are your thoughts on the evil spirit now? I recall you seemed rather fond of him before. I've seen many people condemning him today, labeling him a terrorist and a murderer." Mang Ran sent the message, awaiting Gwen's response, feeling a hint of nervousness. Self-reproach is indeed an uncomfortable experience. Mang Ran pondered, wondering what Gwen might think if she shared the same sentiment. Would that mean the end of his relationship? Oh, how disheartening. Ding dong. His phone chimed, interrupting his ruminations. It was a message from Gwen. I believe the opinions of others are rather excessive. After all, the demon is merely judging the wicked, not indiscriminately slaughtering the innocent. While I still think it would be best left to the law, I can understand him. However, should I ever encounter him, I would certainly give him a piece of my mind for my father's sake. The last line was accompanied by a playful emoji depicting a kick. A smile crept across Mang Ran's face as he read Gwen's message. Although he professed indifference to the views of others, he could not entirely disregard the perceptions of those he cared about. Thankfully, no melodramatic scenario had unfolded. With Gwen's response, Mang Ran felt a weight lift from his heart and began to re-engage. Their conversation blossomed, drawing them closer together. In Peter's room, both he and Mang Ran held their phones, their faces alight with mirth, occasionally erupting into fits of laughter. Such is the essence of youth. Meanwhile, at the New York Police Department, George sat at his desk, persistently massaging his temples. A day's labor had left him utterly exhausted, and he sensed his hair thinning further. The situation had reached a conclusion. He had sealed off the crime scene of Yuer's demise and would provide an official statement tomorrow. His feelings towards the demon were profoundly complex. He knew Yuer well and had interacted with him on numerous occasions. 8 years prior, he had even contributed to an operation that nearly apprehended Yuer, yet the latter had evaded capture, with Bill taking the fall for him. The officers involved had felt immense frustration at this outcome, yet they were powerless in the face of such circumstances. Thus, upon hearing of Yuer's death at the hands of the demon, George's emotions were tumultuous. As a police officer and the chief, he was duty-bound to uphold the law and defend its sanctity. Yet, set aside that identity, he found no fault in the demon's actions. He understood all too well the depravity of those guilty individuals and the bitterness he felt each time they escaped justice. Once upon a time, he had fantasized about wielding great power to bring these wretched souls to justice. But alas, dreams are but ephemeral illusions, dissipating upon waking. "Oh, demon," George murmured as he stepped out of the precinct, realizing the hour was late and it was time to return home. In a luxurious villa, a bald man sat in a leather chair, engrossed in news reports regarding Yuer's trial. He was Bob, the leader of the crocodile gang. And as he absorbed the news of Yuer's death, his brow furrowed in concern. He reached beneath the table, gripping his own hair tightly, controlling his breathing. With a release of tension, he emitted a suppressed groan, the alleviation of stress easing his furrowed brow somewhat. The woman at his side stood up and staggered slightly as she retreated. Bob picked up the cigar from the table and lit it, deep in silent contemplation. The demon, a strange figure that had suddenly emerged, was a source of intrigue. Bob had called Yuer to apply pressure, urging him to resolve the matter swiftly to avoid any impact on their business. His focus had always been on the expedience of problem solving. Now, however, the resolution was swift. But it was Yuer who had been dealt with, a turn of events Bob had never anticipated. This revelation caused him to reconsider his earlier dismissiveness towards the demon. He picked up the phone to investigate everything regarding the demon, urging for rapid results. He instructed his close associates to regard Yuer's territory as temporarily under his jurisdiction, postponing any discussions about ownership until later. Given the current precarious situation, he advised them to maintain a low profile. Lastly, he reached out to the newspaper, allowing them to deliberate on any coverage about their gang. Should they have objections, he instructed them to have the Crow visit in person. As he mulled over the situation, he issued commands one by one over the phone. After a while, he set down the receiver and approached the floor-to-ceiling window. Gazing out into the night, he took a puff from his cigar. "Demon, let me see what you truly are," he mused. Beneath the same night sky, different individuals pondered various matters. The long night stretched on, and sleep was far from their minds. Chapter 18. The Phantom Spiders. Several days had passed since Yuer's judgment, marking yet another Thursday. Perhaps the crocodile gang had exerted themselves excessively, as the newspapers gradually shifted their focus elsewhere, restoring a semblance of calm. After being given a thorough lesson by Mang Ran that night, Peter finally had an epiphany. The following day, he took Mang Ran's little black car and spent a delightful day with Mary Jane. As a good friend, Mang Ran thoughtfully recommended several ideal date spots based on his own experiences. He also cautioned Peter vehemently against taking Mary Jane to places that reflected his own interests, like a science museum. Peter temporarily set aside his inner nerd and technical inclinations. He did not disappoint Mang Ran. The date proceeded smoothly, and their relationship flourished. If only Peter could exchange the dinosaur egg fossil toy he gifted Mary Jane for something else, the date would have been utterly perfect. At this rate, by the end of the semester around Christmas, the two friends could bid farewell to their single status and embark on a new chapter in life. An exhilarating prospect indeed. After dinner, Mang Ran spent some time chatting with his parents before retreating to his room to converse with Peter and connect with Gwen. As the night deepened, he flipped the sign on his door to indicate he was asleep, a keepsake from his date with Gwen, with each of them having one. He locked the door, a habit known to Zhao Li and Manhwa, who understood that there was no need to disturb Mang Ran's slumber at night. Opening the window, Mang Ran, clad in his battle attire, took to the night, ready to clock in for another day. The fight against crime in New York City must persist. Despite the cautionary tales exemplified by Bill and Yuer, there would always be those reckless enough to tempt fate. Thus, Mang Ran committed himself to his duty. Mang Ran traversed the buildings with remarkable speed, while Xiaobai assisted in scanning the streets for any audacious little thieves seeking trouble. To his dismay, there were indeed individuals brazen enough to wield firearms for robbery. As he conversed with Xiaobai, he swiftly made his way towards the assailant. Some may wonder how one could engage in conversation with artificial intelligence, yet such interactions are indeed possible. Much like the current scenario where Tony Stark might be lounging on the bed of a beautiful woman. Truth be told, ever since Xiao Bai came into his life, Mang Ran found a newfound joy in his night shifts, perhaps highlighting the significance of a good comedic partner. "Hand over your money, you wretched old woman," exclaimed a scruffy-haired white man, brandishing a gun at a woman before him. "If you don't comply, I'll shoot you dead." The woman, rummaging through her purse and lamenting her ill fortune, was incensed upon hearing herself referred to as an old hag. With a surge of anger, she snapped her handbag shut and struck the robber on the head. "Who are you calling an old woman? I'm only 40, much younger than your mother." "You impertinent fool." The robber, taken aback by the woman's sudden defiance, was momentarily stunned, only to be struck in the face by the handbag. Feeling a sharp pain in his nose, he reached up to discover he was bleeding. After a few strikes that quelled her anger, the woman realized the precarious situation she was in. Observing the dazed robber, she sensed an opportunity and attempted to flee. However, the robber, regaining his composure, was filled with rage as he seized the woman's bag and pointed his gun at her, who had fallen to the ground. "You had a chance to live, but now you've chosen your fate," he sneered, wiping the blood from his nose. Just as he prepared to pull the trigger, Mang Ran leaped down from the rooftop, intervening between the fallen man and the seated woman. "Robber, you have committed a grave error. How dare you show such disrespect towards a lady's age? A woman's age is indeed a mystery. Keep this lesson close to your heart, for it may very well be the last you learn." Mang Ran paid no mind to the crumpled robber, instead extending his hand to help the woman to her feet. "Madam, the matter has been resolved. It would be wise for you to return home. It's best to avoid venturing out at night." Listening to Mang Ran's gravelly voice, the woman felt no fear. Rather, she patted his shoulder and said, "You must be a ghost. I saw the news a few days ago. Splendid work. Those criminals deserve their fate. Don't heed what people say online. They simply do not understand." With fervent praise, she turned and continued on her way home. Mang Ran scratched his head, expecting her to say more, yet he found himself shy under her compliments, despite their truth. It appeared that the lady had her own tales to tell, he mused. Turning back to the still cowering robber against the wall, Mang Ran flashed a broad grin and stuck out his tongue. The robber leaned against the wall, just regaining his composure when he suddenly lifted his head to behold Mang Ran's face, which sent him into a terrified scream as he desperately recoiled. Mang Ran observed the robber, who appeared as if he might burrow through the wall in his fear, and coldly remarked, "Well then, it seems it's time to send you on your way." Without heeding the robber's pitiful pleas, he prepared to place his hand upon the man's head, intending to crush it. For criminals, Mang Ran never hesitated to employ the most brutal methods to deliver them to their fate. Suddenly, a white thread shot out from the side, ensnaring Mang Ran's wrist. The thread tightened abruptly, yanking his hand away from the robber's head. "Hey, I believe it's better to escort him to the police station. Don't you think, Mr. Demon?" A melodious female voice emerged from the shadows of the alley. Mang Ran turned to look, and a pair of white eyes glimmered in the darkness. Unlike Mang Ran's sinister, elongated gaze, these eyes possessed an exquisite beauty. Then, a slender figure leaped down from the wall, stepping forth from the shadows. Clad in a form-fitting black and white suit that accentuated her curvaceous form, she wore a hood, albeit white. The suit was divided into two colors at the waist, white on the upper half and black on the lower, interspersed with pink lines, notably on the inside of the hood and around the eyes. In stark contrast to Mang Ran's terrifying appearance, this woman exuded a vibrant charm, her alluring figure further highlighted by the tight attire. Mang Ran closed his gaping mouth and resumed his usual suave demeanor. With a swift motion of his left hand, he transformed it into a blade, slicing through the white thread that ensnared his right wrist. As he gazed at the emerging woman, a sense of familiarity washed over him. Though he couldn't quite place her identity, as nearly 2 decades of existence in this world had dulled his recollection of past lives. Mang Ran spoke coldly. "While I generally maintain the courtesy due to ladies, it does not imply that you possess the right to interfere with my judgment." The spider woman gently touched her head and replied, "I apologize, Mr. Demon. I do not intend to intrude. I merely thought that might be a better course of action. If you find it bothersome, I could assist you by binding him and delivering him to the police." Mang Ran narrowed his eyes, observing the woman's seemingly perplexed demeanor, and found himself at a loss for words. She resembled a novice, hesitant before a senior yet eager to express her opinion. This woman was not to be underestimated. He mused. Just moments ago, Mang Ran had not sensed her presence nearby, which posed a significant concern. Given his current perception and the detection capabilities of Xiao Bai, few could stealthily approach him so closely. Mang Ran pondered how the woman had arrived unnoticed and how her sudden voice had startled him. Furthermore, his own foolish expression had likely been witnessed, which left him speechless. "Though your suggestion is commendable and your demeanor sincere," he stated, "I must decline. Allow me to caution you. If you wish to avoid nightmares tonight, it would be prudent to depart now." With that, he dismissed her and returned to his judgment. As soon as Mang Ran extended his hand, another strand of spider silk shot forth, ensnaring his arm. "Apologies, Mr. Demon, but I must insist on making one more attempt." The spider woman tugged at the silk, pulling on Mang Ran's arm. "And allow me to introduce myself. I am known as the Phantom Spider, though you may call me simply Ghost, Mr. Demon." Chapter 19. A lesson for the Phantom. Listening to the woman's words and observing the silk wrapping around his hand yet again, Mang Ran replied coldly, "Well then, Ghost. You have once more interrupted my judgment. my patience is wearing thin. If you persist in grasping my wrist, I cannot guarantee that I want to show you a glimpse of my true colors. Perhaps you might not comprehend the notion of minding your own affairs. I shall give you 3 seconds. 3, 2. It seemed counting was unnecessary. Mang Ran gazed at the unyielding ghost before him. In the next instant, he vanished from sight. Startled, the ghost had yet to react when a warning sign flashed in her mind, what she referred to as her phantom warning, akin to spider sense. Instinctively, she crouched down, just as a whooshing sound sliced through the air above her head. Clearly, had she not ducked in time, that kick would have struck her squarely, with enough force to pin her against the wall, rendering her unconscious despite her formidable physique. Oh, quite the quick reflexes you possess, intriguing indeed. Mang Ran remarked with a mocking tone, his raspy voice adding an oddity to his praise as he observed the ghost evade his kick effortlessly. Anger welled up within the ghost as she regarded Mang Ran, his peculiar intonation igniting her fury. With both hands, she unleashed several strands of spider silk in an effort to ensnare him. Mang Ran, however, would not acquiesce to her intentions. It would be laughable if he couldn't dodge such direct attacks. He leapt lightly, narrowly avoiding the silk. In midair, he kicked off the wall, propelling himself towards the ghost. Let us see what you are truly made of, he stated gravely. The two engaged in a fierce struggle, Mang Ran refraining from unleashing his full strength. He sensed that the ghost's combat skills were quite unrefined, lacking a personal rhythm, relying solely on her physical prowess and lightning-fast reflexes to withstand his onslaught. Enough, little ghost, my time for play has dwindled. Mang Ran's hoarse voice rang out as the ghost, laboring to defend against his attacks, was abruptly struck by a tremendous force to her abdomen, sending her crashing into the wall. The searing pain forced her body to hunch over. Leaning against the wall, she gasped for breath, realizing that Mang Ran had not fought at full capacity. Initially, she had believed she could hold her own against him, but it now appeared she had overestimated her abilities. Struggling to prop herself against the wall, she observed Mang Ran approaching the robber, who had fully regained consciousness. Seeing the two locked in combat, he attempted to make a quick escape. Yet, as soon as he moved, Mang Ran appeared before him like a specter, causing him to tumble back onto the ground in fright. Forget it, I shall not squander any more time. Mang Ran gazed down imperiously at the criminal cowering by the wall, extending his hand once more. The specter leaning against the wall, upon witnessing this, unleashed another thread of silk. Whoosh! The silk ensnared Mang Ran's hand once again, but simultaneously, a gunshot rang out. Bang! A gaping wound appeared on the robber's head. His panic and trepidation halted at that very instant. Unknown robber, the malevolent spirit shall judge your sins. Mang Ran rasped coldly. With that, he dipped his hand in the robber's blood and skillfully scrawled a demonic graffiti on the wall. In a mere 10 seconds, a vivid red depiction of a demon materialized upon the surface. If one were to inquire how he was so swift, it was simply due to the familiarity of his craft. The specter observed Mang Ran painting on the wall, somewhat bewildered, pondering why he deviated from the expected script, resorting to a firearm instead. With a swift motion, Mang Ran completed his artwork and abruptly yanked his right hand, pulling the stunned specter towards him. In an instant, the specter found herself enveloped in his embrace. How peculiar. A pair of strong hands grasped her neck, pinning her against the wall. The specter struggled to pry his grip away. Gazing into Mang Ran's face, with his demon-like eyes and an aura of chilling malevolence, she was suddenly engulfed by the same fear experienced by those criminals. Mang Ran looked at the specter, coldly stating, "Little specter, my patience with you is limited. If you wish to combat crime, then so be it. If you dislike killing and prefer to bind them and take them to the police station, that is your prerogative. Do as you wish. As long as you do not engage in criminal acts, I shall not concern myself with you. However, do not interfere with my judgment, understand? I have my own path to traverse, and should you dare to obstruct me again, I shall deal with you as well." With that, Mang Ran released his grip, and the specter collapsed to the ground, leaning against the wall, gasping for breath, coughing intermittently. The specter clutched her neck, saying, "Cough, cough. You wouldn't, Mr. Demon." As Mang Ran turned to leave, he paused, questioning, "What?" The specter gasped a few times and replied, "I said you wouldn't kill me. For I am not a criminal, nor have I committed any heinous acts. Although Mr. Demon does kill, he also possesses his own principles." Upon hearing this, Mang Ran scoffed. "Humph, you may try." He then vanished into the night. The specter leaned against the wall, taking deep breaths. "I will try," she whispered softly. Her brief encounter with Mang Ran had made her acutely aware of her inadequacies. Despite possessing numerous abilities, she was yet unable to wield them effectively, lacking complete control. "Mr. Demon does not recognize me. That cannot be. There have been quite a few news reports about me in recent days." The specter climbed to the rooftop of a tall building, sitting at the edge in contemplation. Could it be that he is an old man, who never ventures online? Just as the specter considered a plausible explanation, she shook her head. No, he had once hacked Times Square. It is impossible for him to be offline. The specter, perplexed, scratched her head and casually removed her hood. As the hood was removed, a delicate and beautiful face emerged, framed by long golden hair that had been casually gathered at the back of her head. A few rebellious strands danced in the wind, brushing against her sky-blue eyes. She tucked the wayward hair behind her ears while tapping the earbuds nestled in her ears. "Mary, what on earth is he really like?" The girl's sweet voice rang out, its youthful tone contrasting starkly with the mature demeanor she had displayed while masked. A slightly reproachful, yet melodious voice echoed through the earbuds. "Gwen, How many times must I remind you to use my codename at times like this? It became clear that the ghost spider was indeed Gwen, and Mary Jane was well aware of this, providing her with some technical support. Gwen quickly lowered the volume, reassuring her. All right, my apologies. Red Rose, I remember. You just called my name too, Gwen pouted in response. Mary was momentarily at a loss for words. I was just a bit upset with you. She huffed. Gwen teased, yes. Red Rose. Mary retorted, humph, at least you know, Ghost. We are a professional team. After a brief pause, Mary added with a hint of concern, but that fiend is indeed rather frightening. I got goosebumps just watching him from behind the screen. Gwen comforted her, saying, Mr. Fiend does that on purpose. It's meant to intimidate those criminals. Did you not notice how terrifying he was before we showed up? But after our arrival, he returned to normal. Mary remarked, you reminded me. That grin was truly horrifying. I might have trouble sleeping tonight. Why don't you come keep me company? Gwen responded with exasperation. That joke isn't funny at all. You do know I sneak out at night, right? I still need to go back and catch up on sleep. Just as she prepared to stand, she inadvertently strained her abdominal injury, gasping in pain. In truth, Mang Ran had already tempered his strength considerably. This punch would only cause discomfort for a few days. He had learned from their encounter that Gwen's physical resilience was extraordinary. Hearing Gwen's cry of agony, Mary expressed her concern. How is your injury? Then, recalling the fiend's brutal attack, Mary cursed, that damned fiend. How could he lay such heavy hands on you? You're not even a criminal. Gwen gently rubbed her abdomen and replied, it's fine, compared to those criminals. This is indeed a relatively minor injury. I'll be fine after a couple of days of rest. With that, Gwen stood up, donned her mask, and, while conversing with Mary, swung her webbing toward home. Meanwhile, Mang Ran dealt with several petty thieves, those who stole items or cars. After giving them a stern lesson, he instructed Xiao Bai to record their information. Should they persist in their misdeeds, he would ensure they faced consequences, breaking legs twice and sending them to meet their maker 3 times. For those whose legs he broke, he would even offer some medical expenses, demonstrating a balance of mercy and severity in his tactics. Thanks to Mang Ran's formidable methods, the crime rate in the area had significantly diminished. After a long day of toil, Mang Ran embarked on his journey home as the clock signaled the end of work. Yet, an inexplicable restlessness enveloped him, leaving him somewhat uneasy during his commute. Upon returning home, he lay on his bed, pondering the cause of his disquiet, but to no avail. Resolved to abandon his thoughts, he settled down, covering himself with a blanket and drifting into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Gwen was inhaling sharply as she tended to her wounds. She recalled Mang Ran's words about the efficacy of Yunnan Bai Yao and hoped it would expedite her recovery. Once she had finished bandaging herself, she too tucked herself under the covers, though the pain occasionally caused her to furrow her lovely brows in her sleep. Chapter 20. A New Friend. Harry. After a refreshing night's sleep, Mang Ran awoke and silenced his alarm. It was Friday, and the weekend awaited him after classes. As he contemplated his plans for the weekend, he went through his morning routine. The situation with Wu Er had been resolved, but now he had to deal with the rest of the crocodile gang. This weekend presented a prime opportunity, though he was uncertain when they would congregate. When he initially devised this plan, Mang Ran had been somewhat naive, assuming the crocodile gang would simply wait for him to confront them. In retrospect, that was rather imprudent. He would need to adopt a more methodical approach, albeit a tedious one, tackling each individual one at a time. How foolish and hasty he had been. Spitting out the foam from his mouth, he descended the stairs for breakfast. After finishing his meal, Mang Ran slung his backpack over his shoulder and pedaled his bicycle towards school. Typically, he preferred cycling as it was convenient and served as a form of exercise. Given his robust health, upon arriving at school, he secured his bicycle and strolled towards the classroom. Hey, Mang, wait for me. Peter called out from behind. Turning around, Mang Ran spotted Peter approaching with a backpack, accompanied by a handsome white man who was slightly less attractive than himself. As Peter drew nearer, he introduced, Mang, this is my friend Harry. He's in our class, but just returned from a stint abroad. Harry, this is Mang, a good friend of mine who just transferred this semester. Listening to Peter's introduction, Mang Ran extended his hand with a smile, saying, hello, I'm Mang Ran. Harry, displaying good manners, reciprocated the gesture and replied with a smile, hi, I'm Harry Osborn. After the introductions, the trio made their way to the classroom together. Initially, Harry felt a tinge of rivalry upon hearing Peter refer to Mang Ran as his good friend. However, as Mang Ran showcased his humor and amiability, any semblance of animosity dissipated. Just a moment, Mang Ran thought, I am quite the social butterfly. Of course, Mang Ran noticed Harry's slight unease, but he brushed it off as a normal reaction. Such feelings were inevitable. After all, Harry had just returned from his travels and was confronted with the reality that his best friend Peter had forged new friendships. It was only natural for him to feel a twinge of jealousy. As they walked and chatted, Peter animatedly remarked to Harry, don't let Mang's gentle demeanor fool you. He can be quite fierce. Do you remember that towering figure, Flesh, who seems rather dim-witted? Harry raised an eyebrow and remarked, of course I remember. Did he bully you again in my absence? Peter replied, certainly not. In fact, that's precisely what I wanted to tell you. Mang Ran gave him quite a lesson. Mang Ran, who was listening nearby, chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. Harry, taken aback, never anticipated that the sunny and polite Mang Ran would unleash a severe reprimand upon Flesh. To be honest, Harry doubted Mang Ran's ability to match the muscle-bound brute. Despite Mang Ran's own impressive physique, Of course, Harry himself could not contend with flesh. The latter refrained from provoking Harry solely due to his family background. Observing Harry's astonishment, Peter eagerly recounted the friendly exchanges between Mang Ran and Flesh, detailing everything from their initial conflict to scheduling a basketball match. He described Mang Ran's breathtaking shooting skills and his thunderous dunks that shattered the backboard. Mang Ran listened with keen interest, as Peter's storytelling prowess was indeed remarkable. Mang Ran mused that it was a pity Peter did not perform stand-up comedy, especially if he were fluent in Chinese. Peter even showed Harry a video online. And though Harry initially thought Peter's account was somewhat exaggerated, he soon found himself impressed. It wasn't that Peter's narration was hyperbolic. The reality was simply captivating. Harry's perception of Mang Ran transformed. This sunny, handsome figure with thick eyebrows and bright eyes was capable of such ferocity. Mang Ran, feeling bashful, scratched his head and smiled. Peter's candid remarks were rather bold, leaving Mang Ran feeling slightly embarrassed. As their conversation continued, they arrived at the classroom, where they parted ways and returned to their respective seats. Mang Ran settled down and noticed Gwen slumped wearily over her desk. Concerned, Mang Ran inquired, "Hey, Gwen, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Gwen turned to him, her expression somewhat reassuring, and replied, "I'm fine, it's just a bit of stomach discomfort." In truth, she was still feeling the lingering pain from her injury the previous day. After speaking, Gwen sat up and took a sip of the drink that Mary had brought for her. Observing Gwen's discomfort, Mang Ran felt puzzled. He glanced at the date and calculated the days. This was not the time for any familial visits. Perplexed, Mang Ran rummaged through his bag and produced a bottle of water, offering it to Gwen. His search was merely a ruse. In reality, he had purchased a bottle of refreshing water from the system store. This water, akin to Hoxiangjingqi, could alleviate various ailments, albeit to a limited extent, as Mang Ran was unaware of the specific symptoms. Gwen accepted the water, gazing at Mang Ran with a hint of confusion. Mang Ran explained, "I'm not entirely sure how to help you, but this water should provide some relief." Gwen, appreciating Mang Ran's thoughtful gesture, opened the bottle and began to drink. Water possesses no distinctive flavor. It is merely ordinary water, though one might notice a hint of sweetness, rendering it quite refreshing and thirst-quenching. After taking a few sips, Gwen was astonished to discover that her stomach discomfort had significantly diminished. "It truly works," Gwen exclaimed, feeling remarkably better. "Thank you, Mang." With that, she flashed a sweet smile at Mang Ran. Mang Ran replied with a grin, "I'm glad it helps. I have more." He then theatrically rummaged through his bag and produced 2 bottles of refreshing water, handing them to Gwen. She graciously accepted them, expressing her gratitude once more before placing them in her bag. Mang Ran winked at Gwen, teasingly remarking, "Why is the Sichuan girl so polite today? Such gratitude deserves a reward." Upon hearing Mang Ran's playful banter, Gwen felt a tinge of shyness and shot him a mock glare. "Humph, I'm merely a bit distracted. You must be scheming something. No rewards here." Observing Gwen regaining her spirited demeanor, Mang Ran felt at ease and resumed their usual playful exchanges, deepening their bond. Peter, who was ahead, heard the laughter behind him and was inspired. Perhaps he should learn from Mang Ran and engage more with Mary Jane. As he watched Mary Jane diligently sketching, he pondered. After a moment, Peter resolved to speak to her. "Hey, Mary, how's that dinosaur egg I gave you last time? Has it cracked yet?" Chapter 21, Is Gwen a Ghost? The teacher at the front was lecturing, while Mang Ran, feeling utterly bored, allowed his mind to wander. He turned to rest his head on the desk, watching as Gwen attentively absorbed the lesson. Appreciating the sight of a beautiful girl studying was indeed a delightful pastime. Gwen, aware of Mang Ran's gaze, had come to understand him during this time. She knew he had already mastered the material, so she refrained from reminding him, as she had done when they first met. While Mang Ran had completed his studies, she still needed to focus on the lecture. As Mang Ran admired Gwen, he was filled with a sense of joy and tranquility, akin to a child frolicking in a meadow who suddenly comes across a vibrant flower. In that moment, he was captivated by the flower's beauty, and all else faded from his sight. The world seemed to revolve solely around that blossom. The flower unfurled its stunning colors before him, swaying gently in the breeze, as if inviting him to join in a dance. Yet, its beauty made him feel inadequate, causing him to retract his outstretched hand. Thus, he stood there, basking in the gentle wind, as the flower unabashedly showcased its splendor, while he remained entranced by its allure. Gazing at Gwen, Mang Ran couldn't help but recall the ghost from the previous night. He mused to himself, that ghost also exuded charm. Yet it pales in comparison to my Gwen. However, that ghost had spider silk. Aren't spiderwebs a skill of Spider-Man? With this thought, Mang Ran scratched his head and glanced at Peter, who was still focused on the lecture. Of course, I can hardly forget Spider-Man. However, I recall that there are numerous versions of Spider-Man. Let me think. Spider-Man, but female. That costume indeed appears quite familiar. Mang Ran was deep in thought, scratching his head absent-mindedly. Gwen, noticing his fidgeting, softly inquired, "Mang, what's wrong? Did something bite you?" Realizing his movements were somewhat exaggerated, Mang Ran quickly responded, "It's nothing. I was just stretching." Seeing that he truly seemed fine, Gwen returned her attention to the lesson. Mang Ran glanced at Gwen and squinted slightly. Suddenly, a bolt of realization struck him. Gwen, Spider-Man, that costume. Spider-Gwen, oh my goodness. He suddenly recalled the parallel universe Spider-Man he had learned about from a classmate in his previous life. That classmate was a devoted Marvel enthusiast, having not only watched the films, but also delved deeply into the comics. He would often recommend Marvel comics to Mang Ran during their casual conversations, but Mang Ran, preferring the animated films over comics, had never taken his suggestions seriously. However, he vaguely remembered his classmate mentioning that there were many iterations of Spider-Man, including female ones. Yet, none of the Spider-Men connected to the Avengers had featured a female version. The uniqueness of the female Spider-Man allowed Mang Ran to remember those fragments of conversation. In that moment, it felt as if a light bulb had illuminated in his mind. No wonder that costume seemed so familiar. Gwen mentioned feeling unwell today. Suddenly, the image of him punching the Phantom into the wall last night flashed through Mang Ran's mind. Oh no, could it be? Mang Ran felt as though his entire being was unraveling. His thoughts were in disarray. It even seemed as if his affection was drifting further away, akin to being struck and sent flying. He hurriedly rummaged through his bag, retrieving a calming potion and gulping it down to regain his composure. As the potion took effect, Mang Ran felt his frantic heart finally settle. He carefully contemplated his memories and the clues from last night and today. I just recalled that Marvel indeed features a female Spider-Man, namely, Gwen Stacy from a parallel universe. Although the world I inhabit should differ from those, it is not beyond possibility that this universe also has Spider-Gwen. Thus, Mang Ran continued to untangle his thoughts. Yesterday, I punched Gwen Ugg, the Phantom, and today, Gwen is feeling unwell, which is not her usual time for visiting relatives. The more he analyzed, the more he felt his situation was dire. Pulling back his thoughts, Mang Ran realized he had only one course of action: to ascertain whether Gwen was indeed the Phantom without her noticing. He resolved to act tonight, planning to use venom to possess Gwen, a method that would allow him to confirm her identity discreetly. If he failed to acquire any abilities from her, it would indicate that she was not the Phantom. Conversely, if Mang Ran were to draw the short straw, he would have to contemplate his course of action. Restless in the classroom, he longed to fast-forward time to the evening. Ever since he realized that Gwen might be a ghost, he could no longer engage in casual conversation with her. This sudden shift in his demeanor perplexed Gwen, who sensed that he was behaving as if he were an entirely different person. When the school day finally drew to a close, Mang Ran exchanged brief pleasantries with a few classmates before hastily making his exit. He pedaled his bicycle with remarkable speed, as if the very chain might ignite from the friction. Upon returning home, he bypassed the chance for idle chatter with his family downstairs, taking several long strides up to his room, where he promptly locked the door behind him. Hurriedly, he powered on his computer and began to search for information pertaining to the ghost spider. Since the trial of the demon, he had largely neglected the news, finding the incessant coverage of malevolent spirits tiresome. He had devoted himself entirely to the evening's mission of combating crime. As he delved into the news regarding the ghost spider, he discovered she had emerged on the very night following the demon's judgment of Bill. Much like the initial demon, she appeared nightly, targeting crime and safeguarding the peace of the neighborhood. She refrained from taking lives. Instead, after thwarting criminal acts, she would ensnare the offenders in her silken web and deposit them at the doorsteps of various police stations. Her elusive nature and distinctive webs earned her the moniker of Ghost Spider across the internet. Simultaneously, discussions about her began to proliferate on the demon-related forums. The debates were quite fervent, primarily centered around the contrasting methods of the ghost spider and the demon in their pursuit of justice. Detractors of the demon hailed the ghost spider as a heroine, condemning the demon's methods as ruthless, inhumane, and akin to those of a deranged executioner. Conversely, supporters of the demon argued that the ghost spider was overly lenient towards criminals, asserting that such mercy would not inspire repentance, but rather provide opportunities for further transgressions. They insisted that only a decisive approach, like that of the demon, could eradicate the threat entirely. There were also those who disdained both the demon and the ghost spider, denouncing them as disruptors of order, terrorists, and anarchists, claiming they consistently trampled upon the dignity of government and law, thus being the root of chaos. A relatively small faction, however, perceived both figures with rationality, appreciating their distinct methodologies in upholding justice. This group was predominantly situated within the Demon's Forum, composed largely of individuals who had been saved by either party, granting them a deeper understanding of the situation. Mang Ran perused the online materials, attempting to uncover any clues that might illuminate the identity of the ghost spider. His search was interrupted only when Manhwa ascended the stairs to summon him for dinner. It was evident that she remained exceedingly cautious, leaving no trace of her identity. Thus, he realized that confirmation could only come later that evening. As he pondered, he descended the stairs, deciding to set aside his thoughts for the moment. Shaking his head, he resolutely committed himself to the noble pursuit of dining. After the evening meal, Mang Ran sat cross-legged on his bed, practicing the art of effortless breathing. He increasingly sensed the extraordinary nature of this technique, which resonated with him perfectly. During this period, Mang Ran did not cease his progress with the symbiosis of venom. Through relentless effort, Mang Ran's strength had surpassed that of Captain America, reaching approximately 1.33 times that of the hero. Of course, this refers solely to physical prowess. Mang Ran possessed other capabilities that Captain America lacked. Venom itself had undergone significant growth. The initially malevolent entity had been schooled by the cosmic flames and subsequently reborn in a nurturing womb. The chastened Venom effectively became a new being, wholly loyal to Mang Ran, yet requiring time to develop and grow stronger with each symbiotic bond. As time passed, the moon continued to shift its position across the night sky. Mang Ran opened his eyes, sensing that the moment had arrived. With a thought, his battle suit enveloped him, and he leaped out of the window into the bright moonlight, racing towards Gwen's home. Chapter 22. Ghost Spider Gwen Stacy. A full moon hung outside the window as Gwen had just finished her evening routine, drying her hair with a towel. She lifted her hand to push back her slightly damp golden locks, wrapping the absorbent towel around her head. Beneath her loose nightgown lay her increasingly alluring figure. She stepped forward with her long legs, sitting at the edge of her bed, the taut fabric of her nightgown accentuating her exquisite curves. Gwen raised her phone, the illuminated screen casting light upon her freshly washed, slightly flushed face. Gazing at the unanswered messages, she couldn't help but pout her lovely lips. That insufferable Mang Ran. How dare he ignore my messages? She grumbled, thumping her small fist against the bed in frustration, treating it as a stand-in for the inconsiderate oaf. Ding. Just as if sensing Gwen's discontent, a message from Mang Ran arrived. Sorry, I was busy earlier. Only now do I have the chance to check my phone. Please forgive me. With a pitiful tone, upon reading Mang Ran's message, Gwen was unaware that the corners of her mouth had subtly lifted. Humph. I'm already upset. Still fuming. Oh no? Does that mean my freshly made spicy sauce won't be tasted by a certain adorable young lady? How tragic. Crying. Well, seeing you so pitiful, I suppose I can reluctantly taste it again. With its sundry tone. All right then. Hee hee. Gwen is the best. With love and heart emojis, Gwen rolled joyfully on her bed. Every conversation with Mang Ran brought her immense happiness, and sometimes she wished it could last forever. Clutching her blanket, she felt her cheeks flush, and bashfully buried her head into the covers, her delicate, fair feet playfully waving in the air. On the rooftop of Gwen's home, Mang Ran lay gazing at the starry sky, occasionally responding to Gwen's messages on his phone. Beneath that fearsome mask, his youthful face was already adorned with a sweet smile. Under the gentle caress of the bright moonlight, illuminated by the twinkling stars, he felt a profound sense of joy. A young couple, enveloped in their tender affections, adorned the sky with a delicate pink cloud. Mang Ran conversed with Gwen until she succumbed to a deep slumber. Once assured of her peaceful sleep, Mang Ran summoned his venom, infused with his consciousness, and stealthily made his way to Gwen's chamber. The venom seeped through the crevice of the window, cascading onto the floor beneath the sill. Under Mang Ran's guidance, the venom traversed towards the slumbering silhouette on the bed. As it climbed from the foot of the bed, Mang Ran beheld Gwen's serene and sweet visage. A wave of sweetness and guilt surged within him. The venom infiltrated Gwen's hand, which lay exposed from beneath the covers, commencing its replication. Meanwhile, Mang Ran endeavored to weave a tapestry of delightful dreams for her. Before long, the venom, along with Mang Ran, departed from Gwen's side. On the rooftop, the venom permeated Mang Ran's arm as he gently ascended from the rooftop. Unbeknownst to Gwen, who lay peacefully on the bed, a smile slowly graced her lips, revealing a blissful expression. Her dream was exquisitely sweet. In her dream, Gwen and Mang Ran were in love, eventually married, living happily together, and even blessed with a pair of adorable twins who had a penchant for spicy sauce. Mang Ran halted on a rooftop, settling cross-legged to center his thoughts. Congratulations, host, on acquiring new abilities. Superhuman strength attained. Significant enhancement in power. Exceptional physique acquired. Dramatic improvement in bodily capabilities. Extraordinary reflexes and ghostly alertness. Danger prediction and heightened reflexes. Bioelectric adhesion ability acquired. Ability to cling to buildings at various angles. Ghostly stealth attained. Blend seamlessly into the environment, rendering oneself undetectable, though stillness or slow movement is required. As Mang Ran quieted his mind, the incessant voices echoed in his consciousness, relaying the new abilities he had acquired. A warm surge flowed through his limbs, markedly enhancing his physical prowess. As he felt the transformation of his strength, a wave of tenderness and guilt washed over him. Alas, it is you, Gwen. What am I to do? Mang Ran's expression turned bitter, devoid of any joy from his newfound abilities. His mind incessantly replayed the events of that fateful night when he and Gwen had clashed. In retrospect, he had reveled in his prowess, believing himself to be quite impressive. Not only did he exhibit a commendable bravado, but he also remained unwaveringly loyal to Gwen, refusing to show mercy even to the most enchanting of temptresses. A paragon of virtue, he had seemingly inherited his father's illustrious legacy. Now, however, the joy felt utterly hollow. He realized he was a fool, irredeemably so. Oh, how could I have resorted to violence? I even pushed her against the wall, grasped her throat, and threatened her. Mang Ran cradled his head, attempting to suppress the vivid imagery, yet his mind remained obstinate, replaying his misguided achievements. On the rooftop, Mang Ran concealed his face in despair against the wind, and after a prolonged moment of reflection, he retrieved a vial of calming elixir and consumed its contents. This marked the second dose he had ingested within a single day. Forcing himself to regain composure, he commenced a methodical analysis of the situation. Having reached this point, there was no choice but to devise a plan. Mang Ran sat atop the building, his legs dangling over the edge, his arms wrapped around himself, lost in contemplation. After a while, he smacked his forehead and declared, "Yes, this will do." With a newfound idea blooming in his mind, Mang Ran decided to cease his musings and turn his attention to testing the abilities he had just acquired. However, he remained unaware of when Gwen had obtained these powers. Were they innate, or had they been acquired through a mutation akin to that of Spider-Man after being bitten by a spider? Mang Ran surmised it must be the latter, believing her abilities were a result of mutation, for he had observed during their recent encounters that Gwen struggled to harness her strength effectively. She possessed formidable power, Yet her command over it was lacking. Once his chaotic thoughts settled, Mang Ran resolved to experiment with each new ability one by one. First, he focused on strength and physical prowess, locating a nearby construction site. He approached a 5-ton truck and, with a concerted effort, managed to lift it with relative ease. After testing several weights, he concluded that his lifting capacity was approximately 8 tons. A full-force punch, he estimated, could shatter a stone as large as a millstone, and double that size would merely crack under his might. It is worth noting that lifting strength does not directly correlate to punching power. Typically, lifting strength greatly exceeds striking force. Mang Ran was thoroughly satisfied with this outcome. His physical capabilities now surpassed those of Captain America by a factor of 5, particularly in terms of strength. He possessed numerous other abilities, and overall, he could now be considered a remarkably powerful superhero. Perhaps only the Hulk could rival his physical prowess. Next, he assessed his speed and endurance through various tests, ultimately concluding that all his capabilities had seen immense enhancement. The remaining abilities to explore were bioelectricity, ghostly stealth, and ghostly warning. While he could not test the ghostly warning independently, he could experiment with bioelectricity and stealth. Mang Ran dashed to the base of the aforementioned building, placing his hand against the wall. Instantly, his body began to adjust. He then pressed his feet against the surface, finding himself completely adhered to the wall. Gradually, he began to climb, acclimating to this new ability. With this power, he could traverse walls as if they were solid ground. Previously, he had refrained from climbing walls, as it would damage their surfaces, leaving him without a foothold. Now, however, it was significantly more convenient. He could run along walls like Spider-Man in the movies. The next ability to explore was ghostly stealth. Mang Ran intended to test this skill in a crowded area. This ability was nothing short of an assassination technique. It was how Gwen had managed to go undetected by him. Had she not revealed herself, Mang Ran could have walked back and forth multiple times without ever noticing her presence. Mang Ran found himself at the entrance of a nightclub, perched just above the doorway. Below him, throngs of young men and women queued eagerly to enter. A few bodyguards, clad in suits and sunglasses, stood sentinel-like guardians at the gate. Having activated his stealth, Mang Ran began to descend slowly. The shop window opposite reflected the scene, yet it revealed nothing of his presence. As he had seamlessly blended into the environment, he positioned himself behind the bodyguards, crouched against the wall. At that moment, he could easily reach out and snap one of the guards' necks without anyone noticing, even if he stood right before them. With the experiment concluded, Mang Ran departed quietly from that location. This embodiment marked his first significant enhancement since acquiring the venom. He intended to familiarize himself with practical combat next. Chapter 23. Strangulation. Having gained new abilities, Mang Ran resolved to confront the crocodile gang. Realizing that taking them all down at once was impractical, he opted for a strategy of targeting them one by one. During this period, he gathered intelligence on the various leaders of the gang. Mang Ran initially believed that eliminating UR would throw his subordinates into disarray, even if they remained composed. His investigations suggested that other leaders would seize the opportunity to encroach upon UR's territory. Either scenario would serve Mang Ran's purposes. However, neither outcome transpired. The crocodile gang's leader, Bob, swiftly consolidated UR's former power into his own hands, averting chaos. This was an eventuality Mang Ran had not anticipated. His youth had clouded his foresight. Nevertheless, it mattered little. With Mang Ran's current strength, he need not resort to elaborate tactics. A direct approach would suffice, albeit with the inconvenience of having to confront each adversary individually. Following the information provided by Xiaobai, Mang Ran made his way toward the designated target. This journey would take a bit longer, as it led to another leader's domain, situated some distance from UR's territory. As he traveled, Mang Ran contemplated acquiring a more impressive mode of transportation for himself. Leaping around on rooftops all day did not align with the image of a formidable demon. While short distances were manageable, traversing longer ones would be tiresome, though Mang Ran himself would not tire easily. Perhaps he could acquire wings? That seemed somewhat unattractive and peculiar. A jetpack? Its noise might be excessive, and it would clash with his overall aesthetic. As he pondered these options, he hastened onward. His speed had significantly increased compared to before. Soon, he arrived near a villa, the domain of Abai Clayton, another leader of the crocodile gang. At a level comparable to UR's, their territories were adjacent, and during UR's reign, the two had engaged in minor skirmishes. After Mang Ran dispatched UR, Abai, ambitious as ever, had intended to claim UR's legacy but was restrained by the gang leader, who advised postponing such actions for the time being. Mang Ran concealed himself in a tree not far from the room. At this hour, Abai was likely still surveying his domain, yet to return. Mang Ran lingered, biding his time. Before long, several vehicles approached from the distance and came to a halt before the villa. A cadre of 7 or 8 bodyguards disembarked from the lead and trailing cars, one of whom walked to the center vehicle and opened the door for the occupant. As the door swung open, a gaunt middle-aged man emerged, clad in a flamboyant red suit, his hair slicked to a high sheen, meticulously groomed. His sunken eyes and prominent nose cast a stark contrast to his otherwise ostentatious appearance, rendering his countenance rather grim. Mang Ran observed as he entered the villa, while the surrounding bodyguards dispersed to secure the perimeter. Once the lights in the room flickered on, Mang Ran descended from the tree, stealthily making his way toward the chamber. Abai entered the room, his coat already collected by the butler. A striking woman, her long legs gracefully striding, approached Abai, offering him a massage to relieve his tension. Outside, Mang Ran was rendered speechless, forced once again to witness such scenes. Venom, too, stirred with excitement, recalling their first outing together where they encountered similar displays, and eagerly shared its delight with Mang Ran. Mang Ran, however, delivered a mental reprimand to Venom, questioning its unusual enthusiasm. Venom, feeling aggrieved, prompted Mang Ran to soothe it, saying, "This is not suitable for good children. Be obedient, we shall not watch." With that, he shielded Venom's view. Inside, Ibai indulged in the massage, visibly relaxed. He nodded in satisfaction before signaling for the woman to depart. As she rose, her long legs slightly unsteady, she turned to exit the room. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. The woman, having just reached the doorway, collapsed, a crimson bloom blossoming across her back. Ibai set down the firearm, waving his hand in impatience. Two bodyguards in black emerged to drag the body away, while others arrived with cleaning supplies, swiftly erasing the evidence of the violence. Ibai, now unclothed, entered the bathroom, where the tub awaited him, his wife already soaking inside. They shared a romantic bath, followed by an intimate encounter, before succumbing to sleep. To Ibai, the alluring woman who had disrobed for him was akin to a used tissue, merely disposable, with an endless supply at his disposal. Mang Ran, of course, could not bear to witness Ibai with his wife. After observing Ibai's grim act, Mang Ran decided to retreat to another location. Initially intending to clear away the remnants of the scene, he instead resolved to take some time crafting a gift for Ibai. Unbeknownst to the slumbering Ibai, Mang Ran was preparing a surprise for him. As the night deepened, Ibai felt a twinge of thirst. He considered summoning his wife for a glass of water, but his hand met only emptiness. Resigned, he rose to fetch the water himself. His agitation stemmed not solely from the recent death of Yor, but rather from the fact that, in the wake of Yor's demise, his territory had not been absorbed into his own dominion. Not only did the boss personally call to warn him against any mischief, but those damn brothers also phoned him to mock his predicament. He had boasted to them about Yor's demise, claiming that the boss would surely appoint him to take over Yor's territory, for only he, Ibai, possessed the requisite qualifications. Yet, the outcome was far from his expectations, leaving Ibai with a bruised visage. During this time, that malevolent specter had been systematically eliminating criminals, severely impacting his narcotics business. The underlings tasked with peddling the drugs were too terrified to venture out after several of them were dispatched by the fiend. He had raised their commissions to entice a few desperate souls to continue the sales, only to see them meet the same grim fate. Now, a palpable sense of dread hung in the air. Alas, the gangster trade had become exceedingly treacherous. Ibai poured himself a glass of water, only to suddenly notice a dampness beneath his feet. He instinctively drew back the curtain, allowing the bright moonlight to flood in. Bathed in its glow, he surveyed his bedroom and was instantly struck with horror, his eyes widening in disbelief as the cup he held slipped from his grasp and shattered on the floor. What he had stepped in was not mere water, but blood. At that moment, a severed head rolled to his feet. It bore long hair, unmistakably that of his wife, whom he had been unable to locate earlier. Ibai's heart plummeted into despair, a wretched scream escaping his lips as he involuntarily kicked the head away in shock. "Bravo, mister! Ibai, splendid shot!" came a raspy voice from the sofa. Following the sound, he beheld his wife's head, which he had unwittingly sent crashing into the center of the room, where it toppled a small tower composed of severed heads, sending them rolling across the floor. In the shadows of the sofa sat a figure, shrouded in darkness, with only a pair of malevolent eyes fixated on him and a gaping, blood-red maw, its crimson tongue dripping with thick saliva. Recalling Yor's recent demise, Ibai suddenly grasped the reality of his situation, his voice trembling as he stammered, "Why, you are the specter?" Upon hearing this, Mang Ran rose, clapping his hands in delight. "I am pleased to see my reputation precedes me. Splendid. As a reward for your insight, I have decided to place your head atop the tower. What do you think? Consider this a token of our meeting, Mr. Ibai." As Mang Ran advanced ominously towards him, Ibai's heart raced with terror. He hurried to his nightstand, retrieving a handgun. Pressed against the window, he aimed the weapon at Mang Ran, shouting desperately, "Oh, poor Ibai, still calling out? Did you not just topple their heads?" The specter's ghostly stealth had allowed him to slaughter the entire villa without a soul catching even a glimpse of his presence. They had all met their end in utter confusion. Listening to Mang Ran's taunts, despair washed over Ibai. "Oh!" he screamed, pulling the trigger in frantic desperation. Bang, bang, bang. But the bullets had been exhausted, and Mang Ran remained unfazed before him. A viscous wave of venom coursed over Mang Ran's body, expelling the bullets with a metallic clatter as they fell to the ground. Ugh, revolting, he spat. The delectable flavor of braised spare ribs lingered in the air as venom conveyed its emotions to Mang Ran. In response, Mang Ran gently patted his head with his consciousness, reassuring him, "Be good, and next time, do indulge a bit more." Gazing at Ibai, a hoarse voice escaped his lips. "You may soon regret not saving a bullet for yourself." No sooner had he spoken, Mang Ran's hand transformed into a tentacle, ensnaring Ibai. With a firm grip, he tightened his hold, leaving only Ibai's head exposed. A mournful wail echoed as the rest of him was reduced to a gruesome pulp. With a flick of his wrist, Mang Ran cast the remnants off onto the ground. "Now you find yourself beneath their gaze, Mr. Ibai," Mang Ran said coldly. Alas, Ibai was beyond the capacity to respond. Grasping Ibai's head in one hand, countless tentacles extended from him, arranging the scattered parts on the ground. He positioned Ibai's head atop the grotesque assemblage. Once satisfied, he reached out with a tentacle to retrieve a camera from a nearby corner, addressing the lens with a terrifying visage. "You may be next." His harsh, sinister laughter reverberated throughout the room. Chapter 24. Fear. The night was deep, a heavy darkness cloaking the entire city. Bob was stirred awake by the incessant ringing of his phone. As he opened his bleary eyes, his furrowed brow betrayed his irritation at being disturbed. "Hello," he grumbled into the receiver, suppressing his anger. Silence met him, and a glance at the screen revealed the call had ended. It was Abai's number. Just as he prepared to dial back and confront Abai, the computer in the room flickered to life. Approaching the screen, Bob was greeted by a malevolent grinning face, with blood-red letters beneath urging him to click to enjoy. Another trick from that fiend. Bob's expression darkened. He clicked, and a video began to play. He discerned Abai within, sipping water. Suddenly, the curtains were drawn back, followed by a gasp. Illuminated by moonlight, the scene unfolded. Before him stood a small tower crafted from heads, and a long-haired head rolled in, toppling the structure. Bob's eyes fixated on the video, revealing Abai's lifeless form, his head perched atop, serving as the pinnacle of the grotesque tower. The footage began to rotate, and abruptly, a horrifying visage filled the screen. Narrow, pallid eyes radiated a chilling malevolence, and a gaping maw displayed jagged teeth, with a blood-red tongue languidly slithering, dripping thick saliva. A hoarse, terrifying voice emanated from that ghastly mouth, echoing like the wails of demons from the abyss. "You may be next." A chill swept over Bob, cold sweat breaking out across his body, goosebumps erupting as if he were plunging into an icy chasm. Just then, his phone rang again, startling Bob into a shiver. He glanced at the caller ID. It was his old comrade, the second in command. He suppressed his trembling voice, striving to maintain his usual composure. "Boss, that fiend sent me a video," hissed Sis, his voice quaking. He had been sound asleep when a call from Abai disrupted his slumber. Upon seeing the number, he answered with a torrent of curses, but received no response. Then, his computer inexplicably activated, revealing the dreaded video. Having watched it, he was paralyzed with fear, desperate to consult his boss on their next course of action. Bob, exuding confidence, assured him that there was no need for concern, as he would make the necessary arrangements. Reassured by his boss's words, Sis reluctantly ended the call. Shortly after, several more of his comrades, also recipients of the video, reached out. Bob repeated his previous reassurances. Once the calls concluded, Bob lit a cigar, furrowing his brow in silent contemplation. Moments later, he retrieved a business card from his drawer. The card, entirely black, bore the embossed words Blackwater Security Company in gold lettering. The reverse side was similarly adorned, save for the inclusion of a phone number. Each side of the black card displayed only a single line of text, succinct and elegant. Bob took a drag from his cigar, thoughtfully caressing the card. After a brief pause, he lifted his phone and dialed the number. Beep, beep, beep. "Hello. Welcome to Blackwater Security Company. How may we assist you?" On the other side of the city, George lay in bed. After days of relentless work, he finally enjoyed a moment of restful sleep. Suddenly, a rhythmic tapping on the window awakened him. As a police officer, he sensed something amiss and cautiously rose. Grasping his handgun from the bedside drawer, he moved stealthily towards the window, trying to make no sound. Strangely, the noise ceased the moment he awoke. Upon reaching the window, he inspected it closely and found no signs of intrusion, only a document bag weighed down by a stone on the windowsill. With gun in hand, George opened the window and retrieved the folder. He returned to the bed, illuminating the contents with his phone's light. Upon seeing the documents within, his eyes widened in shock. The fiend had just murdered Abai. The folder contained the address of Abai's villa and evidence of his criminal activities. Additionally, there was a USB drive. Without needing to look, George surmised it held further incriminating evidence. Realizing the implications, George understood that the fiend had killed Abai and delivered the evidence to him, intending to utilize the police force to eradicate the darkness surrounding Abai's underlings. With the weight of the documents pressing on him, George found sleep to be a distant luxury. This matter required urgent attention. He secured the files and began to change his clothes. Sensing movement, his wife stirred groggily, asking, "Darling, is it time to get up? Why hasn't the alarm gone off?" George leaned down and kissed her cheek gently, replying, "Not yet, love. I have something to attend to at the station. I apologize for waking you." His wife, understanding, wrapped her arms around him and kissed him back. "I understand. Please take care." George reassured his wife, donned his attire, and drove towards the police station. Throughout the journey, George incessantly made phone calls. The unexpected operation required extensive arrangements. Seizing this opportunity, he was determined to eradicate the malignant elements. As George set off for the police station, Mang Ran was also preparing to return home. The subsequent tasks would be entrusted to the police. Initially, Mang Ran considered stealthily appearing at George's bedside like Batman and Commissioner Gordon. However, he reconsidered, fearing that George might react with unwarranted aggression. Thus, Mang Ran placed the documents on the windowsill and tapped the glass to catch George's attention. Once he saw George rise, he quietly departed. Upon returning home, Mang Ran, as per his usual routine, engaged in meditation, practicing the art of tranquil breathing. This recent experience of embodying Gwen had significantly enhanced his abilities, prompting him to dedicate more time to mastering this technique and integrating his newfound strength. The magnitude of this enhancement was substantial, suggesting that he would require additional time to fully assimilate this power. Mang Ran hoped that this process would be as swift as possible, for he despised the feeling of being out of control. At present, He felt that his overall physical capabilities had ascended to the forefront of humanity. Yet, despite this advancement, he sensed that it might still be insufficient in the face of impending crises. While Mang Ran might excel as a solitary combatant, confronting a calamity akin to the Battle of New York, with a multitude of extraterrestrial beings invading, would overwhelm him, even if he could take them down one by one. Perhaps my offensive methods have become too singular, he pondered. It seemed imperative for him to acquire a repertoire of skills. His thoughts then shifted to the Crocodile Gang. For Mang Ran, dismantling the gang was merely a matter of time. He no longer felt the need to devise elaborate plans. Just as he had done today, he could directly charge in and eliminate the leaders, leaving the aftermath to George and the police forces. While Mang Ran possessed the strength to overturn them, he lacked the capacity to ensure stability in the wake of such upheaval. After dismantling a significant faction, failing to stabilize the situation swiftly would likely lead to chaos even more severe than before. Thus, Mang Ran resolved to proceed methodically, allowing George ample time to restore order. His goal was not merely to eradicate these gangs, but also to uproot the fertile ground that nurtured crime. Otherwise, one gang would simply give way to another. As Mang Ran practiced his techniques, he decided against lying down for sleep that night. He was eager to master the newly acquired strength. It was not until the morning sun streamed into the room that Manhwa prompted him to come downstairs for breakfast, at which point Mang Ran stretched and concluded his meditation. Despite a sleepless night, he remained invigorated. After a night of practice, he felt the restless energy within him had significantly subsided, estimating that 2 more sessions would suffice for complete mastery. Chapter 25, The Confession Plan After Breakfast. Mang Ran returned to his room to continue meditating. He did not descend again until noon for lunch, where he found Manhwa busy in the kitchen, with Zhao Li lingering to assist him, making it impossible for Manhwa to leave. The sweet aroma enveloped the kitchen. Mang Ran sat alone at the dining table, sipping tea and perusing the newspaper. In the morning, he had been preoccupied with hastily finishing his meal, neglecting the news. New York Police Department dismantles criminal gang. Mastermind Ibe captured. Those journalists possess an acute sense of smell, reporting on last night's events early this morning. As Mang Ran had anticipated, George handled the matter with great finesse. He concealed the shadow of evil lurking behind the incident, placing the police department in the limelight. This not only upheld the authority of the police, but also spared them from the complications of dealing with the malevolent forces. Thus, the two had tacitly reached a collaboration. Mang Ran was not keen on making every detail widely known. For him, the ultimate goal was the eradication of criminals. Everything else was merely a means to achieve that end. Now, the notoriety of the villain was sufficiently pronounced, and Mang Ran no longer needed to resort to flamboyant tactics to garner points. This approach also benefited the overall social order. He sought to judge those elusive criminals rather than undermine the system itself. The grand spectacle of judging Ewer served both to accumulate points and to instill fear in the hearts of wrongdoers. Now, he had attained enough recognition both in the public eye and in the minds of criminals, rendering high-profile displays unnecessary. Quietly amassing wealth remained the wisest course. After reading the news for a while, the meal was nearing completion. Mang Ran and the venom within him were both eager. For the ribs, let us split it 3 to 7, and for the other dishes, let us divide them evenly. He sought to make amends for the previous day's bullet tasting. What do you think? Generous enough? Mang Ran communicated with the venom. Oh yes. Joyful, joyful, joyful. Ribs, ribs, ribs. The venom exclaimed with excitement, its coarse voice unable to mask its glee. After the initial thrill, the venom continued. For the other dishes, I want 6, you take 4. The taste of gunpowder from yesterday still makes me feel nauseous. I believe I need some comfort. Observing the venom's pitiful bargaining, Mang Ran found himself momentarily speechless. How have you become increasingly mischievous? Who are you learning from? Do learn from me more, my dear servant. I may not possess much, but I have an abundance of virtues. Mang Ran gently admonished the venom. Yes, 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 that is right. So can I have 6? The venom nodded eagerly, then posed its most pressing question. Mang Ran was at a loss for words, as the venom continued to blink its eyes with inquiry and fervent anticipation. Fine, fine. You can have 6, and I will take 4. Mang Ran sighed in resignation. Hooray. Joyful, joyful, joyful. The venom cheered in response. Son, come in and serve the dishes. Zhao Li called from the kitchen. All right. Mang Ran rose to fetch the dishes. Finally, it was time to dine. After the meal, Mang Ran set off in his little black car. The satisfied venom and Mang Ran sang joyfully while driving, exchanging lines in a delightful manner. After a while, they arrived at their destination, Peter's house. Indeed, this afternoon, Mang Ran intended to continue assembling the remaining Lego pieces with Peter, with Harry joining in this grand endeavor. The 3 individuals toiled until evening before finally completing their task. Politely declining the warm dinner invitation from Uncle Ben and Aunt May, Mang Ran drove home. That night, after finishing dinner, Mang Ran lay in bed, waiting for the darkness to envelop the world. He had resolved to seek out the ghost spider, known as Gwen. As the night deepened, Mang Ran leaped from the window and dashed into the distance. Meanwhile, Gwen perched atop a rooftop. Her wounds healed more swiftly than anticipated, a fact she remained unaware of, thanks to Mang Ran's timely application of medicine during her ordeal with venom. As she gazed at the incessantly flowing traffic below, she queried, Red Rose, any updates? By the way, have you considered changing your codename? It's rather cliché. Mary's voice crackled through the earpiece. A gunman is robbing a supermarket 2 blocks away from you. and is fleeing in this direction. Gwen retorted, cliché. I think it suits my hair color quite well. There are other appealing names for red, you know, she replied, directing her gaze toward the direction Mary indicated. With a flick of her wrist, she shot a web and swung toward that location while conversing with Mary. On the street below, a man was sprinting, his natural camouflage enhanced by the thick night. After running a short distance and ensuring his safety, he paused to count the money he had just acquired from his ill-gotten gains. Suddenly, a web shot down from above, ensnaring his calf. In an instant, he was hoisted upside down, his stolen money scattering on the ground, and in a frantic attempt to grasp it, he managed to snatch only a single dollar bill. A figure descended from above, landing before him. The dangling robber craned his neck to see, and was met with a pair of long legs clad in a black and white suit that accentuated her curvaceous figure. It was the ghost spider. The robber cursed his misfortune. He was well aware of her reputation, as well as that of the sinister demon. Earlier that day, he had intended to make a purchase, only to realize at the checkout that he had forgotten his wallet, but he happened to have a gun. Spotting the frail clerk, he succumbed to a surge of malevolence, brandishing his firearm to eliminate the cost and pocket a profit. Now, confronted by the ghost spider, the robber felt both unfortunate and fortunate. Unfortunate for being captured, yet fortunate that it was not the demon who had apprehended him, allowing him a chance to keep his life. He immediately began to plead, "Oh, please, give me another chance. I promise I won't commit any more crimes." Gwen regarded the pleading robber with icy detachment, stating, "You can relay the rest to the police." With that, she prepared to ensnare him. Just then, the robber, who had been begging for mercy, suddenly retrieved his gun from his waistband and, without hesitation, aimed it at Gwen, opening fire. Bang, bang, bang. As the shots rang out, Gwen deftly evaded, showcasing her ghostly agility and remarkable reflexes. When the last shot was fired and yielded no effect, the robber abruptly discarded his handgun, raising his hands in surrender. Though the scene may appear comical, with a black man suspended upside down, hands raised in surrender, Gwen found no amusement in it. This damned fool dared to act so brazenly simply because he believed I would not resort to murder. Her heart seethed with fury. Even her typically gentle disposition could no longer tolerate the robber's audacity. Sensing Gwen's ire, the thief faltered, feeling the piercing gaze of Ghost Spider upon him. He stammered, I confess to the robbery. You cannot kill me. I want to go to prison." Bang. Before the robber could finish his whimpering plea, a gaping wound appeared in his skull. He fell silent, hanging lifelessly like a dead fish, blood dripping onto the ground. Gwen immediately turned to see a figure standing atop a low building behind her. It was the demon, who was casually stowing away his firearm. Gwen regarded the demon with a frigid tone. "Mr. Demon, why have you intervened in my affairs? I recall you detest others meddling with your judgments. So why did you shoot him dead?" Mang Ran, taken aback by Gwen's wrathful inquiry, found himself momentarily speechless. He had witnessed the robber's actions from his vantage point and felt a surge of indignation. Damn it, how dare this criminal mock Gwen? In a moment of fury, he raised his weapon and ended the thief's life. Yet now, he had provoked Gwen, who was already seething with anger. Gazing at the furious Gwen, Mang Ran weakly murmured, My apologies. He truly was despicable. I could not restrain myself." The once furious Gwen was momentarily taken aback by Mang Ran's response. Could this truly be the demon? What has come over him? Gwen pondered. While Mang Ran was aware of Gwen's identity as Ghost Spider, she remained oblivious to his true nature. Their last encounter with the demon had left her with a stern lesson, and now, his behavior seemed utterly transformed, leaving her perplexed. Observing Gwen's dazed expression, Mang Ran realized his earlier demeanor had been inappropriate. He fixed his gaze upon her, the carefully crafted words he had intended to speak suddenly escaping him. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to be candid with Gwen, to reveal everything without concealment, including his own identity, for he did not wish to deceive her. In a solemn tone, Mang Ran declared, "Ghost Spider, there are matters I must discuss with you." Chapter 26, A Revelation of Identity. Gwen, taken aback by the demon's proclamation, initially thought she had misheard. "What, you wish to converse with me?" she inquired. "Indeed, it shall be just the two of us," Mang Ran affirmed. Understanding that the demon was aware of Mary Jane's existence, Gwen turned to Mary Jane and said, "Red Rose, you should have heard that. I may need to temporarily sever our communication. Due to prior events, Mary felt a tinge of fear towards the demon and opposed the idea, uncertain of his intentions. "Ghost, do you truly wish to go? I sense it to be somewhat perilous. He is quite terrifying." Nevertheless, Gwen remained resolute in her decision. "It is of no concern. He will not take any action. Since there is something to discuss, it must indeed be of considerable importance. Moreover, I possess confidence in my abilities. Even should an unexpected situation arise, I can make my escape." Hearing Gwen's insistence, Mary Jane ceased her opposition but cautioned her, saying, "You must be careful. If anything arises, activate the alarm." "Yes, no problem," Gwen replied. Once the call ended, Gwen reached to turn off her headset. Observing her action, Mang Ran said, "First, clear away your webbing, and then we shall speak in another location." After speaking, Mang Ran leapt down and began to draw the emblem of the demon on the wall. This head belonged to the demon. If any webbing were present here, Mang Ran could easily envision what tomorrow's headlines would be. Gwen, witnessing Mang Ran's actions, understood and quietly tidied her webbing. Once finished, Mang Ran addressed Gwen, "Now, follow me," and proceeded to dash into the distance. Gwen trailed behind the demon, setting off towards the horizon. Mang Ran intentionally slowed his pace, allowing Gwen to keep close behind. After a while, the two halted atop a building. Mang Ran turned to face Gwen, who awaited him to speak first. With a thought, his battle attire and venom receded into his body, revealing his true self. Feeling somewhat awkward, he scratched his head and greeted, "Hi, Gwen." Upon seeing the demon's disguise fall away to reveal Mang Ran, Gwen was momentarily taken aback, astonished she might be imagining things. She incredulously asked, "Mang, how is this possible? You are the demon." Mang Ran nodded, affirming, "Indeed, I am the demon, and I know you are Gwen." At this revelation, Gwen realized she had also revealed her identity, prompting her to remove her mask, unveiling her true visage. Observing Gwen's unmasked face, Mang Ran spoke, "I apologize, Gwen. Today, I wish to express my regret and confess my identity. When we last met, I was unaware you were Ghost Spider, and thus I may have acted too forcefully. I am truly sorry." Mang Ran spoke with sincere remorse, his gaze lowered as he struggled to meet Gwen's eyes, feeling an overwhelming sense of shame. After a prolonged silence without Gwen's response, Mang Ran finally mustered the courage to look up at her. He found Gwen with her arms crossed, contemplatively gazing at him. The expression on Gwen's face made Mang Ran feel increasingly uneasy. Gwen, still in disbelief, remarked, "I never would have guessed you were the demon, Mang Ran. If you hadn't told me, I might never have discovered it in my lifetime. By the way, how did you know I was Ghost Spider?" Mang Ran replied, "That is the secret I am about to share." "Gwen, are you truly not angry?" Gwen, upon hearing this, displayed a peculiar smile, saying, "Angry about what? About that punch you threw? Or perhaps about when you pinned me against the wall by my throat?" Mang Ran felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him at Gwen's words, leaving him momentarily speechless. "Humph, silly fool. I won't forget. I will always remember. Let us see how you make amends," Gwen retorted, her tone laced with playful irritation. After speaking, she playfully circled behind Mang Ran and gently kicked him. She had previously mentioned that if she encountered a malevolent spirit, she would kick him, and even upon discovering that he was indeed the villain, she could not let him off the hook. Observing Gwen's demeanor, Mang Ran realized that her anger had significantly dissipated. He then summoned his most charming and cheesy lines, saying, "I sincerely apologize. I truly did not know it was you. The truth is, my heart harbors only you, which is why I behaved so towards other women." After uttering these words, Mang Ran cast a pitiful glance at Gwen. Listening to his candid confession, Gwen felt a flutter of shyness. Although their relationship had been steadily growing warmer, Mang Ran had never expressed such sentiments before. Yet, if one were to consider his reasoning, it did possess a semblance of truth. Suppressing her bashfulness, she replied with a hint of pride, "Humph. Smooth talker. If you agree to one condition, I shall forgive you." Mang Ran readily acquiesced, nodding vigorously, "Of course, I agree. I will accept any condition." Gwen pondered for a moment. I haven't decided yet. For now, consider it a debt." Mang Ran eagerly nodded in agreement. She then inquired, "Now, can you tell me how you knew I was the Ghost Spider?" They moved to the edge of the rooftop, where Mang Ran replied, "I must introduce you to a new friend." With that, he raised his right hand, and a creature known as Venom emerged from his palm, not in a frightful form, but rather in an adorably round shape. The symbiote took on an inverted teardrop silhouette, its base not being overly slender where it connected to Mang Ran's hand. Two round, white eyes appeared delightfully innocent, devoid of the terror typically associated with elongated eyes. Below the eyes was a tiny mouth, filled with sharp teeth, yet maintaining an undeniable cuteness, lacking any semblance of menace. Mang Ran introduced, "This is Venom, a symbiote currently residing within my body." Upon hearing this, Venom extended a small black hand to wave at Gwen. "Ah, greetings, lovely lady. I dare say the bright moonlight tonight pales in comparison to your exquisite beauty." Venom spoke in a gravelly voice, a stark contrast to its charming appearance. After finishing his greeting, Venom playfully took Gwen's hand and gave it a kiss, exuding an overwhelming cheekiness. Gwen, amused by Venom's antics, erupted into giggles and cast a curious glance at Mang Ran. Mang Ran, sensing the situation, coughed and declared, "Ahem. This is not what I taught him. Do not look at me that way. I have no idea where he learned it, perhaps from television." Venom, intending to say more, caught Mang Ran's gaze and swallowed his words. The glance conveyed a clear message. If he dared to speak out of turn again, he would forfeit his ribs. Venom wisely chose to keep his silence. Not for any ulterior motive, but out of concern for his host. Mang Ran then continued to explain to Gwen the characteristics of Venom and how this knowledge confirmed her identity as the Ghost Spider. "Thus, you took advantage of my slumber to ascertain my identity through Venom, and in doing so, you acquired some of my abilities," Gwen remarked, gazing at Mang Ran. Mang Ran, feeling a bit embarrassed, rubbed his nose and replied, "Ahem, that is indeed the case." Gwen squinted her eyes and coolly stated, "Pervert." Mang Ran hurriedly clarified that his intention was merely to confirm her identity and that he had not done anything inappropriate. "What else did you intend to do?" Gwen inquired. Mang Ran, flustered, responded, "No, I merely meant to convey that I harbor no ill intentions, and I feel quite remorseful for having caused you harm, which is why I applied some medicine." Gwen suddenly understood. "Ah, that explains why I felt no pain after my nap. You applied the medicine for me. I ought to thank you." Mang Ran quickly waved his hands. No need for thanks. It was my fault to begin with." Gwen smiled. "Since you applied the medicine for me, how was the sensation?" Mang Ran recalled that night, the smoothness of her skin, the firmness of her form, and instinctively remarked, "The sensation was indeed quite pleasant." No sooner had he spoken than he sensed impending doom above his head. Sure enough, Gwen, gritting her teeth, delivered a sharp rap to Mang Ran's head. The enhanced strength of Gwen post-transformation was formidable. It felt akin to being struck by a heavy object. Mang Ran felt as though another head had sprouted from his own, and he quickly apologized to Gwen, eventually managing to placate her after a considerable effort. Once their playful scuffle concluded, Mang Ran inquired, "So, Gwen, how did you become Ghost Spider?" Chapter 27. Gwen's tale. Upon hearing Mang Ran's question, Gwen organized her thoughts and began to recount her story. This incident occurred during the summer break. One day, Gwen went out with her family, and they visited numerous places, indulging in a variety of delicacies and taking her younger siblings to several museums and science centers. It was a rare occasion for the entire family to be together, and Gwen was thoroughly enjoying herself, as her father, George, the police chief, was often preoccupied, leaving little time for family outings. That night, upon returning home, while Gwen was bathing, she suddenly noticed a small wound on her neck, slightly red and swollen. At the time, she paid it no mind, assuming it to have been a mosquito bite. However, later that night, Gwen felt an overwhelming heat coursing through her body, akin to being boiled alive, and she was both feverish and flushed. Her mind became foggy, as if enveloped in a thick haze, and the sensation of dizziness made her feel nauseous. Yet she could not bring herself to vomit. Gwen found herself unable to call out to her family, unconsciously tossing and turning in bed, suffering throughout the night. It was not until the following morning that she gradually regained consciousness. Upon regaining her senses, Gwen discovered her room in utter disarray. Her bed and clothes were drenched in sweat, exuding a foul odor. The furniture in her room was inexplicably strewn about, and cobwebs adorned the walls, seemingly appearing from nowhere. Gwen was at a loss as to how to explain the peculiar state of her room to her family, and hurriedly set about cleaning up to avoid detection. She replaced the sheets and duvet with fresh ones, scarcely pondering the oddities of her room, and disposed of the shattered chairs and cobwebs without a second thought. The table was too cumbersome to manage, so she had no choice but to explain to her family that its quality was lacking and that it was time for a replacement. Once everything was tidied up, Gwen secluded herself in her room, pondering the peculiarities that had transpired. Disrobing, she ventured into the bathroom to examine herself closely, only to discover that the wound on her neck had vanished entirely. Moreover, her physique appeared to have improved, and she had even gained some height. "You already had a commendable figure," Mang Ran interjected suddenly. "Do not interrupt. You have no idea what I looked like before." Gwen shot a glance at Mang Ran, who fell silent. After her shower, Gwen realized her strength was also noticeably increasing. In the morning, she had felt weak and fatigued, but as time passed, she found that not only had her body regained its normal vigor, but it was becoming extraordinarily powerful. In an attempt to lift her bed, she miscalculated her strength and nearly sent it crashing into the ceiling. This startled her, leaving her rooted to the floor, fearful of inadvertently harming her family. She could only feign busyness with schoolwork, requesting her family to leave meals at her door, while she remained in her room, striving to control her newfound strength. After 2 days, she finally managed to regulate her power, enabling her to engage in daily activities, albeit with a need to avoid emotional upheaval. Thankfully, it only took 2 days. Otherwise, her family would have begun to worry about her health or mental state. Once Gwen had gradually overcome her strength issues, she discovered another challenge upon stepping out of her room. Her senses had become remarkably acute. Every subtle sound reached her ears, and she could clearly perceive the trajectories of swiftly moving objects. Previously, her focus had been solely on her strength, and the silence of her room had masked this newfound awareness. In the following days, Gwen dedicated herself to mastering her senses, attempting to disregard the overwhelming cacophony of irrelevant stimuli to lighten her burden. Each day brought new discoveries, as she navigated the process of acclimatizing to and controlling her abilities. One day, when George came to visit, he opened the door only to find her absent, though she was sitting quietly by her bed, which revealed to her the extent of her ghostly stealth. Another time, lost in thought as she walked into her room, she snapped back to reality only to realize she was standing on the roof. Numerous such incidents occurred, and eventually, after a series of unforeseen events, she unveiled even more of her capabilities, such as shooting webs from her wrists, ghostly warnings, and her own toxins. Despite her newfound powers, Gwen continued to live her life as usual until the appearance of a malevolent entity stirred something within her. Could she use her abilities to combat crime? However, it was merely a fleeting thought until the notorious judgment of Uriel by the demon ignited a wave of fervor online, prompting Gwen to feel a pang of sympathy for this solitary seeker of justice. At that moment, Gwen resolved to embark on the path of upholding justice, simultaneously wishing to convey to the malevolent that there exists an alternative to extremity. With her determination solidified, Gwen sought out Mary Jane, whose exceptional computer skills could provide substantial assistance. Thus, at Gwen's invitation, Mary Jane joined her ranks. The costume of Ghost Spider was also inspired by the attire of the villain, incorporating elements such as a hood, as Gwen found her bare head somewhat unappealing. Upon hearing Gwen's account, Mang Ran acknowledged, "Without a hood, a bare head indeed appears quite unattractive." He then recalled something and, with a touch of surprise, inquired, "Do you still possess venom?" The symbiote's possession does not necessarily replicate all abilities, particularly for someone like Gwen, who possesses a plethora of talents. Therefore, Mang Ran was uncertain of the entirety of Gwen's capabilities. He was aware of her spider silk ability, yet the toxin remained a mystery, as he had not sensed it during their previous encounter. Gwen responded, yes, it is a neurotoxic venom. While not lethal, it can swiftly incapacitate an individual. I have not employed it frequently. Currently, I primarily use my nails and palms to release it. As for whether the potency of the toxin will increase in the future, I am uncertain. After hearing Gwen's explanation, Mang Ran remained slightly puzzled. Did you not utilize it during our last confrontation? I did not feel anything. Gwen displayed a resigned expression. I too ponder why it did not affect you. I certainly employed the toxin, yet it seems you were unaffected. Realization dawned on Mang Ran. It must have been the symbiote's influence. He turned to the symbiote and asked, why didn't you inform me during our last encounter? The symbiote blinked in confusion. I did not sense any threat at that moment, so I did not mention it. I also forgot afterward. To be honest, its scent was somewhat more pleasant than gunpowder. But only marginally, and I did not sample extensively before the symbiote could finish. Mang Ran covered its mouth, laughing awkwardly. Haha, it's fine. I believe that toxin still has room for enhancement. Gwen, observing Mang Ran and the symbiote, couldn't help but chuckle. Why so tense? I do not mind. Although the toxin may not affect you, it remains effective against others. Mang Ran nodded in agreement. That is true, yet one must not be careless. Despite our extraordinary abilities, we must exercise caution, for life is singular. I also do not wish for you to be harmed, as it would deeply distress me. Gwen nodded in acknowledgement of Mang Ran's earlier sentiments. Although the assailant had not harmed her today, failing to disarm him was indeed a lapse in judgment. While this oversight may not cost her life now, what of the next time? It is wiser to remain vigilant. However, upon hearing Mang Ran express that he would feel heartache, Gwen couldn't help but blush, turning her head to cast a reproachful glance at him. With his usual smooth tongue, he quipped that Venom had not learned mischief from him. In response, Mang Ran merely chuckled. Oh, by the way, this gift is for you, he suddenly declared, producing a small black orb. The orb appeared solid, yet displayed rippling patterns reminiscent of water on its surface. Curious, Gwen inquired, what is this? Mang Ran explained. This is a high-tech product that, once bound, can transform into any form you desire, such as a battle suit. Typically, it remains concealed within your body, enveloping you when needed. It is incredibly convenient and boasts formidable defensive capabilities. Ordinary bullets and cold weapons will hardly harm you. However, should you encounter machine guns, you might sustain minor injuries, though they cannot penetrate it. As for rocket launchers, I would recommend seeking cover. Gwen's eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed, this is astonishing. Mang Ran nodded, continuing, to activate it, you need to place a drop of your blood on it, which serves as a genetic lock that only you can utilize. Gwen replied, I am aware of this. I've read about it in Chinese novels online. Magical artifacts function in a similar manner. Mang Ran momentarily faltered. Well, one could say that. Having explained everything, he handed the orb to Gwen, preparing to demonstrate its operation. This orb was redeemed from the marketplace and belonged to the same category as the one he possessed, albeit the latter was a system reward, thus of superior quality. To his surprise, Gwen shook her head and returned the orb. Forgive me, Mang, but I cannot accept this. It is too precious. Observing Gwen's serious demeanor, Mang Ran gently smiled. You are startled by my words. In truth, it is not valuable at all. I have many of these, and I have long wished to atone for my mistakes. If you refuse, I shall feel guilty. Gwen was about to decline again, but, seeing Mang Ran's insistence, relented. Very well. She then broke into a cheerful smile. Thank you, Mang. Although you say that, I know it must be more valuable than you claim. It will indeed be very useful. Mang Ran looked at her with a mischievous grin, saying, no need for thanks, just a kiss will suffice. With that, he turned his cheek toward her. Gwen's face flushed crimson, resembling a ripe apple. After a moment of hesitation, she gently pressed her lips against Mang Ran's cheek. Feeling the soft sensation on his face, Mang Ran beamed with delight. Gwen, on the other hand, huffed and turned away, pretending to admire the night scenery. Not wanting him to see her bashful expression, Mang Ran chuckled softly and moved to stand beside her. Beneath the dark cloak of night, the two gazed into the distant sky, their bodies unconsciously drawing closer together. Chapter 28. The Mutant Slayer. This weekend, Mang Ran experienced immense joy. Having not only confided his true identity to Gwen, thereby resolving previous misunderstandings, but also receiving a sweet kiss in return. Regarding Mang Ran's identity, Gwen assured him of her discretion. However, Mang Ran informed her that it was permissible to disclose his identity to Mary Jane, as they were partners. Yet, he insisted that other details remain confidential. Gwen understood that knowing his identity was sufficient for Mary Jane. She felt grateful to Mang Ran, as she would have found it challenging to explain her conversation with the demon to Mary Jane otherwise. Mang Ran took this into consideration, wishing to spare Gwen any distress over the matter. As for Gwen's refusal to take the lives of criminals, Mang Ran did not oppose her stance. He merely advised her to safeguard herself and remain vigilant against those criminals, cautioning that compassion should not lead her into perilous situations. At times, it was permissible to act with greater severity. Gwen did not resist this notion, acknowledging her previous naivety. Mang Ran recounted the tragedy of Mia, and as he spoke of his remorse and guilt, Gwen gradually understood why the demon had altered his methods, beginning to deal harshly with criminals. One must not allow their mercy towards criminals to become the source of another's suffering. A criminal, once they commit their crime, becomes unworthy of forgiveness. They must face consequences. Or else the victims cannot find solace, nor can the innocent be protected. No one has the authority to forgive these criminals on behalf of the victims. My duty is to judge those who cannot seek vengeance for themselves. Listening to Mang Ran's words, Gwen recognized that these insights stemmed from his own experiences of pain and regret. As she engaged in her own fight against crime, she started to comprehend the demon's philosophy. She felt the need for change but acknowledged that it would require time. At least now, she no longer insisted on sparing the lives of every criminal, and she had begun categorizing them in her mind. Regardless of how Gwen perceived the situation, Mang Ran would respect her choices. His sole request was for her to protect herself. He did not feel the need to force others to agree with him, for each individual's path may differ. But as long as their intentions align with justice, they are comrades. As night fell, Mang Ran roamed the cityscape, observing the streets and the crowds. Once George had secured and stabilized Ibay's territory, Mang Ran could set his sights on the next target. Suddenly, he noticed a gunman in the act of robbing a beautiful woman. Fixing his gaze on a nearby alley, he steadied himself and swiftly made his way towards the scene. Please, take my money, just don't kill me. The woman crouched in a corner, sobbing and pleading with the menacing figure before her. Having already thrown her wallet at his feet, yet the assailant showed no signs of relenting. Upon hearing her words, the man let out a series of lewd chuckles. Do not fear, my dear. How could I ever bring myself to harm you? After speaking, he licked his lips, brandishing his gun with an expression of lascivious intent. Obey me, disrobe, and turn around, lifting that delectable derriere of yours. If you allow me to indulge myself, I shall ensure your safe departure. The woman, tears streaming down her face, shook her head in terror, pressing herself tightly against the wall. Suddenly, a shadow descended swiftly from above, landing silently between the two. The man gazed at the grinning, horrifying specter before him, trembling as he stammered, "Why, you're a demon." As he quaked, he began to retreat in fear. Yet, as he distanced himself, a glimmer of mockery flickered in his terrified eyes. Simultaneously, a claw emerged from behind Mang Ran, its 5 fingers sharp and elongated, gleaming with a metallic sheen. With an unstoppable force, the claw lunged for the demon's heart. Just as the claw was about to strike, the target crouched down with incredible speed. A raspy voice echoed, "As I suspected, your performances are truly woeful." Mang Ran's sudden crouch caused the woman's claw to miss its mark. He then swiftly raised his left elbow and thrust it backward with great force. The elbow collided with the woman's abdomen, driving her against the wall with such might that cracks appeared. The impact caused the woman to spew forth a mouthful of blood. Before she could recover, a pair of large hands seized her delicate neck. After delivering the elbow strike, Mang Ran pivoted quickly, his right hand gripping the woman's throat. She struggled, raising her arms to use her claws against him, attempting to force him to release his hold. However, as she lifted her hands, 2 black blades pierced her palms, pinning them to the wall, rendering her immobile. In her desperation, she could only hope that the man would come to her rescue. Unbeknownst to her, he too was in dire straits. As the woman made her move, believing their plan had succeeded, a black tendril suddenly struck from behind the man, wrapping around his neck and lifting him. Simultaneously, 4 black blades pierced his limbs. If anyone had witnessed this bizarre scene, they would have been utterly paralyzed with fear. From the wall behind him, a viscous black liquid began to ooze forth, sprouting numerous tendrils. One robust tendril constricted around the man's neck, pinning him firmly against the wall, while the remaining 6 blades secured his limbs and 2 pinned the woman's hands. This scene resembled the wall transforming into a malevolent black demon, intent on dragging the man into the abyss behind it. While standing upstairs, Mang Ran had sensed something amiss. On one hand, he had received a ghostly warning, an instinctive ability that had significantly heightened. On the other hand, ever since the malevolent spirits began to alter their methods, imposing terrifying punishments on those criminals, it has been quite some time since anyone dared to brazenly rob in the areas frequently haunted by these fiends. Furthermore, this particular incident involved the most detestable elements of robbery and sexual assault that Mang Ran abhorred. Sensing something amiss, Mang Ran remained vigilant. Separating the venom that fell to the ground, its fearsome maw transformed by his battle attire. Were these merely ordinary criminals, even with just one arm, Mang Ran would have been capable of hanging them up and delivering a sound thrashing. However, if this were indeed a trap, the venom would serve as a most unexpected advantage. As anticipated, it was a trap. When the woman reached out, the specters in Mang Ran's mind screamed warnings, almost overwhelming him. He deliberately paused for a moment, allowing himself to execute a more fluid sequence of actions. Mang Ran hurled the woman to the ground, then proceeded to break her limbs, forcing the venom to penetrate her mouth with its tendrils, preventing her from resorting to a poisoned suicide. Subsequently, he beckoned, and the venom similarly dispatched the man to the ground, applying the same method. Once he ensured that both lay sprawled on the ground like dead dogs, Mang Ran summoned the venom back into his body. Although the venom could maintain a certain combat efficacy outside of his body, it could not remain detached for too long, as prolonged separation would only weaken it. Upon reattaching the venom, Mang Ran extended both hands, which emitted countless tiny tendrils that slithered into the mouths of the man and woman lying on the ground. He sought to extract their memories. As Mang Ran closed his eyes to delve into their minds, an unexpected rapid beeping sounded from their heads, followed by 2 soft thuds. Their brains had turned to mush, making memory extraction impossible. Damn it. I've already sealed their mouths. How could they still have a counter? Mang Ran cursed under his breath. He quickly divided his hands again, sending forth more black tendrils to envelop the 2, resembling 2 large black cocoons. He silently hoped for success. Mang Ran aimed to explore their abilities through the venom's possession, yet he felt a twinge of anxiety, uncertain of his success. Given his prior attempts to possess criminals he had slain had yielded no results. After a brief moment, Mang Ran opened his eyes, exclaiming with exhilaration, "I did it." Congratulations to the host for acquiring a new ability. Acquired Claw ability, which enhances the hands to form claws. Acquired Skin Reinforcement ability, which fortifies the outer skin to withstand general harm, requires activation. A gentle reminder, due to the target being near death, the extraction time has been extended. Please be cautious, as the target's demise will render extraction impossible. For future extractions, please act promptly. This gentle reminder feels somewhat accusatory, Mang Ran thought, feeling a bit embarrassed as he listened to the system's prompt. He then redirected his attention to the newly acquired abilities. The Claw ability would allow him to have claws even without the venom, somewhat impractical. However, the Skin Reinforcement ability seemed promising, albeit requiring activation, which explained the earlier lack of resistance. Nonetheless, it could bolster his hand-to-hand combat capabilities, which was an improvement, albeit marginally so. Mang Ran sighed inwardly as he watched, still possessing some memories. After reviewing his abilities, he prepared to examine the recently searched memories. Although an unexpected interruption had thwarted him, there remained a glimmer of insight. Closing his eyes, he scrutinized the remnants of his recollections. Moments later, he opened his eyes again. The information was exceedingly limited. He learned that the two individuals belonged to a group known as the Blackwater Security Company and had been commissioned to eliminate a malevolent spirit. Furthermore, they were a couple, and according to the data provided, the spirit harbored a fixation on issues of lust, which had orchestrated this entire scenario. Beyond that, there was nothing more to glean. Mang Ran pondered with frustration, recognizing that while the fixation on lust could have been deduced through a thorough analysis of the materials, being manipulated in such a manner was undeniably irksome. Additionally, he speculated that had he not intervened, the pair might have seamlessly transitioned from pretense to reality in their violent endeavor. Purchasing a vial of corpse dissolution solution from the system shop, Mang Ran sprinkled it over the two corpses. A wispy, white vapor emanated from the bodies, vanishing swiftly into nothingness. Farewell. I hope you two can rekindle your bond in the afterlife, he thought to himself. Observing the corpses disappear without a trace, he leaped onto the rooftop with a few agile steps and resumed his nocturnal patrol. This incident had made him acutely aware that he now faced another formidable adversary. The Blackwater Security Company and the Crocodile Gang. Just wait until I bring you both down. Chapter 29. The Weeping Rain and the Severed Clouds. After completing his night watch and clocking out, Mang Ran returned to his room. He opened his phone and engaged in casual conversation with Gwen, confirming that there were no anomalies on her end before bidding her goodnight. Unlike Mang Ran, Gwen lacked the tranquil breathing technique and thus needed to ensure several hours of sleep each night. Setting his phone aside, Mang Ran, after a long absence, opened the system shop. He needed to acquire a few skills, as his current methods of attack were rather monotonous. He scoured the options, seeking a skill that would suit him. Time passed, and he found himself overwhelmed by choices, yet none seemed fitting. It was not that he was overly picky, rather, those that appeared promising were prohibitively expensive, while the more mundane options did not appeal to him. After continuing his search, Mang Ran's eyes lit up. He had found something intriguing. Clicking on a skill named Weeping Rain, he began to read its description. A thought gathers ethereal clouds. As the clouds coalesce, the Weeping Rain descends, severing life from death, distinguishing yin from yang. Wow, this skill seems extraordinarily powerful, Mang Ran mused as he contemplated its potential. He then immersed himself in his thoughts, eager to envision what this skill would manifest as in practice. In his mind's eye, a demonstration of the skill unfolded. A figure stood between heaven and earth, and as its aura surged, layers of dark clouds, tinged with ethereal light, rapidly amassed above. As the ethereal clouds thickened, torrents of needle-like rain cascaded down, dense and fierce, leaving behind numerous small, dark holes that emitted faint wisps of black mist, covering an area roughly equivalent to two 800-meter playgrounds. Anyone afflicted with a phobia of dense clusters would likely succumb at the sight. This merely represents the rudimentary manifestation of the skill Ghostly Rainfall, while Mang Ran also observed its intermediate form. The scope of the intermediate skill had expanded nearly tenfold, significantly reducing the time required to condense the ethereal clouds. It could essentially be gathered in the blink of an eye, with the skill's damage multiplying several times over. Naturally, Mang Ran could currently only afford the basic version. The points required to upgrade from basic to intermediate were exceedingly high, and the prospect of accumulating 5 points made his head throb. He wished he could simply purchase them with money. He fervently hoped to gather enough points before the battle in New York. As for the upgrade from intermediate to advanced, Mang Ran could not even catch a glimpse of it, nor could he discern what the advanced skill entailed. He surmised that he would have to wait until he achieved the intermediate level to see it. After acquiring Ghostly Rainfall, Mang Ran felt a profound emptiness. He perused the marketplace again and soon realized he was in need of a fine blade. The 2 straight knives he had previously used were merely ordinary. Thus, he turned his attention to the weapon shop, where a blade named Cloud Cutter captured his interest. The bright, cold blade shimmered with a chilling sheen, emanating an oppressive aura. Mang Ran was instantly enamored with this knife. Upon inspecting the price, he noted it was somewhat steep. After the purchase, he would likely have scant points remaining. However, this knife came with an accompanying technique, saving him the expense of acquiring a separate skill. Mang Ran clenched his teeth and decided to buy it. Having already invested in such an expensive skill, he could afford this slight additional cost. In an instant, his points dwindled to merely enough to purchase some bullets and grenades. Erasing his recent accumulation, Mang Ran drew forth the cloud cutter, its cold light menacing and its blade exuding a formidable presence, a truly fine weapon. He then leaped from the window, intent on finding a secluded area to test his skills. After a while, he discovered an ideal location, an isolated riverbank devoid of any onlookers. Mang Ran first unsheathed the cloud cutter, contemplating the accompanying technique. The technique comprised 3 forms: cloud cutter, star cutter, and moon cutter. According to its teachings, simplicity is the essence of great principles. The technique is not bound by rigid forms. These 3 forms merely serve as templates, and once one harmonizes them, one can naturally discover their own style, at which point true mastery is achieved. Mang Ran concurred with this sentiment. Despite his proficiency in cold weaponry, he understood that mastery of a technique such as this depended on personal insight. Focusing his mind, Mang Ran struck the water's surface with a swift slash. Cloud cutter. With his whispered incantation, a shadowy beam of light shot forth from his hand, cleaving the water's surface and creating a shallow rift that quickly sealed back together. Star cutter. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed a flurry of blade lights, which, in mid-flight, split into numerous smaller beams. Instantly, a cascade of blade lights descended upon the water, erupting into a spray of continuous droplets. Mang Ran sheathed his blade and exhaled. As for moon cutter, he was unsure how to execute it, and he sensed that the power of cloud cutter and star cutter was far from what he had just demonstrated. Their true potential was likely much greater. It was simply his first attempt, and he was not yet particularly adept. After putting away his blade, Mang Ran prepared to experiment with ghostly rainfall. He concentrated deeply, and in an instant, he felt a refreshing power surge from his dantian. As the energy flowed forth, the latent strength concealed within his limbs and bones surged forth, converging within his dantian. Mang Ran sensed the transformation within his body and mused to himself. So this is the essence of the mind's energy in motion. He raised his gaze to the heavens, and with his recent exertion of energy, dark clouds began to gather in the sky. Now, with but a flicker of thought, a multitude of ethereal raindrops would descend, transforming the area shrouded by the clouds into a sieve. As he personally unleashed this ability, Mang Ran discovered it could also mark allies within this domain. Those marked would remain unharmed. This was indeed a delightful surprise, as he had previously thought it to be an indiscriminate attack during the demonstration. Yet, even if it were an indiscriminate assault, it could not overshadow the ferocity of this skill. The ability to mark allies was a tremendous boon, alleviating many potential complications in future battles. Once Mang Ran had grasped the essence of this skill, he dissipated the dark clouds. He could not truly allow the ethereal rain to fall, for the resulting traces would be impossible to erase. Caution was prudent. After experimenting with the skill, he felt a surge of inspiration and settled down beside a tree by the riverbank. Mang Ran contemplated whether he might also endeavor to develop a few skills of his own, thereby enhancing his proficiency. With his chin resting thoughtfully in hand, he pondered deeply. After a while, an idea struck him, and he rose to his feet. Firmly establishing his stance, he struck the ground with his hand. In an instant, numerous spikes radiating a dark, luminous energy erupted from the earth surrounding him. Then, with another flicker of thought, those sharp spikes transformed into supple tendrils, writhing like small serpents. Indeed, it was feasible. This was a combination of 2 skills he had developed from his venomous abilities. The former allowed for a multitude of spikes to rise instantaneously from the ground. Any enemies nearby would surely find themselves impaled. The latter operated on a similar principle, yet instead of inflicting harm, it facilitated control. The sole means to counter these 2 techniques would be for the opponent to ascend into the air instantaneously. This required not only a timely reaction but also the means to take flight. Mang Ran surmised that most individuals would falter when first confronted with such an attack. I am truly a genius, he thought, patting himself on the back. However, this was not mere self-praise. Mang Ran was inherently intelligent, and during this time of continual immersion in venom, he had accrued a significant number of intelligence points, though most were from ordinary individuals. And each acquisition amounted to only a single point. The cumulative effect rendered him remarkably capable. After indulging in self-admiration, he began to contemplate potential improvements for this technique. There was no necessity to utilize his hands. His feet were already planted firmly on the ground, making hand movements superfluous. Moreover, large gestures might alert adversaries. Employing his feet would be far more discreet, evading detection entirely. Mang Ran organized his thoughts, refining his technique. This time, he stood motionless, his hands remaining still, and suddenly, a dense array of spikes emerged around him. The effect was impressive. He could silently inflict severe damage upon his foes. He further tested the technique while in motion. As Mang Ran maneuvered, the dense spikes accompanied his movements, always manifesting instantaneously around him. Mang Ran became increasingly pleased with his newfound skill, which proved to be remarkably effective, inflicting substantial damage while operating with an exquisite fluidity. The only downside appeared to be its somewhat excessive consumption of venom. After unleashing the skill repeatedly, Mang Ran found the venom utterly depleted. After all, he was not the one exerting effort, the venom was. Fortunately, through continuous possession, especially while embodying Gwen, both he and the venom experienced considerable enhancements, rendering them significantly stronger. Had it relied on the previous state of the venom, it would likely have been exhausted after only 2 or 3 uses. Once Mang Ran had honed his skill, he withdrew the venom to allow it to recuperate, promising it a share of the next meal of braised pork ribs. Upon receiving this assurance, the venom felt that the exertion had been worth it, and it contentedly began to rest. As for the skill, Mang Ran pondered over a fitting name. Inspired by the dense thorns reminiscent of brambles, he decided to call it Thornhell. The controlling skill would be dubbed Thorn Quagmire, ensnaring enemies as if they had plunged into an inescapable mire. With the names finally established, Mang Ran familiarized himself with the skills, restoring the environment to its original state. Following the ambush by those 2 mutated assassins, Mang Ran felt an even greater need for caution. If he failed to conceal his traces, the adversaries might deduce information about his skills from the remnants left behind, potentially preparing against him. In this invisible contest, such a lapse could place Mang Ran at a disadvantage. He refused to underestimate anyone and would not allow himself to harbor any complacency. The world was rife with inexplicable tactics he was yet unaware of, and he could not afford to provide his enemies any advantage through carelessness. After meticulously covering his tracks, Mang Ran returned home to rest. Chapter 30. Information on Blackwater and the plan for the crocodile gang's annihilation. After a night of restful slumber, Mang Ran awoke the next day, cheerfully cycling to school. As was his routine, pedaling along, the venom within him sang a jubilant tune. I want a life of exuberance, soaring through the vast skies, traversing the desolate wilderness, possessing powers that transcend the ordinary. The venom, with its raspy voice, endeavored to embrace the vitality of life. This song had indeed been taught to it by Mang Ran, who had grown weary of its off-key crooning. It was simply unbearable. Thus, he had introduced it to several songs. Surprisingly, the venom's gravelly voice suited this particular tune quite well, although it struggled with the higher notes. Before long, Mang Ran arrived at school, parked his bicycle, and entered the classroom with his backpack in tow. Spotting Gwen, who was yawning while clutching a book, he knew she had not rested adequately. From his bag, he retrieved a bottle of invigorating water, twisted the cap off, and handed it to Gwen. Drink this, it's quite refreshing. Gwen, slightly lethargic, accepted the water and took a generous swig. After gulping down a substantial amount, Gwen indeed perked up, exhaling a contented sigh. Mang, thank you so much. Otherwise, I would surely have dozed off in class. With her spirits lifted, Gwen smiled at Mang Ran. He sighed and replied, Gwen, you cannot continue like this for long. No matter how robust your health, it cannot withstand such strain. Gwen watched Mang Ran, who was once again lecturing her, and cutely shrank back, saying, Oh, I know. I just had a bit of insomnia last night. Mang Ran replied, You said the same yesterday. Why not refrain from going out every day? I'm here every day, and the crime rate has significantly decreased during this period. Gwen shook her head in response, saying, No, a ghost must fight alongside demons. I will make sure to return home earlier for rest. I just need to get accustomed to it. She then looked at Mang Ran and remarked, You see, you always appear so energetic. Mang Ran shook his head, stating, It's different for me. I practice a special mental technique, so I can manage with less rest. With a sigh, Mang Ran added, Unfortunately, I cannot teach you. Otherwise, you wouldn't have to tire yourself so much. Gwen gasped in surprise, covering her mouth. Realizing that Mang Ran practiced such ancient techniques from Manhwa, those novels were indeed true. Noticing Mang Ran's sigh, Gwen comforted her, saying, It's all right. I will surely find a way to ensure I get enough rest. I am the renowned ghost, Gwen declared, raising her small fist with bravado. Mang Ran couldn't help but chuckle at Gwen's adorableness. As more classmates joined the conversation, the two shifted to discussing mundane matters. Time flew by quickly, and Thanksgiving was approaching. After Thanksgiving, winter break would arrive in less than a month, and they chatted about their holiday plans. While Mang Ran attended classes at school, his computer in the bedroom was tirelessly working. He had instructed Xiao Bai to gather information about the Blackwater Security Company and its connections with the Crocodile Gang. By the time Mang Ran returned from class, he could directly access the information organized by Xiao Bai. Soon, it was time to head home after school. Mang Ran bid farewell to his friends and rode his bicycle home. Today, Zhao Li returned early, and dinner was served promptly. After finishing his meal, Mang Ran retreated to his bedroom to review the information Xiao Bai had found. Firstly, regarding the Blackwater Security Company. This firm ostensibly provides legitimate security services while covertly engaging in irregular security and hiring services. According to the data, the personnel are classified into different levels, and the traces currently accessible involve ordinary hiring tasks and a few minor C-level tasks. Higher-level operations employ special confidentiality measures, making them inaccessible to Xiao Bai for the time being. According to Xiao Bai's analysis, the two mutant assassins encountered previously likely belonged to the C-level category. Although no clues were found online, Mang Ran had gathered some information from their minds indicating they were dispatched by the Crocodile Gang to ambush him. Unfortunately, Blackwater Security had miscalculated, believing Mang Ran to be merely a strong, well-trained, ordinary person. The video Mang Ran had sent to the Crocodile Gang was also processed to ensure that the terrified members could not discern his abilities, and it would automatically self-destruct after playback. Consequently, the Crocodile Gang possessed no effective information to provide to Blackwater Security. The Blackwater Security Company procured information through news and cases related to malevolent spirits, which led to a skewed estimation that the capture of two C-level entities was a foregone conclusion. The outcome, however, was the mysterious disappearance of both C-level entities. with the chips implanted in their minds indicating self-destruction, resulting in a catastrophic failure for Blackwater security. Upon reviewing the dossier of Blackwater, the next focus was their connection with the Crocodile Gang. An intriguing detail emerged during Mang Ran's research on the Crocodile Gang. He noted that the leader of a prominent gang, situated above Bob, had suddenly vanished. Mang Ran suspected that the situation was far from straightforward, surmising that Bob might have orchestrated the leader's demise. This suspicion was confirmed. Xiao Bai's gathered intelligence revealed that Bob had employed Blackwater operatives to eliminate the gang leader. Furthermore, the chaos among the subordinates of the fallen leader bore the fingerprints of Blackwater, as Bob had enlisted their services to incite turmoil. Subsequently, when the Crocodile Gang reaped the benefits by absorbing rival factions, they too engaged Blackwater. Thus, it is evident that Bob maintained a significant business relationship with Blackwater. In recent years, the Crocodile Gang enjoyed an unchallenged supremacy, with no threats to their dominance, leading to a cessation of dealings with Blackwater. However, the recent emergence of malevolent spirits rekindled Bob's interest in his former associates. After absorbing the information, Mang Ran leaned back in his chair, eyes closed in contemplation. It was indeed time to address the Crocodile Gang. Nevertheless, for the sake of stability, he could not simply eradicate them all at once. The presence of a now covert Blackwater added another layer of complexity. It was obvious that Blackwater would be aware of the deaths of their operatives and would undoubtedly send reinforcements. It was inconceivable that after Mang Ran's actions, Blackwater would simply retreat, as their reputation was at stake, and they would likely demand a higher fee from Bob, considering the sea-level entities had proven unmanageable. Mang Ran pondered, feeling a twinge of headache. Perhaps he could select a puppet from the Crocodile Gang. After Mang Ran dealt with Bob, he could stabilize the situation through this puppet, granting George ample time to conclude matters. Once everything was settled, he could then dispose of the puppet, thereby elegantly eliminating the Crocodile Gang without inciting disorder. The puppet, however, could not be chosen arbitrarily. It must possess a degree of influence to control the larger situation post-Bob's demise. Additionally, this individual should have a substantial following to quell any unrest among rival leaders. If these criteria proved difficult to meet, Mang Ran could preemptively eliminate a few leaders to alleviate pressure. The more he contemplated, the more feasible this plan appeared. Yet it still lacked one crucial element, a means to control the puppet. Mang Ran resolved to visit the marketplace, hoping to procure useful items that could resolve the issue directly. If a tool could suffice, there was no need for convoluted persuasion, threats, or attempts at coercion. Because those things are ultimately ephemeral and difficult to control, it is prudent for Mang Ran to minimize risk and maximize manageability. After sifting through the unique items in the marketplace for an extended period, Mang Ran finally discovered a suitable choice. He promptly selected the option to exchange. Holding a small bug within a box, alongside a bottle of pills and a bone flute, a smile spread across Mang Ran's face. With conditions favorable, the plan was set to commence. Chapter 31. The plan commences, Part 1. While Mang Ran was investigating the Blackwater Security Company, the company was simultaneously exerting all efforts to scrutinize the malevolent spirit. In a dimly lit conference room, smoke wafted through the air, and a projector incessantly displayed information regarding the malevolent entity. The glowing embers of cigarettes flickered, occasionally illuminating the furrowed brows of those present. It appears we have underestimated the strength of this malevolent spirit. The two sea-level operatives have vanished, and the chips implanted in their brains have shown signs of self-destruction. A middle-aged man took a puff from his cigar, stroking his bald head, and with a grim expression addressed another individual. Upon hearing his words, a gaunt man across from him extinguished his cigarette and replied in a low voice. This operation cannot conclude here. Deploy a B-level team to eliminate this malevolent spirit. Inform Bob that we will resolve this entity, and the operation will continue, albeit at a different price. The gaunt man then spoke to the individuals standing behind him. The man behind him responded solemnly, understood. He then exited the conference room. Upon hearing the gaunt man's directives, the bald man cautioned, Boss Seiko, our B-level teams are currently occupied with tasks. Seiko regarded the man before him and lit another cigarette. Taking a drag, he replied, Lando, you are in charge of these matters. Assess which team's tasks are nearing completion, urge them to expedite their progress, and inform them that the bonuses will be doubled. Lando stood up, adopting a serious demeanor. I will arrange that immediately. Team B5 should be available shortly. Seiko nodded in satisfaction, then recalled something. By the way, a new batch of recruits has also arrived this year. See to their arrangements, and let us hope they are not the dregs of the cradle. That will be all. Expedite your arrangements. Lando nodded and turned to exit the conference room. The vast conference room was left with Seiko alone, his eyes narrowed in contemplation. His profound gaze appeared to drift into the distance, exuding a subtle hint of nostalgia. One day, I will return to the monsters, Seiko murmured softly, as if speaking to himself. With that, he refocused his thoughts and extinguished his cigarette on the table. Unbeknownst to Mang Ran, Blackwater had already devised a plan against him, merely awaiting the opportunity to execute it. Mang Ran was diligently preparing. That evening he would initiate the first and most crucial step of the Crocodile Gang's annihilation plan, seizing control of a puppet. He meticulously analyzed all available information regarding the leaders of the Crocodile Gang, selecting a fitting target, Sis-Verlaine. He was the most trusted leader by Bob, known for his adherence to rules and his unwavering obedience to Bob's commands. Thus, Sith is indeed the most formidable among those former comrades, for his loyalty to Bob remains unwavering. Despite his ascension as a powerful figure in the underworld, he continues to regard Bob with the same respect and obedience as before, a sentiment that has not wavered over the years. To Mang Ran, this individual is the quintessential puppet, trusted by Bob to maintain control after his demise, and endowed with considerable strength to quell the unrest among the other former comrades, although it may require Mang Ran's further intervention in this regard. With a well-charted course in mind, Mang Ran set forth towards Sith's residence. In recent days, Sith has been fraught with anxiety in his villa, ever since receiving that ominous video. Despite Bob's unwavering confidence in swiftly resolving the threat posed by the malevolent spirit, the tragic demise of Bill and UR has left Sith feeling uneasy, even with Bob's assurances. He had never harbored grand ambitions. His initial allegiance to the Crocodile Gang and Bob was born out of desperation. Having experienced a failed marriage due to his lack of ambition and penchant for gambling, he found himself destitute, leading to his wife's departure. When Sith first joined the Crocodile Gang, he had gone 2 days without sustenance, having spent his time scavenging on the streets. Whenever he managed to save a little money, it inevitably went towards gambling, a pursuit in which he could never find fortune. The turning point came when Bob, embroiled in a brawl, inadvertently awakened him from his slumber on the roadside. Startled and enraged, he had just managed to gather some scraps to quell his hunger and had fallen asleep, dreaming of a colossal hamburger, only to be jolted awake by a kick. In his fury, Sith wielded a trash can lid and struck the assailant, rendering him unconscious, much to Bob's astonishment. Thus, their acquaintance blossomed, leading Sith to join the Crocodile Gang. In the ensuing time, he remained steadfastly by Bob's side, contributing to the gang's growth and thereby elevating his own status. Ever unambitious and timid, he recognized that it was only through Bob's guidance that he achieved a life he had once deemed unattainable, leading him to remain faithfully devoted to Bob. This very trait of Sith's engendered Bob's deep trust and willingness to grant him authority, as Bob understood that no matter how much power Sith wielded, he remained firmly within Bob's grasp, easily manipulated by his character. At this moment, Sith finds himself at home, gambling with a fellow leader. The opulent room is shrouded in smoke, with several alluring women seated beside them. Ha ha ha, Sith, with that sour expression. It's clear you're destined to lose, taunted a diminutive man with a lecherous demeanor, puffing on a cigar while caressing the soft curves of a woman beside him, inhaling her alluring fragrance. In a fit of anger, Sith flung his cards aside, exclaiming, "Damn it! A night passed without a single notable hand. What abysmal luck this is! Damn it! It must be the foul stench emanating from you lot that has spoiled my cards. Away with you!" With a furious roar, Sith kicked aside a woman who had been draped over him, prompting the others to hastily retreat. Observing this, the diminutive man across from him chuckled mockingly. "Oh, poor Sis. Is it that you cannot handle the game? To unleash your wrath upon a woman is truly pitiful." He then beckoned to the woman on the floor, who stumbled to her feet and knelt beside him. Sis glared coldly at the small man. "Silence, Pick. What right do you, a mere wretch, have to speak to me?" Pick, upon hearing this, ceased his laughter and fixed a penetrating gaze upon Sis, extinguishing his cigar forcefully in the woman's trembling hands. She clasped her hands together, her gaze cast downward, biting her lip in silence. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, yet she remained frozen, hands raised in a quivering plea. Sis adjusted his collar and leaned back in his chair, observing Pick with a steely demeanor. After a moment, Pick burst forth with laughter. "I was merely jesting. My dear brother Sis, do not take offense." Instantly, the serious expression vanished from his face, replaced by a mischievous grin directed at Sis. Sis, responding to Pick's words, allowed a smile to break through his cold facade. "Ah, I certainly understand, Pick. I too was merely jesting, my beloved brother." Their gazes locked, and they both erupted into hearty laughter, though both harbored ulterior motives. Chapter 32. The plan commences. Part 2. The game resumed, and Sis appeared to regain his luck, winning several hands as the atmosphere gradually relaxed. After a while, the game concluded, and Pick stood up, preparing to depart. "My good brother, today was immensely enjoyable. Let us play together again next time," he said, relishing the smooth skin of the woman beside him as he bid farewell to Sis. Sis, puffing on his cigar, replied, "Of course, my brother. You are always welcome here." Pick retracted his wandering hand, stroking his chin with a lewd grin. "This little one is delightful. I quite fancy her. How about you gift her to me, dear brother Sis?" Sis gazed at the woman kneeling by the table, a trace of blood still visible at the corner of her mouth. At his words, she lowered her head, hands clasped, bending forward in a trembling submission. Sis chuckled lightly. "Since my brother Pick has made a request, it would be rude of me to refuse. However, I must decline, for I have taken quite a liking to this woman as well." As he spoke, he affectionately stroked the woman's head, akin to petting a beloved cat, while she bowed her head, absorbing the gentle touch, struggling to suppress her shivers. Pick's gaze sharpened momentarily before he laughed again. "How thoughtless of me. I did not realize you had an affinity for such a specimen, brother." With that, he turned and departed with his entourage. Those around Sis, having overheard Pick's remarks, were eager to approach, yet were halted by Sis's piercing gaze. After Pick left, Sis furiously hurled his cigar to the ground and crushed it beneath his foot. With a roar, he exclaimed, "Damn that Pick. How dare he insult me by suggesting I would relish what's left of him? If it weren't for the boss forbidding me from causing trouble, I would have dealt with that little wretch today." Sis was acutely aware that, even without the boss's admonition, he could not act on his anger, He had to heed Bob's words and refrain from provoking conflict, for this was the foundation of his existence. Both Pick and Sis sought women, but Sis would never acquiesce. This was not merely a matter of desire, but rather Pick attempting to reclaim his lost pride. However, Sis would not yield, not even to the extent of relinquishing a scrap of tissue. He was determined to maintain his superiority over Pick. The diminutive Pick understood well that he and Sis held differing statuses in Bob's eyes, which is why he had initially capitulated at the card table. Yet, in the end, Sis still showed him no favor, prompting Pick to retaliate in his own way. Still unsatisfied, Sis smashed nearby bottles and glasses to the floor, scattering shards of glass across the ground. The woman kneeling at the table was caught by the fragments, leaving cuts on her legs and cheek, blood trickling down her wounds. Yet she dared not move. Breathing heavily, Sis felt the liquor seeping into the carpet, dampening his shoes. With disgust, he wiped the alcohol from his footwear onto the nearby dry carpet. Sis turned his gaze back to the kneeling woman, his eyes filled with disdain and coldness. He waved his hand, summoning 2 bodyguards. Remove that repulsive trash. Just looking at her reminds me of that damned little wretch. Pick, he ordered. The bodyguards nodded and approached the woman. Hearing Sis' command, she slumped to the ground, finally lifting her head, her beautiful eyes filled with despair and emptiness. She fixated on Sis' face, as if trying to engrave his likeness into her mind. The 2 bodyguards advanced, dragging her towards the door, her gaze never leaving Sis until she was pulled outside. Sis waved his hand again, dismissing the remaining people in the room. He then poured himself a drink and sank onto the sofa by the window, gazing out at the night scene while lost in thought. Recently, Sis had been plagued by restlessness. He felt surrounded by danger. The pressure from the malevolent spirit weighed heavily on him, along with the ominous presence of all, Abai, and the terrifying videos sent in the dead of night. One incident after another, he felt his nerves fraying. Sipping his drink, Sis leaned back on the sofa and murmured, "Oh, wretched spirit." Suddenly, the lights in the room flickered and extinguished, plunging the space into darkness. In that moment, Sis felt a warm, moist breath against his neck, accompanied by a long, slimy serpent slithering upon him. A voice, devilish in its tone, whispered in his ear, raspy like a specter's breath and cold as the winds of the abyss. "Are you summoning me, Mr. Sis? I have come. I believe you have something to say to me, do you not?" Sis froze, as if ensnared by a spell, paralyzed on the sofa. Too terrified to move or look back. He feared that the moment he turned his head, he would be met with that terrifying visage, and that the gaping maw would snap his head off. Thus, Sis sat upon the sofa, a goblet raised in his trembling hand, his gaze wandering to the expansive floor-to-ceiling glass window before him. The immense pane faintly reflected the figure of himself, slumped on the couch. Above his head, a pair of pale, elongated eyes emitted a chilling, sinister glint as they fixated upon him. Below those eyes, a mouth filled with jagged teeth was agape, a blood-red tongue flickering and dancing along his neck. Sith's hand began to quiver, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. "Mr. Evil Spirit, what do you want? Please, do not kill me," he pleaded, his voice quaking with tears, a mere shadow of the man he once was, crushed beneath the weight of fear. Mang Ran extended a hand to caress his neck, speaking in a seemingly gentle tone. "Why are you so afraid, Mr. Sith? Fear not, for I have come to present you a gift." Ignoring Sith's shivers and pleas, Mang Ran seized his chin with one hand while brandishing a centipede with the other. Sith, in terror, gaped and shook his head wildly, desperate to escape. Yet, Mang Ran's powerful grip held him fast, rendering him immobile. The centipede writhed and twisted, its many legs squirming in a chaotic dance. Sith watched in horror as the creature was thrust into his mouth. He could feel it crawling down his throat, its multitude of legs moving deeper into his being. A maddening itch spread from his mouth to his throat and downwards, vanishing into his stomach. When Mang Ran finally released him, Sith tumbled from the sofa, scrambling to the table to gulp down the liquor with fervor. After a time, he grasped his throat in a futile attempt to expel the creature, but all that emerged was the acrid taste of alcohol and bile. Mang Ran sat leisurely on a small sofa, observing Sith's frantic performance with interest. Sith continued to retch, eventually collapsing helplessly to the ground, summoning every ounce of strength to crawl towards Mang Ran, begging for mercy from the malevolent spirit. Mang Ran, however, paid no heed to his pleas, instead producing a small bone flute and bringing it to his lips. No sound emerged, yet Sith writhed on the floor, clutching his stomach and howling in agony. After a while, Mang Ran set the flute aside and coldly declared, "Now, Mr. Sith, you should have received my gift and sensed my intentions. This little creature will bring you fleeting comfort each day. Only the antidote can alleviate your suffering. Should you go 3 days without it, or harbor any thoughts detrimental to me, you shall perish." Sith, not lacking in intelligence, understood that the spirit's reluctance to simply end his life and instead feed him the creature was indicative of a task he must fulfill. Beads of cold sweat dripped from his brow, his body feeling utterly drained. He lay on the ground, his face pressed against the carpet, gasping for breath. Hearing Mang Ran's words, he gasped for breath and weakly implored, "Mr. Evil Ghost, please tell me what I must do, and I shall fulfill it." Mang Ran nodded, acknowledging the young man's readiness. "Very well," he remarked. Rising from the sofa, Mang Ran approached Shi, crouching beside him to smooth his sweat-soaked hair. "After Bob's demise, I need you to swiftly seize control of the situation with the crocodile gang. Can you manage that?" Mang Ran inquired softly, lying on the ground. Shi's eyes widened at the question, struggling to comprehend Mang Ran's words. Unhurried, Mang Ran awaited Shixi's response. After a moment of contemplation, Shixi finally gathered his resolve and tremulously replied, "No problem, Mr. Evil Ghost, I can do it." After saying this, Shixi glanced at the face of the evil ghost before lowering his head again, pressing it against the carpet as he continued, "Mr. Evil Ghost, while I can stabilize the situation, there are individuals who may not heed my command. Though each of those leaders is weaker than I, if they unite, I may be at a loss." After expressing this, Shixi kept his head bowed, yet he could sense the evil ghost's gaze upon him. Mang Ran, hearing this, observed Shixi on the ground and smiled. "Excellent. As long as you can maintain control, I won't need to seek others." At these words, Shixi's body trembled slightly but quickly regained composure, still keeping his head lowered. Mang Ran continued, "I will address the troubles you mentioned, such as that short fellow, Pick. Is that correct?" With his head down, Shixi replied in a quivering voice, "Yes." Mang Ran then stood tall and declared, "The trouble will be resolved tonight. I hope you will not disappoint me. By the way, there are some remnants here. I just dealt with a few. Remember to handle it yourself." Lying on the ground, Shixi responded, "Understood. It is their honor to face the wrath of Mr. Evil Ghost." A chilling, sinister laughter echoed through the room, as if amused by his words, lingering long after it faded. After a while, Shixi finally raised his head, finding himself alone in the dimly lit room. By the moonlight, he noticed 3 pills before him. He hastily grasped the pills as if clutching his own life, collapsing to the floor until dawn's first light. Chapter 33. Addressing troubles. Exiting Shixi's villa, Mang Ran arrived at the entrance, where a figure awaited him. Observing the woman before him, he inquired, "Where are the others?" In a gentle voice, the woman replied, "They have already departed, Mr. Evil Ghost. I hope you will not blame them. They were frightened." Mang Ran responded, "How could I ever blame them? A pitiful group of innocents. The blame lies solely with the wretched crocodile gang." The woman bowed deeply to Mang Ran. Her voice choked with emotion. "Thank you for your magnanimity, Mr. Evil Ghost, and for once again saving our humble lives. I remained here solely to express my gratitude to you in person." With that, the woman turned to leave. Observing her somewhat unsteady figure, Mang Ran asked, "Do you hate me? Though I saved you, I did not punish Cece." The woman turned around and, without hesitation, softly replied, "I understand that Mr. Evil Spirit must have his own intentions. Although I am confined here, I have heard of your esteemed name. Surely, your decision to spare his life is part of a larger plan, and besides, I am merely a woman who has survived by chance, lacking the right to question you." Mang Ran observed the woman's calm demeanor and spoke, "I know you harbor a deep resentment towards that scoundrel Cece. His fate will ultimately rest in your hands, though not just yet, as I still require him for certain tasks." Upon finishing, Mang Ran tossed a button-sized metallic object to her. This is a small tracking device. When Cece is to face judgment, it will emit a red light. At that moment, I will come for you, and you shall determine his fate. The woman, upon hearing Mang Ran's words, suddenly began to sob, saying, "Thank you, Mr. Evil Spirit. You need not explain this to me. I will patiently await that day. And I express my gratitude on behalf of the sisters who perished at Cece's hands." Mang Ran waved his hand, solemnly stating, "There is no need for thanks. I have merely done what I must. Trust me, that day will not be far off." He then produced several stacks of money from his possession and handed them to the woman. "By the way, keep this money on you, and distribute a portion to others. With this, you should be able to endure until you find work." The woman gazed intently at Mang Ran, and without hesitation, accepted the money. She resolutely stated, "I will forever remember Mr. Evil Spirit's kindness." Mang Ran responded with a smile, "I hope you can forget the past, and live well." The woman lowered her head in contemplation, and after a moment, she raised it and said, "Mr. Evil Spirit," but no one answered her. The evil spirit had already departed, leaving only the chilling wind howling in the dimness. The woman stared at the spot where the evil spirit had stood, murmuring, "My name is Liana. I hope to see you again." At that moment, Mang Ran was hastening to the residence of another leader. As the execution of his plan required him to deal with 2 more heads, he decided to select 2 fortunate individuals, using their heads to ensure the smooth implementation of his scheme. One fortunate soul had already emerged, the short and unimposing Pick. His conspicuous performance that night had successfully captured Mang Ran's attention, and he resolved to reward him with a one-way ticket to hell. Unbeknownst to Pick, he was now in the evil spirit's sights. He had just returned to his dwelling, feeling quite displeased with the recent gambling match against Cece. Although he had gained a verbal advantage, it proved to be of little practical value. In fact, he had lost quite a few followers himself. Pick reclined in his bathtub, the warm water lulling him into a drowsy state. He had just vented his pent-up frustrations, which he deemed the sole purpose of those women. While he lay in the tub, a tall, muscular man entered the room, completely naked. Despite the man's impressive physique, his face bore an expression of timidity, resembling a frightened little rabbit, creating a striking contrast with his robust build. The man timidly approached Pick, sitting in the bathtub. Pick's dark skin and diminutive stature made him resemble a charred sweet potato. He waved his hand, inviting the man to join him in the bath. Having been ridiculed for his short stature throughout his life, Pick developed a peculiar obsession with dominating tall and robust men. He reveled in the sight of these muscular figures submitting beneath him, deriving unparalleled satisfaction from such encounters. The sturdy man entered the bathtub, shyly resting against Pick's chest. The striking contrast between the tall and powerful and the short and unseemly, between the fair and sculpted and the dark and rugged, created a palpable tension in the tub. Pick caressed the man's chiseled face, softly inquiring, "Did they make you happy, my darling?" The man nuzzled Pick's chest, unfazed by the coarse hair. "It was mediocre. This batch isn't as enjoyable as the last. I lost interest rather quickly, which is quite disappointing," he murmured, his words dripping with filth and cruelty. Pick chuckled, a lewd yet affectionate grin spreading across his face. "My little darling, if you make me happy today, I'll procure another batch for you. Play as you wish." The man instantly blushed, exuding a raw masculinity as he huffed, "Humph. How annoying." Mang Ran stood atop the roof, his acute hearing capturing every word of their exchange. "MD, do I possess some extraordinary trait? Why do I keep encountering such situations, and each time more outrageous than the last? This time it's men on men," he pondered, exasperated. Overwhelmed by the vigorous sounds of their revelry, Mang Ran could no longer bear to listen. He descended from the wall, stealthily entering the room. Gazing at the reflections in the bathroom glass, Mang Ran felt it might take him a lifetime to recover from the trauma of those fleeting moments. Drawing his handgun and affixing a powerful silencer, he aimed through the glass at the two engaged in their merriment. A pair of nearly imperceptible shots echoed through the air, and silence enveloped the bathroom. At that moment, Mang Ran had lost all desire to linger. Armed with dual pistols, he spent mere minutes cleansing the villa of its filth, rescuing the remaining survivors, and providing them with some money to start anew. Once his task was complete, he left his mark on the wall, then proceeded to his next destination. Before long, both ringleaders had been eliminated. This might have been Mang Ran's fastest and least bloody operation to date. Disgusted by Pick, he sought to keep his hands clean of both blood and venom, opting to resolve matters with his firearm. Quick and convenient, clean and sanitary. A series of knocks on the glass roused George from his slumber. Recognizing the familiar sound, he swiftly rose from his bed and approached the window. Indeed, like last time, a large folder lay at the window's edge, still held down by a stone. George entered with an envelope, this time equipped with a small flashlight that he had placed on his bedside table after the previous incident. Holding the flashlight, George scrutinized the contents of the folder. As before, it contained information about the leader of the demons and evidence of their crimes. However, there was an additional sheet of paper detailing the plan to annihilate the Crocodile Gang. George gazed at the plan, astonished that the demons had devised a strategy to obliterate the Crocodile Gang, along with their peculiar method of control. Mang Ran had not disclosed the specifics of his approach, merely stating that he had employed a special technique to manipulate a leader, and the certainty in his tone left George feeling uneasy. Dressed swiftly, George departed his home and drove towards the police station. With the experience from the last time, organizing everything became significantly easier. Upon arriving at the crime scene, George was equally astonished, for this time the scene was not as gruesome as the previous ones. In the past, many officers had been left nauseated by the horrific sights. This time, all victims had been shot dead with decisive efficiency, had it not been for the characteristic graffiti of the demons and their messages. George might have thought he was confronting a different scenario altogether. However, upon seeing the long rice cake and the short sweet potato in the bathroom, George's expression turned peculiar. Could this be the reason? He pondered silently. As George busied himself with the final details, Mang Ran returned to his room. Just then, Gwen sent him a message. "Mang, did you go out to kill members of the Crocodile Gang again today? I saw Dad just left for the police station." Mang Ran, while brushing his teeth, recounted his plan to Gwen. After pondering for a moment, Gwen replied, "Mang, can I join you next time?" Mang Ran also fell into contemplation. The plan was halfway through, and the next action would be Mang Ran's interrogation of Bob in a few days. Following that would be the questioning of Sis. Neither posed significant danger, but they could have a psychological impact on Gwen. After a brief moment of reflection, Mang Ran responded, Sure, but you might need to brace yourself. The Crocodile Gang's filth is more pervasive than you imagine." Upon receiving Mang Ran's response, Gwen quickly replied, "No problem. Since the day I decided to become Ghost Spider, I have been prepared mentally." The two continued to exchange casual conversation before bidding each other goodnight, recognizing the necessity of rest, especially for Gwen, who needed to ensure ample sleep for her classes the next day. Chapter 34. The unusual Peter. After a refreshing sleep, Mang Ran had breakfast as usual and headed to school. Upon securing his bicycle, he spotted Peter walking ahead. "Hey, Peter, you're here quite early today," Mang Ran called out, approaching him. Peter turned around, and upon seeing Mang Ran, his face broke into a joyful smile. "Hey, Mang, you arrived just in time. Aunt May asked me to see how you plan to spend Thanksgiving. Would you like to join us for dinner?" Peter inquired cheerfully. It seems my family hasn't made any plans yet. I'll check with my parents and get back to you," Mang Ran replied. "Please also extend my gratitude to Aunt May for the invitation," Mang Ran replied. As he gazed at Peter, he felt an oddity about him today. Curiously, he inquired, "Peter, why do I sense that you have changed somewhat? Have you been exercising during this time? Your muscles seem quite impressive." After saying this, he playfully pinched Peter's arm. Peter scratched his head, smiling as he replied, I've always been like this, you know. It seems my robust physique can no longer be concealed." Although Mang Ran found it peculiar, he refrained from probing further. The two entered the classroom together, and Harry was absent today, having taken a leave of absence from school. Seated at his desk, Mang Ran observed Peter in front of him, contemplating the changes in his physique. He quietly mused, could it be that Spider-Man has already emerged? I have been so preoccupied with tidying up the lizard gang that I hadn't noticed. As the class commenced, Mang Ran noticed that Peter was inexplicably not wearing his glasses today, further solidifying his suspicions. He resolved to visit Peter's house that evening to uncover the truth, whether Peter had indeed been bitten by a spider. If that were the case, it would be acceptable, as it meant he was destined to become Spider-Man, a transformation within manageable limits. However, if it were not a spider bite, but rather some unknown factor, then Mang Ran would need to be vigilant. Moreover, if Peter had truly transformed into Spider-Man, it would imply that Uncle Ben would soon be in danger, which posed a significant concern. Mang Ran recalled from the film he had seen that Uncle Ben was never afforded the chance to survive. He learned that with each emergence of a new Spider-Man, an Uncle Ben was invariably lost. The current Uncle Ben was not merely a character from a movie. He was a living, breathing individual, kind and caring towards Mang Ran. Naturally, Mang Ran wished to prevent this gentle man from perishing, leaving Aunt May in sorrow. He was determined to avert this tragic fate. As night fell, Mang Ran, as per usual, teamed up with Gwen to patrol the streets, combating crime and ensuring the peace of the night. During this time, he shared his concerns about Peter's peculiarities with Gwen, although he did not elaborate in detail, merely expressing that he felt Peter, much like Gwen had once been, might be undergoing a transformation. Gwen supported Mang Ran's decision to check on Peter that evening, acknowledging that as their mutual friend, they had a duty to assist him in understanding and wielding this newfound power, recalling the challenges she had faced in her own journey. Soon, midnight arrived, and Mang Ran found himself atop Peter's house, seated cross-legged. Confirming that Peter had fallen asleep, he summoned Venom, who stealthily slipped through the window into Peter's room. Within, the room was cluttered with various items, numerous electronic components, peculiar models, and an array of tools. Their assembled Lego creation rested on the desk, while Peter lay sprawled on his bed, soundly asleep. Venom skillfully climbed up to Peter's bed and seeped into his exposed arm. Moments later, Venom withdrew, retracing its path back to the rooftop. On the rooftop, Mang Ran extended his arm, and the Venom surged into him, merging the two into one. He felt a significant enhancement within himself, confirming his suspicions. With a sudden leap from the rooftop, he dissolved into the thick night. Moments later, he settled cross-legged atop a high-rise, calming his mind, as a familiar electronic voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a new ability. Superhuman strength, a surge of wisdom, a remarkable enhancement of physical prowess. The electronic voice eventually subsided. Immersed in tranquility, Mang Ran savored the immense benefits bestowed upon him by this possession. Unlike the experience with Gwen, possessing Peter did not grant him any extraordinary abilities, but rather an extraordinary enhancement of physical attributes and strength. Additionally, the possession conferred upon him a wealth of wisdom, prompting Mang Ran to silently commend Peter's remarkable intellect, one of the top minds in the Marvel Universe. Upon deeper reflection, Mang Ran began to formulate a hypothesis regarding the differences between Gwen and Peter. Both shared certain abilities, such as significant enhancements in physical attributes, strength, reflexes, and similar spider sense, when referred to it as ghostly warning, and bioelectricity for wall crawling. However, they also possessed distinct differences. Gwen's enhancements, while impressive, did not reach the extremes of Peter's. Yet, Gwen had the ability to generate her own webbing, along with unique powers like venom and ghostly stealth. In contrast, Peter's abilities were more straightforward, encompassing substantial boosts to physical attributes and reflexes, spider sense, and bioelectricity, albeit to a much greater extent than Gwen's. After possessing Gwen, and subsequently Peter, Mang Ran noted that his physical attributes and strength had indeed increased correspondingly. He contemplated the power within him, surmising from his observations today and the recent possession that Peter had likely undergone mutations for some time, gaining a fundamental control over his physical strength. Peter's room bore no signs of shattered furniture or any anomalies. After a brief moment, he rose again, propelling himself forward with force, determined to return to the construction site and test his newfound strength. Upon arriving, Mang Ran proceeded to lift various vehicles and loads of differing weights. After some experimentation, he estimated that his strength now reached approximately 10 tons, an increase of 2 tons since his last attempt. Without further experiments, he was aware that his other physical attributes had also received significant enhancements. Once his testing concluded, Mang Ran began to ponder his next steps. The Spider-Man he knew had only grasped the truth that with great power comes great responsibility after the death of Uncle Ben. Naturally, Mang Ran could not allow Uncle Ben to meet such a fate. Thus he faced 2 pressing dilemmas: how to save Uncle Ben and how to guide Peter correctly. His mind was a whirlwind of contemplation. Regarding the first inquiry on how to avert Uncle Ben's demise, Mang Ran found himself at a loss for effective solutions. After much contemplation, he concluded that both Gwen and himself should devote more attention to Peter and Uncle Ben, particularly concerning their activities during the night. Additionally, Mang Ran instructed Xiao Bai to maintain constant surveillance, utilizing street cameras to monitor the movements of Peter and Uncle Ben. Should any irregularities arise, Xiao Bai was to promptly report back to Mang Ran. As for the second query, through his interactions with Peter, Mang Ran had gained a clear understanding of the latter's character. The Peter depicted in the film undoubtedly endured a tumultuous period following Uncle Ben's tragic death. In the absence of that event, Mang Ran would need to exert effort in providing Peter with the appropriate guidance. With a plan solidified in his mind, Mang Ran rose and made his way home, recognizing the necessity of meditation to harness the powers he had recently acquired through his embodiment of Gwen and Peter. Chapter 35, The Judgment of Bob, Part 1. In the days following his embodiment of Peter, Mang Ran diligently practiced his techniques to assimilate strength. Several days had elapsed since the initiation of the previous plan, and with the benefit of experience, George and the police managed the situation with increased efficacy. Successfully clearing and controlling the area to a significant extent, Mang Ran resolved to confront Bob today, having allowed this criminal overlord to linger long enough. It was time for him to face his just deserts. Having been entangled with the crocodile gang for an extended period, Mang Ran recognized that it was time to expedite matters and resolve the issue swiftly. As night descended, Mang Ran nimbly climbed out of a window and headed toward the rendezvous point he had arranged with Gwen, having promised her his company. Upon arriving at the designated location, he noticed that Gwen had yet to arrive, so he settled into a meditative position, awaiting her arrival. Before long, a graceful silhouette, adorned with spider silk, approached him, prompting Mang Ran to open his eyes and stand. Gwen elegantly descended and sauntered toward Mang Ran, exclaiming, "Were you practicing that technique while seated? It was incredible. Even from a distance, I sensed an enigmatic aura." Mang Ran replied with a smile, "Indeed, it is that very technique, which aids me in mastering my abilities." Gwen's curiosity was piqued further by his words. Mang Ran continued, "Tonight, we shall proceed to judge Bob. Once we deal with him, we will have achieved half of our plan." He urged, "Let us set forth now, and follow closely behind me." As Mang Ran confirmed the route Xiaobai had outlined, he took a step forward, racing towards Bob's location, with Gwen gracefully trailing behind him. Bob sat at his desk, reclining in his chair with his eyes closed. His brow furrowed in distress. He had just concluded a vexatious phone call with Blackwater Security, and the unpleasant conversation left him feeling increasingly irritable. Just moments ago, Bob had placed a call to the Blackwater Security Company, inquiring why the malevolent spirit had yet to be eradicated. Tragically, 2 of his loyal comrades had fallen victim to this fiend, instilling a sense of dread within the entire crocodile gang. As each member feared they might be the next unfortunate soul to meet a grim fate, Bob found himself at a loss. The malevolent spirit was not only formidable but also elusive, slipping through their grasp time and again, leaving him powerless to counter its threat. Bob was acutely aware that Mang Ran was systematically dismantling their operations. By collaborating with the police, each time a leader was eliminated, the criminal factions under their control were also purged, effectively severing the roots of chaos. However, despite this knowledge, Bob felt helpless, hoping merely to buy some time until Blackwater's assassins could deal with Mang Ran. To his dismay, Blackwater's efficiency had plummeted. They had failed to fulfill the contract in one go and were now demanding compensation and an adjustment in fees. According to them, the information provided by the crocodile gang was flawed, leading to a miscalculation of the spirit's strength, which had resulted in the initial failure. Although they assured him that the contract remained intact and promised to dispatch more elite assassins, they insisted on reimbursement for the losses incurred and additional funds for hiring these superior operatives. Frustrated yet resigned, Bob had no choice but to transfer the funds again while urging them to resolve the issue with the malevolent spirit promptly. Reflecting on the unsatisfactory conversation, he lit a cigar, the specter of the spirit looming over him like a sword poised to strike, robbing him of peace and rest. "Crow, is there any unusual activity?" Bob inquired over the intercom. Crow, stationed atop the villa, surveyed the perimeter, observing the guards and patrolling bodyguards, before responding, "No abnormalities, boss." "Good. Report any developments," Bob replied, feeling a slight sense of relief wash over him at Crow's voice. Recently, he had been augmenting his security detail to enhance his sense of safety. Setting down his cigar, Bob rose, discomfort creeping into his spine from prolonged sitting. He massaged his lower back, preparing to unwind and rest. Meanwhile, Mang Ran and Gwen had arrived outside the villa. They stood atop a small rise not far from the estate, gazing at the imposing structure. "Xiaobai, transmit the panoramic map of the villa to Red Rose," Mang Ran instructed. "Received. The map has been sent to Red Rose," Xiaobai responded. Mang Ran turned to Gwen, saying, "I've sent the map to Red Rose. We will split up shortly. Simply follow her guidance. Do not hesitate when encountering armed bodyguards and sentinels. None of these individuals are innocent." Nodding in agreement with Mang Ran's admonition, Gwen understood that she need not show mercy towards these heinous criminals, as they were all marked for death in her eyes. Mang Ran then recalled something and added, "By the way, some individuals within this villa have been coerced or trafficked here. There are both men and women among them, enduring a fate worse than death. I have marked their locations. After we clear out the guards, I will confront Bob, while you focus on rescuing these individuals and ensuring their escape. Once the arrangements were made, you would seek me out, and together we would pass judgment on Bob. Additionally, remember to prioritize safety." "Very well, I understand, rest assured." Gwen nodded and smiled at Mang Ran. With everything in place, Mang Ran and Gwen set off from opposite ends, swiftly purging the entire villa. Both activated their ghostly stealth, armed with daggers, silently reaping lives from the shadows. Raven sat in the monitoring room atop the building, where the dim light of the screens was the sole source of illumination. The same faint glow cast upon Raven's youthful, stoic, and icy visage. He held a glass, sipping his drink while scrutinizing the surveillance feeds, ever vigilant for any unforeseen occurrences. The footage revealed a tranquil scene, with guards patrolling routinely, devoid of any anomalies. On the table before the monitors lay a small speaker, emitting fervent applause and breathless gasps. Upon closer inspection, the voice belonged to none other than Bob. Listening to the labored breaths, a flicker of envy and anticipation crossed Raven's cold countenance. He too longed to be indulged in such a manner by Mr. Bob. This was a secret known only to Raven, one that even Bob was oblivious to, and it constituted Raven's sole concealment from him. Raven belonged to Bob. Yet Bob did not belong to Raven. Bob's Raven was a taciturn creature, plucked from the streets by Bob and molded within the crocodile gang. It could be said that this young Raven was a reflection of Bob in every conceivable way. Should Bob command him to take his own life, he would do so without a moment's hesitation, for the sole reason for his existence was Bob. Thus, it was only fitting that Bob entrusted the safeguarding of his life to him entirely. As he continued to observe the stillness of the monitors, Raven stowed the speaker and placed his glass upon the table. The time had come for him to make his rounds, ensuring that no unforeseen incidents transpired. However, as he pushed open the door to the monitoring room and stepped outside, a large hand suddenly clamped over his mouth, while a sharp dagger grazed his neck. Blood gushed from the wound, staining the rooftop crimson, the splattered droplets resembling stars, twinkling against the night sky. The hand released, and Raven's lifeless body collapsed into the pool of blood, his pocket speaker soaked, transforming the gasps into faint electrical crackles. Chapter 36, Judgment on Bob, Part 2. Mang Ran released his grip, gazing at the corpse sprawled in the bloodied pool. He truly hadn't anticipated such a perverse inclination in this individual, reveling in the sounds of his leader at work. Does Bob know of your peculiarities? Mang Ran mused internally before turning away from the rooftop. With the villa now cleared, one had also departed to the designated area to rescue individuals. Initially, Mang Ran harbored concerns regarding Gwen's emotional state after slaying so many. Yet upon discovering her unperturbed demeanor, it became evident that she had already passed judgment on several criminals during this period, and eliminating these malevolent beings bore no psychological burden. Mang Ran and Gwen proceeded to act independently. He resolved to seek out Bob for a meaningful conversation. In the room, Bob had just concluded a fierce battle. Now lying on the bed, panting as he relished the aftermath of his exertions, attended to by the women around him. When these women first arrived, they were all demure and chaste, but after a rigorous regimen of training and a demonstration of discipline, they now obediently complied. With a casual wave of his hand, Bob dismissed the women once their tasks were completed, allowing himself to bask in the pleasures of victory alone. No sooner had the women exited through the door than a hand suddenly clasped over one of their mouths. A raspy voice whispered, "Do not utter a word. I am a specter. If you comprehend, merely nod." The woman, startled, promptly acquiesced with a nod. "Excellent. You are now free. Dress and depart. There is enough cash at the entrance to sustain you for a while. Take your share and forget the past. The person you were is no more. The one who walks out of here shall be reborn to commence a new life," the voice continued. Listening to Mang Ran's words, the woman stared in disbelief, her eyes wide as she processed the gravity of the situation. Moments later, warm tears streamed down her beautiful face, the moisture stirring a pang of sympathy within Mang Ran, who released his grip from her mouth. The woman, weeping, covered her mouth to suppress any sound, then deeply bowed to Mang Ran before turning to leave. Mang Ran watched her depart, then coldly pushed open the door. Bob, resting on the bed with his eyes half closed, heard the door creak open and immediately bellowed in irritation. "Who permitted you to enter without my command? Damn it, do you wish for death?" His furious outburst received no response, and as silence enveloped the room, Bob opened his eyes. To his shock, there was no woman present, only a ghastly figure standing at the foot of the bed, its cold eyes fixated on him. Its mouth gaped wide, a crimson tongue dripping with viscous saliva, as if eagerly anticipating his demise. It was a specter. Bob's eyes widened in terror as he scrambled to retrieve his handgun from beneath his pillow. However, Mang Ran was quicker. In a flash, his limbs shot out, ensnaring Bob and pinning his naked body against the wall. "At last, we meet, Mr. Bob. I trust you have been eagerly anticipating our encounter, have you not? After all, I have received the gifts you sent, 2 little scraps from Blackwater. Such thoughtful offerings, albeit lacking in power, they perished rather swiftly." Bob, affixed to the wall, writhed in agony, his features contorted as cold sweat dripped down his face. Listening to the specter's harsh, grating words, he felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. Damn Blackwater Company. All they care about is money. Why have they not dealt with this menace? Bob silently cursed the deceptive security firm while enduring the excruciating pain. Noticing Bob's silence, Mang Ran taunted him. "Why so quiet, Mr. Bob? Is it the burden of that which lies beneath, having dulled your wits and sapped your energy to speak? It matters not. I shall assist you, and rest assured, my remedies are infallible. Those whom I have treated proclaim to the devil my unparalleled medical prowess." No sooner had the words left his lips than Mang Ran deftly hurled a flying knife, which embedded itself firmly in the wall beneath Bob's groin. Accompanying the flight of the blade was Bob's anguished scream, as a fragment of his anatomy fell to the ground. Mang Ran spoke again. "Behold, is this not a cure? You have cried out in pain." Bob, upon hearing this, erupted in a furious tirade. "Damn you, you wretched fiend. If you have the guts, kill me. After all these years, do you think I fear death? When I am gone, your days will be numbered as well. I shall watch you descend into hell, and I will be there to welcome you." Listening to Bob's incessant ranting, Mang Ran scoffed. "Is it merely the lowly minion of the Blackwater Security Company who speaks so boldly? Fear not. Even if they do not seek me out, I shall pursue them." Bob attempted to utter more, but a dark tendril forced its way into his mouth, silencing him to mere muffled groans. At that moment, Gwen entered the room. Observing Bob pinned against the wall, she turned to Mang Ran and inquired, "May I be the one to pass judgment on this despicable wretch?" Noting the icy fury in her voice, Mang Ran understood that Gwen had witnessed some vile and sordid truths, for such anger would not arise without cause. Thus, he replied, "I have in mind a rather exquisite form of torture for him. Have you ever heard of lynching?" Gwen paused in contemplation for a moment before responding, "Ah, I recall now. Perhaps it is best if you proceed while I observe." Mang Ran studied her for a moment and asked, "Are you certain? It will be quite bloody. Perhaps you should wait outside." Gwen shook her head resolutely, asserting, "No, I wish to witness it here." She felt that the images she had encountered while attempting to rescue others would haunt her for the rest of her life. The place was filled with men and women who had been sold or coerced into servitude. The men were treated as the most rudimentary tools for crime or drug trafficking, their lives deemed expendable. The women, all strikingly beautiful, faced a grim fate. Those deemed less attractive were disposed of upon arrival. In that dreadful environment, the women had but one destiny: to be violated and tormented by Bob or his subordinates, and any who dared resist would face severe repercussions, with some even being eliminated entirely. Reflecting on the vacant and hollow gazes of those individuals, Gwen felt as though she were drowning, struggling to breathe. She yearned to witness this foul scoundrel die in excruciating agony, as a means to solace the tormented souls who had perished in that place. Sensing Gwen's unwavering determination, Mang Ran no longer dissuaded her. He withdrew the tendril from Bob's mouth, transforming it into a dark, razor-sharp blade, and began to swing it amidst Bob's continuous screams of torment. Slice by slice, the blade moved as if conducting a symphony of despair, orchestrating Bob's wails, which echoed through the villa, amplifying the haunting silence that had long enveloped the once serene abode. After a time, the screams subsided. Bob, now reduced to little more than a skeletal frame, remained affixed to the wall, his flesh and blood scattered across the bed and floor, a gruesome testament to the suffering inflicted within those walls. Crimson blood cascaded down the wall, pooling onto the bed, transforming the once golden quilt into a nauseating shade of dark red. The entire room was permeated with a potent metallic scent. Mang Ran glanced at Gwen and softly inquired, "Are you all right?" Gwen exhaled, discomfort evident in her voice as she replied, I'm all right." Observing her distress, Mang Ran quickly etched a malevolent symbol and inscription onto the wall. Once finished, he intended to escort Gwen away. However, just as he turned, he noticed Gwen approaching the wall, where she crafted a distinctive ghostly emblem. After completing her task, she gestured for Mang Ran to proceed. Consequently, the two swiftly departed the villa area, retracing their steps. As they traversed partway, Gwen abruptly halted, leaning against a wall as she began to retch. Mang Ran, unfazed by this reaction, understood her discomfort, recalling his own queasiness when he had taken Bill S. life. It was a natural response. He retrieved a bottle of refreshing water, unscrewed the cap, and offered it to Gwen, gently patting her back to provide some comfort. Once she had finished vomiting, Gwen rinsed her mouth and took several large gulps of water, regaining her composure. Adjusting her mask, she inhaled deeply and stated, "I'm feeling much better now. That damned criminal has received his just deserts. Though I feel a bit queasy, I'm still quite pleased." Mang Ran chuckled, "Indeed. We've accomplished a significant portion of our plan. Now, we just need to wait a few days for Director George to stabilize the situation, and then we can eradicate the crocodile gang entirely, ensuring no more gangs will terrorize us." Gwen, feeling elated, asked with a hint of confusion, "So how do we inform my director now?" Mang Ran replied with a mysterious smile, "Follow me." Moments later, standing atop the roof, Gwen peered through her bedroom window at her father, who was diligently reviewing documents, a look of exasperation on his face. "So, this is how you usually communicate with the director?" Gwen remarked, somewhat speechless. Mang Ran sheepishly scratched his head, grinning. Gwen watched her father drive away towards the police station. After a while, she suggested, "Evil spirit, let us take a stroll together." Mang Ran, aware that the day's events had greatly affected Gwen, despite her composed demeanor, nodded in agreement. They strolled beneath the moonlight, engaging in conversation. Suddenly, Mang Ran halted, his voice cold as he addressed the air, "Three little pests. Are you not going to reveal yourselves?" With his words, three figures materialized around Mang Ran and Gwen, two men and a woman, all wearing black half-masks. "TSK, TSK, TSK. The evil spirit truly lives up to his reputation, detecting us so swiftly. Number one, it must be your trail that has been compromised," the voluptuous woman remarked, her alluring eyes glancing at Mang Ran. A taller, more muscular man with a buzz cut retorted coldly, "Be quiet. Number two, why don't you take a whiff of the stench emanating from yourself?" Upon overhearing the quarrel between the two, the languid man with short hair, exuding an air of nonchalance, remarked with a hint of exasperation, "All right, enough of this. We are here to fulfill a commission, so let us all keep our mouths shut." The first and second individuals exchanged glances filled with disdain and fell silent. Mang Ran, observing the trio before him with an indifferent gaze, remained taciturn. The languid man spoke again. "Originally, our target was solely the evil spirit. However, since you are here too, ghostly spider, remember to seek vengeance on the evil spirit once you descend into hell, or perhaps you could do so now." Gwen scoffed, "There's no need for more trash talk. If you have any skills, let them be known. Or is it that your greatest asset is merely that foul mouth of yours?" Instantly, the expressions on the faces of the trio soured in response to Gwen's words. Although Mang Ran maintained a facade of calm, he was inwardly astonished. Gwen's taunts were surprisingly formidable. I never realized this before. Once Gwen finished speaking, she immediately entered a state of readiness. While Mang Ran let his hand rest on his waist, poised for action. Suddenly, Mang Ran drew his pistol and unleashed a rapid succession of bullets toward the trio. In that fleeting moment, the trio reacted with remarkable speed to counter the impending threat. The robust first man stood his ground fearlessly, the bullets bouncing off him with a resounding clink before clattering to the ground. The second, a strikingly alluring woman, vanished from sight the instant the gun fired, only to reappear slightly to the right of her previous position. The third, the languid man, bent low and narrowly evaded the incoming bullets. Witnessing this spectacle, Mang Ran gained a preliminary insight into the trio's capabilities. From his analysis, the first man appeared to possess a physique akin to that of the previous male assassin, with a resilience that seemed far superior. The second seemed to have the ability to teleport, although it remained uncertain whether her power had any distance limitations. However, Mang Ran speculated that it must, for otherwise, such an ability would be excessively formidable and unlikely to belong to this team. The third man remained the most enigmatic. Thus far, all that was evident was his remarkable reflexes, while his specific abilities remained undisclosed. Having concluded his assessment, Mang Ran swiftly whispered to Gwen, "You handle the burly one. I shall deal with the other two. Your toxins should have a potent effect on him." Gwen nodded in agreement and promptly shot a strand of webbing toward the hulking first man, ensnaring his hand. As he prepared to advance, the webbing caught him, and in a fit of rage, he shouted furiously at Gwen, who he deemed rather dim-witted, before forcefully tearing apart the webbing and charging toward her. Meanwhile, Mang Ran sprinted toward the languid man, simultaneously unleashing a barrage of bullets at the second woman. Having significantly enhanced his speed through rigorous training, Mang Ran swiftly closed the distance to the man. Suddenly, a blade materialized in his hand, and he aimed a decisive strike at the man's neck. The third man, caught off guard by Mang Ran's rapid approach, widened his eyes in astonishment. He had not anticipated such swiftness. As the blade threatened to slice into his neck, he instinctively forced himself to tumble backward. With an extraordinary reflex, number 3 narrowly evaded the deadly blade, yet the cold edge still left a crimson line across his neck. Witnessing the failure of his strike, Mang Ran swiftly prepared to adjust, ready to unleash a slash imbued with the essence of clouds. In his mind, he mused, "You may have dodged my previous tangible strike, but how will you evade this ethereal blade's aura? Even if you retreat 10 meters, you cannot escape its reach." Just as Mang Ran was about to execute his cloud-slicing technique, an ominous premonition surged through his mind. Sensing imminent danger, he immediately lowered himself and spun around, his blade continuing in a graceful arc, cutting upward in a crescent-like flash aimed at his adversary. At that moment, as Mang Ran crouched swiftly, a dark dagger slashed through the space where his neck had been. It was number 2, having observed number 3's peril, who had teleported behind Mang Ran to launch a surprise attack. Had his opponent been anyone but Mang Ran, few could have eluded such a perfectly timed ambush. However, to number 2's astonishment, this formidable foe seemed to possess an uncanny awareness, instinctively sensing the threat and countering with remarkable swiftness. The failed ambush left number 2 acutely aware of the danger at her waist, compelling her to activate her teleportation instinctively. In an instant, she reappeared behind the now prepared number 1. Though her teleportation spared her from a fatal fate, it was not without consequence. A wound marred her waist. The black combat attire had been torn by the blade's light, and her fair skin was now stained with flowing blood. Had her reaction been a mere moment slower, she would have been severed in two. Number 2, a strikingly alluring woman, wore a serious expression, her complexion pale as she pressed her hand against her injury, standing protectively behind the languid number 3. Both of them had cast aside their earlier disdain, now regarding the ominous figure before them with heightened vigilance. The blade in his hand remained untouched by blood, reflecting a chilling glint in the moonlight. Reaching for a spray from her lower back, number 2 covered her wound with one hand while deftly uncapping the bottle with the other. She began to apply the spray to her injury, and to her relief, it quickly stemmed the flow of blood. Mang Ran, witnessing this, exhaled in relief. Although his previous strike had not held back, it was fortunate that she remained intact. He hoped she would not bleed excessively, as he required her vitality for his own purposes later. Clearly, he mused, striking at vital points was unwise. An unintentional kill would complicate matters. Number 3 continued to watch Mang Ran warily, and upon hearing the sound of the spray, he finally relaxed. At least her life was preserved, and she retained a measure of combat capability. Though it came at a price, nothing surpassed the value of life. With number 2's bleeding halted, Mang Ran unleashed another technique, the star slice. The blade shimmered as several beams of light erupted forth, swiftly multiplying into a myriad of razor-sharp arcs directed at the two. Observing this, number 3's gaze sharpened. He raised his hands, summoning countless fireballs that rapidly coalesced and shot toward the airborne blades of light. The thunderous roar of an explosion resounded as Mang Ran's blade aura was entirely deflected by the fireballs launched by number 3. In an instant, the brilliant flames illuminated the surroundings, and the collision of the two assaults produced a deafening sound. The moment the man raised his hand, Mang Ran began to maneuver, the overwhelming brilliance of the flames causing the venom to feel intense discomfort. Although Mang Ran had appropriately heightened venom's resistance to fire and noise, the inherent weakness remained a source of unease. As Mang Ran circumvented the flames, he swiftly dashed towards numbers 2 and 3. Observing the rapidly approaching Mang Ran, number 3 raised his hand and launched several more fireballs to greet him. Mang Ran, gazing at the oncoming barrage, wielded his blade, slicing through the fireballs, cleaving them in twain. The severed fireballs emitted a resounding roar before dissipating into the air. Without pausing, Mang Ran continued his forward momentum. Suddenly, several large fireballs surged forth behind him, while the fireballs in front had finally vanished, and numbers 2 and 3 were nowhere to be seen. Chapter 38. The conclusion of the battle and the mutation. It turned out that the large fireballs behind Mang Ran were also their handiwork. Number 2 had placed her hand on number 3's shoulder, utilizing her teleportation ability to move both of them simultaneously. Although such exertion was taxing, eliminating the malevolent spirit made it all worthwhile. They had keenly observed Mang Ran's previous evasion of the flames. Seasoned from countless battles, they discerned the underlying strategy. Could it be that this malevolent spirit feared fire? With this thought ignited, they promptly solidified their plan. Number 2 would use her teleportation ability to transport number 3, who would continuously channel his power to unleash high-density, explosive fireballs. As the frequency increased, a fiery cage would form, with fireballs surging from every direction, trapping the malevolent spirit within, ultimately leading to its incineration. As Mang Ran observed the rapidly rising fireball enclosure around him, a sense of crisis surged within. He could sense the tremendous energy contained within these fireballs. He estimated that once the fireballs approached a certain threshold, number 3 would trigger an explosion. The explosive force of these fireballs could obliterate him and shatter nearby buildings, particularly the one directly beneath their feet. Feeling the escalating temperature around him, the scorching, oppressive air forced Venom to retract within. Gripping the hilt of his blade tightly, Mang Ran closed his eyes, centering his thoughts. After a brief moment, he abruptly opened his eyes, his gaze sharp and resolute as he forcefully wielded his blade. With a glimmering cold light, Mang Ran traced a full moon around himself with the blade. Under the night sky, 2 moons shone in harmony, blurring the boundary between heaven and earth. Just as the fireballs approached rapidly, nearing a critical point, the full moon he had just drawn erupted with a brilliant silver light. Expanding rapidly outward. Mooncleave, Mang Ran murmured. A wave of silvery radiance sliced through the surrounding fireballs, causing those poised to explode to fall into sudden silence before gradually dissipating into the air. The pallid figures of number 2 and number 3 leaned on each other for support, their earlier plan having nearly drained their strength entirely. Yet, if they could vanquish the malevolent spirit, all their efforts would be deemed worthwhile. As they gazed at the demon ensnared in a sphere of flames, a feeble smile of victory began to emerge on their faces. However, a sudden flash of silver light caused their expressions to freeze in place. Observing the fireballs dissipating uncontrollably, a profound sense of despair washed over them. Before the battle commenced, they had never envisioned such a dire outcome. The confrontation had not unfolded as they had anticipated. It had not been a swift and decisive victory, but rather, the demon's power had far exceeded their expectations. Within these fleeting minutes of combat, both number 2 and number 3 felt perpetually on the defensive, struggling to respond, devoid of the anticipated swift resolution. While there may have been a sensation of overwhelming force, it was directed at themselves rather than the demon. They were the ones now fighting for their very survival. As Mang Ran broke through the encirclement of flames, he charged toward the 2. Nearly incapacitated, they had already reached a silent consensus to flee the moment he breached the fireballs, turning and sprinting away with all the speed they could muster. Watching the 2 retreat, Mang Ran wore a scornful grin. With his speed, it would take him merely 2 seconds to overtake them. Indeed, in the blink of an eye, he had closed the distance behind them. Sensing Mang Ran's approach, number 3 was seized by terror and reached out for number 2. He hoped that number 2 could use her abilities to create distance between them and the pursuing demon. However, as he extended his hand, he grasped nothing but air. Stunned, number 3 turned to look at number 2, only to find a mocking smile gracing her lips. In an instant, he comprehended her intentions. Faced with imminent peril, number 2 was reluctant to expend excessive energy. She needed to conserve her strength to extricate herself from danger. If she took number 3 along, the energy she would expend would be several times greater than if she acted alone. In such dire circumstances, both were acutely aware of the stakes. As number 3 watched number 2 abandon him to flee, a wave of despair engulfed him. Conversely, number 2 felt a flicker of joy at the prospect of number 3 buying her precious moments to enhance her chances of survival. Observing the duplicitous intentions of number 2, who was intent on escaping, Mang Ran derisively remarked, "It would be prudent for you both to abandon your hopes. No one is escaping today." No sooner had he spoken than a multitude of spikes and tendrils surged around him. The hellish quagmire. This was Mang Ran's skill. A fusion of thorny hell and thorny quagmire, combining damage with control. Instantly, number 3's limbs were pierced by the spikes, and countless tendrils ensnared him, rendering him immobile. Number 2 attempted to teleport away as the skill was unleashed, but Mang Ran would not allow her to escape so easily. Having discerned that her teleportation could only span a maximum of 10 meters during their earlier skirmish, he had expanded the skill's range, ensuring that even with her teleportation, her escape would be futile. As number 2 teleported into the vicinity, she was immediately ensnared by an array of spikes and tentacles, rendering her incapable of combat, even preventing further teleportation. Thus, the battle for the night concluded with number 2 and number 3 under Mang Ran's control. while Mang Ran bound number 2 and number 3. Gwen approached, having ensnared number 1, now cocooned in a thick layer. As anticipated, number 1 possessed the ability of unyielding resilience, akin to the man encountered previously. Yet even more formidable. With a body of iron and copper, number 1 was impervious to Gwen's attacks. Although Gwen had undergone combat training under Mang Ran, she found herself at a disadvantage. Despite her superior fighting skills, speed, and reflexes, she was unable to breach number 1's defenses. Ultimately, it was through a relentless barrage of strikes and toxins that Gwen managed to incapacitate this humanoid tank. Mang Ran, observing the 3 individuals before him, eagerly extended his hands. It seemed that their abilities were quite impressive and could potentially augment his own strength, he mused. Countless dark tendrils emerged from his palms, enveloping the trio and forming a black cocoon. As the number of individuals possessed by the toxin increased, its capabilities also experienced growth. Gwen watched with keen interest as Mang Ran skillfully manipulated the toxin. It was her first encounter with his possession technique, and it appeared remarkably impressive. After a brief pause, Mang Ran finally heard the familiar electronic voice. Congratulations, host. You have acquired new abilities. Teleportation ability gained. Maximum distance, 10 meters at a time. Limited by the user's stamina. Copper skin and iron bones ability acquired. Passive skill, enhances skin and bone structure to resist damage. Explosive fireball ability acquired. Due to the toxin's inherent vulnerability to fire and sound, forcibly acquiring this ability may harm the toxin. You may choose to forego this acquisition. By opting out, you will gain significant fire resistance. With his eyes closed, Mang Ran's mind echoed with the electronic notifications regarding his newfound abilities. He contemplated teleportation. This will undoubtedly be a tremendous asset. With my robust stamina, this skill can serve as an instantaneous escape without cooldown. Copper skin and iron bones. Indeed, it is an advanced version of the skin enhancement I previously activated, not only reinforcing my skin but also my skeletal structure, significantly increasing my damage resistance. Upon reflecting on the final ability, Mang Ran furrowed his brow. Explosive fireball. Acquiring this would damage the toxin, which seems counterproductive. Moreover, opting out would grant me considerable fire resistance. Thus, he resolved not to acquire it, and instead enhance the toxin's fire resistance. Noticing that Mang Ran had completed his operation, Gwen inquired with curiosity, how did it go? What abilities did you gain? From what I just observed, number 1 must have enhanced defense, while number 2 likely has teleportation. But I am curious about number 3's ability. Mang Ran smiled at Gwen's questions and proceeded to share his recently acquired abilities with her. After introducing Gwen, Mang Ran turned his gaze towards the 3 individuals adorned with half-iron masks. Their attire was indeed striking, yet it appeared rather fragile. Mang Ran extended his hands, releasing tendrils of dark energy towards their faces. He aimed to delve into their memories, although he had yet to devise a solution to his predicament. Any insight would be preferable to having none at all. As before, he began to explore their minds in search of memories. Suddenly, 3 faint thuds echoed, and the heads of the trio turned to mush. Reluctantly, Mang Ran withdrew his hands, lamenting the loss but recognizing the futility of the situation. Gwen, unaware of Mang Ran's actions, inquired about the cause of the noise emanating from the trio's heads. Mang Ran, while explaining to Gwen, retrieved a vial of corpse-dissolving fluid and poured it over the 3 bodies. Soon, wisps of smoke began to rise, and the corpses vanished without a trace. Gwen was once again astonished by Mang Ran's capabilities. That night, she had encountered an array of phenomena that transcended her understanding. Mang Ran then produced another vial of the dissolving fluid and handed it to Gwen. You might find this useful in the future. It is indeed an essential item for both perilous encounters and daily life. Gwen accepted the vial without hesitation, beginning to study the instructions on the label. At that moment, the voice of Xiaobai echoed in Mang Ran's mind. Warning, Peter Parker has left home. Uncle Ben is also out searching for Peter Parker. Chapter 39. Uncle Ben's crisis. Upon hearing Xiaobai's warning, Mang Ran immediately halted. Gwen, noticing the sudden seriousness in his demeanor, asked with concern, Mang, what's wrong? Is something the matter? Mang Ran replied gravely, there seems to be trouble with Peter. He appears to have had an argument with Uncle Ben, who is now driving around in search of him. I have an ominous feeling about this. Gwen's expression turned serious as well. She trusted Mang Ran, and his earnestness indicated that the situation was dire. Without delay, Mang Ran and Gwen set off towards Uncle Ben's location. Utilizing his teleportation ability, Mang Ran quickly familiarized Gwen with the process before they both teleported, relying on his considerable stamina to mitigate the physical toll of such rapid movement. Meanwhile, Peter wandered aimlessly through the streets, having just quarreled with Uncle Ben, leaving him in a thoroughly wretched mood. His life had undergone numerous changes in recent days. A few days prior, while visiting a science exhibition, he had been bitten by a spider that fell from the sky. Initially, he paid little attention to it, as the bite was neither painful nor itchy, planning to apply some ointment upon returning home. However, that night, he suddenly felt unwell, his mind clouded, and soon he fell into an unconscious state. By the following day, he discovered he had undergone a plethora of transformations. Peter's strength had become extraordinarily formidable, his senses remarkably acute, and he possessed rapid reflexes and a spider sense, even gaining the ability to scale walls like a spider, though without the ability to spin webs. After observing videos of the ghostly spider, he resolved to create a similar web shooting device for himself, which he has now completed. Along with the transformation of his own body, His life has also undergone significant changes. He has joined Dr. Connors' research project, engaging in a pivotal experiment that has yielded substantial breakthroughs. The argument that transpired tonight was a direct consequence of this scientific endeavor. Originally, Peter had promised Uncle Ben that he would pick Aunt May up from work this evening. However, due to the critical advancements in his experiment, he completely forgot about this obligation and did not even answer Uncle Ben's calls. Upon returning home later that night, Peter was met with Uncle Ben's stern demeanor at the door. It was only after Uncle Ben's reminder that Peter recalled his oversight in failing to collect Aunt May from work. Confronted by Uncle Ben's anger, Peter recognized his mistake and sincerely apologized for his negligence, which forced Aunt May to traverse numerous blocks alone before taking the subway home. However, during Uncle Ben's admonition, the mention of Peter's father stirred feelings of anger and sadness within him. When Peter was very young, his father had left him in Uncle Ben's care and never returned. This irresponsible father was used by Uncle Ben as an example to illustrate the concept of responsibility. Upset and enraged, Peter challenged Uncle Ben before storming out of the house. As he exited, he inadvertently unleashed his uncontrolled strength, shattering the glass of the door, leaving Uncle Ben and Aunt May stunned in the hallway. Regaining his composure, Uncle Ben promptly informed Aunt May before rushing out to find Peter. The streets were far from tranquil that night, and Uncle Ben worried about the dangers Peter might encounter. After leaving home, Peter wandered aimlessly through the streets. Feeling somewhat parched, he entered a nearby convenience store to purchase a bottle of water. However, at the checkout, the chubby cashier mockingly ridiculed Peter over the change. Already in a foul mood, Peter became even more dejected and angrily returned the water. As he turned to leave, he noticed a blond man behind him stealthily pilfering money from the register while the cashier was distracted. Peter did not intervene as the man exited, tossing a bottle of water to him before fleeing. The cashier, realizing what had occurred, immediately chased after the thief, but the man had already vanished into the distance. The cashier, fuming, turned to Peter and exclaimed, "Hey, you could have stopped him." Peter, casting a sardonic glance at the cashier, nonchalantly replied, "What does that have to do with me?" Left with no choice but to accept his misfortune, the cashier begrudgingly returned to the store. Observing the cashier's dismay, Peter felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. He twisted open the water bottle and wandered aimlessly down the street, leisurely sipping as he went. As he approached the next intersection, the sudden crack of a gunshot rang out. Peter turned his gaze toward the sound, only to find a crowd forming a circle, with onlookers murmuring amongst themselves. What a pitiful old fellow, he thought. Has anyone called an ambulance? Peter listened to the murmurs around him, a sudden foreboding creeping into his heart. He hurriedly stepped forward, parting the crowd to peer inside. There lay a middle-aged man, feeble and crumpled on the ground. A gunshot wound in his abdomen, oozing blood. Upon seeing Peter push through the throng, the man whispered, "Peter," revealing himself to be Uncle Ben. Peter rushed to Uncle Ben's side, kneeling and pressing his hands against the gaping wound, desperately attempting to stem the flow of blood. Frantically gazing at the weakened figure of Uncle Ben, he stammered, "No, how could this happen?" Then, raising his voice to the surrounding crowd, he implored, "Please, call an ambulance. I beg you, help me." Just as Peter's cries of despair echoed, Mang Ran and Gwen arrived on the scene. Hearing Peter's anguished shout, Mang Ran's heart sank. He had come too late. Quickly, he leapt from the rooftop and landed amidst the crowd. Approaching Uncle Ben, he began to assess his injuries. The onlookers, sensing the presence of a formidable figure, hastily pulled out their phones to record the moment. Unperturbed by their attention, Mang Ran placed his hands over Uncle Ben's wound. Suddenly, slender black tendrils unfurled from his palms and slithered into the injury. He aimed to extract the bullet lodged within. In a swift motion, a sharp clink resonated as a metallic bullet fell to the ground. With the bullet removed, Mang Ran produced a spray from his belongings. Applying it to Uncle Ben's wound, the once bleeding injury ceased its flow of blood, a remarkable hemostatic effect derived from the system store. Peter, witnessing the eerie yet effective actions of Mang Ran, remained silent, fearful of disturbing the delicate process. He understood that Mang Ran was performing an urgent rescue, and he could only watch anxiously, praying for Uncle Ben's survival. Seeing the blood finally stop, Mang Ran felt a sense of relief wash over him. Turning to the anxious Peter, he spoke in a calm but grave tone. "The bleeding has been controlled, but he has lost considerable blood. We must get him to a hospital promptly." Peter, hearing Mang Ran's raspy voice, felt as though an angel had spoken. Relief flooded through him. "Thank you so much, Mr. Demon," he exclaimed, his voice thick with emotion. "If anything happened to Uncle Ben, I truly wouldn't know what to do. I can't lose him." Mang Ran regarded the weeping Peter and simply replied, "No need to thank me." With that, he gathered his strength and vanished into the night like a wisp of smoke. At last, the ambulance arrived. Peter, setting aside his tears, rushed to assist in loading Uncle Ben onto the vehicle, then hurried towards the hospital. Meanwhile, Mang Ran returned to Gwen, who had remained behind. She had chosen not to intervene, recognizing her inability to contribute in such a dire situation, and knowing that the presence of both a ghost and a demon together would surely invite further complications. Thus, Mang Ran had instructed Gwen to stay put while he descended to provide aid to Uncle Ben. Mang Ran exhaled deeply and remarked, "My premonition was indeed correct. Something unfortunate has transpired. However, I am relieved that we arrived in time. Otherwise, if anything were to happen to Uncle Ben, I would regret it for the rest of my life." Gwen gently embraced Mang Ran, soothing him with her soft voice. "Do not worry. Uncle Ben is out of danger now. He has lost some blood, but once he receives a transfusion and rests at the hospital, he will recover swiftly. We made it just in time. Holding Gwen's delicate form and inhaling the sweet fragrance that surrounded her, Mang Ran gradually relaxed. Indeed, so much had transpired that night. With Uncle Ben safe, both Mang Ran and Gwen felt a wave of relief wash over them as they continued to wander through the city, resuming their evening endeavors. As for the assailant who shot Uncle Ben, Mang Ran had instructed Xiao Bai to conduct a swift search the moment they uncovered any trace of the perpetrator. Mang Ran would be immediately informed. Chapter 40. Peter's choice. The next day, Peter did not attend school. He and Aunt May remained at the hospital to be by Uncle Ben's side. Following the events of the previous night, Peter came to understand the significance of Uncle Ben in his life. This kind-hearted middle-aged man had assumed a paternal role, becoming as crucial to Peter as a father. Uncle Ben and Aunt May were akin to Peter's parents, having nurtured him from childhood with unwavering care. It was only the following morning that Peter shared this with Mang Ran and the others. Consequently, they decided to visit Uncle Ben at the hospital after school. In the afternoon, Mang Ran, Harry, Gwen, and Mary Jane arrived at the hospital bearing gifts for Uncle Ben. Upon seeing the weary Peter, Mary Jane embraced him tenderly, offering her comfort. Gwen also consoled Aunt May, while Mang Ran and Harry held Uncle Ben's hand, inquiring with concern about his condition. After receiving a blood transfusion, Uncle Ben's demeanor had significantly improved. He even jested with Harry and Mang Ran, saying, "At last, I can enjoy a bit of a vacation, albeit in the hospital." Witnessing Uncle Ben's recovery lifted a great weight from Mang Ran's heart. Although he had known last night that Uncle Ben would not suffer grave harm, it was only upon seeing him that he could fully relax. While they were visiting in the hospital room, several police officers arrived. They presented Aunt May and Peter with a sketch of the suspect and his description. Upon seeing the familiar face, Peter immediately recognized him as the criminal from the convenience store robbery the night before. He recalled the cashier's distress and felt a sense of satisfaction, knowing he could have intervened but chose not to. Regret and guilt washed over Peter as he reflected on the previous night. Had he decided to act instead of remaining a bystander, Uncle Ben would not have been shot. If the malevolent figure had not appeared, he and Uncle Ben would now be separated by the veil of death. When Peter visited the hospital, the doctor informed him that prompt medical attention had saved Uncle Ben. The bullet had been extracted and the bleeding halted. Otherwise, Uncle Ben might not have survived until reaching the hospital. Yet, upon hearing the doctor's words, Peter was merely filled with anxiety and gratitude towards the forces that had intervened. However, Peter has now discerned the identity of the murderer. Within him, feelings of gratitude are overshadowed by regret and guilt, which soon morph into anger. Mang Ran, observing Peter's grim visage as he gazes out the window, comprehends that it is the news brought by those officers regarding the suspect that has stirred such emotions within him. Witnessing Peter's countenance, Mang Ran senses the turmoil within his heart. He ponders silently. It seems that Peter may take some action tonight. Having already learned the whereabouts of the robber, Mang Ran resolves to follow Peter under the cover of darkness. Seizing this opportunity, he plans to engage Peter in a heart-to-heart conversation, hoping to help him regain his mental equilibrium. After visiting Uncle Ben, the group departs from the hospital, and Mang Ran escorts Gwen home before returning to his own abode. As night falls, Mang Ran dons his battle attire and swiftly exits his bedroom. With his teleportation ability, he no longer has to clumsily leap across rooftops to make his way. Thanks to his speed and teleportation skills, coupled with his agile movements, Mang Ran confidently proclaims himself the fastest man in the world, excluding the still uncertain existence of Quicksilver. Xiao Bai, pinpoint Peter's current location. Mang Ran instructs. Peter is currently in rapid motion. Approaching another marked target, the robber who shot Uncle Ben, Xiao Bai promptly reports. Observing the outlined route, Mang Ran glides through the air, teleporting swiftly toward the designated spot. At this moment, Peter, clad in his red and blue suit, roams the city, having encountered several golden-haired white thugs, none of whom are the robber he seeks. Just then, the police broadcast alerts about a person with similar characteristics to the robber. Upon hearing this, Peter immediately heads in that direction. Upon arriving at the street, he spots a golden-haired white thug fleeing in a panic. Peter extends his hand, shooting out a web that ensnares the thug's feet. The thug falls to the ground, and Peter leaps forward to confront him. Turning the man over, Peter scrutinizes his face. Not him. Peter thinks dejectedly after inspecting the man's features. He binds the thug with webbing and swiftly departs. Moments later, the police arrive and take the white man into custody. Once again, Peter's search yields no results, and his agitation intensifies. In a fit of frustration, he strikes the nearby wall with his fist. With a resounding crash, the wall shatters. Spiderweb-like cracks radiating from the impact point before it crumbles to the ground. Having vented his anger, Peter resumes his patient search throughout the city. Soon, a new report echoes, prompting Peter to hasten toward the location, following the route in pursuit of the criminal. He arrives at an abandoned building, which was left incomplete for various reasons. Shrouded in darkness, with the only illumination emanating from the adjacent structure. This could indeed serve as an excellent hiding spot, Peter muses quietly. At that moment, a sudden sound of slicing air pierced the surroundings. It turned out that the criminal, believing the police were in pursuit, had seized an iron rod and swung it towards Peter. With remarkable agility, Peter evaded the strike and deftly placed his foot upon the fallen rod. The criminal, gripping the rod tightly, attempted to wrench it free, but Peter's foot held it firmly in place, rendering the criminal powerless. In desperation, he relinquished his grip, seeking to flee. However, Peter would not grant him the opportunity. He swiftly shot out a strand of webbing, ensnaring the escaping felon tightly. Peter approached the criminal, flipping him over to face upwards, scrutinizing the man's visage. Suddenly, his eyes widened in recognition, and with barely contained fury, he exclaimed, "At last, I have found you." Seizing the collar of the criminal, he bellowed, "Why? Why did you harm that innocent man yesterday?" The criminal, gazing at the masked figure who roared in anger, suddenly erupted into a sinister chuckle. "Why? You dare question me? I was escaping, and he had the audacity to block my path. Did he not deserve to die?" Peter, filled with rage at the man before him, recalled the image of Uncle Ben lying in a pool of blood. He clenched his fist and struck the man's head with a powerful blow, creating a sizable dent. Trembling, Peter raised his fist once more, causing the man to cease his mocking laughter, fear overtaking his expression. Though the man was vile, nearly having murdered Uncle Ben, Peter had never taken a life before and found himself unable to do so now. His moral compass and upbringing restrained him. After a moment of contemplation, Peter resolved to act. He shot out another strand of webbing, sealing the criminal's mouth, and reinforced it with additional layers. He decided to deliver this criminal to the police, ensuring he faced justice. Lifting the felon, he swiftly hung him at the entrance of a police station before turning away and ascending to a rooftop. Perched on the edge, Peter gazed down at the nightscape below, enveloped in confusion and despair. "What are you pondering?" A raspy voice emerged from behind him. Startled, Peter turned to find it was Mang Ran. Instinctively, he bowed in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Mr. Ghost, for saving my uncle." As soon as the words left his mouth, he realized the absurdity of his situation. Still donning his mask and battle attire, he had inadvertently revealed himself as the person from the previous day. Observing Peter's startled expression, Mang Ran felt a wave of exasperation wash over him, silently reflecting, "Only you, Peter, could execute such a ludicrous and comical act, my brother." Mang Ran had been following Peter all along, from the moment he captured the robber to when he secured the criminal at the police station, silently observing his every move. Whether Peter chose to kill the criminal or to submit him to the law, Mang Ran remained steadfast in his support, ready to guide him through his decisions. Ultimately, Peter's choice, though somewhat unexpected, upon further reflection, seems entirely harmonious. For Mang Ran understands that Peter embodies a gentle yet righteous spirit. It is precisely this quality that endears Spider-Man to countless admirers. Mang Ran introspects, pondering whether he could embody Peter's virtues were he in his position. The answer is a resounding no. He lacks Peter's extraordinary character. Many can emulate the persona of a villain, yet few can truly reflect the essence of a hero like Spider-Man. Observing Peter, who appeared momentarily taken aback, Mang Ran, with a flicker of thought, removed his own mask. As the guise of the villain transformed back into Mang Ran, Peter's eyes widened in astonishment, rendering him momentarily speechless. Mang Ran smiled and said, "Peter, allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Mang Ran, and I am also the villain." Chapter 41. A professional team. Peter gazed at Mang Ran, still clad in his villainous attire, as he processed this revelation. Overwhelmed, he stammered, "Mang, you are the villain? I always assumed the villain was a cold, middle-aged man." Mang Ran chuckled. "What led you to such a misconception? The villain has always been me. Shall I sign an autograph for you?" Peter, suddenly feeling a bit embarrassed, scratched his head, at a loss for words. However, a realization struck him, and he looked up, exclaiming, "Now I understand why the villain appeared so suddenly yesterday." He then turned to Mang Ran with a serious demeanor, saying, "Thank you, Mang, for saving Uncle Ben." With that, he enveloped Mang Ran in a heartfelt embrace. Mang Ran sensed Peter's tumultuous emotions and reciprocated the embrace, gently patting his back in comfort. "It's all right. Uncle Ben is safe now," he reassured Peter. With a quiver in his voice, Peter replied, "I was so terrified, Mang. I can't bear to think about what I would have done if I had lost Uncle Ben." Mang Ran continued to console him, fully aware of the complexity of Peter's feelings, fear, worry, relief, regret, anger, and confusion all converging within him. After a while, as Peter's emotions began to settle, he asked, "How did you know Uncle Ben was in trouble? Were you nearby?" Mang Ran explained, "Actually, a few days ago at school, I sensed something was amiss with you, so I kept a close watch on your situation, hoping to talk with you soon. Fortunately, I arrived just in time to prevent any tragedy. Otherwise, I would have regretted it for a lifetime." Peter nodded, feeling a bit embarrassed, realizing that Mang Ran had been aware of his predicament long before. He had initially planned to debut as Spider-Man, earn Mang Ran's admiration, and then discreetly reveal his true identity to bask in his astonishment. To his surprise, Mang Ran had already known, and worse still, he was the villain. He missed out on Mang Ran's astonishment while inadvertently earning a dose of admiration himself, having once used the villain as his computer wallpaper. Reflecting upon the unsettling realization that the malevolent spirit is, in fact, his close friend, Peter found himself in a rather awkward predicament. No wonder Mang Ran had previously inquired about his thoughts on the malevolent entity. It seemed that Mang Ran had also grappled with such entanglements in the past. After this revelation, Mang Ran continued, "I still do not know how you came to be in this state." Upon hearing this, Peter organized his thoughts, preparing to elucidate his situation to Mang Ran. However, before he could utter a word, Mang Ran interjected, "Please hold on a moment. There is another who wishes to meet you, another friend of ours." Taken aback, Peter inquired, "Another friend? Is it Harry? Did you tell him?" Mang Ran offered no reply, merely gazing towards the approaching figure in the distance. Soon, The silhouette materialized before them, a striking figure clad in a black and white combat suit, adorned with a white hood. Possessing an alluring physique, it was none other than Ghost Spider, Gwen. Peter gazed at Ghost Spider, murmuring, "Ghost Spider? A friend? Could it be?" At that moment, Gwen, sensing his thoughts, revealed her beautiful face. Peter's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "Gwen? You are Ghost Spider?" He quickly added, "As long as it's not Mary Jane. I'm fine." To his surprise, a clear, ringing voice responded, "You insufferable Peter, what do you mean by as long as it's not me?" It was Mary Jane. Peter hastily scanned his surroundings, his gaze eventually settling on Gwen's headphones. Gwen then tossed Peter a pair of headphones. He donned them, and indeed, Mary Jane's voice emanated from the device. "Hey, Peter, speak up. What do you mean by as long as it's not me?" Mary Jane reiterated. Peter, feeling flustered, stammered as he attempted to explain himself to Mary Jane. Observing that everyone had gathered, Mang Ran spoke up. "All right, Peter, now that we are all here, you may share your story with us." After much effort, Peter finally managed to placate Mary Jane. He scratched his head, reflecting on his previous thoughts, and began to recount his tale. And so it was, Peter finally articulated his narrative. Mang Ran pondered. "So Peter, you were bitten by a spider that descended from the heavens at the Science Museum, resulting in your transformation. And Gwen, if I recall correctly, after an outing with your family, you returned home one evening only to discover that you had been bitten, also leading to your mutation. On the day of Gwen's transformation, she too visited the Science Museum. Thus, it would appear that both of your transformations stem from the same spider at the museum." Peter and Gwen fell into contemplation upon hearing this. Mang Ran continued, "However, I suspect that the spiders that bit both of you were not identical. After all, there are disparities in your abilities. Gwen possesses numerous unique skills compared to Peter, while Peter exhibits greater strength and physical prowess." Parker reflected for a moment and then remarked, "I recall that the Science Museum housed genetically altered spiders from Oscorp. The one that bit me must have been one of those. But if, as you suggest, the spiders that bit the two of us are different, then the one that bit Gwen remains a mystery." Mang Ran and Gwen both felt a tinge of frustration at the conundrum. Gwen pondered without resolution and shook her head, saying, "Never mind, let us set these thoughts aside. It is what it is, and we should not dwell on it. What we must focus on now is to utilize our formidable abilities to accomplish what lies within our reach." Upon hearing this, Mang Ran nodded in agreement and added, "Indeed, Peter, do not be disheartened. Regardless of the approach you choose, your aspirations, or your stance towards criminals, all should align with your true self. Remember, no matter the choices you make, we shall always stand by your side. Our pursuit of justice remains, albeit through different methods. I too have wandered in confusion like you, but I eventually realized that steadfastly holding onto one's beliefs and understanding one's genuine thoughts is paramount. One must act in accordance with their own heart." Peter, absorbing these words, found clarity in his turmoil. His earlier uncertainty stemmed from not knowing how to forge his own path, or rather, how to discern the right course of action. Should he unleash a tempest of wrath upon the wrongdoers, or should he adhere to his inner convictions, subduing these individuals and entrusting them to the authorities? Now he understood he was not alone. His steadfast brothers and friends were all engaged in upholding justice in their own distinctive ways, each embodying their truest selves in the endeavor. No longer in a state of perplexity, Peter had discerned what he ought to uphold. He resolved to join his friends in the noble fight for justice. With newfound conviction, he declared, "I believe I understand now. I shall stand with you all, wielding my strength to strive for the justice that resides within my heart." Mang Ran and Gwen exchanged glances, their hearts swelling with joy at Peter's newfound clarity. Thus, the masked hero group in New York City began to take shape, establishing a professional team dedicated to combating crime. In their everyday lives, the four operated independently, with Mang Ran providing each member a communication device for seamless coordination. Should an urgent situation arise, they would act in unison. The intelligence and logistical responsibilities primarily fell to Mary Jane, while they discovered a secret base, equipping it with various facilities, including computers, experimental apparatus, and tools for routine training. Mang Ran contributed his funds, which had largely remained unutilized after some donations, to support this base. The team comprised Xiao Bai and Mary Jane as the data analysis and logistics support group, while Gwen, Peter, and Mang Ran formed the operational task force. Beyond combat operations, Mang Ran also took on the roles of instructor in martial arts and firearms, in addition to being the financial backbone. With the establishment of their secret base, the group frequently gathered there, making it a place imbued with a sense of belonging beyond their homes. Chapter 42. The Retreat of Blackwater and the Fall of the Crocodile Gang in the office atop the Blackwater Security Company. The bald man Lando was reporting to the gaunt man Seiko regarding the failures of Team B5 and an analysis of the malevolent entity. Rand looked at the documents in his hands and solemnly reported, "According to our monitoring and investigation, it is now certain that Team B5 has been annihilated, with no bodies found, while the target, the malevolent spirit, remains active. On the night of Team B5's engagement, Bob, the leader of the Crocodile Gang, was also killed by the malevolent spirit, and Team B5 lost contact that very night." As Rand delivered his report, Psycho rubbed his temples, closing his eyes in contemplation, seemingly pondering a matter of great import. After a moment, Psycho spoke in a low voice. "Let us set aside the matter of the malevolent spirit for now. This individual's power is unfathomable, and our intelligence on him is exceedingly limited. To confront this malevolent spirit, Even an A-class operative may falter. It likely requires the intervention of an S-class from headquarters. Our priority now is to mitigate losses. There is no need to entangle ourselves further with that malevolent spirit, as it serves us no advantage. The most crucial aspect Psycho withheld was his desire to prevent any further diminishment of the Blackwater's strength. The complete annihilation of a B-class team is already a grave matter. Should Psycho wish to return to headquarters, the Blackwater he has painstakingly cultivated over the years must yield impressive results. There is no need to invite additional complications by fixating on the malevolent spirit. This was merely a commission, and with the demise of the client, an opportunity has arisen for Psycho to conclude this engagement. Rand, listening to Psycho's directives, remained silent, merely acknowledging his understanding. Psycho then proceeded to delegate other tasks, inquiring of Rand. How are the newcomers faring? Rand replied. The transport personnel reported that a few individuals succumbed due to unstable genetics, and one drowned after falling into the sea. The others have been integrated into the training camp, and it is anticipated that, within a year of rigorous training, they will be ready to form a team and accomplish missions. As Psycho listened to Rand's report, he lit a cigar. Once Rand concluded, Psycho spoke. Inform headquarters about the deceased. They were likely defective specimens. Ensure the remaining newcomers receive thorough training. I require them to serve the company promptly. Upon hearing Psycho's instructions, Rand continued to express his understanding. Once all matters were arranged, he exited the office, leaving Psycho alone in contemplation. Meanwhile, the reputation of Spider-Man had begun to spread alongside Peter's activities. The public was becoming aware of the emergence of a masked superhero, Spider-Man, who, in contrast to the elusive and enigmatic malevolent spirit and ghost, resembled a neighbor living nearby. During the day, Spider-Man frequently appeared in public, offering assistance in both minor and significant matters, which rapidly elevated his popularity over just a few days. Peter was actively engaging in his endeavors, and Mang Ran was certainly not idle. The plan to dismantle the Crocodile Gang was already well underway, with only the piece of the puzzle represented by Sis remaining. Once Sis was dealt with, the entire plan would reach its successful conclusion. Given the current circumstances and estimating the time, it is indeed time to fulfill the plan. As night fell, Mang Ran and Gwen prepared to set off. Before heading to Sis, Mang Ran needed to pick up someone, as he had promised her the opportunity to personally judge Sis. Sensing the direction of the woman, Mang Ran swiftly moved with Gwen. Lyanna stood at the entrance of a dilapidated house, clutching a glowing red object resembling a button. This was the locator given to her by the demon during their last encounter, who had told her that the red light would illuminate when it was time for her to judge Sis. At that moment, the demon would come for her. As Lyanna shook her head and looked around, two figures suddenly appeared before her. She recognized them. One was the demon from before, and the other was a masked hero, the Phantom Spider, akin to the demon. Observing Lyanna's slight tension, Mang Ran tossed her a blindfold and said in a deep voice, "Cover your eyes. I shall now take you to judge Sis." Lyanna obediently donned the blindfold. With one hand resting on Lyanna's shoulder, Mang Ran swiftly teleported. Lyanna felt the rush of wind by her ears, and after a moment, she sensed they had arrived. Indeed, the raspy voice of the demon echoed, "We have arrived. You may remove the blindfold." As Lyanna lifted the blindfold, her pupils constricted involuntarily. Before her stood a brightly lit villa, the very site of her nightmares. It was here that her torment began when she was forcefully sold, and it was only when the demon rescued her that she finally escaped the nightmare. Yet, even after her escape, she would awaken from dreams in which she was again trapped in that horrific place, leaving her uncertain of how to truly break free from her nightmares. Noticing Lyanna's unnatural expression, Mang Ran remained silent. He exchanged a knowing glance with Gwen, who swiftly entered the villa to commence the clearing. Mang Ran turned to Lyanna and instructed, "Wait here for 5 minutes. After that, come to find me in the upstairs casino." Lyanna nodded obediently, watching Mang Ran enter the villa. Following the entrance, Mang Ran ascended to the second-floor casino. The empty casino was filled only with the incessant sound of a slot machine, where Sis sat hunched over, clutching his stomach, attempting to distract himself with gambling to ignore the pain in his abdomen. Though it seemed ineffective, he persisted. Upon hearing footsteps, the pale-faced Sis turned to see Mang Ran, immediately tumbling off his stool and crawling towards him. He gazed at Mang Ran, suppressing his pain, and weakly implored, "Mr. Demon, please give me a pill. The pain is worsening." Mang Ran looked down at the crumpled Sis and placed a pill in his mouth. Sis hurriedly swallowed the pill, the urgency causing him to instinctively cough, yet he stifled it, fearing he would waste even a single morsel. Sis's face flushed crimson, and after confirming that his abdomen no longer ached, he opened his mouth to breathe deeply. With an indifferent gaze fixed upon the prostrate Sith, Mang Ran coldly remarked, "You have performed admirably during this period. You have not disappointed me." Immediately, Sith, with a sycophantic smile, replied, "As long as I can please you, Mr. Demon, I am at your service. If there is anything else you need, please do not hesitate to command." Mang Ran replied, "There is nothing more to be done." Upon hearing this, Sith's complexion turned ashen. No further tasks implied that he had lost his value. Indeed, Mang Ran continued, "As a reward for your commendable performance, I have decided to grant you a swift death. How splendid it is." Sith trembled, rendered speechless. Even in his current state, he could not escape death. He slumped helplessly to the ground, his eyes vacant and filled with despair, devoid of any strength. "Mr. Demon." At that moment, Lyanna appeared at the door, observing the scene within, uncertain of her next step. "To spare you from my hands, That is the swift death I offer. With that, Mang Ran turned away from Sith and approached Liana. He handed her a handgun and a knife, instructing, "He has taken the drug and lacks the strength to resist. You may proceed as you wish." Liana accepted the gun and knife, staring blankly at Sith, who lay like a lifeless dog. After a moment's pause, she shook off her stupor, her eyes now filled with coldness and hatred. She returned the gun to Mang Ran and entered the room with the knife in hand. Mang Ran said nothing, merely accepting the gun and standing at the threshold, watching Liana approach Sith. At this moment, Gwen joined Mang Ran, and together they observed the unfolding retribution within the casino. Gwen, gazing inside, spoke with a hint of sorrow. She must have endured tremendous suffering. Mang Ran comforted her, wrapping an arm around her shoulder. At least we can now allow her to exact her own revenge. After a while, the screams from within ceased, replaced by the sound of water. Liana emerged from the casino, water and traces of blood still visible on her hands and face, having just washed away the remnants of her grim task. Now, only a faint stain remained on her clothing, the rest as pristine as when she had entered. Liana's expression bore a sense of relief and lightness. She had brought her nightmare to an end and believed she could finally enjoy a peaceful sleep. She looked sincerely at Mang Ran, gratitude shining in her beautiful eyes. "Thank you, Mr. Demon. I have finally put an end to my nightmare." Mang Ran replied nonchalantly, "Congratulations. Now please live well." He then handed Liana an eye mask. With a gentle smile, she accepted the mask and donned it. Mang Ran's hand rested on her shoulder when she suddenly spoke again. "By the way, Mr. Demon, my name is Liana. I hope you will not forget me. I will strive to be of assistance to you one day." Mang Ran responded, "Just live well." Then, the howling wind echoed around them, and when it subsided, Liana heard a raspy voice say, "Live well." As she hastily removed her eye mask, she found herself alone, having returned to her dwelling. The desolate entrance was devoid of company, with only the nocturnal breeze swirling into the night. Liana stood in a daze for a moment before she turned and entered through the door. Chapter 43, Dr. Lizard. After escorting Liana back, Mang Ran and Gwen departed. With the crocodile gang now dismantled, only the final touches remained, which, of course, required the attention of our esteemed Director George. Mang Ran and Gwen made their way to a building near Gwen's home, where Mang Ran knocked on the window to leave a folder while Gwen remained stationary. Observing the interaction between Mang Ran and her father, she could not quite articulate it, but each time she witnessed this scene, an inexplicable strangeness washed over her. Once the materials were deposited, Mang Ran retreated and joined Gwen. Watching George, who was adeptly retrieving the documents, Mang Ran murmured to Gwen, "After tonight, the crocodile gang will be no more." Gwen dismissed her odd feelings and nodded in agreement. "Indeed, we have finally eradicated this malignant presence." Inside the room, George had finished reviewing the documents. After placing the flashlight back down, he quietly exited, donned his attire, and headed to the garage to drive. As the car roared to life, George set off to the police station, engaging in familiar phone calls to coordinate with others. After several operations, they had become quite proficient. As George drove away, Mang Ran gently advised Gwen, "You should return home and rest. There are classes tomorrow. I will take another turn before heading back." Aware that she did not possess Mang Ran's stamina, Gwen nodded in agreement. "All right, take care. See you tomorrow," Mang Ran replied, teasingly adding, "I'm the Phantom here. It's the criminals who should be cautious." Gwen shot him a disapproving glance before bidding him farewell and retreating to her room. Mang Ran then left the vicinity, continuing to wander through the city, preserving the tranquility of the night. The Osborne group was deserted at night, save for the security personnel. The RD floor, in stark contrast to the bustling activity of the day, was dim and desolate, with only a slightly ajar door casting a sliver of light, the sole illumination in the darkened space. A distinguished and handsome middle-aged man, clad in a lab coat, sat at his desk, pen in hand, scribbling on paper while his right sleeve was rolled up, revealing an empty arm. Connors was grappling with the complexities of the experiment. Logically, he should have felt elated, as significant breakthroughs had been achieved. However, the urgency of time rendered him anxious. He could no longer afford a slow, stepwise approach to the experiment. He needed to devise a method to expedite the validation and enhancement of these results. Frustrated, Connors set down his pen, feeling at a loss. Recalling Neo's words from earlier in the day, he was overcome by a wave of helplessness. "Dr. Norman Osborn can no longer wait. Time is of the essence, and human experimentation must commence swiftly. Tomorrow, I shall visit the Veterans Hospital, where I anticipate encountering numerous individuals with lost limbs. May fortune favor us, Doctor." As Connors recalled these words, his only remaining left hand instinctively clenched into a fist, only to later release as he contemplated, covering the void of his right arm sleeve. After a brief moment, Dr. Connors appeared resolute. He rose from his desk and approached a device, inputting an elaborate sequence of codes to unlock a secure door. From within, he retrieved a vial containing a verdant serum. After extracting the fluid, he transferred it into a syringe, holding it with one hand as he prepared to inject it into his right arm. The syringe inched closer to his right limb, while Dr. Connors' expression became increasingly complex and hesitant. After a pause, he finally resolved to pierce his skin with the syringe, allowing the green serum to swiftly enter his body. As the serum coursed through him, an odd sensation enveloped his being, prompting him to stagger back to his desk and collapse into his chair. Moments later, a wave of excruciating pain surged through him, and after enduring it for a minute, he succumbed to unconsciousness. In the early morning, sunlight streamed into Dr. Connors' office, the beam gradually shifting with time until it illuminated his face. Sensing its warmth, he stirred, blinking his eyes open and hearing the increasing sounds of people outside, signaling the arrival of dawn. Instinctively, he raised his right hand to shield himself from the light, then climbed from his desk to lean against his chair. Right hand. How could I possess a right hand? Dr. Connors realized that he had, indeed, used his right hand to block the sunlight. He quickly lifted it, examining it closely. To his astonishment, a robust arm, smooth and white as jade, had emerged from his right shoulder, complete with fingers encased within. He prodded the arm with his left hand, discovering that the exquisite limb was enveloped in a thick protective membrane. Hastily, Dr. Connors peeled away the covering, revealing a slightly stout arm before him. He gazed at his new appendage with exhilaration, scarcely believing that this was a sight he had only ever encountered in dreams. In a fervor, Connors seized the phone from his desk to call Neo. The call connected, but it was Neo's secretary who answered, informing him that Neo was en route to the Veterans Hospital and should now be crossing the Brooklyn Bridge. Without hesitation, Dr. Connors ended the call, donned his coat, and rushed outside, eager to find Neo and relay his groundbreaking discovery, thereby obviating the need for a trip to the hospital. Descending to the street level, he hailed a taxi and exclaimed anxiously, "Quickly, to the Brooklyn Bridge." The driver paid no heed to Dr. Connors' agitation, instead responding in a languid manner. "You must tell me where you wish to go, sir. Is it the Brooklyn Bridge? Where do you expect to park?" Listening to the driver's nonchalant words, Dr. Connors felt a surge of rage, and he suddenly unleashed an unearthly roar, exclaiming, "I said, the Brooklyn Bridge." Startled by Dr. Connors' outburst, the driver hastily pressed the accelerator, eager to whisk away this madman. As the driver sped along, he muttered curses under his breath, lamenting his misfortune. What a day to encounter such a lunatic first thing in the morning. If he's unwell, why not seek a hospital instead of heading to a bridge? Is he contemplating self-destruction? Upon reaching the bridge, they found themselves ensnared in a relentless traffic jam. The driver shook his head in resignation and glanced at the rearview mirror to address Dr. Connors. "Hey, we're at the bridge now. Where do you intend to disembark?" Receiving no response, the driver called out several times. To his astonishment, he saw a figure sprawled in the back seat, cloaked in a coat that obscured both torso and head. When his attempts to rouse Dr. Connors failed, the driver reached to tug at his clothing. However, the garment came off, revealing not the dapper middle-aged man he expected, but a grotesque creature, entirely green and sporting a tail. The driver, unable to contain his scream, unbuckled his seatbelt, flung open the car door, and fled. The figure in the back seat, now transformed into the lizard, awoke to the driver's terrified shriek. Disoriented, the lizard was bewildered, unsure of his surroundings or purpose, yet a vague recollection urged him to seek out a man named Neo. Rising from the back seat, he slashed through the taxi's roof with his claws and emerged. At that moment, reason had abandoned him. Only primal ferocity and an insatiable urge to destroy remained. He was determined to find this man named Neo and rend him asunder. Chapter 44. The escaping doctor and his trail. As Dr. Connors rushed towards the bridge, Mang Ran and his companions had only just arrived at school and were attending class. Shortly thereafter, Mang Ran received an urgent alert from Xiaobai. Emergency. A lizard-like creature has appeared on the Brooklyn Bridge, wreaking havoc on vehicles and endangering civilians. Upon hearing Xiaobai's message, Mang Ran raised his head with a serious demeanor, prompting Gwen, Peter, and Mary Jane to do the same. They too had received the notification, and their gazes converged. Coincidentally, the class was concluding as the bell rang, and the four gathered together. Mang Ran spoke softly, "There's only one creature. This shouldn't be a significant problem. Peter and I will head over now, while you continue with your lessons. Additionally, please investigate where this monster emerged from and gather any pertinent information." Time had elapsed, and Mang Ran's recollections of the Marvel films had grown somewhat hazy. He had only seen the latest version of Spider-Man, in which the antagonist was a winged individual. During his observations over this period, he discerned that the world in which he had lived for over a decade appeared somewhat divergent from the cinematic portrayals of his previous life. Thus, to exercise prudence, he deemed it wise to conduct further investigations. The others nodded in agreement. Although Gwen expressed a tinge of disinterest, she acquiesced, recognizing that with Peter and Mang Ran involved, the situation would likely be manageable. Consequently, she chose to remain at school with Mary Jane, collaborating with Xiaobai on their inquiry. Having finalized their plan, Mang Ran and Peter discreetly exited the school, hastening towards the bridge. With Mang Ran's ability to teleport, they swiftly arrived at their destination, positioning themselves atop the bridge to survey the scene below while searching for any signs of the creature. "Xiaobai, can you locate that monster?" Mang Ran inquired, simultaneously assisting Peter in rescuing those injured or trapped beneath overturned vehicles. Xiaobai promptly responded, revealing that the lizard creature had cast a black Mercedes off the bridge before departing, evading the surveillance cameras, which rendered its current location uncertain. Mang Ran felt a pang of disappointment. They had arrived too late, and the lizard doctor had already eluded them, leaving no trace to follow. Peter, having received similar intelligence, shared his own regret, lamenting the missed opportunity to neutralize the creature in one fell swoop, pondering how many more would suffer upon its return. Yet, he could not shake the sense of familiarity he felt towards the monster, as if he had encountered it before. With no time for further contemplation, Mang Ran and Peter embarked on an uninterrupted mission to save lives. analyzing the remnants left behind by the lizard creature as they worked. The monster exhibited immense strength and considerable size, with sharp claws. Numerous vehicles on the bridge had been overturned, and several had plunged into the waters below, likely claiming any remaining survivors. After a period of frantic activity, the police arrived at the scene. Despite the lack of verbal communication, a tacit understanding guided their efforts to assist the injured. Once the crisis subsided, the two returned to school, only to find themselves summoned by a teacher for skipping class. Had it not been for their commendable academic performance and their cooperative demeanor, the teacher might have considered contacting their parents. In a New York sewer, Dr. Connors reverted to his human form, lying limply on the ground, his tattered clothing barely concealing his body, remnants of green still flickering in his face and eyes. Connors felt as though he had brushed against a wondrous, mystical realm. The sensation of power and a yearning for evolution captivated him deeply. Although he lay incapacitated on the ground, his expression was one of exhilaration and madness. Connors realized he required more serum, an abundance of it. He was determined to increase the dosage, striving for a higher tier of existence. Moreover, he envisioned a collective evolution, aspiring to usher everyone into this extraordinary realm, liberating them from afflictions and suffering. Dr. Connors was increasingly exhilarated, convinced that he was embarking on a path of profound significance. With great effort, he propped himself up with his left arm and staggered to his feet. He resolved to return to Oscorp to procure additional reagents and a device known as the Canali apparatus. With that machine in his possession, he could transform every individual in the city into his kind, allowing them to share in the evolution of life as he had. Stumbling forward, his silhouette gradually vanished into the darkness of the dimly lit sewer. Meanwhile, in their secret base, Mang Ran and his expert team were grappling with the sudden emergence of this monstrous figure. They were perplexed about the origin of this creature and how such an entity had appeared in New York without any prior warning. The team pored over data, analyzing relevant information, while Peter studied the records alongside photographs of the bizarre being, feeling as though he had forgotten something crucial. The lizard man, he murmured, suddenly recalling the research he had previously conducted with Dr. Connors. Their study centered on the regenerative abilities of lizards, aiming to bestow similar capabilities upon humans, thereby granting those with severed limbs a chance at rebirth. The more Peter contemplated, the more plausible the connection seemed, and he hastily shared his revelation. Mang Ran and the others were astonished by the implications of Peter's involvement in such a remarkable research project, especially given its astonishing potential. Most importantly, they had successfully conducted experiments on subjects, indicating the project's feasibility. After a moment of contemplation, Mang Ran turned to Peter and inquired, "So, you mean you intend to investigate Oscorp?" Peter nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, since I was part of this project, I can gain access, and my familiarity with it will allow me to discern any anomalies." The team found his reasoning sound, ultimately deciding that Peter would venture to Oscorp for reconnaissance. Meanwhile, Mang Ran and Gwen would patrol the city, remaining vigilant for any unforeseen events, while Mary Jane stayed behind to analyze data with Little White, providing communication and guidance. Having finalized their plan, the group prepared to set off in different directions. Before departing, Mang Ran presented Peter with a liquid spherical device, the combat suit, explaining its features and functions. Eager to try it out, Peter pricked his finger, and upon activating the sphere, a new combat suit materialized around him. While it resembled his previous attire, its quality was undeniably superior. Grateful for this convenient gift, which spared him the hassle of laundry, especially after the despair of having his clothes stained red and blue, Peter decided on the spot to express his gratitude by gifting Mang Ran a rare Lego set. Despite Mang Ran's initial refusals, he ultimately acquiesced, though it remained uncertain how long it would take to assemble the Lego creation. After parting ways with Mang Ran and the others, Peter arrived at Osborne Group. Upon entering the meticulously cleaned research lab, an unsettling premonition crept into his mind. As he ventured further inside, he encountered the emptied reagent cabinet and the previously injured little white mouse, Freddy. It had mutated, its eyes a blood-red hue, viciously tearing into the half-body of another mouse. At that moment, Peter became convinced that something had indeed gone awry with the doctor and his research, resulting in the emergence of that lizard-like creature. Just then, Peter received a message from Mary Jane. The lizard creature had appeared on 5th Street, using a green aerosol to infect numerous individuals. Mang Ran was heading that way and urged Peter to think of a way to counteract the effects of the green substance. Upon receiving this information, Peter began to ponder solutions. He could create an antidote, but it required some green reagent. As he deliberated on his next steps, he suddenly spotted a bottle of green reagent that had rolled out from beneath a nearby table. He quickly retrieved it and began to concoct the antidote using the nearby equipment. At that moment, a series of loud bangs resonated from outside the building's windows. Chapter 45, Battle and New Abilities. The thundering sounds persisted, and while Peter operated the machinery, he glanced over to ascertain the situation. A humanoid lizard, vibrant green in hue, was rapidly scaling the exterior wall, accompanied by the sounds of helicopters and police sirens. Peter's earpiece crackled with Mang Ran's voice. "Spider, how's the antidote coming along?" Peter replied while continuing his work. "No worries, it's in progress. Should take about 5 minutes." Mang Ran responded, "Great. You focus on the antidote, and Gwen and I will handle the big lizard. It's climbing towards the top of the Osborne building, and we need to find out its intentions." Suddenly, Peter recalled Dr. Connors had once mentioned the Canarly device. He quickly warned Mang Ran, "Beware. He intends to use the Canarly device on the rooftop to load the reagent. If he succeeds, the entire city could be turned into lizard people. We must stop him. Once I finish the antidote, we can use that device to heal all those recently infected. Mang Ran acknowledged with seriousness. Understood. Thanks to Peter's explanation, he grasped the magnitude of the lizard's scheme. At that moment, Mang Ran and Gwen stood at the base of the Osborne building, hastily making their way to the rooftop. As their conversation with Peter concluded, Gwen overheard his warning. While sprinting, Gwen stated to Mang Ran, I'll handle the lizard. I believe my toxins should be effective against him. Mang Ran shook his head and replied somberly, this lizard is not ordinary. He is vastly stronger than the previous Blackwater number 1. Did you notice his wounds? He has no injuries now, yet those helicopters clearly shot him, leaving substantial blood. Remarkably, his wounds have healed in no time. Gwen, upon hearing Mang Ran's words, also noticed this detail, her gaze sharpening with focus. Mang Ran continued, his strength is formidable, and his regenerative abilities are remarkable. It is likely that the toxins will not take effect before he metabolizes them. He paused for a moment before instructing. I will confront him head-on. You seize the opportunity to retrieve the reagents from the machine. Once Peter has concocted the antidote, we will place it into the device. Gwen, you shall oversee the machine, while I deal with this giant lizard. We are yet to ascertain the extent of his powers, so my approach is the most prudent. Furthermore, I have some thoughts regarding his demonstrated healing capabilities. Gwen nodded in understanding, aware of Mang Ran's unique abilities. Indeed, Mang Ran was quite envious of the lizard's regenerative prowess. Had he not coveted such an ability, there would have been no need for him to engage in a drawn-out struggle with the creature. He could have easily dispatched it with a few swift strikes. As they spoke, the pair reached the rooftop, where the lizard creature had just inserted the reagent into the apparatus, initiating a 3-minute countdown. Mang Ran and Gwen exchanged a glance before dashing towards their respective targets. Gwen headed to control the device, preparing to swap the reagents, while Mang Ran teleported directly in front of Dr. Lizard. As Dr. Lizard readied to count down, he was startled to see a shadowy figure, akin to a wraith, suddenly appear before him. Instinctively, he raised one hand to shield his face while swinging his other claw in an attempt to grasp Mang Ran. However, his right hand swiped through empty air, leaving him perplexed as he searched for the vanished figure. In that moment of confusion, pain suddenly shot through both of his arms. 2 glimmering blades had illuminated the air behind him, and with a swift flash, Dr. Lizard's arms fell to the ground. Mang Ran had merely flickered in front of him, and as the lizard raised his arms, he had swiftly reappeared behind him, severing his limbs with precision. Dr. Lizard winced in agony, although his arms would regrow. The pain was undeniable. He quickly rolled forward to distance himself from Mang Ran, summoning his regenerative powers. The bleeding soon ceased, and new arms began to sprout forth. Dr. Lizard twisted his neck, his expression darkening, and a feral glint ignited in his emerald eyes as he let out a furious roar. Mang Ran observed the swift regeneration of Dr. Lizard's arms, his eyes sparkling with excitement. This healing ability is extraordinary. I must acquire it today. With a roar, Dr. Lizard lunged at Mang Ran, his claws swinging with the intent to shred this detestable foe. His powerful legs propelled him forward with explosive force as he charged at Mang Ran. Mang Ran assessed the approaching creature, noting that its speed and power were insufficient to challenge him. He sheathed his blade, transforming his hands into claws, enjoying hand-to-hand combat. Then let us grapple, he chuckled, rushing toward Dr. Lizard. As Mang Ran charged forward, Dr. Lizard immediately waved his hands, his sharp claws glinting ominously, as if intent on tearing apart his target. Just as the claws were about to make contact with Mang Ran's body, he swiftly crouched down, striking with his own claws in a rapid motion across Dr. Lizard's chest. The flurry of attacks left Dr. Lizard's robust physique marred with deep gashes, blood gushing forth like a crimson fountain. The excruciating pain elicited furious roars from Dr. Lizard, his eyes blazing with ferocity as he opened his jaws wide, aiming to bite Mang Ran. Such a foul breath could suffocate one. I would recommend using a particular toothpaste, or perhaps a piece of gum would suffice. Observing Dr. Lizard's movements, Mang Ran simultaneously mocked him while retracting his claws. He then delivered a powerful kick, striking Dr. Lizard squarely in the abdomen, sending him soaring through the air uncontrollably. The limited space on the rooftop compounded by the force of Mang Ran's kick sent Dr. Lizard tumbling beyond the building's edge, plummeting towards the street below. Just as Dr. Lizard was about to descend, several sharp tendrils shot forth from Mang Ran, darting towards him in midair. Accompanied by the piercing sound of slicing air, the tendrils pierced Dr. Lizard's limbs, pinning him aloft. Helpless and enraged, he flailed his body in a futile rage. Mang Ran deftly manipulated the tendrils, drawing Dr. Lizard back towards him and retracting the tendrils that had impaled him. As the tendrils withdrew, they pulled forth a spray of blood from Dr. Lizard's wounds, leaving him to once again plummet. But this time the ground below was not empty. As Dr. Lizard descended, just moments from landing on the rooftop, a multitude of dark, jagged spikes erupted from the surface, impaling him. Following this, the ominous spikes transformed into soft tendrils, intertwining to form a vast black net that gradually constricted, enveloping Dr. Lizard like a dark cocoon, rendering him immobile. With Dr. Lizard subdued, Mang Ran turned his gaze towards Gwen, who had successfully extracted the green serum from the device. On the opposite side of the building, Peter had also ascended with the antidote in hand. Upon witnessing Gwen's success, Peter leaped powerfully to the side of the device, landing with precision. He then placed the antidote into the apparatus, while the countdown timer indicated only 1 minute remained. Observing the dwindling time, Mang Ran briefly communicated with Gwen and Peter before preparing to duplicate his abilities, confident that 1 minute would suffice. Focusing his thoughts, he tightened the grip of the black net around Dr. Lizard, transforming him into an airtight cocoon. As Mang Ran centered his mind, the familiar electronic voice echoed once more. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a new ability. You have gained the extraordinary power of super regeneration, possessing an incredibly swift healing speed, albeit slightly slower than that of the lizard creature due to the latter's genetically altered traits. In his heart, Mang Ran mused, although it pales in comparison to that creature, it remains a formidable strength. As Mang Ran opened his eyes, he retracted the combat suit and venom from his left arm, revealing his bare skin. He then unsheathed his dagger, slicing across his arm. As he pressed the blade forcefully against his flesh, a wound instantly appeared. Yet, before much blood could seep out, the injury began to heal rapidly. Within mere breaths, the cut vanished, leaving only a faint trace of blood from the initial incision. Delighting in his newfound ability, Mang Ran could hardly contain his joy. This power could be considered the most remarkable he had acquired recently, alongside teleportation. At that moment, the countdown of the Canali device nearby reached completion. As the device released the antidote into the air, a shimmering azure cloud formed above, painting the dusk sky. The sun was setting, and all citizens would forever remember this unique evening glow. As the clouds billowed, specks of blue luminescence descended, gradually restoring the afflicted individuals, previously transformed by the lizard doctor's spray, back to their human forms. The lizard doctor, having regained his true self, lay on the ground as the blue radiance enveloped him, slowly erasing his monstrous appearance. His once vivid green eyes began to revert to a serene blue, and the madness in his gaze faded away. Dr. Connors lay bare on the ground, lost in the tumult of memories swirling in his mind. After a moment, clarity began to dawn upon him regarding his prior actions. He propped himself up on his left arm, unsteadily rising to his feet, and stumbled towards the edge of the building. Mang Ran stood still, observing Dr. Connors, while Gwen and Peter approached, joining him in watching Connors make his way to the building's edge. As Dr. Connors neared the precipice, he suddenly seemed to recollect something. Turning to face them with a somber tone, "Could you lend me a piece of clothing?" Upon hearing this, Mang Ran retrieved an outfit from his space and tossed it to Dr. Connors. "Thank you," Dr. Connors replied as he donned the garment, quickly finishing his attire before continuing towards the edge of the building. At last, Dr. Connors stood at the precipice of the rooftop. "This is not entirely your fault," Peter said to the figure standing with his back to them. Dr. Connors turned to regard Peter, shaking his head gently with a soft smile. "No, it is my fault. Perhaps I should have perished long ago." With those words, Dr. Connors turned away once more, extending his arms wide, and leaped into the void below. The resounding thud echoed. And thereafter, Dr. Connors was no more. Chapter 46. The birth of a devil. Several days had passed since the resolution of the Lizard Doctor incident, and the police investigation had yielded an official conclusion. Most of the blame has been cast upon the deceased Dr. Connors, who, being already departed from this world, bears no further consequence. Mang Ran and his companions have returned to their daily lives, and Mang Ran, having acquired newfound abilities, feels a sense of joy. Initially, he had intended to personally deal with Dr. Connors, considering the harm he inflicted upon so many, resulting in numerous lives lost. There seemed to be no justification for sparing him. However, Mang Ran was taken aback by Connors' shrewdness, as he chose to depart with dignity, thus saving Mang Ran the effort of granting him a graceful exit. During this time, the Blackwater Corporation has remained notably silent. Following Mang Ran's elimination of 3 of Blackwater's mercenaries and the Crocodile Gang, the corporation has not troubled him since, which has left Mang Ran somewhat surprised. It appears that today's villains possess a modicum of intelligence, eschewing mindless aggression. Mang Ran had even contemplated the arrival of additional mutant mercenaries to bestow upon him further skills, for even the smallest mosquito is still flesh, and he would not turn down the opportunity. Yet, given their inactivity, he found himself unable to instigate trouble with Blackwater. His understanding of the corporation remains insufficient, necessitating careful consideration. It would be prudent to gather more information before taking action. As Mang Ran and his companions continued their routine, significant developments unfolded within the Osborn group. In a clandestine laboratory, Norman Osborn was engaged in research alongside several scientists, clad in a white lab coat and confined to a wheelchair. His body had been ravaged by a cruel illness, rendering the man in his 40s to appear as though he were in his 50s or 60s. Norman's face was gaunt, tinged with a hint of green, and his weary gaze occasionally flickered with pain, exuding a sense of decay. A group of scientists presented their latest research findings to him. As Norman listened, he pondered deeply, then posed a question. "What is the status of the green lizard serum?" The scientists exchanged glances at his inquiry, and a leading scientist responded, "We have made some progress, developing ideas to mitigate the serum's side effects. However, the issue remains that as the side effects diminish, the serum's efficacy also appears to wane. We are still seeking a solution to this problem." "Damn it," Norman exclaimed, his voice tinged with anger. Time was no longer on his side. He needed to eradicate this hereditary affliction before his demise. He did not wish for Harry to endure a fate akin to his own, one that felt more like a living death. The late Dr. Connors came to mind, and Norman lamented, wishing he had not perished, for his presence would have accelerated their progress. Growing increasingly agitated, Norman succumbed to a fit of coughing, and after a moment, he finally regained his composure. He gestured for the scientists to resume their work and instructed those behind him to wheel him to another desk. Before his condition had deteriorated to this extent, he often sat behind this very desk, lost in thought and conducting research. With many of the Osborn group's achievements stemming from his own hands, Norman settled at his desk, resuming the long-forgotten practice of writing and calculation. Since his body had deteriorated to this state, it had been an age since he had engaged in such activities. Now, he found himself in a predicament. The experiment had reached a critical juncture, and with Dr. Connors facing an unforeseen mishap, he was bereft of options. He had devoted his entire life to defusing this bomb for Harry, and he could not afford to falter at this final hurdle. Suppressing his physical discomfort, Norman sat at his workstation, organizing his thoughts. Ideas and hypotheses flickered through his mind, which he promptly jotted down for the scientists nearby to test their feasibility. Time slipped away unnoticed. He had been seated there for a full 12 hours. This duration would be an immense burden for an ordinary individual, let alone for someone in his precarious condition. It was akin to a death sentence. Yet, Norman dared not pause. He feared that he would perish before resolving this dilemma. Those behind him had reminded him countless times to rest and take his medication, but each time, he had steadfastly declined. When he received yet another reminder, this time, Norman could not persist. He sensed his exhaustion creeping in, necessitating a brief respite. Just as those behind him began to pull away his wheelchair to escort him back for rest and medication, Norman's frail hands suddenly clutched the table. Gasping for breath, he firmly uttered, "Just a moment more." Upon hearing this, his attendants promptly returned him to his previous position. He hurriedly grasped his pen and paper, resuming his writing and sketching. Shortly thereafter, he summoned the researchers, passionately conveying his thoughts. They gathered around him, their eyes gleaming with anticipation as he elaborated on his ideas. Once he concluded, they took the notes and set to work, and both Norman and the team felt that they were perhaps closer to success than ever before. At that moment, Norman was entirely consumed by his discovery, exhilarated by the prospect that the moment to alter the Osborn family's fate might finally be at hand. He observed the researchers intently, anxiously awaiting their progress. After a while, several of them converged around a piece of machinery. Norman instructed his aides to wheel him closer. A group of individuals encircled the device, which spun rapidly, emanating an eerie green glow. Moments later, the machine came to a halt, and the researchers retrieved 5 vials of solution from within. This was the culmination of their earlier hypothesis, the closest they had ever come to success. A leading researcher addressed Norman, stating that the true measure of success would depend on the forthcoming experiment. Norman nodded, striving to calm his racing heart, and replied solemnly, "Conduct the experiment as swiftly as possible. I shall await your results right there." With that, he gestured for his aides to push him back to his original workstation. He reclined slightly in his chair, closing his eyes to rest as he awaited the outcome of the experiment. Several hours later, the slumbering Norman was roused by his attendants, who informed him that the results had been finalized. The researchers stood before his desk, clutching the report. Norman's complexion was far from favorable. Prolonged exhaustion had rendered his body nearly overwhelmed. Yet, more concerning than his physical fatigue was the apprehension he felt regarding the experiment's outcome. Observing the grim expressions of the researchers, an unsettling premonition washed over him. In a low voice, Norman inquired, "What are the results? Speak." The researcher glanced once more at the report before responding. "Sir, we have obtained the experimental results, though they differ somewhat from our expectations. While we have observed its efficacy in the laboratory setting, we cannot ascertain whether this effect will translate to your body. After all, you are the only individual afflicted with this condition. Although our analysis of your blood indicates the reagent's utility, its functionality throughout the entirety of your body and across various organs remains untested, leaving us unable to determine the final outcome. We may require additional time to address this issue." Listening to the researcher's explanation, Norman furrowed his brow and, after a moment of contemplation, remarked, "Without a test subject, we cannot ascertain the final effect. Then administer it to me directly. If it shows promise in the blood, it should be beneficial for the ailment as well. I can no longer afford to wait." The lead researcher was taken aback by Norman's words and quickly urged him against such impulsiveness. However, Norman merely shook his head and reiterated, "I have no time left." He then forcefully commanded them to commence preparations. The researchers, recognizing his determination and considering his condition, could only nod in acquiescence. After a brief interval, the apparatus was ready. Norman was gently placed upon an inclined cylindrical testing platform, encased in a thick layer of glass. After securing him within, the researchers affixed various sensors to his chest and body, ensuring he was firmly restrained on the experimental table. As the glass cover began to close, Norman addressed those outside, saying, "If I perish, preserve this data, continue the experiments with these results until success is achieved, and then cure Harry's affliction." The researcher who had pushed Norman moments prior, along with others nearby, nodded in agreement. Seeing their response, Norman closed his eyes, bracing himself for the experiment. He had long prepared his will, confident that Harry would eventually understand everything. As the glass cover sealed shut, one researcher continuously pressed buttons on the adjacent device. With each action, small syringes filled with a green solution emerged, piercing Norman's arms and legs. As the reagent coursed through his body, his vital signs began to fluctuate dramatically, surpassing all expectations. The monitoring equipment soon emitted alarms, and Norman began to cry out in agony from within the glass enclosure. The lead researcher, witnessing this distress, contemplated halting the experiment. Yet, just as he prepared to intervene, Norman's eyes widened as he fixed his gaze upon him, bellowing, "Do not stop. Continue." With those words, Norman resumed his anguished cries. The researchers, compelled by circumstances, pressed on. With the push of a button, a verdant mist enveloped Norman within the glass chamber. As the fog entered, Norman's anguished cries gradually subsided, and a collective sigh of relief swept through the onlookers. Suddenly, an eerie laughter erupted from within the glass enclosure, where the green haze obscured Norman Osborn. Chapter 47. The Green Goblin. Norman Osborn. The unsettling laughter sent shivers down the spines of the researchers, who had just begun to relax. The laughter was so bizarre and haunting that their hearts raced anew, and they fixed their gazes intently on the glass chamber, awaiting the dispersal of the green mist. The strange laughter faded as quickly as it had appeared, leaving the laboratory shrouded in silence, save for the hum of the machinery. As the green fog thinned, Norman's figure gradually emerged, revealing a stark contrast to the frail form that had entered moments before. Previously emaciated and on the brink of death, he now appeared robust, as if restored to health. This transformation astonished the researchers outside. Within the glass chamber, Norman opened his eyes, which now sparkled with vitality. Devoid of the weariness and despair they had once held, instead, a profound green hue lingered within their depths. Observing Norman's awakening and lack of any abnormality, the researchers eagerly activated the mechanism to open the glass enclosure. This time, Norman leaped from the experiment table unaided, radiating health and vigor. Once on the ground, he inhaled deeply and exclaimed with joy, "I believe we have succeeded. I feel more robust than ever, even stronger than before. Of course, this is all thanks to your unwavering support." The researchers, elated by Norman's words, celebrated the success of the experiment, showering him with congratulations, to which he warmly responded. However, amid the joyous commotion, a bespectacled researcher in his 40s named IBE furrowed his brow in quiet concern. As the head of the laboratory and a close friend of Norman, he had been the leading force behind this endeavor. Observing Norman's newfound health, IBE felt an unsettling premonition. From the moment the eerie laughter had begun to echo, to the present moment of Norman's vitality, an undercurrent of unease coursed through him. He found it difficult to share in the collective joy, although Norman appeared remarkably healthy. IBE sensed an undeniable change within him. This transformation eluded definition, but IBE could distinctly feel that Norman had become a different person since the experiment. Noticing IBE's furrowed brow, Norman approached him with a smile, saying, "IBE, my dear brother, why do you look so troubled? My illness has vanished." IBE found himself embroiled in contemplation for quite a while, yet upon seeing Norman, he softly uttered, "I believe this experiment ought to continue." Norman furrowed his brow and inquired, "Why is that? Does not my recovery speak volumes?" IBE shook his head. "I understand that your body has healed, but that does not imply there are no issues with this reagent. I believe we must refine it. After all, Harry." "Enough," Norman interjected sharply. "I have already stated that this matter need not be discussed further." He then turned and commanded, "Seal this laboratory. Everyone, relocate to another facility. This experiment is concluded." Ivy hesitated, but gazing at Norman's somewhat unfamiliar silhouette, he swallowed his words, sighed, and shook his head. Subsequently, all the researchers were orderly evacuated, and the laboratory was sealed, becoming a thing of the past. As Ivy packed his belongings, he glanced back at the laboratory door, shook his head, and departed. Meanwhile, Norman returned to his office on the top floor, comfortably leaning back in his chair, gazing out at the view beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows. Since his condition began to deteriorate, he had not returned here for quite some time, confined to a specially designed ward while remotely overseeing Osborne Industries. At that moment, the office door swung open, and his secretary, in her high heels, gracefully approached Norman's desk, softly announcing, "Mr. Osborne, the meeting begins in 15 minutes. You may depart now." Upon hearing this, Norman swiveled his chair to face her, admiring her alluring figure clad in a professional outfit, and remarked, "I understand, but I may arrive a tad late. What do you think?" The secretary responded with a charming smile, her beautiful eyes sparkling with allure, as she sensuously twisted her supple waist, leaning against Norman, their bodies brushing against one another. As night fell, the Osborne group stood deserted. At the entrance of the sealed laboratory, Ivy cautiously approached the door, meticulously peeling away the seal before entering the password to slip inside. Once inside, Ivy exhaled in relief, flicked on the laboratory lights, and began to manipulate the instruments, determined to clandestinely continue his research on the reagent. This endeavor was not solely for Norman, but also for Harry. He was still young and should not be subjected to the risks posed by this subpar reagent, especially when the peculiarities surrounding Norman remained unclear. While Ivy fiddled with the test tubes, deep in thought, a sudden voice echoed from behind him. "Ivy, oh Ivy, you are indeed as disobedient as I suspected." Startled by the unexpected voice, Ivy swiftly turned around to find Norman Osborne closely observing him from the dim light nearby. Upon seeing Norman there, Ivy steeled himself and boldly declared, "Norman, why do you not trust me? We are good friends, and I have watched Harry grow up. How could I ever wish harm upon you both? The reagent truly requires further refinement. Please grant me a bit more time." IB implored with a hint of desperation in his voice. Norman, maintaining his impassive demeanor, continued to gaze at IB, gradually closing the distance between them. As IBE beheld the terrifyingly unfamiliar visage of Norman drawing nearer, he felt a surge of panic and instinctively retreated until he was halted by the table behind him. Norman advanced on IBE, his tone frigid as he declared, "I've already stated that this reagent is flawless. No further experimentation is necessary." However, IBE yearned to protest, yet was abruptly silenced by Norman's large hand tightening around his throat. Gasping for breath, IBE struggled to articulate, "Norman, we are brothers." Upon hearing IBE's fragmented words, a flicker of softness momentarily pierced Norman's icy expression, revealing a glimmer of inner turmoil in his gaze, his countenance contorting into a grimace as the pressure in his hand lessened slightly. Yet, this fleeting warmth was quickly supplanted by a resurgence of green malice in his eyes, restoring his previously softened demeanor to a chilling rigidity. As Norman's expression reverted to its coldness, he tightened his grip once more, rendering IBE's feeble struggles utterly futile. With a sharp crack, the strain became unbearable, and IBE's neck succumbed, his head drooping lifelessly. Witnessing IBE's broken form, Norman's expression faltered again. He instinctively recoiled, stepping back in shock. Gazing at IBE's contorted, fallen body, a recollection seemed to dawn upon Norman, and his visage transformed from cold detachment to one of fear and unease. "What have I done? What have I done? Have I killed IBE?" he murmured, clutching his head in terror. Suddenly, a chilling, eerie voice echoed, "Kik. You merely eliminated an inconvenient obstacle, and yet you are so inept. We have been reborn." As Norman absorbed this strange voice, he frantically scanned his surroundings, calling out, Who is speaking? Who are you?" The eerie voice persisted, "I am you, and you are me. We are one. Move forward. Yes, take another step, and behold me. We have been reborn." Norman murmured to himself, heeding the voice's bizarre guidance as he stepped forward. Suddenly, he halted, confronted by a large pane of glass reflecting his own visage. "Kik, do you see it? Rebirth. Ha. The reflection of Norman's face twisted into a maniacal grin, and as he gazed into the glass, his own mouth slowly curled into a smile, joining in the grotesque laughter, the green light in his eyes intensifying. Chapter 48. School Parents' Day. Mang Ran's orderly life finally encountered a ripple. However, this disturbance did not stem from dangerous troubles, but rather from the mundane occurrences of school life. Zhongqing High School is set to host a Parent Day, inviting students to bring their parents for a day of activities aimed at showcasing the school's exceptional cultural atmosphere, while also providing an opportunity for promotion ahead of future enrollments. Mang Ran's parents attended, and Zhao Li, prioritizing this event, canceled all her plans for the day. Naturally, Manhwa, as Ms. Zhao Li's companion, could not miss it either. Early in the morning, after a hearty breakfast, Mang Ran's family drove to the school. Upon arrival, they were greeted by a crowd of students wandering about with their parents, and gradually, they immersed themselves in the lively atmosphere. After some time of exploring with her parents, Mang Ran encountered Peter and Uncle Ben. After exchanging greetings, they began to wander together, only to soon spot Gwen with her father, George, and Mary Jane with her mother. Familiar faces, they introduced their parents to one another. It was the first meeting for Mang Ran's parents with Gwen and her father, and likewise, it was George's initial encounter with Mang Ran's family. The exchanges were friendly and warm, leaving a positive impression on both sides. George was somewhat aware of the bond between Gwen and Mang Ran, as their close friendship was evident to anyone observant. Zhao Li and Mang Hua shared similar sentiments. They admired the charming and graceful Gwen, affirming that Mang Ran had made an excellent choice in friends. Meanwhile, Peter and Mary Jane engaged in conversation, with Uncle Ben proving to be far more humorous and engaging than Peter, leading to a delightful exchange. As the time for the performances approached, the group strolled toward the venue, chatting amiably. Near the entrance, Peter and Mang Ran spotted Harry, who had not been attending school frequently lately due to some family matters. They greeted him warmly, and Harry responded enthusiastically, in good spirits as his father had recovered and was able to accompany him for Parent Day. Harry introduced his father to Mang Ran and Peter, who curiously regarded the handsome middle-aged man before them. Although Mang Ran had known Harry for some time, this was her first encounter with Harry's father, and Peter, despite knowing Harry longer, had also never met him. Norman greeted everyone with a gentle smile, engaging with Mang Ran, Peter, and the other parents, while Harry happily joined the conversation, discussing recent happenings. Finally arriving at the performance venue, the group settled in to enjoy the show, where Mang Ran also spotted Flesh with his parents. Since their initial conflict when Mang Ran transferred, Flesh had notably improved his demeanor, no longer bullying classmates and focusing solely on basketball. After the performance concluded, Mang Ran parted ways with her friends, each taking their parents to explore a bit more before heading to the cafeteria for lunch. In the afternoon, they looked forward to watching inter-school sports competitions, including basketball, football, and baseball. Mang Ran, accompanied by his parents, meandered into the dining area. The restaurant offered a diverse selection of dishes, predominantly American cuisine, alongside some Mexican and other international fare, with Chinese offerings limited to mere rice. As Mang Ran settled down with his parents to partake in their meal, his attention was drawn to the nearby Harry and his father. Norman instructed Harry to procure their meal before engaging in a conversation with another parent. Yet the atmosphere appeared rather tense. Mang Ran, within earshot of their dialogue, found the distance inconsequential. He observed the man speaking to Norman with an air of arrogance, stating, "You truly are fortunate. I had presumed our next encounter would be at your funeral." Norman retorted coldly, "McKen, your tongue remains as foul as ever. What good do your words do? I have recovered, and the Osborn group will remain under my control. A sardonic smile crept across McKen's face as he absorbed Norman's words. It seems you are still oblivious to your predicament, poor Norman. Allow me to enlighten you. Leaning closer, McKen whispered, tomorrow's shareholders meeting will mark your downfall, Norman. You would do well to perish. At least then, you could be remembered as a success. Upon hearing McKen's taunt, a fierce light ignited in Norman's eyes, a ghostly green emerging from their depths. In a swift motion, he seized McKen by the throat. Caught off guard, McKen, who had been reveling in his triumph, suddenly found himself gasping for air, struggling to pry Norman's powerful hands away. The commotion drew the attention of nearby parents, who turned to witness the unfolding drama, while Harry, having filled his plate, approached Norman. As Harry drew near, Norman released his grip, allowing McKen to finally extricate himself, rubbing his reddened neck and glaring daggers at Norman. Unfazed, Norman maintained his gaze, the green glint in his eyes intensifying. Ultimately, McKen snorted in disdain before turning away. Harry arrived in front of Norman, his brow furrowed in confusion. Dad, what just happened? Norman, with a smile, replied, nothing of consequence. That was merely a colleague with whom I had a brief discussion. He then took the plate from Harry's hands, and the two made their way to a table. As Mang Ran continued to eat, he remained observant of the situation. The earlier exchange had struck him as peculiar. Norman Osborn had recently been gravely ill, yet had seemingly recovered in mere days. If he had indeed been cured, then what of the fierce demeanor and the unnatural strength Norman had just exhibited? Was there some miraculous potion at play? Or had Norman possessed such vigor prior to his illness, only to regain it immediately upon recovery? Mang Ran pondered the strange circumstances surrounding Norman, musing to himself, could it be that Uncle Norman has been bitten by a spider? Is there a wholesale supply of them? How could there be so many? All connected to the Osborn group? Might it be a new drug from the Osborn group that enhances strength? Mang Ran pondered deeply, yet clarity eluded him. He decided to discuss the matter at the base later, hoping for a collective analysis. With his thoughts gathered, he refrained from dwelling further on the issue. After the afternoon activities concluded, Mang Ran informed his family and hurried to the secret base. Venom, however, was displeased with Mang Ran's actions, lamenting the missed opportunity to enjoy ribs, which were tantalizingly close. Sensing Venom's discontent, Mang Ran attempted to console him as he rushed along. Fear not. I just told Peter to bring along some pizza and drinks. The pizzeria near his home serves delightful fare. Remember how you devoured 2 large slices last time? Despite Mang Ran's reassurances, Venom continued to grumble. I didn't get to enjoy a good meal at noon, and now there are no ribs for the afternoon. Pizza is acceptable, but it pales in comparison to ribs. Mang Ran chuckled. Today, you shall have 3 slices of pizza and a large bottle of cola. Venom's mood lifted slightly. All right then, but I want my cola ice cold, the Pepsi kind, preferably slushy. Mang Ran replied with a smile. No problem. I'll let Peter know to grab some extra. With a flash of speed, Mang Ran swiftly arrived at the secret base. Not long after he entered, Peter arrived, burdened with 2 large bags. Phew, Spider-Man delivery. This is quite the chore, hauling all this around, Peter complained. While Mang Ran and the others arranged the pizzas, Venom poked his head from Mang Ran's shoulder, his voice raspy yet endearing. Hey, little spider, my cola hasn't even shaken too much, has it? Peter, feeling a twinge of guilt, replied, it should be fine, my hands are pretty steady. Venom eyed him suspiciously before twisting off the bottle cap, causing a geyser of cola to erupt, splattering Venom's face. Instantly, Venom revealed his large mouth, chasing after Peter in a playful frenzy. Peter dashed away, and soon they were racing in circles around the base, while Mang Ran, Gwen, and Mary Jane calmly enjoyed their pizza, amused by the spectacle. After a while, Mang Ran called out to Venom, if you don't come over soon, the pizza will be gone. Upon hearing this, Venom quickly retreated and began devouring the pizza, finding it far more delectable than Peter. Finally, Peter was able to sit down with a slice in hand. Noticing Peter settled, Mang Ran began recounting the day's events. As he described the peculiarities, concern spread among the group. Mang Ran voiced, while it's a relief that Uncle Norman is recovering, after all, we wouldn't want to see Harry upset. I can't shake the feeling that there's more to this. Gwen nodded in agreement. Harry undoubtedly wishes for his father's recovery. He was genuinely happy today with Uncle Norman. However, we cannot overlook the anomalies. We must conduct an investigation to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. Peter and Mary Jane nodded in agreement, and then Mary Jane said, I can collaborate with Xiao Bai to investigate the Osborn Company, to see if we can infiltrate and gather some intelligence. With Xiao Bai's computational prowess, it should pose no challenge. Peter added, I believe we should also pay a visit to Uncle Harry and Uncle Norman, allowing us to observe them up close. Mang Ran concurred, that approach is excellent. Tomorrow, the 3 of us will visit Harry, while Mary and Xiao Bai will search for information. The group nodded in unison, affirming the feasibility of their plan. Chapter 49, Visiting Plans and Mutations. The following day was a Saturday. After lunch, Mang Ran went to pick up Gwen and Peter, and together, the trio made their way to Harry's residence. They had informed Harry the previous day of their visit, and he was quite elated, as this was the first time friends would grace his home. Driving to a grand estate, Mang Ran noted that Harry usually resided near the school during the week, returning to this mansion on weekends. The 3 of them gazed in awe at the sprawling villa. Such wealth, Peter exclaimed in admiration. Gwen and Mang Ran nodded in agreement. Although Mang Ran's family was affluent, they had never lived in a large house, as there were only 3 of them, a larger space would feel too empty. And this arrangement was just perfect. Mang Ran pressed the doorbell, and shortly after, Harry's voice resonated from the intercom. You finally made it. I've prepared the games, and have been waiting for you. With that, the grand iron gate swung open, revealing a well-dressed butler who escorted them inside. After a brief walk, they arrived at the entrance where Harry stood, brimming with excitement. Come in. I've prepared plenty of food and drinks, along with some fine wine. My father says we can indulge a little, Harry said with a wink at the mention of wine. Seeing Harry so joyfully animated filled Mang Ran with sentiment. Harry had never before exhibited such unrestrained happiness. There had always been a hint of sorrow clouding his features, which Mang Ran and Peter had struggled to comprehend earlier. However, reflecting on it now, they understood that Harry had been deeply troubled by his father's illness. With Norman now recovered, everything had returned to normal, alleviating the burdens that had weighed on Harry's heart. Yet, as Mang Ran pondered Norman's peculiarities, a wave of concern washed over him. He exchanged glances with Peter and Gwen, each recognizing the shared unease in the other's eyes. What if something was indeed amiss with Norman? They followed Harry inside, their minds laden with worries, while he enthusiastically introduced them to his life and shared stories. Meanwhile, as Mang Ran and his friends enjoyed their visit at Harry's home, the shareholders' meeting of the Osborn Group was about to commence. Macon and a few others had just exited their vehicles and were chatting at the entrance of the Group's headquarters. Macon smiled at the others, saying, Norman mentioned he was feeling unwell and will be absent from today's shareholders' meeting. Laughter erupted among them. It seems he knows his time is up. Better he stays away to avoid embarrassment. The individuals surrounding McCann erupted into hearty laughter, particularly a man in his 60s whose facial wrinkles contorted into a flower-like pattern, and a portly middle-aged gentleman who jovially patted his belly. Their mirth was understandable. Following the shareholders' meeting, the Osborn Group, apart from its name, was now entirely severed from Norman, as they anticipated taking full control of this colossal entity and assuming the role of its new stewards. Had Norman remained in his previously terminal state, they would not have had to resort to such drastic measures. Yet, the unexpected twist was that this insufferable Norman had concocted a cure and restored his health, leaving them no choice but to act swiftly. They had all witnessed Norman's formidable presence before his illness, ambitious, commanding, and managing the Osborn Company with an iron grip, rendering them utterly incapable of issuing any directives. This dynamic began to shift only after Norman's health deteriorated, gradually weakening his control over the group, thus providing an opportunity for them to seize power. The allure of authority is intoxicating. Having tasted its sweetness, they were resolute in never relinquishing their newfound dominion or returning to a state of voicelessness. After some idle chatter, McCann and his companions turned to enter the grand entrance of the Osborn Group when an eerie laughter echoed from afar. Their attention was drawn to the source of the sound, and they halted, gazing toward it. A green figure swiftly approached on a jet-like skateboard, adorned with a grotesque green mask, its laughter both bizarre and unsettling. McCann and his companions exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of what was unfolding. Just then, a yellow orb was hurled toward them by the green figure, rolling to a stop at their feet. In a flash, the green apparition vanished, leaving behind a trail of maniacal laughter. As they remained bewildered, the yellow object began emitting a series of beeping sounds, culminating in a thunderous explosion that shattered the entrance of the Osborn building. McCann and the others who had been standing at the door were obliterated in the blast. In the aftermath, cries of anguish filled the air as numerous individuals writhed on the ground, clutching their wounds in pain. The area had not only been occupied by McCann and his companions, but also included other staff and passersby. The bomb's ferocity was such that it shattered the glass of shops across the street, leaving no one near the epicenter unscathed, while those on the periphery were merely fortunate to have escaped with their lives. Moments after the explosion, ambulances and police vehicles arrived swiftly. Paramedics rushed to lift the injured and transport them for urgent care, while the police cordoned off the area, initiating their investigation. After a while, another police car sped towards the scene. Upon its arrival, George Stacy exited the vehicle, surveying the ruins before him while listening to reports from his subordinates. With a furrowed brow, George contemplated the situation. Ever since the emergence of those masked vigilantes, the crime rate in New York had consistently declined, plummeting to an unprecedented low, especially with the gradual dismantling of the Crocodile Gang. Initially, George had hoped that his prolonged efforts would finally yield a less burdensome workload. Yet it seemed that tranquility in New York was once again fleeting. First, a reptilian creature had appeared out of the blue, and now, a bomb attack had ensued. George found himself perplexed. Was the reduction in crime merely a prelude to sporadic major incidents? This was not alchemy. There should not be an expectation of equivalent exchange. After conducting a thorough investigation at the scene, George returned to the precinct. As he reviewed the surveillance footage presented by his team, his frown deepened. The screen displayed a green-masked figure gliding on a peculiar flying device, moving with remarkable speed, and the entire occurrence lasted no more than 40 seconds. The footage revealed the figure emerging from one block, maneuvering on the skateboard-like contraption through the air, arriving at the Osborn Group's entrance to hurl a bomb before departing, cackling. From the opposite street, merely 3 seconds after his exit, the bomb detonated, obliterating the entrance of the Osborn Group to its current state. Yet another aberration. Following the reptilian creature, this bomb-throwing fiend had surfaced. George pondered this in silence, absent-mindedly touching his head, and with a sigh, he resumed organizing his tasks. Another exhausting day lay ahead. Meanwhile, at the home of Harry, Mang Ran and the others were engrossed in a video game. They had been there for about 20 to 30 minutes without any sign of Norman Osborn. Mang Ran feigned casualness, inquiring, "Oh, is Uncle Norman not home? Has he gone to the office?" Gwen and Peter continued to play, though their ears were attuned to the conversation. Harry, focused on the large screen before him, replied while navigating the game, "Dad is home. I just saw him head to his study. I had mentioned that you guys were coming over. And he said he would come to greet you." As Harry spoke, footsteps approached. Chapter 50, The Green Goblin's Message and the Quadrant Alliance. Harry, why didn't you inform me that guests had arrived? Norman chided lightly. He then turned his attention to Mang Ran and the others, smiling. "Hello there." Harry is fortunate to have such exceptional friends. Harry had previously mentioned Mang Ran and the others to Norman, who recognized them as the three most outstanding students from Midtown High. Norman was indeed pleased, knowing that such connections would greatly benefit Harry. Mang Ran and the others promptly greeted Norman in return. Norman gestured for them to join him in the dining room, where an array of snacks and beverages awaited their enjoyment. As Mang Ran and his companions engaged in leisurely conversation, they kept a watchful eye on Norman for any signs of unease. Thus far, Norman appeared entirely composed, amiable and humorous, betraying no hint of abnormality. At that moment, the television in the kitchen interrupted with breaking news, displaying footage of the Green Goblin detonating the entrance of Osborn Tower. Upon witnessing the report, the group's chatter ceased abruptly. Harry, gazing at the screen with astonishment, turned to Norman and remarked, "Father, how could such an event transpire so suddenly?" "Thankfully, you didn't go today?" Norman, equally taken aback, responded, "This is dreadful. Many must have been injured. You all continue your game. I need to make a call to arrange things." With that, Norman exited the kitchen, phone in hand. Mang Ran, still focused on the television while eavesdropping on the exchange between Harry and his father, observed Norman's expression from the corner of his eye. He sensed an undeniable connection between this incident and Norman, yet the latter's shocked demeanor suggested ignorance. Unable to discern Norman's true thoughts, Mang Ran felt a growing unease. After Norman left, the group lost their appetite for lingering and, bidding farewell to Harry, hastily departed. Once outside Harry's residence, they entered Mang Ran's vehicle, whereupon they finally began to converse. The suddenness of the event left them all feeling bewildered and perplexed. They harbored a nagging suspicion that Norman was entangled in the affair, yet his behavior remained strikingly ordinary. Were it not for their exceptional instincts and unique sixth sense, they might have doubted their own judgments regarding Norman's demeanor. "Xiaobai, what have you discovered in your investigation with Mary?" Mang Ran inquired as he drove towards their base, while Peter and Gwen donned their headphones to listen. Xiaobai reported, "Based on the information gathered from Osborn Industries and correlating it with the current circumstances, I have identified several pertinent details. Firstly, Norman Osborn, who had retreated due to illness, has unexpectedly recovered and returned to the forefront. Secondly, although Norman has resurfaced, his authority has been undermined by others over the years. A shareholders' meeting was scheduled for today, where it was anticipated that Norman would be ousted, but the explosion has resulted in the deaths of several shareholders, preventing the meeting from occurring. Thirdly, among the 12 shareholders opposing Norman, 7 perished in the explosion. Lastly, a crucial scientist from Osborn Group, Ibe, recently passed away under mysterious circumstances. Ibe was a longtime friend of Norman and had been overseeing his treatment plan during Norman's illness. The official explanation for Ibe's death from Osborn Group is that he succumbed to an explosion in the laboratory. As Mang Ran listened intently to Xiaobai's report, he accelerated towards the base. Upon arrival, the four gathered around a table, scrutinizing the projected materials at its center, analyzing the events of the day. Mang Ran was the first to speak. Based on the available information, Norman Osborn is highly suspicious. Whether it pertains to the death of that scientist named Ivy or the bizarre attack and explosion at the Osborn Group today. Peter nodded in agreement. Furthermore, according to what Mang Ran observed at school last time, Norman possesses immense strength, accompanied by a fierce glint in his eyes and a green glow. Mary Jane added, "From the investigation that Xiaobai and I conducted today, the Osborn Company has no potions or related development plans that could enhance human strength or physical capabilities." Gwen, having listened to the three of them, summarized, "Thus, all current clues indicate Norman's abnormality and significant suspicion. The mysterious death of the scientist suggests that he is concealing something. While today's explosion appears to be his method of eliminating competitors, as he can no longer reclaim his power through legitimate means and resorted to such drastic measures." Mang Ran continued, "There are a total of 12 individuals opposing him. Excluding the 7 who perished in the explosion today, 5 remain. Based on their shares, if Norman wishes to regain his power, he must eliminate 3 out of the remaining 5. Once he deals with these 3, who hold substantial stakes, Norman will achieve his objective." The group nodded in agreement, as the current information allowed them to deduce these matters. Most importantly, through their analysis, they identified the potential next targets of this Green Devil, who is none other than Norman. The media outside has already begun to refer to the bomb-wielding assailant as the Green Devil. With 3 individuals left, each of us will take responsibility for one and see which target Norman will strike first. We must ensure he does not escape. Today, aside from those shareholders, many others have also perished in the explosion, with even more injured. Mang Ran spoke slowly. The others nodded in agreement with this plan. After a moment of contemplation, Peter spoke up. "What should we do about this Green Devil? He is still Harry's father. How should we explain this to Harry?" Upon hearing Peter's words, the group fell into deep thought. This issue was unavoidable, and Mang Ran and the others felt considerable turmoil within. Faced with this terrifying green devil, they held no pity or leniency. They would deal with him as necessary, regardless of his identity. However, the dilemma lay in how they would explain the situation to Harry after eliminating the green devil. To them, Norman was a formidable criminal, but to Harry, he was his beloved father. Throughout Harry's life, he had been accompanied solely by paternal love. His father was the most respected person in his life. After falling ill, Norman ceased to indulge Harry, instead opting for a strict regimen to prepare him, making him learn about managing a company, financial knowledge, and so forth. Norman was aware that one day he would depart. Thus, he sought to cultivate Harry to be capable of standing on his own before his departure, knowing the tumultuous storms Harry would face in his absence. Therefore, the most pressing issue is not how to deal with the green devil, but rather how to explain the situation to Harry after the green devil has been dealt with. Mang Ran gazed at the group still furrowing their brows and spoke solemnly. Regardless of the circumstances, we must eliminate the green demon. I understand that everyone is concerned about how to explain this to Harry, and I too am conflicted. However, no matter how troubled we may feel, we must take action. First, we must confront the green demon, and, once we have resolved that, we can investigate how he came to be this way. Afterward, I shall confess to Harry and clarify everything from the beginning. As for whether he will forgive me, that is a matter for another time. As Mang Ran spoke, thoughts of Harry crossed his mind, and a bitter smile formed on his face. It truly was a challenging situation. He never anticipated having to undertake such a task. The father of his dear friend was a criminal, and it fell upon him to deliver judgment. Gwen and Peter shared Mang Ran's turmoil. After hearing his words, the others sighed deeply, but soon their resolve strengthened. In confronting such circumstances, there was no alternative. They had no choice but to deal with the green demon and then seek Harry's forgiveness. Observing the renewed spirits of his companions, Mang Ran suddenly recalled something and remarked, "By the way, we still lack a team name." Gwen and the others immediately shifted their focus, realizing that, despite forming a team, they had yet to establish an official name. As they contemplated this suggestion, Peter spoke up. What about the Dark Slayers? It signifies our mission to eradicate darkness. Mang Ran nodded in agreement. That's quite interesting. We can consider it. Mary Jane added. We could also call ourselves the Shadow Hunters, representing those who hunt in the darkness. Mang Ran nodded again. Not bad. You two indeed complement each other. Your suggestions share a similar theme. Mary Jane blushed at Mang Ran's words and quickly retorted. Nonsense. Who is complimentary with him? I'm not a bookworm. Peter chuckled, scratching his head. Mang Ran then turned to Gwen and softly inquired. What are your thoughts, Gwen? After a moment of contemplation, she responded. I propose we call ourselves the Quadrant Alliance. The four corners represent the four of us, united to uphold justice and punish crime. Mang Ran considered this and replied. That is quite good. It certainly has a sense of teamwork. Peter nodded in agreement. Indeed, it has a team spirit. Even if it may not sound particularly flashy. Mary Jane also nodded in approval. Seeing that everyone endorsed this name, Mang Ran declared, then we shall be known as the Quadrant Alliance. Furthermore, we can design a logo. The discussion regarding the team name concluded here. Mang Ran had intended to divert their attention, but it turned out to serve a dual purpose. From this moment forth, the Quadrant Alliance is established, he announced to the group. The four stood up, placing their hands together, and proclaimed in unison, the Quadrant Alliance. Established. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 51, Confrontation with the Green Goblin. After deliberating on the team name, Mang Ran, Peter, and Gwen set off. As dusk approached, the three of them dispersed to the locations of the three shareholders, lying in wait for the Green Goblin to make his appearance. Mang Ran took refuge atop a villa, activating his ghostly stealth to conceal himself perfectly. Inside the villa below, Holt was seated on the sofa, repeatedly watching the news of the Osborne Group explosion, observing the Green Goblin slipping past the entrance, hurling bombs. He sensed that this incident was somehow tied to Norman. It was too much of a coincidence. Today, they were convening a shareholders meeting, intending to oust Norman entirely. Yet, just before the meeting, a madman had emerged, tossing a bomb that annihilated a significant portion of those who opposed Norman, just like him. Holt would never suspect that this man was Norman himself. He believed it to be an assassin hired by Norman to eliminate his rivals. Listening to the bizarre laughter of the Green Goblin echoing from the video, Holt felt a chill run down his spine. Had he not arrived early at the conference room, he would surely have found himself on the death list. Trembling, Holt quickly took a sip of his drink to steady his nerves. Just as he was about to set down his glass, a strange laughter resonated from outside his villa. The sound pierced through the air, as if exploding directly within Holt's mind. Startled, he trembled, causing the glass to slip from his grasp, spilling the remaining liquid onto his foot. However, he paid no heed to it, hastily glancing out the window. Amidst the maniacal laughter, a green figure on a peculiar skateboard drew nearer, swirling in the air like a performer, intermittently dropping yellow bombs that detonated with violent explosions upon impact. As the Green Goblin approached, Holt's face drained of color, and he hurriedly retreated into the room, finding no solace in the large floor-to-ceiling window. From his vantage point on the rooftop, Mang Ran narrowed his eyes at the advancing sound. Xiaobai, inform Gwen and Peter that the Green Goblin is here with me. Have them come this way, he commanded, activating the recording feature of his combat suit's visor. As he issued instructions to Xiaobai, he continued to observe the encroaching Green Goblin. The Green Goblin, now closer to the villa, ceased his aerial antics and hurled several bombs directly at the house. Just as the explosives left his hand, several blades of light shot down from the rooftop, each striking the bombs he had just released. The Green Goblin's explosives had barely traveled far before Mang Ran detonated them, the resulting shockwave sending the Green Goblin tumbling through the air. As the Green Goblin was thrown by the blast, he emitted a peculiar cry. Mang Ran, listening to the sound, mused silently. This fellow's voice must be a weapon of noise. It is utterly unbearable. Nevertheless, his thoughts did not slow his actions. In an instant, he teleported directly in front of the Green Goblin. As the Green Goblin stabilized his form, he was suddenly met with a swift, decisive blow from Mang Ran, who deftly maneuvered on his hoverboard just in time to evade the strike. Although he narrowly escaped, the side of the Green Goblin's aircraft bore a fresh gash. Angered, he unleashed a flurry of metallic wing bombs from beneath his board, which buzzed towards Mang Ran. Realizing they were homing missiles, Mang Ran swiftly slashed through the air, detonating the bombs in a dazzling display. In an instant, he teleported right in front of the Green Goblin and delivered a powerful kick, sending him tumbling off his flying contraption. After kicking the Green Goblin down, Mang Ran turned his blade towards the aircraft, cleaving it in two. The severed halves emitted a hissing sound as they crashed to the ground. Just as the Green Goblin regained his footing, he found himself ensnared by a web shot from behind, yanked forcefully backward into the trunks of two massive trees, and then pressed against one of them. It was Gwen and Peter who had arrived on the scene. Once pinned to the tree, the Green Goblin was enveloped in countless strands of webbing, securing him firmly. The three heroes then landed gracefully before him. Mang Ran hesitated for a moment before reaching up to remove the mask from the Green Goblin's face. As the mask came off, it revealed a strikingly handsome middle-aged visage, none other than Norman Osborn. At that moment, Norman exhibited none of the charming demeanor he had displayed earlier in the day. Instead, he appeared as a deranged lunatic, his eyes glowing with malevolence. His features twisted in a grotesque grin punctuated by unsettling laughter. Upon recognizing Norman Osborn, the trio fell into an uneasy silence. Norman's gaze shifted to the two men and one woman before him, and his expression grew increasingly composed. Suddenly, he recalled the visit from Mang Ran and his companions earlier that day, their hurried departure after witnessing the news, and the silent figures now standing before him. In an unexpected revelation, he exclaimed, "It's you. You three are the infamous masked heroes." The trio was taken aback. How could he possibly know? They hadn't uttered a word. Was Norman Osborn, perhaps, a seer? Though a tempest of emotions surged within, they maintained their composure. As Norman scrutinized them, his demeanor shifted once more, and he began to plead, "Please, don't tell Harry. I am guilty." Mang Ran studied Norman with a complex expression, his thoughts drifting to Harry. Suddenly, an alarming intuition resonated within the minds of the three heroes, prompting them to leap into the air, executing a somersault before landing safely. This acrobatic maneuver allowed them to evade the deadly shards that erupted from the fractured aircraft behind them. However, the ensnared Norman had no such fortune. The sharp protrusion from the aircraft pierced through his abdomen. The trio, having narrowly escaped the ambush, looked on in horror at the scene unfolding before them. Norman gazed at the three individuals with a pained expression, but his demeanor gradually returned to normal, the green hue fading from his eyes. He coughed up a mouthful of blood while looking at Mang Ran and the others, and slowly began to speak. "The safe in my study contains everything. Harry will understand it all upon seeing it." After uttering these words, Norman gasped painfully, and despite the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, he managed to smile and said, "It is truly wonderful for Harry to have friends like you. Please tell him that his father loves him." As soon as he finished speaking, Norman's head drooped, and he drew his last breath. Mang Ran and the others fell into silence, realizing that in his final moments, Norman had finally returned to his true self. A wave of sorrow surged within them, their emotions complex and difficult to articulate. After a while, Mang Ran spoke up. "I will take care of Uncle Norman and then go find Harry." Gwen and Peter chimed in, "We will go too. We should face Harry together. We are all his friends." Mang Ran looked at Gwen and Peter, who gazed back at him resolutely. He nodded, gently lowering Norman from the tree and attending to his remains so that he appeared as if he were merely asleep. Once he had done so, Mang Ran lifted Norman into his arms, nodded to Gwen and Peter, and the three of them hurried towards Harry's home. At Harry's villa, he was studying at his desk. Ever since Norman fell ill, he had urged Harry to learn many things, wishing to prepare him to be self-sufficient. Initially, Harry had resisted, but he had since grown accustomed to it. As he focused on his studies, a sudden gust of wind blew through the window, prompting him to rise and close it. Muttering, "Thanksgiving is almost here," he then turned to return to his studies. Suddenly, he was startled by the appearance of three figures before him, one of whom was cradling a person in their arms. Harry was taken aback and shouted, "Who are you? How did you get in?" He quickly grabbed a lamp from his desk, holding it up as a makeshift weapon for defense. As he peered at the three individuals, he noticed their eccentric attire and recognized them as the infamous masked heroes that had recently gained notoriety online. Suddenly, he felt a sense of familiarity with the figure being cradled. He focused intently, his eyes widening in shock. "Dad." Chapter 52. Confession to Harry. Harry recognized the unconscious figure in the arms of the intruder as his father, Norman Osborn. He glared fiercely at the trio, his voice laced with anger. "What have you done to my father? Put him down." Mang Ran, seeing Harry's anxious and confused expression, revealed his own face. Following suit, Peter and Gwen unveiled their identities as well. Mang Ran spoke to Harry in a somber tone. "Harry, we need to tell you something about Uncle Norman. Harry stared incredulously at the three of them, his eyes wide with disbelief. Mang Ran, you? What is going on? In an instant, a multitude of questions surged within Harry's mind. How could Mang Ran and the others possibly be masked heroes? Why were they holding his father here? And what had happened to his father? Mang Ran, perceiving the myriad of doubts swirling in Harry's thoughts, spoke up. Harry, I understand you have many questions, and we shall provide you with answers. However, the most pressing matter at hand concerns Uncle Norman. I wish to address that first. Upon hearing this, Harry relinquished the lamp he had been gripping tightly, momentarily stunned by the unexpected appearance of Mang Ran and the others. He hurried over to them, as Mang Ran gently placed Norman Osborn on the ground. Kneeling beside his father, Harry inquired, Dad, what's wrong? He shook Norman lightly, caressing his face. Norman's body had grown cold, and as Harry touched his father's cheek, his hand began to tremble involuntarily. Mang Ran, what is happening? Is my father? Harry's voice quivered with disbelief as he sought confirmation from Mang Ran. Lowering his head, Mang Ran solemnly replied, Uncle Norman. He has passed away. In that moment, Harry's gaze became vacant, and he collapsed onto the ground. He turned towards Peter and Gwen, yearning to glean the truth from their expressions. Upon meeting Harry's gaze, Peter and Gwen also averted their eyes. Witnessing their reactions, despair and disbelief flooded Harry's heart. He stared blankly at Norman, who lay on the ground as if in slumber. Murmuring through tears, how could this be? Why did this happen? Desperately, he looked at Mang Ran and asked, his voice trembling, Mang Ran, what transpired? Why did my father suddenly? Mang Ran, with a heavy tone, responded, it is difficult to explain. Please, watch this video. At that moment, the television in Harry's study turned on by itself, displaying a video. The footage was shot from a first-person perspective, set atop the roof of a villa. This was a recording of Mang Ran during a battle. The video commenced with an eerie sound echoing from a distance. Harry, watching intently, suddenly recalled the strange bomber featured in the news earlier that day. As the footage continued, a green figure appeared, gliding on an unusual hoverboard, spiraling towards the villa while occasionally dropping bombs, igniting bursts of flames. Harry recognized the peculiar laughter emanating from this bizarre individual. It was indeed the bomber from the news. The video progressed, eventually capturing the moment when the villain was subdued and bound to a tree. The individual filming the scene removed the mask from the villain's face. Upon seeing the visage revealed beneath the mask, Harry's eyes widened in disbelief. What is happening? He cried out. The villain was none other than his own father. What could this possibly mean? The footage then shifted to Norman's desperate pleas and the subsequent ambush. When Harry witnessed his father being impaled by his own device, he was rendered utterly speechless, feeling as though his entire understanding of reality had shattered. Soon, Norman seemed to have returned to normal, and he began to impart his final wishes, along with secrets he wished Harry to know. The video concluded swiftly, leaving Harry with his head bowed, fists clenched, lost in contemplation. He struggled to comprehend the revelation that the peculiar figure on the screen was, in fact, his father, and the three individuals battling him were Mang Ran and his companions. In the video's closing moments, Norman recognized them, which prompted him to share his final thoughts. Observing Harry kneeling in silence, Mang Ran spoke softly. It was only at the end that we confirmed Norman Uncle was indeed the Green Goblin. The name resonated with Harry, who murmured, Green Goblin. Is that what they called him? The Green Devil. He then disregarded Mang Ran and the others, cradling Norman's lifeless body as he ascended the stairs. Gently, he laid Norman upon the bed in his room, covering him with a blanket to make him appear as though he were merely sleeping. Mang Ran and the others watched Harry's quiet actions, feeling at a loss themselves. After a moment of hesitation, they followed him upstairs. As Harry tenderly tucked in Norman, Mang Ran remarked softly, Harry, it seems Norman Uncle became that way for reasons beyond his control. It is not entirely his fault. He appears to have suffered from a split personality, with the Green Goblin being his second persona. Harry remained unresponsive, continuing his solemn task. Once Norman was settled, Harry turned his back to them and, weariness evident in his voice, requested, Could you please leave? I wish to be alone with my father for a while. At this, Mang Ran and his companions lowered their heads, gently turning to depart. Just as Mang Ran was about to leave, he suddenly turned back, placing a card on the ground and addressing Harry's silhouette. We will wait for you here, Harry, no matter how long it takes. Harry offered no reply, nor did he turn around. Understanding this, Mang Ran and the others quietly exited. Back at the base, the group sat in silence, the atmosphere thick with somberness. Peter, with his head bowed, voiced, I wonder why Norman Uncle turned out that way, manifesting a split personality. Gwen added softly, I suspect it has something to do with his recovery, but we remain in the dark about the specifics. Mang Ran pondered, sighing alas. The answers to what Norman Uncle left behind for Harry must hold the truth. The uncertainty is whether Harry will ultimately seek us out. Mary Jane remained silent. Suddenly, Peter, inspired by Mang Ran's words, declared resolutely, Harry will definitely come. At Harry's home, he knelt beside his father's bed, overwhelmed with grief, weeping uncontrollably. He had never anticipated witnessing his father's death so abruptly, especially after the tremendous joy Norman's recent recovery had brought him just days before. The profound contrast of emotions left him more sorrowful than during Norman's previous illness. In the vast room, only the sound of Harry's cries echoed. After a time, Harry left the room and made his way to Norman's study. He intended to examine the safe his father had mentioned before his passing, hoping to uncover the truth of the matter. Sitting at the desk, he spotted the safe in the lower right corner. Above, there lay a password lock. Harry pondered for a moment and attempted to input his birthday. With a crisp click, the safe sprang open. He retrieved a box from within and placed it upon his desk. Inside the box was a small metallic cube along with several letters. Harry opened the earliest letter and began to read. It was penned by Norman Osborn during his illness, intended for Harry to open posthumously. In the letter, Norman elucidated the reason behind his grave affliction, which was a hereditary disease plaguing the Osborn family. He informed Harry that the ailment began to manifest at the age of 18 and typically claimed the lives of its victims in their 30s or 40s. This year, Harry had just turned 18, the very age at which the disease was set to strike. Next, Harry opened the second and third letters. These correspondences, akin to a diary, chronicled Norman Osborn's research into the hereditary illness and ultimately detailed the last will he bequeathed to Harry. The metallic cube served as the central control for all operations of the Osborn Group. It was the key left by Norman for Harry to wield authority over the corporation. After perusing these letters, he opened the final missive, the most recent one dated after Norman's recovery. Harry's eyes widened in disbelief as he read. Harry, the serum meant to cure the hereditary disease has encountered complications. I feel as though I harbor two beings within me, and I am uncertain how to govern the other self. He has killed Ivy and sealed the laboratory. I am aware that the serum is incomplete, yet I am unable to exert control over myself. I can only write this when he is dormant, so that you may know in the future. I have discerned the patterns of his emergence, and I am currently utilizing my conscious moments to finalize this serum. Forgive me, Ivy, my dear brother. I shall descend into hell to atone for my sins, and I hope you will aid me in completing this serum. Harry cannot be without it. Today, the serum has been completed, but it appears he has sensed my clandestine activities. He occupies my body for increasingly extended periods. Harry, I have concealed the serum in the hidden chamber behind the wall of the study, the same place where I conducted my research. You need only locate the third book in the fourth compartment of the second row, extract it, and then return it, repeating the process twice to unlock the chamber. He remains oblivious to my scheme, yet my lucid intervals are dwindling. Harry, your father loves you. Upon finishing the last letter, Harry felt a chill run down his spine. His father had indeed succumbed to a grave predicament. Although the serum had healed his body, it had fragmented his psyche, transforming him into a madman. It was this very demon that controlled him, compelling him to commit a litany of heinous acts, including the death of Uncle Ivy and the explosion at the Osborn Group. After reading the letters, Harry cast them into the fireplace, watching as the flames consumed them entirely. He then approached the bookshelf and, following Norman's instructions, activated the hidden chamber. With a rumble, the bookshelf receded inward, revealing a passageway. As the ceiling lights in the corridor illuminated one by one, Harry ventured inside. Arriving before the grand entrance of the secret chamber, fingerprint authentication, iris recognition, identity confirmed. Harry Osborn, laboratory access granted. Chapter 53, Norman's legacy upon passing through the doorway. Harry found himself in an elevator, which descended without the need for his intervention. When the elevator doors opened once more, he encountered another door, requiring the same verification process as before he stepped into the laboratory. Harry was taken aback to discover such a vast secret chamber within his own home, one he had previously been oblivious to. Based on the descending staircase, it was evident that this laboratory was situated underground. The laboratory was expansive, equipped with a plethora of research facilities and tools, predominantly adorned in white. In addition to various workstations, several display cases lined the walls, showcasing an array of battle armor, gliders, and other equipment. The sight of these items evoked memories of his father's second persona, the Green Goblin, who had donned similar gear. It appeared that the Green Goblin's equipment bore a striking resemblance to the items displayed here. As Harry continued to examine the laboratory, he noticed another section containing a complete set of instruments and devices, accompanied by a circular glass chamber. Approaching this area, he stepped inside, only to be scanned by a green beam of light emanating from below his feet. Suddenly, an electronic voice announced, "Identity recognized. Harry Osborn." At that moment, a cylindrical apparatus rose from the ground beside the equipment. Above the cylinder, a glass dome enveloped 2 vials of pale green liquid. Unlike the deep green solution Norman had previously utilized, these vials radiated a refreshing, vibrant hue that invigorated the senses. Harry reached out to touch the glass dome, but as his fingers neared, the dome swiftly retracted into the cylinder, allowing him to grasp the vials directly. Just as he held both vials in his hands, a small circular opening appeared on the cylinder. Subsequently, a video projection materialized on the white wall beside him, the laboratory lights dimming as the footage began to play. In the video, Norman Osborn sat at his desk, adjusting the camera before fixing his gaze upon it, a warm smile gracing his face as he addressed Harry. "Harry, if you are watching this, it means that your father has passed away. Do not grieve. I have anticipated this day." As Harry beheld his father's gentle visage and affectionate smile, tears streamed uncontrollably down his cheeks. He covered his mouth, striving to suppress any sounds of sorrow, unwilling to let his father witness his tears. Despite it merely being a recording, Harry endeavored to present himself as a capable adult, hoping to reassure his father. With teary eyes, Harry gazed at the video, where Norman continued to speak softly. "Harry, having read the letter from your father, you are likely aware of the current situation. This may be the last time your father regains a semblance of normalcy. It seems he has once again transformed into a demon, leaving the house. I am uncertain of his intentions, but I am certain he has not embarked on any benevolent pursuits." Suddenly, Norman exhaled with relief, stating, "The most important matter is that your father has finally perfected the serum. This time, it is a complete formulation, capable of curing the hereditary ailment afflicting the Osborn family, and it comes without any side effects. Due to the urgency of the situation, your father could only produce 2 vials. One is sufficient to remedy your ailment, while the other serves as a precaution should anything happen to the first. Under normal circumstances, you could use 1 vial to heal your affliction, while the other could be employed to enhance your physical capabilities. Your father has also provided you with the data regarding the serum, but be mindful that you may use it a maximum of 5 times. Beyond that, it will lose its efficacy. Given the serum's unique properties, it is intended solely for members of the Osborn family. Should it be administered to others, your father cannot predict the consequences, but they would undoubtedly be unfavorable. Therefore, you must take great care to protect this data. Your father has entrusted you with this serum to ensure your ability to safeguard yourself. After utilizing the 5 vials, your physical prowess should surpass even that of the former Captain America, rendering you impervious to harm, allowing your father to depart in peace." As the video neared its conclusion, Norman gazed at the screen with deep affection, smiling gently. "Harry, take good care of yourself. Your father can no longer accompany you, but he will forever love you. Your classmates have already arrived. I have delayed for a moment. Now, I must go and meet them." The video concluded, freezing on Norman's loving smile. Harry, staring at the final image of his father, knelt on the ground, overwhelmed with grief. He understood that his father was no longer with him. He was left fatherless. Gradually ceasing his sobs, Harry rose, wiping away his tears, though the redness around his eyes remained, a testament to his sorrow. Holding the serum, he approached the apparatus, following the instructions nearby to place the 2 vials into the machine sequentially. Once he completed this task, a green light illuminated above the cylindrical glass chamber, and a door opened. Observing the entrance, Harry shed his clothing and stepped inside. As he entered the glass enclosure, the door sealed itself, ensuring absolute containment. Standing within, Harry felt a twinge of anxiety. Shortly thereafter, several small syringes extended from the side, injecting their contents into his limbs. After the injection was completed, the syringe retracted, and the top of the glass chamber began to emit a faint green mist, which gradually enveloped Harry's figure. Inside the chamber, Harry felt a surge of power within him, accompanied by an intensifying pain. Soon, the excruciating agony rendered him incapable of standing, causing him to tremble and collapse to the ground, curling his body like a shrimp. As time passed, the green mist within the chamber became increasingly diluted, ultimately inhaled by Harry. When the mist completely dissipated, a slightly trembling Harry managed to rise, acutely aware of the surging power within him. However, the recent torment still lingered painfully in his body. He had never experienced such pain before, a profound ache that penetrated to the very marrow of his being. Nevertheless, Harry understood that this agony was a necessary consequence of healing his ailment, and subsequent uses of the serum would likely not be as excruciating as this first encounter. Drenched in sweat, Harry stepped out of the glass apparatus and made his way to the laboratory's restroom to cleanse himself of the stench of perspiration. Once he had finished bathing, he gradually began to perceive the changes within himself that he had previously overlooked amidst the pain. Harry had grown taller, and his muscles had become more defined and powerful, resembling a naked sculpture with a physique chiseled to perfection. He now understood the secret his father had intended to reveal, and, following his father's guidance, he had utilized the serum to heal his hereditary condition and enhance his physical prowess. As he wandered through the laboratory, he sought to comprehend the life and work of his father within these walls. Although his father was no longer present, he had meticulously arranged everything for Harry, including the cure for his genetic illness and the management of Oscorp. It was imperative for Harry to become strong and self-reliant swiftly. Chapter 54. The Pentagram Alliance. In the ensuing period, Mang Ran and his companions had not seen Harry, yet the newspapers were rife with news about him. First came the announcement of Norman Osborn's death, followed by Harry's organization of his father's funeral. Subsequently, Harry, armed with the central keys and shares that Norman had bequeathed him, swiftly stabilized the situation at Oscorp within mere days. Although Oscorp's stock price had been declining due to recent events, the impact was not overly severe, and the losses were recoverable. Years of study and practice finally bore fruit for Harry. Despite an initial period of adjustment, he grew increasingly adept at managing Oscorp with remarkable efficiency. At the headquarters of the Pentagram Alliance, Mang Ran and his companions were engaged in combat training. With the downfall of the Crocodile Gang, the crime rate in New York had diminished significantly. Aside from the matters concerning the Lizard and the Green Goblin, no major incidents had occurred. Consequently, the members of the Pentagram Alliance found themselves relatively unoccupied, seizing the opportunity to enhance their skills. In the training room, Gwen and Peter were engaged in a spirited duel, exchanging attacks to refine their combat skills. Meanwhile, in an adjacent open space, Mang Ran was instructing Mary Jane in the art of self-defense. Although Mary Jane served as a logistics technician, the ability to protect oneself is never excessive. Indeed, it is always beneficial to possess such skills. As the training session progressed, a voice crackled through the intercom. Unidentified flying objects are approaching the base. Please prepare for immediate action. Upon hearing the announcement, Mang Ran and the others halted their activities and promptly exited the training room, making their way to the entrance. The secret base was nestled in a relatively remote suburb, outwardly resembling a two-story house that could accommodate residents. An elevator concealed behind a wardrobe provided direct access to the underground facility, which constituted the true base. Mang Ran and his companions descended through the wardrobe elevator to the house, arriving at the entrance with a sense of anticipation as they gazed outside. At that moment, they knew that the only person capable of reaching them was Harry, for Mang Ran had left him a card when he departed from Harry's home. This card served as a one-time guiding device that would self-destruct after its purpose was fulfilled, which Mang Ran had intended to facilitate Harry's later visit. Peering outside, they soon spotted a dark green figure swiftly approaching the base, reaching the house in the blink of an eye. Harry's current appearance differed greatly from Norman's Green Goblin persona. The latter had donned an eerie and unsettling costume that, coupled with his erratic behavior, rendered him akin to a twisted fiend. Now, however, Harry was clad in a dark green, armor-like combat suit, adorned with a specially designed mask. The eye section featured crimson goggles, beneath which a grotesque, devilish mouth with fearsome fangs was embossed. He stood atop a remarkably agile and lightweight flying device, which resembled a skateboard but possessed a far more striking aesthetic. His ensemble not only exuded a sense of elegance, but also emanated a formidable aura, instilling a deep sense of intimidation. Harry landed gracefully on the lawn, and as he did, the flying device split into two halves, folding elegantly around his feet to transform into a pair of technologically advanced and aesthetically pleasing boots. Approaching the door, it opened automatically before he could knock, and he strode confidently inside. Once Harry entered, he noticed Mang Ran and the others standing in the living room, seemingly uneasy, as if he were the master of the house and they mere anxious guests. The trio watched Harry with a tense gaze, having not seen him for some time. Although they harbored concerns for him, they refrained from visiting, uncertain of his thoughts regarding their presence and the future of their relationships. As Harry regarded them, he removed his mask and smiled. It's been quite a while. This period has felt interminable, and I appreciate your concern. Mang Ran, upon seeing Harry's warm smile, stepped forward alongside Peter and embraced him tightly. Harry's smiling visage gradually trembled, his eyes uncontrollably stinging, tears streaming down his cheeks. He was acutely aware of the apprehension and turmoil within his friends' hearts. In truth, he had unraveled his own inner conflict upon discovering the truth. However, a multitude of events had transpired, and he had yet to find the opportunity to reach out to these friends until today. Mang Ran and Peter embraced Harry tightly, their eyes reddening with emotion, while Mary Jane and Gwen stood by, dabbing at their tears. Such circumstances were indeed excruciating, for both them and Harry alike. Once everyone had regathered their composure, Mang Ran and the others settled beside Harry on the living room sofa. Before they could speak, Harry took the initiative and said, I have come to understand the truth regarding my father. The root of everything lies within the hereditary illness of the Osborn family. Hereditary illness? Mang Ran and the others inquired. Somewhat perplexed, Harry continued, this ailment is exceedingly complex and insidious. My grandfather, before his passing, did not have the chance to inform my father about it, which is why my father began his research only after he himself started to exhibit symptoms. He dedicated his entire life to unraveling this enigma, and it was only recently that he made a significant breakthrough. However, due to the absence of test subjects, my father was compelled to take risks himself. The ultimate outcome was that the serum healed his body, yet it shattered his psyche, giving rise to a frenzied alternate persona. This wild personality suppressed his normal state of mind, allowing him only brief intervals of clarity each day. As time progressed, those moments of lucidity grew increasingly fleeting. Ultimately, he utilized those rare moments of normalcy to refine the serum for me, liberating me from this genetic affliction. Following this, Harry recounted his transformations and the events that had transpired during this period. They listened intently as he spoke of the Green Goblin's motivations and how he had engaged in a battle of wits and courage against the Osborn group. To utter an inappropriate remark, it was fortunate that the Green Goblin had eliminated most of his adversaries with a bomb. Otherwise, Harry would have had no room for maneuvering, completely at the mercy of those who opposed him. After hearing Harry's account, Mang Ran, glancing at Harry's armor, asked, what about your current battlesuit? Upon hearing Mang Ran's question, the others turned their gaze toward Harry, clearly eager for answers. With a resolute glint in his eye, Harry declared, I have come to terms with it. The mistakes my father made are irreparable, and now that he is gone, this burden of sin falls upon me. Since I possess such formidable power, I shall wield it to assist others. This is the only way I can honor my father's legacy. I have endeavored to make amends to those injured by the explosions and their families. Although I know this cannot mend their emotional scars, it is the only action I can take. Having expressed this, Harry surveyed each of them in turn and then resolutely stated, I wish to join you. Mang Ran and the others gazed at Harry intently, and upon realizing he was not jesting, Mang Ran spoke up, Harry, have you truly made your decision? We are not merely playing house or engaging in games. We are genuinely battling against criminals and unknown dangers. Joining us signifies confronting peril and the specter of death, as both adversaries and ourselves may succumb to threats. Have you truly contemplated this? Upon hearing this, Harry grew increasingly resolute, nodding affirmatively and stating, I have thought it through. In response to Harry's declaration, Mang Ran and the others rose to their feet. Then let us welcome our new friend to our pursuit of justice, Mang Ran said to Harry. Harry nodded in agreement. Subsequently, accompanied by Harry, they descended from the wardrobe's elevator into their secret base. There, they entered Harry into the information database, allowing him the freedom to come and go as he pleased. Cheers. At the dining table within the underground base, Mang Ran and the 5 others raised their drinks in a toast to celebrate Harry's induction. They drank heartily, and then Mang Ran proclaimed, "Thus, from this day forth, our ranks have swelled by one more member, Green Goblin Harry. Our Quadrilateral Star Alliance shall henceforth be known as the Pentagon Alliance." Gwen chuckled. "Perfect. We can directly create the emblem for the Pentagon Alliance. We hadn't yet designed the previous quadrilateral star." Peter eagerly volunteered, "Then I shall design this emblem." Mary Jane rolled her eyes at Peter's enthusiasm and replied, "Oh, come on, Peter. Are you planning to make the emblem a dinosaur?" "Gwen and I can handle this emblem." Peter, recalling something, sheepishly scratched his head. The sight of Peter's awkwardness elicited laughter from the group, instantly filling the base with a joyful atmosphere. Chapter 55. A confession before Christmas. Since the establishment of the Pentagon Alliance, the already low crime rate in New York has plummeted to unprecedented lows. The Green Goblin, this new masked hero, has begun to gain notoriety. Initially, many mistook his attire for that of the previous bomb maniac, but as Harry made more public appearances, it became clear that he was a new street hero. Surprisingly, Harry's Green Goblin persona garnered a following among tech enthusiasts, drawn in by his dazzling armor-like battle suit and the impressively advanced flying apparatus. Mang Ran curiously inquired why Harry chose to have the flying device transform into boots rather than directly designing it as boots. Harry explained that he typically utilized the flying mode, as it allowed him to execute a unique set of combat techniques, alongside employing various weapons and firearms. The boot flying mode was reserved for landing or when he needed to accelerate swiftly while traversing the skies, as it enabled him to integrate the concealed glider wings on his back. This mode significantly outpaced the speed of flying while standing. Upon hearing Harry's explanation, Mang Ran exclaimed in realization, then posed a question that left Harry momentarily perplexed. Mang Ran queried, "Why not design it to transform directly into the jetpack or glider wings on your back?" Harry paused, caught off guard, and found himself at a loss for words in response. Upon hearing Mang Ran's words, he inwardly mused, "Indeed, why must I transform into a boot?" As the rhythms of daily life continued, Christmas swiftly approached, with only a few days remaining until the festive occasion. The school had been on holiday for over a week. Recently, the Pentagram Alliance had made their own plans. Mang Ran and Gwen had a date, while Peter and Mary Jane also had their own rendezvous, leaving only Harry, who intended to attend various parties and events in hopes of encountering his own beloved companion. On this particular day, Mang Ran felt a flutter of excitement from the morning, for he intended to confess his feelings to Gwen. Though they had shared many joyful moments together recently, occasionally punctuated by sweet, romantic bubbles, their relationship had yet to be officially defined due to the absence of a confession. Mang Ran had meticulously arranged a dinner reservation and a series of plans for his declaration. After finishing lunch, he would head out to pick up Gwen, followed by a skiing excursion together, before proceeding to dinner. This dinner would serve as a pivotal moment, after which Mang Ran planned to stroll with Gwen until they reached the designated spot he had chosen. This location was a splendid viewpoint, where he had already coordinated with the fireworks company to prepare a dazzling display. Upon giving a signal, spectacular, custom fireworks would illuminate the sky, and beneath this resplendent night, Mang Ran would profess his love to Gwen. He felt a surge of exhilaration at the thought. Soon, lunch concluded, and disregarding the still hungry Venom's complaints, Mang Ran headed to the garage to start his little black car, driving towards Gwen's home. Upon arrival, he found Gwen already dressed and waiting at the door, a scenario fitting for a novel, as those in the know would understand. Today, Gwen wore a beige overcoat, complemented by a beret. Underneath, she sported a diamond-patterned knitted sweater, paired with a coffee-colored skirt, her long legs encased in nude tights and adorned with deep brown knee-high boots. She appeared utterly enchanting. Seeing Mang Ran approach, Gwen broke into a sweet smile and jogged towards him. Mang Ran gently embraced her and affectionately inquired, "Why are you waiting out here? It's far too cold. You should have stayed inside until I arrived." Gwen, with a bright smile, replied, "I only came downstairs because I saw your car approaching from my bedroom window." Hee. Mang Ran affectionately ruffled her hair, opened the car door for her, and then joined her inside as they set off for their first destination. Meanwhile, at Gwen's window, George observed Mang Ran taking Gwen away with a serious expression. He hadn't anticipated that this boy, with his thick brows and bright eyes, would be courting his precious daughter. Although George held a generally favorable impression of Mang Ran, the sentiment of liking him was one thing, while the disquiet of seeing his daughter pursued was another. As he watched Mang Ran and Gwen drive away, George let out a resigned sigh, reminiscent of a protective father, before turning away from the window. Mang Ran and Gwen drove to a ski resort. Although neither had ever skied before, their remarkable physical prowess and capacity for learning made the task seem simple enough. However, as soon as Mang Ran donned her ski gear, she stumbled and fell with a resounding thud. Meanwhile, Gwen, though a bit wobbly, managed to maintain her balance. Observing Mang Ran's initial confidence evaporate in an instant, Gwen burst into a fit of giggles, clutching her ski gear. The venom within Mang Ran's body joined in the laughter, only to be silenced by a swift reprimand from Mang Ran herself. Sitting on the ground and rubbing her backside, Mang Ran could no longer bear the sound of Gwen's laughter. "This simply won't do. I must rise quickly and not give anyone a reason to laugh at me," she thought, and began to move. Finally, after a shaky effort, Mang Ran stood up and laughed heartily, hands on her hips, proudly glancing at Gwen. Just then, a fellow skier accidentally collided with her back, causing Mang Ran to lose her balance once again, and she found herself face first in the snow. Gwen, doubled over with laughter, could barely contain herself, and even the venom could no longer hold back, erupting in laughter as well. With her face buried in the snow, Mang Ran felt a chilling sensation enveloping her. Once more, she stumbled back to her feet, and after a couple of falls, she finally grasped the art of balance. With snow still adorning her eyebrows and hair, she felt a renewed sense of confidence. Mang Ran and Gwen glided forward, eventually ascending the small ski lift. At the peak, Mang Ran had yet another tumble while descending. But at last, she began to master the technique of skiing. In stark contrast to Gwen, who had learned without a single fall, Mang Ran's progress felt exasperatingly slow. A true embarrassment for humanity. After several hours of skiing, Mang Ran and Gwen explored the surrounding areas. As the day drew to a close, Mang Ran led Gwen to a restaurant for dinner. They were to enjoy French cuisine that evening. Although Gwen had a penchant for Sichuan dishes, it was essential to occasionally indulge in different flavors. Mang Ran had reserved a window-side table, and as they savored their delectable meals, they admired the enchanting night and snowy scenery outside. Snowflakes began to drift down, each unique flake cascading from the heavens and accumulating into a soft blanket on the ground. Gwen leaned closer to the window, captivated by the crystalline snowflakes clinging to the glass, counting their delicate edges. Mang Ran gazed at Gwen's beautiful visage, and after sipping a bit of red wine, a gentle blush graced her cheeks. Her azure eyes, sparkling with the clarity of the purest spring water, were entrancing. The flickering lights cast a warm glow over Gwen, adding a touch of tenderness to this picturesque scene. Once dinner concluded, Mang Ran and Gwen wandered to the riverside. "I have a gift for you," Mang Ran said, pausing to smile at Gwen. Gwen blinked, a mix of anticipation and curiosity dancing in her eyes as she inquired, "What gift?" Mang Ran replied with a smile, "Close your eyes, it will be here shortly." Obediently, Gwen shut her eyes. Observing her, Mang Ran took out his phone and pressed a button. Leaning closer to her closed eyes, he gently covered her soft, rosy lips with his own. Startled by this unexpected assault, Gwen opened her eyes, blushing and flustered. At that very moment, a myriad of fireworks erupted across the riverbank, illuminating the dark night sky with their vibrant colors. As one wave of fireworks faded, another surged forth, forming words that, when strung together, read, "Gwen, be my girlfriend." Gwen stood mesmerized by the dazzling display. The brilliant sparks reflected in her cerulean eyes and ignited a warmth within her heart, causing her to forget about pushing Mang Ran away. Releasing her lips, Mang Ran gazed at Gwen, whose cheeks were flushed, and asked with a smile, "Gwen, will you be my girlfriend?" Her eyes shimmered like autumn waters, and with a bashful nod, she blushed even deeper. Before Mang Ran could fully revel in his joy, Gwen took the initiative, tiptoeing and wrapping her arms around his neck, tentatively claiming his lips. In the distance, the fireworks continued, and beneath the cascading lights, the embracing couple became the most beautiful silhouette of the winter. Chapter 56. The elusive fish in a filthy alleyway. A dazed boy rummaged through a trash bin, searching for scraps to satiate his hunger. Clad in a gray long-sleeve shirt and trousers, the stains obscured the numbers on his garments. In the biting cold of winter, his tattered attire seemed inadequate, yet he showed no signs of feeling cold. The boy appeared to be around 14 or 15, a blend of ethnicities with dark eyes and hair, yet his features bore the chiseled elegance of Western ancestry, creating a strikingly handsome visage. His face, marred by the grime of his wanderings, bore evidence of his plight, with dirt and muck coating his hands and cheeks. Nevertheless, glimpses of his delicate skin could still be discerned. Finally, he unearthed a half-eaten piece of expired bread from the bin, and his once dull eyes sparkled with hope. He carefully wrapped the bread in some packaging, ensuring his hands wouldn't soil the food, and hastily stuffed it into his mouth. With 2 or 3 bites, he swallowed it down, the dry morsel catching in his throat, prompting a fit of coughs. Coughing, he quickly patted his chest and reached for a nearby water bottle. Another find from his recent scavenging, a half-filled bottle of mineral water. The boy hastily twisted open the bottle cap and gulped down several mouthfuls of icy water to alleviate his choking sensation. He had forgotten the reasons for his presence in this place, along with his name and all past memories. The only recollection that lingered was of awakening by the shore and then aimlessly wandering, ultimately finding refuge in this street, where the dumpsters often contained remnants of food. In the boy's ravenous haste, he consumed half a loaf of bread and a few sips of water, yet it was insufficient to satiate his hunger, prompting him to rummage through the dumpster once more. Just as he was engrossed in his search, a voice suddenly rang out. "Hey, damn yellow-skinned monkey. If you don't want to taste lead, hand over your money." At the sound, the boy turned and noticed 3 individuals had appeared in the alley, one of whom was brandishing a gun and shouting at a middle-aged couple across from him. The couple, both of Asian descent, bore a simple and honest demeanor. It seemed they had just finished work and were unexpectedly confronted by this robbery while passing through the alley. The man, looking rather naive, nervously shielded his wife behind him while tremblingly reaching for his wallet. The woman, equally anxious, clung tightly to his shirt as the man fumbled for cash. He could only resign himself to misfortune, having encountered a robber. Such incidents were once more common, but now, due to the presence of masked vigilantes, they had become rare. Although crime rates had significantly declined, it did not imply their complete eradication, as some individuals, intoxicated by greed, still dared to take risks. The robber, observing the hesitating man, grew impatient and shouted, "Damn it, do you have Parkinson's? Why are you moving so slowly? I'll give you 10 more seconds. If you can't produce the money, you'll find out what a bullet feels like." The man became even more anxious upon hearing this. He and his wife owned a Chinese restaurant. and they regularly saved the money they earned. However, after having lost money once before, he had sewn a hidden pocket into his trousers to prevent future losses. While the money was indeed secure, retrieving it was now a challenge, causing him to dawdle further. The robber's irritation mounted as he witnessed the man's continued fumbling. To him, this infuriating Asian man was clearly stalling, and if he was to be toyed with, the robber decided to teach him a lesson. With a menacing glare, the robber lowered his gun and fired a shot into the man's leg. The man collapsed to the ground, wailing in agony, while the woman, terrified, wept as she held him. At last, she managed to produce the money, which the robber seized eagerly. Today's haul is quite rewarding. It's worth the risk I took. The robber gazed at the thick stack of money in his hands, a grotesque grin spreading across his ugly face, rendering him a sight most repulsive. He stuffed the cash into his pockets and, brandishing his gun, addressed the man writhing on the ground and the weeping woman, saying, "Seeing you so distressed, I might as well show mercy and send you on your way. After all, with so many yellow-skinned monkeys around, losing one or two matters little." With that, the robber revealed a sinister smile, aimed his weapon at the couple on the floor, ready to pull the trigger. The man, lying on the ground, felt a wave of despair and regret wash over him, realizing he should have resisted and allowed his wife to escape. He had initially thought that surrendering his wealth might avert disaster, fearing that direct confrontation could harm his beloved. Little did he anticipate that this deranged robber, having seized their money, now sought their lives as well. Regrettably, the world offers no remedy for remorse, and the man could not foresee the future. He could only shelter his wife in his embrace, hoping to bear the brunt of this calamity and leave her a glimmer of hope. As the robber, with a malicious grin, prepared to fire, an unexpected kick sent him crashing against the wall, his bones shattering upon impact, life swiftly escaping him. The couple, seated on the ground, looked up to see the robber, now bloodied and lifeless at the wall's base. A boy, his eyes ablaze with rage and filth, glared fiercely at the fallen robber, panting heavily. Suddenly, a shadow descended from above, landing between the boy and the couple. It was Mang Ran. Upon landing, Mang Ran immediately caught the boy's gaze, which was filled with fury, and the boy lunged forward with another kick. Ignoring the approaching boy, Mang Ran turned his attention to the injured man. Just as the boy was about to strike, a thick, black tentacle emerged from Mang Ran's back, striking the boy and sending him flying. Mang Ran continued to tend to the man's wounds, undeterred by the boy's failed attack. Soon, he had bandaged the man's injuries and helped him to his feet. "Thank you. I know you are a demon, and I am immensely grateful," the man exclaimed, his pale face betraying the toll of blood loss, yet a smile of survival graced his lips. The woman, no longer trembling in fear, joined her husband in expressing gratitude to Mang Ran. In a hoarse voice, Mang Ran replied, "No need for thanks. You should return home now. Remember to go to the hospital for a blood transfusion. He has lost quite a bit. As for the dead man and the boy, I shall handle them. You needn't concern yourselves." Nodding in understanding, the couple supported each other and began to leave the alley. Just a few steps away, the woman turned back to Mang Ran, hesitantly saying, "Though I recognize this may be rude, I still wish to ask you to spare the boy's life. I can sense that he intended to protect us. He harbored no ill intentions towards you. He merely acted impulsively. I sincerely apologize for the distress caused," the woman said, turning to Mang Ran with an expression of regret. Mang Ran paused momentarily before responding, "I understand." Upon hearing this, the woman guided the man away from the alley. As Mang Ran observed their retreating figures, he mused silently. "It seems I have not erred in my judgment, my hot-headed companion." He then shifted his gaze to the boy, who had just risen from the heap of refuse after being flung there by a whip. The redness in the boy's eyes had faded, replaced once more by a familiar look of confusion. He regarded Mang Ran, clad in a menacing guise, seemingly pondering the identity of this stranger, what had transpired moments ago, and the persistent ache upon his face. Mang Ran, noting the boy's bewildered state, felt a twinge of curiosity. Why does this lad appear so simple-minded? Suppressing his internal critique, he inquired, "Child, who are you?" Chapter 57. Lucior. Upon hearing Mang Ran's question, the boy scratched his head and awkwardly replied, I can't remember." His speech was halting, as if he had not engaged in conversation for quite some time and had forgotten the art of dialogue. Mang Ran, perplexed by the boy's response, thought to himself, "What is going on here?" Observing the boy struggling to recollect, Mang Ran shifted his query. "Can you tell me why you attacked that person just now?" Having witnessed the boy's earlier behavior, Mang Ran felt that it was less an act of heroism and more a frenzied reaction to some provocation. The boy stood there dazed, before he suddenly clutched his head in anguish, exclaiming, They wanted to kill my dad and mom. They deserve to die? Despicable. Despicable." The boy's head throbbed as he mumbled to himself, his voice rising in distress. His eyes began to redden once again, reminiscent of his prior outburst. Mang Ran's expression grew serious upon witnessing the boy's erratic behavior. If this young one were to spiral out of control, he needed to subdue him immediately. Otherwise, given the strength he had just displayed, a rampage in the streets could result in chaos. Just as Mang Ran prepared for the worst, the boy, who had been clutching his head in a state of turmoil, suddenly collapsed onto the ground, seemingly unconscious. Seeing the boy faint, Mang Ran approached and crouched beside him. Gazing at the unconscious child, he felt a sense of helplessness and thought, "What should I do now? Well, I suppose I should take him back and ascertain what is wrong with him." With this resolve, he lifted the boy effortlessly and vanished from the spot. At the base of the Five-Pointed Star Alliance, Mang Ran and his companions were examining reports and data laid out on the table. This little fellow exhibits some peculiarities, Harry remarked, holding a report for his peers to see. Look at his preliminary assessment of physical capabilities, along with his overall health and age. He appears to be between 12 and 13 years old, standing at a height of 160 centimeters. I am aware that today's children tend to be quite tall, so let's not dwell on that aspect. The initial assessment of his physical fitness surpasses that of an average individual. Furthermore, his health appears to be sound, with no significant physical ailments. However, the condition of his mind and spirit is gravely compromised. Based on the earlier episode of his apparent madness, I surmise that some stimulus must have triggered such a reaction. My goodness, where on earth did this peculiar child come from? Mang Ran, having reviewed the report, found himself equally perplexed about the boy's origins. At that moment, Peter's voice suddenly resonated from the medical room. Come quickly, he has awakened. Upon hearing this, Mang Ran and the others hastened into the medical room. Inside, the boy had changed into clean clothes, and following Peter's meticulous cleaning, the grime on his body had vanished, revealing his true appearance at last. He bore a remarkably handsome and delicate visage, his short black hair freshly washed, yet slightly tousled. His large eyes gazed vacantly at the unfamiliar hospital room and the people surrounding him. Mang Ran, observing the awakened boy, found himself at a loss for words. He feared that any inquiry might provoke the child once more, possibly leading him to faint again shortly after regaining consciousness. As he glanced at the others, the boy suddenly inquired, "Where am I? And who are you?" Mang Ran and his companions exchanged puzzled glances, unsure how to respond to the boy's question. Ultimately, Mang Ran cleared his throat and replied, "You are in a very safe place. Consider it a temporary refuge. Do you recall what just transpired? Or perhaps, do you remember anything from prior events?" After posing his questions, Mang Ran awaited the boy's response. The boy paused, as if straining to recollect something. His gaze reflected contemplation and inner turmoil, and after a moment, he shook his head and said, "I don't remember. I only recall drifting ashore from the sea and then wandering until I found a place where I could obtain food. The details of what just happened are somewhat hazy. I merely remember seeing someone engaged in an activity, and I felt compelled to kick him." "Yes, and then you kicked him to death with red eyes," Mang Ran thought sarcastically. Gwen, having listened to the boy's account, offered a gentle smile to ease his anxiety and softly asked, "Do you remember your name, little brother?" The boy, upon seeing Gwen's kind demeanor, felt less tense. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly exclaimed in Chinese, "Xiao. I remember now. My name is Lu Xiao. I recall that someone very dear to me called me that." Upon hearing these two characters, Mang Ran was taken aback, wondering if he had misheard. What could Xiao possibly imply? The sudden use of Chinese drew the attention of the others toward Mang Ran. "Did you just speak in Chinese?" Mang Ran asked, astonished as he regarded the boy. Observing the boy's somewhat mixed race appearance, he had assumed he was an Asian who had lived abroad, never anticipating he was actually Chinese. Lu Xiao, hearing Mang Ran's words, responded with a hint of confusion. "That should be correct. I can't quite remember." Suddenly, tears streamed down Lu Xiao's cheeks as he, with a voice tinged with sorrow, lamented, "I find myself feeling inexplicably sad. I recall someone consistently addressing me in this manner, yet the identity eludes me." Observing Lu Xiao's bewildered and melancholic expression, the onlookers comprehended his emotional state and refrained from further inquiries. More than 6 months elapsed. Throughout the subsequent months, Lu Xiao remained in the company of Mang Ran and a few others. Once Lu Xiao's mental state stabilized, Mang Ran, having assessed Lu Xiao's progress, welcomed him into his home and introduced him to his parents. The moment Lu Xiao set eyes on Zhao Li and Manhwa, tears once again cascaded down his face, as he felt an inexplicable familiarity emanating from them. Lu Xiao understood that this sensation must be reminiscent of his parents, yet he could not recall their faces, leading to an uncontrollable surge of tears and heartache. Witnessing Lu Xiao's sudden outburst of grief, Zhao Li and Meng He wore expressions of confusion. However, after Mang Ran elucidated Lu Xiao's circumstances, their bewilderment transformed into profound compassion. They recognized the plight of a young child, alone and adrift in a foreign land, particularly in a place rife with racial discrimination. It was evident to Zhao Li and Meng He that Lu Xiao had endured considerable suffering. From that point onward, Lu Xiao took residence in Mang Ran's household, where Zhao Li and Meng He treated him with the same affection they would show their own child, while Mang Ran regarded Lu Xiao as a younger brother. Although Mang Ran was merciless towards foes and criminals, he remained the epitome of warmth for his family and friends. During this period of companionship, Mang Ran and the others discovered Lu Xiao's extraordinary qualities. His remarkable physical prowess and recovery abilities rivaled even Mang Ran's, showcasing an extraordinary resilience. Furthermore, Lu Xiao possessed combat skills seemingly etched into his very being. Even without the use of special abilities, he could spar with Mang Ran, who was known for his exceptional fighting acumen. Upon realizing Lu Xiao's unique attributes, the group found it hard to believe that he was merely a teenager. The concentration of such extraordinary traits in one so young hinted at the presence of deep-seated secrets within him. Unfortunately, Lu Xiao himself could not recall anything related to his past. However, a thorough medical examination revealed that his amnesia was the result of a mysterious force constraining his mind. This very force rendered him incapable of recalling his history. Nevertheless, as time progressed, and with Lu Xiao's formidable self-healing abilities, the constraints of this force would gradually diminish, allowing his memories to resurface. Lu Xiao's presence enriched Mang Ran's family, adding a new member to their circle and providing a valuable training partner. Both Peter, Gwen, and Mary Jane relished the opportunity to engage in sparring sessions with Lu Xiao, honing their combat skills without the aid of their abilities. Although Lu Xiao excelled in combat skills far beyond his peers, he refrained from exerting his full strength in order to enhance their training experience. Instead, he employed techniques tailored to each individual's abilities for their refinement. Within this harmonious environment, Lu Xiao gradually integrated into Mang Ran's family and the Five-Pointed Star Alliance. He felt a growing sense of fulfillment in his heart, no longer plagued by the emptiness and confusion that had once consumed him, for he now had family and friends with whom to share his life. The period immediately following his emergence from the sea was the most arduous and disorienting time for Lu Xiao, as his mind was utterly befuddled. He grappled with questions of identity, purpose, and origin, wandering aimlessly through the city each day merely to satiate his hunger, devoid of any memories to call his own. It was only upon meeting Mang Ran, who introduced him to the base of the Five-Pointed Star Alliance and welcomed him into his home, that Lu Xiao began to discover a semblance of meaning in his existence. With the remnants of his past memories fading, a new life was set to commence. Though still in his teenage years, Lu Xiao had matured beyond the innocence of childhood. These past few days have been quite hectic due to the New Year celebrations, and I find myself in less than optimal condition. I am not entirely satisfied with this chapter, feeling that the transitions are somewhat abrupt, and I apologize for that. The first phase of Lu Xiao's journey has concluded, and we shall soon delve into the main storyline of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. The author will strive to enhance their writing skills, aiming to produce increasingly refined narratives in the future. Thank you for your support. I cherish you all. Chapter 58. The Pancake Stall and Tony Stark with the winter holiday behind them. Another semester has commenced, and Mang Ran is now approaching the summer break of his senior year in high school. This summer, he has no intention of idling. Instead, he plans to take Lu Xiao along to sell pancakes. The prospect of profit is of little consequence, as he is not in need of money. Rather, Mang Ran desires to share the experience of life with Lu Xiao. As soon as the summer holiday began, Mang Ran took Lu Xiao on various excursions, preparing a mobile food cart for their stall and dedicating time to ensure all necessary arrangements were in place. Once everything was ready, Mang Ran and Lu Xiao drove to a location near the Osborne Group to commence their first day of trading. A mobile food cart was parked by the roadside, from which emerged two strikingly handsome young men, one tall and the other slightly shorter, Mang Ran and Lu Xiao, who had both grown considerably during this time. After setting up their table, they unfurled a sign displaying the characters Xiao Air Pancakes alongside an English description. With the outdoor tables prepared, Mang Ran deftly began to prepare pancakes, skillfully adding fillings. In no time, he had created two steaming pancakes, one a hearty grain pancake, and the other a more delicate pancake roll. While Mang Ran favored the grain pancake, Lu Xiao preferred the pancake roll, and the brothers stood together at the cart, heartily enjoying their culinary creations. The enticing aroma of pancakes swiftly permeated the air, soon capturing the attention of several passersby. After perusing the introduction, their curiosity piqued. Many began to reach for their wallets to purchase the delectable treat. Hello. I would like a signature recommendation, the luxurious beef double crisp multigrain pancake, one individual declared, scanning the menu. Hello, that will be 10 yuan. And I will also gift you a complimentary cup of cola, Lu Xiao said, collecting the payment while handing over a refreshing drink. Hi. I would like a basic pancake with an egg, another customer chimed in. Certainly, that will be 4 yuan. Am I not entitled to a free cola? Came the puzzled response. I apologize, but the complimentary cola is only offered with purchases over 5 yuan. As time passed and mealtime approached, an increasing number of patrons gathered to buy pancakes, soon forming a lengthy queue in front of the food cart. Fortunately, Mang Ran's swift hands ensured a seamless pancake-making process, flowing as smoothly as silk, surpassing even the finest delicacies. Mang Ran's skillful technique attracted a crowd, many of whom captured the moment on video, unwittingly providing him with invaluable publicity, which in turn led to a booming business in the days to come. Each day, Mang Ran ventured to different locations to set up his stall, meticulously preparing a sufficient amount of ingredients. In the early days, he and Lu Xiao managed to sell until the afternoon, but as time passed, they found themselves selling out by lunchtime, no longer needing to wait until the afternoon. Today, they set up their stall beneath the Stark building, where foot traffic was abundant, and it was anticipated that they would sell out shortly after noon. As was customary, Mang Ran prepared a pancake for both himself and Lu Xiao to enjoy while awaiting customers. Just as he was about to savor the final bite, a somewhat flamboyant voice interrupted him from the side. Hey, I hear your pancakes are quite famous. Is that true? Mang Ran looked up to see a man in sunglasses with a small mustache, standing outside the cart, curiously inspecting it and its contents. Recognizing the overly stylish man in a suit, Mang Ran immediately identified him as Tony Stark. He recalled the moment he first realized he was in the Marvel Universe, triggered by a sensational news story about Stark that had left him in a state of disbelief for quite some time. Bringing his thoughts back to the present, Mang Ran smiled at Tony Stark and said, Indeed, Mr. Stark. If you wish to indulge, I recommend the signature luxurious beef double crisp multi-grain pancake. It is our best seller. However, you may need to join the queue, Mr. Stark. Tony was not surprised that Mang Ran recognized him. After all, his fame was substantial, and it would be peculiar for someone not to know him. However, he was taken aback by Mang Ran's suggestion to queue. Wasn't he the first in line? Turning his head, he noticed there were already 4 or 5 people ahead of him. As if sensing Tony's thoughts, Mang Ran cheerfully explained, "You were standing at the pickup point. The ordering station is over there." Upon hearing this, Tony felt somewhat embarrassed. Clearing his throat, he moved over to join the line. After a few minutes, Tony Stark finally arrived at the ordering counter. "I would like a signature luxury beef double crisp multigrain pancake and a cup of cola," he stated while perusing the menu. Lucio, maintaining a professional smile, replied, "That will be 10 yuan, and I will throw in a complimentary cup of cola." After placing his order, Tony stepped aside to await his meal. A minute later, Mang Ran had completed the pancake, and he handed the bag containing it to Tony. Upon receiving it, Tony felt a sudden discomfort and turned his head, saying, "You can place it here. I prefer not to have things handed to me." Understanding Tony's peculiarities, Mang Ran set the pancake down on the cart, allowing Tony to take it from there. With the warm pancake in hand, Tony inhaled its enticing aroma and turned to find an empty chair to sit in. No sooner had he settled down than he eagerly took a bite, instantly captivated by the profound allure of Eastern cuisine. The multi-grain pancake, with its richer flavor compared to softer varieties, enveloped the double crisp and tender, charred beef, creating a delightful contrast in textures. The freshness of the vegetables infused the pancake with a refreshing essence, banishing any greasiness and rendering each bite deliciously invigorating. Tony devoured the pancake with gusto, its significance in his culinary preferences rivaling that of a cheeseburger. Sitting at the outdoor table, he savored the cola as he finished the pancake in no time. After a satisfying burp, he rose and approached Mang Ran. "Hey, kid, that pancake was indeed delightful. Consider this your tip." He placed a crisp 100 yuan bill before Mang Ran. With a smile, Mang Ran continued his work, glancing at Lucio, who promptly accepted the bill. Leaning against the cart, Tony proposed, "I have an excellent offer for you. How about becoming my pancake chef? A salary of 500,000, with no impact on your other pursuits. Just come to make pancakes when I need you." Sounds like a fantastic deal, doesn't he? Chuckling, Mang Ran shook his head in response. "Thank you for the invitation, Mr. Stark, but I truly prefer selling pancakes from my own cart. I don't need the money. Making pancakes is simply a way for me to experience life." Tony, slightly disappointed, nodded but said nothing further, turning to leave. Suddenly, he pivoted back and remarked, 1 million, no more. Are you really not considering it? Even I am tempted." Mang Ran, still smiling and continuing his work, replied, "I appreciate your generosity and recognition, but I genuinely have no interest. However, I can offer you a no-wait privilege for pancakes as a thank you for your sincere invitation." Seeing that Mang Ran remained steadfast, Tony turned and walked toward Stark Tower. Today as pancakes had sold out, and Mang Ran hung a sold-out sign, but he still set aside one each for Gwen, Peter, Harry, and Mary Jane. Today, they mentioned that they would arrive after finishing their tasks at noon, and Harry had matters of importance to discuss. Mang Ran cleared most of the tables, leaving only a large one in anticipation of Gwen and her companion's arrival. Before long, Gwen and her group arrived, and Mang Ran promptly got to work, skillfully preparing several pancakes tailored to their diverse tastes. As they sat at the table, they indulged in their meal while engaging in casual conversation. Once the pancakes and cola were consumed, Harry wiped his mouth and began to prepare to share his significant revelation, one concerning Gwen and Peter. Harry gazed at everyone and solemnly stated, "Since my father's passing, I have been striving to take control of Oscorp. Recently, I discovered some confidential documents regarding mutated spiders in the archives. I believe these contain information about the spider that transformed Peter and Gwen." Chapter 59. The truth of the mutations. Harry continued to elaborate on the information he had uncovered. Oscorp had previously conducted research on a mutated spider, whose silk was remarkably resilient and applicable in various fields. In his quest to address our family's hereditary illness, my father sought solutions and eventually recognized the unique properties of this mutated spider. He resumed his research, not to generate wealth, but to combat genetic disorders. After extensive study, he succeeded in isolating a particularly exceptional specimen, which is now the mutated spider utilized by Oscorp. This spider, though more advanced than the first generation, still proved inadequate in remedying hereditary ailments. Ultimately, my father ceased his research upon gathering sufficient data from the project, and this spider supplanted the original, serving to produce silk for various applications. Based on Peter's experiences, I believe it was this spider that bit him, as such specimens are exhibited at the Science Museum. At this point, Harry turned his attention to Peter, who displayed a look of realization. Harry then shifted his gaze to Gwen and continued, regarding Gwen's mutation. "We must discuss a spider that emerged from a subsequent research accident. 2 years ago, among the mutated spiders, a new specimen appeared, which the researchers named Muse, for it was singular and an unexpected marvel of beauty. Unlike its predecessors, this spider exhibited slightly inferior metrics but possessed some unique abilities. One day, it abruptly vanished from the Oscorp laboratory. The researchers assumed it had escaped and thoroughly searched the premises, only to discover it had merely concealed itself in the same location. Subsequently, it disappeared several more times, but always remained in place, simply rendering itself hidden. About a year ago, on a day much like any other, it vanished once more. Given its previous disappearances, the researchers presumed it had merely concealed itself again. It was not until I reorganized Osborn Corp that these researchers discovered it was truly lost. It appears that it had mingled with the mutated spiders intended for exhibition and was subsequently brought to the Science Museum, where it eventually bit Gwen." Upon hearing this, the audience finally grasped the reason behind Peter and Gwen's mutations. After reflecting on Harry's words, Mang Ran inquired, but why did only Gwen and Peter mutate? Is it because they haven't bitten anyone else? Harry replied solemnly, it is because the others they bit have perished. These mutated spiders die after biting a human. 2 researchers who had previously cared for the spiders succumbed to their injuries due to inadequate protective gear. Thus, when these spiders were taken for exhibition, they were securely sealed to minimize contact with the outside world and prevent any possibility of escape. Mary Jane, contemplating this, asked, but how did the spider that bit Peter and Gwen escape? Harry responded, I, along with the relevant personnel, conducted a thorough investigation and concluded that there is likely only one explanation. During transportation, the mutated spider escaped alongside the muse. It then bit Gwen and Peter at different times, causing their mutations. With this revelation, all questions were resolved. It seems both of you are indeed chosen ones. After being bitten by the spider, you underwent mutations without succumbing, an embodiment of the Chinese idiom in misfortune, there is a blessing, which perfectly describes your circumstances. Mang Ran remarked with a smile at Peter and Gwen. The others nodded in agreement, while Gwen sighed with relief. Placing a hand on her chest, it seems we truly are fortunate to have come through unscathed. Just thinking about it now fills me with dread. Had we met the same fate as those 2 researchers, it would have been devastating. Peter nodded in agreement, saying, if I had died, what would Aunt May and Uncle Ben have done? As the 2 fell into a melancholic reverie, Mang Ran gently patted Gwen's head, saying softly, now? That scenario did not transpire. Why dwell on it? You 2 are now renowned as Ghost and Spider-Man. Peter, with a playful demeanor, sought a hug from Mary Jane. The 2 had solidified their romantic relationship shortly after last Christmas, just a few days later than Mang Ran. Harry observed the 2 couples indulging in their affection with a mix of helplessness and a tinge of envy. He turned his gaze in search of Lucio, hoping to find a comrade who shared his plight. Just as he spotted Lucio, he noticed that the young man had returned to the dining car and was tidying up. Moreover, a beautiful girl stood before Lucio, blushing as she quietly spoke to him, before pulling out her phone to share her contact information. Harry's expression darkened with indignation. What a world it was, Lucio, with your prominent brows and bright eyes, had managed to charm a young lady. We once spent an entire night engrossed in games, to the extent that I canceled my morning meeting. I never anticipated that in the end, you would abandon both me and the game for the allure of a pretty girl. Lucio clutched the table with one hand while tucking his phone into his pocket with the other, silently musing. I had already mentioned that there was no takeout, yet you insisted on exchanging phone numbers. Is this woman not quite right in the head? Could she be feverish? Her face is so flushed. After securing his phone, Lucio folded the table and placed it on the dining cart. Upon turning around, he was met with Harry's mournful, indignant gaze, filled with shock and helplessness. Lucio felt somewhat bewildered, questioning why Harry was looking at him in such a manner. Tentatively, he inquired, Harry, do you need to use the restroom? I don't have any tissues on me, but I can grab some from the dining cart. Just hang in there. Before Lucio could even reach the cart, his brother Harry bestowed upon him a rather intimate experience of brotherly affection. Lucio was left in a state of shock. In Afghanistan, in the province of Kunar, the impeccably dressed Tony Stark sat in a dusty yellow Jeep, holding a glass of wine. The road was far from smooth, and as Tony swayed in his seat, the upbeat music playing inside the vehicle did little to alleviate the palpable awkwardness. Taking a sip of his drink, he glanced at the young soldier seated beside him, who appeared tense and uncertain. The soldier, no more than 20, sat rigidly, rifle in hand, stealing glances at Tony, only to quickly avert his gaze, as if fearing discovery. It felt as though he were about to be taken to a military tribunal. This was absurd. What had I done wrong? It seemed that the moment the vehicle came to a halt, I would be executed. Are you not permitted to speak? Hey, Forrest, from Forrest Gump. Tony, growing increasingly uncomfortable with the oppressive atmosphere, attempted to break the tension with humor. The young soldier, still somewhat reserved, replied, No, sir, we are allowed to speak. Upon hearing this, Tony feigned a wounded expression, suddenly enlightened. Oh, I see. It's that you don't wish to talk to me. The handsome soldier driving chimed in. No, it's just that you have startled them a bit. Oh my, I didn't realize you were a woman. My apologies, I shouldn't have assumed. Thanks to Tony's efforts, the atmosphere in the vehicle finally lightened, and casual conversation ensued. The soldier in the passenger seat turned to Tony with an air of curiosity. May I ask a question? Of course, Tony replied, taking another sip of his drink. The young soldier, donning a gossipy expression, inquired. I heard that all 12 cover girls from Maxim magazine have slept with you. Is that true? Tony removed his sunglasses and answered, Interesting question. Part of it is accurate. The March cover girl had a scheduling conflict, but fortunately, the December cover girls are twins. To be honest, I envy that. After addressing this query, the young soldier, still somewhat shy, slowly raised his hand, seemingly eager to ask something. Do you have another question? Are you a child? Why are you raising your hand? Tony remarked, somewhat bemused by the soldier's gesture. The young soldier, upon hearing this, set down his hands and inquired, May I take a photograph with you? Of course. Come over. Tony replied, as a matter of course. The young soldier promptly produced a camera and handed it to the man in the passenger seat, then leaned beside Tony, revealing a joyful smile. Tony, equally cheerful, looked at the camera while sharing lighthearted banter. Suddenly, a barrage of gunfire erupted around them. Boom. An armored vehicle ahead of them exploded into a fireball. The occupants of the vehicle immediately became tense, swiftly preparing to engage. 3 soldiers disembarked, only to be met with a hail of bullets. Tony hastily exited the vehicle, searching for cover while frantically fumbling with his phone. A long, missile-like object bearing the Stark insignia landed beside him. Upon seeing it, Tony instinctively attempted to flee, but his movements were still sluggish. Boom! A deafening explosion ensued, leaving Tony dazed, blood seeping from his chest and gradually spreading. He collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. Chapter 60. The Missing Tony and the Mysterious Visitor. During the summer of 2010, Tony Stark vanished. Mang Ran learned of this news while having breakfast with Lu Xiao at home, after which they planned to sell Jianbing Guozi. They had earned a considerable amount during this period, and their workload was manageable. By lunchtime, their prepared ingredients would be sold out. Manhwa was engrossed in the newspaper, with the television broadcasting the news. It was the third day since Tony Stark's disappearance, and Stark Industries had claimed the previous day that it was merely a rumor. However, today, a video surfaced from terrorists announcing Tony Stark's kidnapping. The voice of the television host faded, giving way to a somewhat unclear video. In the footage, Tony Stark had a sack removed from his head, squinting against the blinding lights, slowly shaking his head in a daze. The video also featured garbled speech in an unfamiliar language. Approximately a minute later, the video concluded, igniting a significant uproar online, causing Stark Industries stock to plummet. Buying stocks at a low price is a lucrative strategy, yet Mang Ran chose not to act on this opportunity, as he sensed that the price had not yet reached its nadir. The lowest point for Stark Industries stock would likely come after Tony's return, specifically following his announcement at a press conference to cease the weapons manufacturing division. That would be the optimal moment for Mang Ran to invest, as the general consensus would be that Tony Stark had lost his sanity. Mang Ran had somewhat lost track of how long Tony Stark had been missing, but he surmised that crafting a suit of armor would require a significant amount of time, at least 2 months. Moreover, since arriving in this world, Mang Ran had come to realize that it was likely more than just the Marvel Cinematic Universe he had viewed in his previous life, as he had discovered numerous discrepancies, such as the existence of Spider-Man, in the recesses of his hazy memory. He recalled that the Spider-Man from the Marvel films did not quite resemble the one he now knew. The Film-S version seemed to share a profound connection with Iron Man and had not appeared so early. Given the stark contrast with the films Mang Ran had previously watched, he had momentarily wondered if this world would be spared the crises depicted on screen. However, it now appeared that Iron Man had vanished, and the storyline he remembered was beginning to unfold, indicating that despite the world's differences, those narratives were still destined to occur. As he nibbled on a youtiao, Mang Ran pondered while watching television. After finishing breakfast, he and Lu Xiao rested for a short while before stepping out the door, preparing the food truck and ingredients for their day's endeavors. It was yet another day of business, and they arrived beneath the towering edifice of Stark Industries. Their visit was serendipitously inspired by a recent news segment featuring Tony Stark, leading them to this location. Setting up the table and arranging the ingredients and utensils, they neared midday. As was his custom, Mang Ran prepared a Jianbing Guozi for both himself and Lu Xiao, and even made one for Venom. Initially, Venom scoffed at the idea of eating a Jianbing Guozi, declaring that such a small portion was hardly sufficient, as he could finish it in a single bite. He opined that the meat was scant, preferring the hearty taste of braised pork ribs, which offered both meat and bone, making it both delicious and filling. Venom was blissfully unaware that the issue lay not with the size of the Jianbing Guozi, but rather with his own oversized mouth. Mang Ran chose not to engage further, relishing the prospect of increased sales from Venom's refusal. Venom indeed held out for several days, but each time he caught a whiff of the tantalizing aroma, saw the succulent meat nestled within the crisp exterior, and heard the satisfying crunch with each bite, he could not help but salivate. Such a visual feast without indulging left Venom in a state of longing, assuming, of course, that he possessed the capacity for desire. Ultimately, Venom capitulated under the allure of the Jianbing Guozi, more specifically, the multi-grain Jianbing, as he deemed it the only worthy variant. Dismissing the traditional Jianbing Guozi as too flabby for a true warrior, Mang Ran politely disagreed with Venom's assessment, while Lu Xiao found it rather impolite. They shared a mutual curiosity. Did Venom even possess a gender? Venom, unfazed, focused solely on devouring his meal, exclaiming its delightful taste. Mang Ran swiftly prepared the Jianbing, and the trio settled in the food truck, relishing their treat. In a bid to savor more, Venom transformed into a smaller, rounder form, taking bite after bite. His eyes squinted in sheer enjoyment. The Jianbing was soon devoured, and as mealtime approached, a long line began to form in front of their food truck. Mang Ran expertly crafted the Jianbing, his thoughts drifting to the generous Tony Stark, who had recently visited before his mysterious disappearance. Each time, Stark had left Mang Ran an additional tip of $100, and during his visits, he had sampled every flavor of Jianbing available, ultimately settling on his favorite, the colossal cheesy beef with double crispy layers, a true indulgence. This is a new model crafted exclusively for Tony, tailored to his preferences, as he is indeed a significant client deserving of special consideration. Thus, over a month has elapsed, and Stark Industries' stock price has finally stabilized amidst various maneuvers, gradually beginning to show signs of recovery. Mang Ran calculated the time. It has been nearly 2 months since the enigmatic disappearance of Tony Stark. Presumably, Tony has made considerable progress on his mech suit, and if he accelerated the pace, it might even be completed by now. Under the luminous moonlight, Mang Ran stood atop a building, gazing down at the brightly lit streets and the throngs of people bustling below. New York is no longer the infamous city it once was. With the presence of the Pentagram Alliance, crime rates have plummeted to an all-time low, and the city's character has truly begun to transform into one of simplicity and virtue. Mang Ran and the others wandered through various districts. He could teleport, while Harry utilized his flying device. Gwen and Peter each piloted their own unique modes of transportation, custom-made by Harry. Gwen's vehicle was a striking motorcycle, reminiscent of her battle suit's colors, adorned with bold black and white patterns and accented with pink lines. This motorcycle was not only capable of traversing the ground, but could also retract its wheels to transform into a jet-powered flying machine. Mang Ran couldn't help but envy the magnificent bike, persistently pestering Harry for a matching couple's motorcycle. Though Harry found it quite bothersome, he eventually acquiesced, albeit with the caveat that it would take some time, as Gwen's had required extensive effort to create. In contrast to Gwen's motorcycle, Peter Parker's mode of transport was a jetpack. Despite its name, the jetpack was far more sophisticated than one might expect. When donned, it merely rendered Peter's back slightly more prominent, and Harry had ingeniously equipped it with 8 spider legs, enhancing both mobility and offensive capabilities. Mang Ran found Peter's contraption incredibly cool. After all, no man could resist the allure of a jetpack. However, he refrained from pestering Harry for one himself, as he already possessed a combat suit and venom, making an additional jetpack somewhat impractical. Moreover, he found the spider legs less effective than Venom's tendrils, thus lacking strong desire for it. Lucio remained at the base, collaborating with Mary Jane on logistics and information work. Although he yearned to be a masked hero like Mang Ran and the others, he was still too young, and the workload was manageable. So they preferred he stay at the base for now. Mang Ran assured Lucio that once he matured and gained greater control over his powers, he would be permitted to join their ranks in battle. At that time, the Pentagram Alliance would evolve into the Hexagram Alliance, with him as the 6th member of the team. With Mang Ran's reassurance, Lucio set aside his impatience, gradually attuning himself to his burgeoning powers, sensing new abilities awakening within him. This revelation intrigued and surprised Mang Ran and the others, as they had not anticipated Lucio possessed additional extraordinary capabilities. Mang Ran stood atop the building, gradually withdrawing his thoughts as he sensed someone approaching from behind. Since the individual had arrived, why not reveal themselves? Remaining concealed behind others is rather impolite. Sir, he rasped. A figure clad in a long black trench coat emerged slowly from behind him. I did not anticipate that, Mr. Demon would possess such keen senses. It appears you are not an ordinary individual, the shadowy figure replied in a deep voice. Mang Ran chuckled softly, turning to face the silhouette that melded with the night. In a cold tone, he remarked, Are you still unaware of whether I am ordinary? I believe you should be more cognizant of my uniqueness than anyone else, should you not? Nick Fury. Chapter 61. Negotiation with the Black Egg. Mang Ran gazed at the bald figure before him, his voice icy and hoarse. Nick Fury narrowed his single eye, maintaining an impassive visage while tumultuous waves of shock surged within him. How could this demon possibly know his identity? This completely disrupted his previous assumptions. Damn! How could he be aware of who I am? Fury cursed inwardly. In truth, ever since the emergence of the demon and other masked heroes, S.H.I.E.L.D. had been observing and investigating them. However, due to the presence of Little White and Mary Jane, their inquiries yielded no results. All they had were the performances exhibited by these individuals. Thus, Fury was entirely unaware of Mang Ran and the others' identities, and he certainly did not anticipate that the demon would know his. Fury, maintaining a facade of composure, addressed Mang Ran. It appears Mr. Demon is quite familiar with me. This is rather unexpected, so I suppose I can forego my introduction, can I? However, I am curious as to how you acquired this knowledge. Might Mr. Demon indulge my curiosity? Although Fury's tone seemed inquisitive and humble, the aggressive demeanor and the glint in his eyes clearly conveyed a forceful interrogation of Mang Ran. Mang Ran's voice, devoid of any tremor, echoed, I believe I bear no responsibility or obligation to disclose how I acquired this knowledge. You need only understand that I know far more than you could possibly imagine. Fury chuckled. Oh, is that so? Mang Ran did not respond, only letting out a cold snort. His menacing maw opened, revealing a multitude of sharp, serrated teeth. Beneath the hood, his elongated, pallid eyes gleamed with a chilling light as numerous tendrils erupted from his form, darting into the shadows surrounding him. Simultaneously, he drew his handgun, aiming one at Hawkeye on the distant rooftop and the other at Nick Fury. The striking red-haired female agent who had appeared at his side was ensnared by the tendrils of venom before she could act, the sharp blades at the tips pressing coldly against her pale, slender neck. Mang Ran scoffed dismissively. Humph. Who bestowed upon you such confidence? Do you think these pathetic creatures can threaten me? Maintaining his stance, the other tendrils gradually retracted. It became evident that several black-clad agents, ensnared and gasping for breath, were being pulled back from the darkness. Nick Fury, his expression somewhat grim, stated, I have merely come to discuss a few matters. Must it be this way? Mang Ran, observing Nick Fury's previously impassive demeanor now tinged with anxiety, coldly replied, There's no need for such apprehension, Director. After all, Haven T, you brought the full might of S.H.I.E.L.D. with you? Allow me to count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 10 agents. And the illustrious Hawkeye and Black Widow as well. Quite the luxurious ensemble. Wouldn't you agree, Director? It seems the matters you wish to discuss are rather burdensome. Nick Fury gazed at Mang Ran with a frosty glare, realizing he had unwittingly placed himself at a disadvantage. He had not anticipated the keen perception of this demon, nor the extent of his intelligence. Mang Ran continued, I surmise that the large flying entity is currently hovering above me. Am I correct? In a low voice. Nick Fury replied, Demon, we harbor no ill intentions. Mang Ran scoffed, oh, no ill intentions? Even if that were true, your sincerity is decidedly lacking. If you had any malice, none of you would leave here alive. Upon finishing his statement, Mang Ran casually tossed aside the entangled agents with his tendrils, then impatiently remarked, have those insignificant fish retreat, Director. You ought to know that no one appreciates being scrutinized in such a manner. Abandon your agent theatrics. If there is something to discuss, let us speak candidly, without all the superfluous embellishments. My patience has its limits. Nick Fury, assessing the demon before him, commanded those surrounding them, everyone, stand down. Natasha, you and Barton remain here. I shall speak with Mr. Demon. Black Widow, rubbing her sore arms from being restrained, and Hawkeye, having just descended from the adjacent building, took their positions at the rooftop's entrance and vantage point, preparing for any eventuality. Nick Fury then stepped closer to Mang Ran, saying, shall we engage in a proper conversation now, Mr. Demon? Mang Ran retorted, if only we had done so sooner. Fortunately, I possess a good temperament. Had you encountered someone with a less amiable disposition, you might have left in ashes. Now, let us discuss the matter at hand. Listening to Mang Ran, Nick Fury felt a wave of frustration but refrained from voicing it. They approached the edge of the building, gazing down at the incessant flow of vehicles below. Nick Fury initiated, I trust you are aware of Tony Stark's disappearance. Mang Ran nodded, indicating for him to proceed. Nick Fury continued, over these past 2 months, we have searched for him extensively, yet we have found no leads. I wish to enlist your assistance and that of your team in locating him. After all, if we are unable to procure any effective information, it stands to reason that your technological capabilities are formidable. Mang Ran did not respond immediately, instead taking a moment to contemplate. He felt no surprise at S.H.I.E.L.D.'s knowledge of his team. Such information could be deduced by any diligent investigator. Mang Ran felt an unwavering confidence in the defensive system constructed by Xiao Bai and Mary Jane. No matter how diligently S.H.I.E.L.D. investigated, they would be unable to uncover any trace of their identities. It was likely that Nick Fury recognized their exceptional capabilities, which prompted him to seek Mang Ran's assistance in locating Tony. After a moment of contemplation, Mang Ran, somewhat perplexed, inquired, though already aware of the answer, as far as I know, Tony Stark is merely a wealthy playboy. I fail to see what value he possesses that would warrant your concern. Nick Fury responded, his father, Howard, had certain connections with my department, and I shared a rapport with him. You are undoubtedly aware of his significance, beyond his reputation as a playboy. He is also a genius, is he not? The great United States cannot afford to lose such a prodigious talent in weaponry. At this point, a wry smile crept across Nick Fury's face. Mang Ran let out a cacophonous laugh, seemingly amused by Fury's words. Then what reason do we have to assist you? Or, to rephrase, what benefits might we derive from this endeavor? Mang Ran inquired, his laughter subsiding. Nick Fury, recognizing they had finally broached the crux of the matter, adopted a serious demeanor and fixed his gaze upon Mang Ran, asking, what are your demands? We can negotiate. Mang Ran, maintaining his composure, reflected silently. To be honest, he had not anticipated making any specific demands, as he had never expected S.H.I.E.L.D. would seek him out. He was well aware that Tony would ultimately be found unharmed, leading to the birth of Iron Man, but he certainly would not divulge this to Nick Fury. One should never pass up an opportunity that presents itself. Mang Ran understood that Nick Fury and his team were genuinely intent on locating Tony to rescue him, which was precisely why they had approached him. With a gravelly voice, he declared, I will assist in this endeavor. I shall locate Tony Stark and bring him back. As for compensation, let us defer that discussion for now. I trust the director will honor his obligations, will he not? Nick Fury, pondering what conditions Mang Ran might propose, concerned that they could be excessive, was taken aback when Mang Ran simply acquiesced. The matter of compensation in such personal favors was invariably more complex than mere monetary transactions. This devilish figure certainly presented a challenge. Yet at least the collaboration had been established, Fury mused privately. Regaining his focus, Nick Fury extended his hand to Mang Ran, his deep voice resonating. Then let us enjoy this partnership, Mr. Devil. I accept your terms. Mang Ran reciprocated the handshake. Recognizing that such a favor could yield far greater advantages than any sum of money or information, he lacked neither. The information Nick Fury possessed was already known to Mang Ran, and what he sought might not be within Fury's grasp, particularly concerning Blackwater Security Company. Given the current capabilities of Xiao Bai, breaching Blackwater's most critical information repository was unfeasible, let alone for S.H.I.E.L.D. With their collaboration established, Nick Fury handed Mang Ran a folder containing the clues they had gathered thus far regarding Tony Stark's whereabouts. Mang Ran took the folder and examined its contents. Nick Fury gazed at the distant nightscape and continued speaking to Mang Ran. This is some information we have gathered thus far. Since we are collaborating, we hope you can locate Tony Stark promptly. This would be a mutually beneficial partnership. After speaking at length, Nick Fury realized he had not heard a response from Mang Ran. Turning his head, he discovered that Mang Ran had vanished from the rooftop, leaving the seasoned agent perplexed as to when he had departed. Fury's expression darkened as he looked towards Natasha and Barton, silently questioning why they hadn't alerted him. Natasha and Hawkeye exchanged glances before Natasha replied with a hint of exasperation, "Apologies, boss, but we had no idea when he left. He really slipped away without a sound." Meanwhile, Mang Ran felt quite pleased as he had long desired to conduct such an experiment. Previously, when interacting with George, he had refrained from startling his father-in-law, but now, facing the enigmatic agent, he harbored no such reservations and relished the moment. Chapter 62. The Rescue of Tony Stark. The following day, Mang Ran and Lucio continued their routine of selling pancakes. After closing up shortly after lunchtime, they made their way to the Pentagon Alliance's base. Mang Ran had informed everyone in advance, ensuring that all were present and seated at the table. Once he confirmed that everyone was ready, he approached the projector and commenced his presentation. Mang Ran began by introducing the state of S.H.I.E.L.D., integrating his own recollections with the intelligence gathered by Xiao Bai and Mary Jane to provide a comprehensive overview. After the introduction, he recounted Nick Fury's request for assistance from the previous day. Mang Ran made copies of the folder Fury had provided and distributed them to everyone. "So, our task is to track down Tony Stark and rescue him from the terrorists, correct?" Harry remarked while perusing the documents. Mang Ran nodded in affirmation. "Precisely. First, we will need the assistance of Xiao Bai and Mary Jane to pinpoint Tony Stark's approximate whereabouts based on this information and any leads we can uncover." Mary Jane smiled and replied, "No problem, I just need some time." Mang Ran nodded and continued, "I plan to undertake this mission alone, so you all can remain here and proceed with your usual activities." Gwen looked at Mang Ran with concern and asked, "Is it safe for you to go alone? What if you encounter danger?" Mang Ran gently patted Gwen's head and reassured her with a warm smile. "There's unlikely to be any danger. They are merely a group of terrorists. Moreover, if any peril arises, I am more than capable of resolving or evading it. Do not forget, I possess the ability to teleport, making me the most agile member of our team. Nothing can ensnare me, and I have numerous hidden advantages. If I were to encounter an unavoidable danger, I would have no issue evading it. However, bringing you along might yield the opposite effect, and I certainly do not wish to place you in harm's way." The group listened to Mang Ran's reasoning and found it sensible, nodding in agreement while urging him to remain vigilant for his safety. Peter addressed Mang Ran, stating, "While you undertake your mission, I shall take charge of your area. The crime rate has diminished significantly, and I can manage it alone. However, you must return promptly, or else the residents of your area may become infatuated with Spider-Man and turn into his fans." Peter jested with a gleam in his eye. The others erupted into laughter at Peter's words, and Mang Ran chuckled, "Your scenario may not materialize. Perhaps I shall leave in the morning and return by evening, and you won't have had the chance to display your charm yet. Ha ha ha." The group continued to share in the merriment when suddenly, Lucio hesitated and spoke up, "Brother Mang Ran, may I accompany Brother Peter on patrol tonight? I wish to learn some experience." Mang Ran was not surprised by Lucio's request. He had long desired to follow in their footsteps and become a masked hero pursuing justice. He nodded with a smile. "You must remember to protect yourself and keep your identity concealed. Stay close to Peter and do not wander off, understand?" Lucio nodded eagerly, thrilled at the prospect of joining her older siblings. Peter looked at Mang Ran, flexed his right arm, and patted his bicep, proclaiming, "Rest assured, Mang. I will take good care of him. On my Spider-Man honor." Mang Ran gave Peter a thumbs up, amused by his sudden exuberance. In response, Peter returned the gesture, flashing a bright smile. 4 days after the meeting, Mang Ran was ready to embark on his mission to rescue Tony Stark. The time spent was necessary for Xiao Bai and Mary Jane to diligently search for information and pinpoint Tony Stark's location. Concurrently, Harry was preparing a long-distance flying device for Mang Ran. Although the exact location remained unknown during the preparations, it was certain to be in the Middle East, as that was where Tony had gone missing. Ultimately, Xiao Bai and Mary Jane managed to ascertain the precise coordinates of the mountainous area where Tony Stark was located through intermittent signals and clues. Harry worked tirelessly overnight and successfully created a single-occupant long-range flying device. This apparatus was crafted in Harry's private automated factory, retrofitted from a previous single-pilot fighter jet from Oscorp, boasting top-notch performance. Moreover, due to the private nature of the factory, the confidentiality was absolute, ensuring that no one would discern the origins of this flying device. Due to the urgency of the situation, they had to modify the existing fighter jet. After the completion of this mission, Harry planned to construct several additional long-range flying devices for future contingencies. After preparing his equipment, Mang Ran arrived at the parking lot of the house on the ground, where a compact aircraft awaited him. Though described as small, it was comparable in size to a large sedan when contrasted with other planes. To enhance its endurance capabilities, the aircraft had foregone weaponry and unnecessary components, and it was fueled with the latest solid energy from the Osborn Company, ensuring that Mang Ran could make a round trip with ample reserve. After bidding farewell to his companions, Mang Ran boarded the aircraft, which was connected to Xiao Bai and the base, allowing for complete autopilot functionality. He merely needed to recline and rest until he reached his destination. "Xiao Bai, prepare for takeoff and ensure the aircraft is cloaked, keeping it hidden from satellites, radar, and cameras," Mang Ran commanded as he settled into his seat. "Understood. Countdown to takeoff. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, lift off." Mang Ran felt the vibrations of the aircraft as it ascended. He reclined his seat, squinting to conserve his energy. Knowing that upon nearing the designated area, he would need to approach cautiously to assess the situation, He had to ensure that Tony completed the armor before taking action. The system's spatial dimensions measured 100 meters in length, width, and height, so Mang Ran need not worry about finding space for the aircraft. Such ample room could accommodate numerous vehicles. In fact, he routinely utilized less than a cubic meter of space for his belongings. Objects placed within the system's space would float as if in zero gravity, each forming individual bubbles around themselves according to their size, eliminating concerns about potential collisions or wear. Approximately 5 hours later, Xiao Bai's voice chimed in the aircraft. Boss, we are expected to arrive at our destination in 10 minutes. Please prepare yourself. Mang Ran, seated in a cross-legged position, opened his eyes upon hearing the announcement. He took a deep breath and moved his body, producing a series of crackling sounds within the cabin. What time is it? He inquired, noticing the darkness outside. Currently, it is 2:15 in the afternoon in New York and 11:45 in the evening in Afghanistan. Xiao Bai replied. Having departed the base at 9 in the morning, Mang Ran realized that just over 5 hours had passed. It was indeed afternoon in New York. But in the Middle East, the time was approximately 9.5 hours ahead. Hence it was now 11:45 at night. With the time established, Mang Ran made a mental note of his plans. Once the aircraft landed in a stretch of desert, he opened the door and leaped out. He stored the aircraft in the system's space and followed Xiao Bai's navigational guidance toward a specific direction. The temperature in the desert plummeted during the night. Yet Mang Ran pressed forward rapidly, unfazed due to his combat suit and the Venom symbiote. Even without them, his current physical prowess would have rendered the cold a mere triviality, insignificant and inconsequential. Soon, he arrived at a nearby encampment, illuminated by lights and dotted with tents. Alongside heaps of weapons and ammunition stacked nearby, Mang Ran activated his ghostly stealth mode. Observing the surveillance footage presented by Xiao Bai as he made his way toward the cave where Tony resided, the monitor displayed Tony, illuminated by an ethereal blue light, engaged in discussion with a somewhat gaunt man wearing glasses at the workbench. Upon reaching the imposing iron door at the entrance of the cave, Mang Ran executed a swift teleportation into the room. He positioned himself in the blind spot of the surveillance, as the teleportation momentarily disrupted his ghostly concealment. To ensure caution, he teleported to the corner and re-entered stealth mode. Once again cloaked in invisibility, Mang Ran advanced towards Tony and the slender man, their conversation gradually reaching his ears. Tony, with palpable excitement, exclaimed to the gaunt man, Ethan, the armor is complete. We just need to make some adjustments, and by tomorrow, we can escape. Ethan appeared considerably more composed, though he too suppressed his excitement, replying in a hushed tone, we must remain vigilant until the very end. They have begun to suspect us. Tony lowered his voice in response. They cannot be certain yet. We are gaining precious time. Once the adjustments are finished, we will be free. You must join me in New York for some fun. Tony then jested with a hint of yearning. Once we're out, I want to devour 2 cheeseburgers, 2 specialty grain pancakes, and a large ice-cold cola. Ethan chuckled. I thought you would prioritize finding a woman, yet it seems you crave those cheeseburgers and grain pancakes first. To be honest, I have never heard of this dish. Is it a new offering from Burger King? Tony shook his head with a smile. Not a Burger King novelty. It's a delightful snack from China. I only tasted it for the first time this year, and it has since become an eternal favorite, rivaling even the cheeseburger in my heart. You have no idea how many times I have dreamed of it recently. The rich, juicy grilled beef, the crispy, fragrant double-thin crust, complemented by fresh, vibrant greens, all enveloped in a fragrant grain pancake. Just the thought of it makes my mouth water. As Tony vividly described the grain pancake, he swallowed hard in anticipation, and Ethan was equally captivated by the enticing portrayal, vowing to try it once they were free. Mang Ran stood in the shadowy corner across from the workbench, unable to suppress his own salivation at Tony's description. He had not eaten anything substantial since breakfast and felt a pang of hunger. Acknowledging Tony's fervent affection for the grain pancake, Mang Ran decided to offer a glimmer of hope. He cleared his throat and spoke in a raspy voice. Hello, do you see me? Do not be alarmed or display any unusual reactions. I am here to rescue you. Chapter 63. The escape plan startled by the sudden voice. Tony and Ethan instinctively looked up, discovering a figure standing in the darkness across from the workbench, from whence the voice had emerged. Do not be afraid, nor display any unusual behavior. I am here to rescue you. Mang Ran reiterated his words while gazing at the 2 individuals. Tony and Ethan, being astute, immediately concealed their astonishment and curiosity, resuming their usual demeanor. At that moment, the iron door outside creaked open, prompting Mang Ran to vanish from sight upon hearing the sound. Tony and Ethan, taken aback by Mang Ran's abrupt disappearance, were inwardly alarmed, pondering the bizarre circumstances. Although astonished, they maintained their composure, as the iron door had fully opened, and a throng of armed terrorists streamed in, brandishing their weapons menacingly at Tony and Ethan. The duo raised their hands behind their heads, their movements fluid, indicative of having practiced this gesture frequently. Amidst the crowd, a bald man adorned with tattoos emerged, his fierce gaze scanning the pair. In a cold tone, he inquired, what were you 2 just doing? Tony, sensing the gravity of the situation, managed to maintain a calm facade as he replied, what do you mean? We were constructing the missile as you requested. The bald man stepped closer to Tony, locking eyes with him, and demanded, what did you just see? Why the look of surprise? Ethan, suddenly enlightened, interjected, oh, you mean earlier? We were startled by a mouse much larger than usual, which caught us off guard. Tony seized upon Ethan's lead, affirming, indeed. Since my arrival in this cave, I have scarcely encountered any living creatures, let alone that enormous mouse. It reminded me of my smart robotic hand at home. Goodness, I haven't oiled it in months. May heaven protect it from rust. Upon realizing that the two displayed no unusual behavior, the bald man abandoned the topic and shifted to inquiring when the missile would be completed. Tony and Ethan breathed a sigh of relief. They had prepared a response for this question beforehand. Ethan explained to the bald man, "We are currently assembling the various components. With a bit more time, we will be able to present it to you." Seeing Ethan speak, the bald man approached him with a stern expression, suddenly pinning him against the table and signaling his companions to restrain him. Ethan gasped, trapped beneath the weight of several terrorists, and yelled, "Hey, we're telling the truth. You have to believe us." Ignoring his pleas, the bald man grasped a fiery ember from the nearby charcoal pile with tongs, intending to thrust it into Ethan's open mouth. As the glowing coal drew nearer, Ethan continued to struggle, though his efforts were in vain. Observing his friend in distress, Tony called out, "Hey, stop. I need him for my work. I cannot complete the upcoming tasks alone." Hearing Tony's words, the bald man relaxed his grip on the tongs, allowing a searing, red-hot coal to tumble before Ethan's face. Ethan felt the heat cascading onto his face and let out a long sigh, relieved to have narrowly escaped disaster. The bald man's menacing gaze swept over Tony and Ethan, and his cold voice threatened, "Tomorrow, regardless of your progress, I expect to see the assembly. Otherwise, your lives will no longer belong to you. Remember, do not attempt any tricks." After issuing his threats, the bald man exited the cave with his subordinates and locked the heavy iron door behind him. As Tony helped Ethan to his feet, he whispered, "There's no time to waste. We must act swiftly." Ethan nodded subtly in agreement. "It seems you two possess a modicum of acting skill. Quite impressive." Mang Ran's voice resounded as he emerged from the shadows. This time, Tony and Ethan did not turn to face him directly, but maintained their composure, revealing no signs of alarm, while observing Mang Ran from the corners of their eyes. Tony took a seat at the workbench, pretending to examine the blueprints spread across the table, and inquired of Mang Ran, "Who are you? How did you suddenly appear here? Moreover, what do you mean by saying you will save us, and how should we proceed?" Ethan feigned engagement in other tasks but listened attentively, equally curious. Mang Ran's voice, raspy yet tinged with a hint of exasperation, replied, "You have quite a few questions. Allow me to address them one by one." He continued, "To your first query, I am the ghost. If you've glanced at the news during your flirtations, you should be familiar with me. As for the second question, I am indeed here to rescue you, as I mentioned earlier. The reason for my sudden appearance pertains to my unique abilities, which require no further elaboration. The third question is quite literal. You will proceed according to your plan, and I shall ensure that no unforeseen complications arise." Realization dawned upon Tony. This individual was indeed the ghost. Mang Ran had not misrepresented himself. Tony had caught wind of news about him during a moment of leisure with a captivating football enthusiast. He recalled her striking brown hair and impressive physique, coupled with her remarkable skills. That fan had eagerly informed him about the ghost while they played a game, and absurdly, she had even insisted he wear a ghost mask during their activities, leaving a lasting impression on him. As Tony reveled in his memories, Ethan, noticing Tony's silence, ventured to ask, "If you possess the ability to rescue us right now, why must we adhere to our plan?" He quickly added, "Please don't misunderstand. I simply find this perplexing." Tony, prompted by Ethan's inquiry, moved to a corner and finally regarded Mang Ran directly. The question Ethan posed was one he too wished to ask, and he gazed at Mang Ran, eagerly awaiting his response. Mang Ran, unfazed by the inquiry, replied calmly, "The reason is rather simple. I am merely curious about the armor you are constructing. Rest assured, with my presence, nothing will go awry. Thus, there is no need for concern. Proceed with your plans without hesitation, and disregard my existence entirely." Tony and Ethan exchanged glances. While the rationale was somewhat unexpected, it was not entirely unacceptable. With the assistance of the malevolent spirit, they could confidently execute their plans, as its emergence alleviated their final apprehensions. Consequently, Tony and Ethan continued with their tasks, with Ethan occasionally inquiring about the spirit. Although he had refrained from questioning it earlier, he harbored a genuine curiosity, opting not to directly ask Mang Ran due to Tony's prior knowledge. Observing the two engaged in their activities, Mang Ran settled cross-legged on the ground and rendered himself invisible. "Shall Bai, play a movie for me," he instructed while opening a bag of chips and indulging in them. The combination of film and chips was indeed perfect. Oh, and cola. Mang Ran retrieved a bottle of cola and began to drink heartily. After taking a substantial gulp, he contentedly let out a belch. Meanwhile, Tony and Ethan, engrossed in their work, noticed a peculiar flicker in their ears and glanced toward Mang Ran's direction. In the enveloping darkness, although visibility was limited, various sounds could be discerned: the crisp tearing of a package, the crunching of chips, the twist of a bottle cap, and the sound of a belch. Tony attentively listened to these sounds, feeling an odd familiarity. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of chip aroma and the delightful, sweet yet refreshing scent of cola. His eyes widened in surprise as he swallowed hard, internally exclaiming, "This spirit actually brought chips and cola. Is it on vacation? No, I can't stand it. I want some too." Tony's mind was consumed with thoughts of chips and cola, and he cast a sidelong glance at Mang Ran, poised to say something. At that moment, Mang Ran's raspy voice reached him. "Don't dwell on it. There's none for you. Focus on your work. Once you're out, there will be plenty. Eating here could lead to exposure." Heeding Mang Ran's words, Tony regained his composure, channeling his frustration into productivity, which accelerated the progress of their plan. Mang Ran observed Tony, who was now working diligently, and nodded in approval. Indeed, the strength of humanity knows no bounds, much like the water in a sponge. A little pressure yields a great deal. Chapter 64. Mark 1 and the escape from peril. Thanks to Tony's diligent efforts the previous day, they completed the assembly of the somewhat rudimentary Mark 1 steel armor early this morning. Ethan was assisting Tony in donning the final piece of the battlesuit, while simultaneously operating the computer to calibrate the last adjustments, with the progress bar steadily advancing. Outside, the terrorists, having not seen Tony and Ethan on the surveillance for several minutes, began to harbor an unsettling premonition. A figure, resembling a minor leader, hurriedly shouted something before rushing towards Tony and his companion's cave, accompanied by a group of followers. Trapped within the confines of Mark 1, Tony found himself immobile. While Ethan anxiously monitored the progress bar on the computer, the approaching footsteps outside instilling a sense of unease within him. No need to fret. I shall handle these intruders. A large hand rested on Ethan's shoulder. He looked up to find a shadowy figure clad in black, standing beside him. The eyes beneath Mang Ran's hood glimmered with a chilling light, and the wide mouth below was filled with an array of sharp teeth that sent shivers down one's spine. A crimson tongue, akin to a sinuous serpent, slithered out, glistening with viscous saliva. Ethan's heart skipped a beat. It was his first encounter with a true specter, and its terrifying visage was indeed reminiscent of a malevolent spirit. He swallowed nervously and replied, "Just a moment. It should take about a minute more." Mang Ran gave Ethan's shoulder a reassuring pat before extending his hands towards the entrance, where the surveillance had already been neutralized by Xiaobai. Each tap on Ethan's shoulder sent a wave of goosebumps coursing through him. Although Tony, encased in armor, had seen glimpses of the specter before, this close-up encounter was an eye-opening experience, leaving him trembling and finally grasping the dread that criminals felt in the presence of such a fiend. The reinforced iron door, unable to withstand the relentless assault of the intruders, finally collapsed with a thunderous crash, allowing the terrorists outside to storm in, weapons drawn. Just as they surged through the entrance, Mang Ran's raised hands transformed into countless sharp, agile tendrils, skewering the incoming assailants like skewered fruit on a stick. Blood splattered everywhere, and screams echoed in a cacophony of terror. Those behind, still outside the door, were caught off guard and fell victim to the gruesome spectacle. Some fortunate ones, maintaining a slight distance, watched in horror as their companions were pierced by the bizarre black appendages, their eyes widening in terror before they fled the cave, shrieking in panic. Monsters! The cries faded into the distance. Mang Ran retracted his tendrils, leaving a grotesque pile of corpses at the entrance. Tony and Ethan, witnessing Mang Ran's effortless slaughter, swallowed hard, their nerves fraying. Was this the malevolent spirit they had heard of? Tony pondered in astonishment. He had previously conducted inquiries into the specter, discovering only its ruthless crusade against crime, marked by its merciless methods. He had unearthed no further details. As to Mang Ran, those criminals were mere trifles, devoid of any deeper intricacies worth exploring. The lack of more profound information stemmed from the highly professional confidentiality systems employed by Mang Ran and his team, which even Jarvis could not penetrate to extract any insights. Both Tony and Ethan were left dumbfounded at the sight of Mang Ran taking a life for the first time. At that moment, the progress bar on the computer finally reached completion. Mang Ran smiled at Tony and said, "Now it is your time to shine. Those individuals outside will serve as your practice, and I shall handle any remaining issues." Tony nodded, feeling a surge of excitement. For the realm of mechas embodies a man's romance. With a click, the mask on Tony's face sealed shut, and I was ready for action. Outside the dark mouth of the cave, the remaining criminals were vigilantly observing the entrance, armed with machine guns and an array of firepower, prepared to extend a warm welcome to whatever monstrous entity emerged. The sound of heavy footsteps echoed from within the cave, causing those outside to grip their weapons tighter. The thundering steps resonated like a hammer against their hearts, intensifying their anxiety. At last, a colossal figure emerged from the cave. At a signal, a barrage of bullets rained down towards the entrance. The air was filled with a cacophony of gunfire and the metallic clang of bullets striking steel. Inside Mark I, Tony listened to the clattering of projectiles, feeling the immense force transmitted through the armor. Fortunately, the suit was robust and heavy. Otherwise, the sheer power of the onslaught would have sent him reeling. Tony maneuvered the armor, raising both arms as two rocket launchers fired from the suit's arm-mounted cannons, obliterating the opposing machine gun bunkers. After discharging the rockets, he ejected the cannon barrels and seized the flamethrower, unleashing a torrent of fire upon the surrounding foes. The flames incinerated the nearby terrorists, igniting several nearby ammunition depots and resulting in a devastating explosion that claimed numerous lives. Ha! Tony cackled maniacally while controlling the mech, his laughter echoing through the chaos. These wretched terrorists had caused him considerable distress, and the initial feeling of disgust he had experienced began to dissipate. However, the good fortune was fleeting. Soon, the flamethrower of Mark I ran out of fuel, leaving the armor with only its flight capability. Now, piloting the weaponless Mark I, Tony found himself in a position of vulnerability. Just then, several rockets flew towards him from a distance. Reacting swiftly, Tony pulled the lever beside him, causing Mark I to split open from the back, ejecting him back into the cave. The incoming rockets detonated against the remaining Mark I, shattering it into countless pieces. As Tony landed back in the cave, he brushed off the dirt, standing up somewhat disheveled, yet a broad smile adorned his face. Oh, what a genius I am. Ethan. You must have seen that. Mark Eye is simply magnificent. If only the conditions were better here, I could have designed it to perfection. Tony excitedly relayed to Ethan, who nodded in agreement, equally impressed by Mark Eye's performance. Observing the remaining enemies outside, Mang Ran turned to Tony and Ethan, saying, You two stay here and do not move. I shall take care of the remaining foes outside. Upon concluding his words, Mang Ran vanished from sight, swiftly exiting the cave. Tony and Ethan raised a steel plate from the ground to shield themselves, cautiously making their way to the cave's entrance. Peering through the narrow gap to observe Mang Ran's battle outside. One by one, the adversaries fell, each time merely catching a fleeting glimpse of the malevolent figure darting past before hearing the agonized cries of the defeated. Amidst the cacophony of despair, Mang Ran swiftly dispatched the remaining terrorists with his dagger. In less than a minute, precisely 40 seconds later, Mang Ran's figure reappeared beside Tony and Ethan. The sudden appearance startled them, causing the steel plate in their hands to slip and clatter to the ground. All enemies have been dealt with. The steel plate is no longer necessary, Mang Ran informed them. After speaking, he tossed a satellite phone to Tony and grasped both their shoulders, propelling them forward with haste. Shortly thereafter, they found themselves in a stretch of desert, a considerable distance away from the cave. Mang Ran released their shoulders, and Tony and Ethan were momentarily dazed, the swirling sand having obscured their vision. They both collapsed onto the ground, blinking in confusion. You are now safe. Use the satellite phone to call for help. The military will likely arrive within minutes, Mang Ran stated calmly. Once Tony regained his composure, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, he looked at Mang Ran and inquired, What about you? Aren't you coming with us? Mang Ran, noticing the tearful expression on Tony's face, suppressed his own strange emotions and replied, Do not concern yourself with me. I have my own means of departure. Should fate allow, we shall meet again. As Tony blinked back tears, about to utter more, he realized Mang Ran had vanished, leaving him and Ethan to exchange bewildered glances. Back at the cave, Mang Ran's silhouette reappeared, leaping into the air and spinning his body as he unleashed countless high-explosive bombs upon the encampment. After casting the bombs, he swiftly disappeared to a secure location. Mere seconds later, an eruption of explosions engulfed the camp in flames. Chapter 65. The return of Tony and the upheaval at an airport in New York. A plane had just landed and come to a halt. As the cabin door opened, Tony and Ethan emerged, followed closely by Rhodey. Standing on the tarmac, Tony spread his arms wide, inhaling deeply the air of freedom. I'm finally back, he exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion. Pepper stood nearby, her eyes glistening with tears of joy, while Happy, positioned behind the car sent to retrieve Tony, appeared equally exhilarated. Are you emotional about your long-lost boss? Tony teased with a smile, noticing Pepper's reddened eyes. I'm just happy. It saves me the trouble of job hunting, Pepper retorted, her defiance evident despite her misty eyes. Tony, sensing her seriousness, shifted to a more solemn tone, stating, Indeed, your vacation has come to an end. As they made their way to the awaiting vehicle, Tony had already begun to introduce Ethan to the others during the journey back. Tony, Ethan, and Pepper sat in the back seat of the car, while Happy turned to inquire, Where are we headed, sir? Pepper replied, Take us to the hospital. Happy, he needs a thorough checkup. To this, Tony shook his head, insisting, No, I'm well aware of my health. Pepper immediately countered, You must get checked. What if something is amiss? Tony asserted with conviction, I'm certain I have no issues. You can ask Ethan. We don't even have scratches. Ethan, taken aback by the sudden reference to himself, awkwardly added, Yes, we're both unscathed. Internally, he thought, I was rescued without even doing anything. He recalled the shadowy figure. Pepper seemed ready to respond to Ethan, but Tony interrupted. He addressed Pepper, You see, I have been confined in that cave for over 2 months, and I wish to accomplish 2 things. First, I want 2 cheeseburgers, 2 specialty grain pancakes, and a large iced cola. Before he could finish, Pepper rolled her eyes and sighed, You're incorrigible. Tony faltered, then clarified, Not that. I need you to help me hold a press conference. Pepper, puzzled, asked, A press conference? What for? Tony did not reply, simply instructing Happy, Drive, let us eat first. At the entrance of the Osborne group, Mang Ran and Lucio continued to operate their food truck, selling pancakes. After dismantling the cave camp, Mang Ran returned to New York in a flying vehicle, significantly faster than Tony. He arrived in the city last night, while Tony made his entrance that morning. Upon reaching New York, Mang Ran greeted the members of the Pentagon Alliance before heading home to rest, then woke up this morning to resume selling pancakes. A sleek black limousine pulled over, and Happy exited the driver's seat to open the door for the passenger. Tony, Ethan, and Pepper stepped out in succession, making their way to the food truck. The patrons in line at the food truck noticed Tony approaching and quickly raised their phones, whispering amongst themselves. After all, the news of Tony Stark's kidnapping by terrorists was widely known. Now, more than 2 months later, many had presumed the worst, yet here he was, ignoring the onlookers. Tony approached the food truck and said to Mang Ran, 2 specialty grain pancakes. He then glanced back at Ethan and added, And 3 of the signature deluxe beef double crisp grain pancakes. Also for large iced colas. Lucio nodded and quoted the total price to Tony. Turning to Pepper, he instructed, Here, you pay. As she handed over the money, he added, And give him 100 as a tip. It's my privilege. Thus, the petite chili pepper produced a green 100 yuan note and handed it to Lucio. Lucio smiled politely and accepted the money. Mang Ran, observing Tony, who was staring intently at the pancakes at the stall, remarked, "Mr. Stark appears to be in good spirits. It seems the news reports were not entirely accurate. I was beginning to worry something had happened to you. With Mr. Stark's absence, my earnings have significantly dwindled during this period." Tony inhaled the enticing aroma of the pancakes, swallowed hard, and jested, "Weren't you indifferent to monetary matters? I recall once offering you 1 million to work as a chef, which you graciously declined." He chuckled, adding, "Just a jest, of course. I'm merely unaccustomed to the absence of Mr. Stark's patronage." Mang Ran smiled and handed Tony a freshly made multigrain pancake. Tony took his 2 specially crafted multigrain pancakes and a cola, seating himself at an adjacent empty table to indulge heartily. "Ah, this is the flavor," Tony exclaimed after taking a bite of the pancake, emitting a sound of satisfaction. Glancing at Ethan and the others beside him, Tony, with his mouth full, mumbled, "What are you all staring at? Go grab some to eat." Reacting to his words, they quickly approached Mang Ran to receive the remaining pancakes. They were momentarily stunned, having never witnessed Tony eat with such disregard for decorum. Each took a pancake and sat at the table, eagerly devouring them. With just one bite, their eyes lit up in delight. "Delicious," the petite chili pepper exclaimed after swallowing her bite. Initially reluctant to indulge due to her desire to lose weight and maintain her figure, she felt compelled to take a few bites since the boss had ordered for her. To her surprise, she found herself unable to stop, consuming an entire pancake in rapid succession. Ethan, too, was conquered by the scrumptious multigrain pancake, finishing one swiftly before gulping down several mouthfuls of cola, followed by a resounding belch. Tony, having devoured his 2 pancakes and a large cup of cola, patted his belly in satisfaction and released a contented belch. After finishing their meal, Tony and the others departed in their vehicle, heading towards the venue for the press conference, stopping briefly to purchase 2 cheeseburgers along the way. As they arrived at the venue, they were greeted by a throng of journalists. "Look who has returned," Obadiah exclaimed to the reporters, then approached Tony as he stepped out of the car. He embraced Tony warmly, laughing, "Tony, I was just about to visit you in the hospital." Tony returned the embrace, smiling, "I'm perfectly fine." He then took 2 burgers from Happy. As Obadiah led Tony inside, he chuckled, "You even brought burgers? One must eat." Upon hearing this, Tony handed him one, as he was feeling somewhat full. Obadiah had meant it as a jest, yet to his surprise, Tony genuinely offered him one. He could only accept the burger with a smile, holding it in his hand, aware that with so many reporters around, he couldn't simply eat it. As they entered the venue, everyone began to applaud in welcome of Tony. He navigated through the crowd and promptly seated himself on the floor of the podium, beckoning the journalists to take their seats as well. "Shall we all settle down? This way, you can see me, and I can see you. Let us be a bit more relaxed." Upon hearing this, the reporters complied, either squatting or sitting down. Obadiah, who had initially stood on stage, intended to say something, but seeing Tony and the journalists seated, he too squatted beside Tony. After settling down, Tony retrieved a hamburger, unwrapped it, and took a bite. The reporters fell silent, their attention focused on Tony, eagerly anticipating his words. After swallowing a mouthful, Tony turned to Obadiah and remarked, "It's wonderful to see you." Obadiah, wearing a benevolent smile, responded, "Likewise, Tony. I regret not having the chance to see him one last time." Without waiting for a reply, Tony faced the reporters and continued, "I did not get to see my father one last time. I wish I could ask him how he viewed the production of arms. Did he ever feel conflicted? Did he waver? Or was he, as the media portrays, a tough man? I witnessed young soldiers being slain, victims of the very weapons intended to protect them. I found myself becoming a part of this irresponsible world." The journalists grew restless, and one was called upon, eager to inquire, "Mr. Stark, what exactly transpired?" In response, Tony stood once more and proclaimed, "I am awake now. I realize that beyond manufacturing weapons, I can contribute more to the world." As he ascended the podium, he uttered a statement that ignited the crowd into a fervor. "Therefore, I have decided to shut down the weapons division of Stark Industries, effective immediately, until I find a new purpose for the company that aligns with what I deem right and in the best interests of the nation." Chapter 66. Iron Tyrant. While Tony Stark held the press conference, Mang Ran and his companions were watching the live broadcast at their base. When Tony made his earth-shattering announcement, even Harry and the others were taken aback by his words. Mang Ran, however, remained composed, as he had anticipated such developments. He commanded, "Shall buy, mobilize all my available funds, purchase Stark Industries stock when it reaches the anticipated lowest point." Initially stunned by Tony's revelation, the group was drawn back to Mang Ran's directive. "Mang, won't you incur losses doing that? With Tony Stark's actions, their stock will undoubtedly plummet," Peter queried, voicing the concern that lingered in everyone's minds. "It is precisely because it will drop that I will buy. When it reaches a low price, I will invest. And the stock price of Stark Industries will surely rise again," Mang Ran replied with a smile. Peter and his companions seemed to grasp some understanding. Harry had already comprehended Mang Ran's intent and assisted in elucidating it further, leading everyone to a shared understanding of Mang Ran's message. Stark Industries would undoubtedly not succumb to decline. As long as Tony Stark remained, their company would perpetually possess a promising future. Therefore, these days presented the most opportune moment for investment. "What do you think? Would you be interested in joining me?" Mang Ran addressed them. The group, particularly Peter, felt a stir of intrigue. To be candid, Peter's family background was the most modest among them. Harry, needless to say, hailed from immense wealth, while Mary Jane and Gwen also belonged to relatively affluent families. leaving only Peter from an ordinary household. Consequently, Peter's yearning for financial support was the most pressing among them, as he wished to alleviate some burdens from Uncle Ben and Aunt May. After considerable contemplation, Peter, along with Mary Jane and Gwen, pooled their savings together and entrusted them to Mang Ran for investment. Meanwhile, Tony Stark was engaged in conversation with Obadiah regarding the arc reactor. Narrowing his eyes, Tony scrutinized Obadiah before him, remarking, "You certainly possess a flair for theatrics. Who informed you?" Through their previous dialogue, he abruptly realized that Obadiah had already been apprised of his endeavor to miniaturize the arc reactor. "You needn't concern yourself. Allow me to see it." Obadiah gestured toward Tony's chest. "Rhodey or pepper?" Tony inquired. "I wish to see it," Obadiah insisted. "Very well, it appears to be Rhodey," Tony remarked, surveying his surroundings before unfastening his jacket. Obadiah, feeling a twinge of anxiety, glanced around before his gaze settled upon the arc reactor glowing blue upon Tony's chest. After a brief glance, Obadiah hastily assisted Tony in fastening his clothing, chuckling, "Okay." Tony looked at him, asking, "How is it?" Obadiah chuckled a few times, casting furtive glances around. "It's operational. It's functioning," Tony affirmed. Obadiah smiled with a sense of relief, then wrapped an arm around Tony's shoulder, saying, "Listen to me, Tony. We stand united, do you understand? Together, we can accomplish anything, just as your father and I did." Tony interjected, "I apologize for not informing you of this matter sooner." Obadiah replied, "Leave this to me. Our troubles this time are unlike any before. Tony, promise me you will act discreetly. I will handle this situation." Obadiah embraced Tony as they exited. In a charred cavernous camp devastated by an explosion in Afghanistan, a team was meticulously searching for something. The scorched earth revealed scarcely a whole corpse, as everything had been incinerated to ash. A bald man adorned with tattoos muttered a name while he searched. Tony Stark. The man's eyes blazed with fury. He could not fathom how that accursed arms dealer had managed to escape. On that fateful day, he led a group of individuals to another location, intending to return by noon. However, upon their return, he was met with the shocking sight of his camp reduced to mere ruins. Only Tony Stark remained, perhaps accompanied by another scientist. Astonishingly, the two of them had annihilated everyone in his camp, leaving not a single survivor. Could it be that other military forces had been deployed? Yet, the army could not possibly have traced this place, the bald man pondered in confusion. As he continued his search, he suddenly kicked something hard beneath his feet. He bent down, clearing away the charred earth, and retrieved the hard object. Holding it up to his face, he discerned that it resembled a steel mask. At that moment, his subordinates began to uncover peculiar metallic remnants from the soil. The bald man donned the mask, and suddenly, a realization dawned upon him regarding Tony Stark's method of escape. A few nights later, the bald man sat in the tent of his new camp, awaiting a visitor. Suddenly, several black sedans drove into the camp, halting to reveal a multitude of black-clad bodyguards, along with a bearded bald man, Obadiah. As Obadiah and his guards approached, the armed soldiers stationed at the tent's entrance obstructed their path. With a subtle gesture to his bodyguards, Obadiah signaled for them to remain outside. He then entered the tent, where only the bald man awaited him. The bald man regarded Obadiah with a chilling demeanor and remarked, "The losses I have incurred over these past few days far exceed those I endured previously." Obadiah shrugged nonchalantly and replied, "If you had eliminated him sooner, you might have preserved some dignity." The bald man retorted, "The remuneration you offered was insufficient to cover the cost of his assassination." Disinterested in further banter, Obadiah asserted bluntly, "Show me the weapon." The bald man ceased his commentary, walking over to a nearby rack and pulling away the cloth that concealed it. Beneath lay a charred and assembled suit of iron armor. The Mark I, crafted by Tony Stark. "This is all we found at the previous camp," the bald man informed Obadiah. Obadiah examined the armor, stating, "It appears this is how he made his escape." The bald man continued, "This is merely the primitive version. Tony Stark has refined his designs, creating a masterpiece of weaponry. If I possessed 20 of these iron suits, I could conquer Asia, and you would ascend to the helm of Stark Industries. He is our mutual adversary. Should you choose to continue our business, I will present you with the blueprints for this invention as a token of goodwill." As he spoke, the bald man settled into a chair at the table and poured himself a cup of tea. Beside him, Obadiah scrutinized the armor, noticing that the hole in the chest plate seemed oddly familiar. The bald man poured a cup of tea and offered it to Obadiah, continuing to smile as he said, "In return, all I require is 20 of these iron soldiers." With a grin, Obadiah accepted the tea and patted the man's shoulder. Suddenly, a buzzing noise erupted, and a small device appeared in his hand, the source of the sound. The bald man became immobilized, his eyes bulging in shock. "This is the only gift I bestow upon you," Obadiah remarked, still smiling at the paralyzed man. He disregarded him entirely and strode out of the tent. Outside, Obadiah's bodyguards had already subdued all the terrorists under the bald man's command, packing the remaining items into boxes. It was time to clear the area. As he made his way to his vehicle, Obadiah instructed his subordinates, and moments later, a barrage of gunfire erupted behind him. Once inside the car, he continued his phone conversation, saying, "Establish a Sector 16 beneath the arc reactor, in secrecy, and enlist the finest engineers. Construct a prototype immediately." In the days leading up to Tony Stark's return, significant events unfolded unnoticed. Tony had begun to sense Obadiah's odd behavior, his initial trust gradually morphing into suspicion. Mang Ran was aware that this marked the beginning of turmoil. He had witnessed Tony soaring through the skies in his new suit several times at night. Yet, he refrained from taking action while explaining the recent anomalies to the Pentagon Alliance. After rescuing Tony, Mang Ran returned to detonate the mountain camp, both to obscure his own trail and to obliterate Mark I, lest it fall into the hands of terrorists. However, he was uncertain if the bald man could construct armor without that suit, as the arc reactor seemed crucial. Mang Ran remained oblivious to the fact that his explosives had not destroyed Mark I, and that even if it were destroyed, Obadiah could still have engineers create another suit as long as he possessed the arc reactor. Initially, Mang Ran was conflicted upon his return, but after a few days, he found clarity. It would be ideal if Ironmonger did not appear. However, should he emerge, Mang Ran would ensure that losses were minimized. Furthermore, Ironmonger's presence would serve as a form of trial for Tony Stark. Mang Ran only needed to ensure that their conflict did not endanger others. That night, while the members of the Pentagon Alliance were patrolling their designated areas, Mary Jane suddenly transmitted a message to everyone. The Stark Group's arc reactor research facility had erupted in an explosion, revealing a colossal steel monstrosity. Chapter 67. The Fierce Battle with the Iron Titan, Part 1, at the Stark Industries arc reactor research facility. A colossal steel monstrosity pursued several agents clad in black alongside Pepper Potts. As the agents fled, they turned to fire upon the metallic beast, but the bullets merely ricocheted off its armor, producing a cacophony of clangs without inflicting any damage. Upon escaping the building, Pepper finally breathed a sigh of relief. She had initially intended to gather incriminating evidence against Obadiah at Tony's behest, but after descending the stairs, she unexpectedly encountered Agent Coulson from the Department of Strategic Homeland Defense and Logistics Support. Consequently, Pepper, accompanied by Coulson and a few other agents, sought to apprehend Obadiah. However, she was unprepared for the revelation that he had constructed a massive iron creature, which swiftly dispatched several agents, forcing the remaining ones and herself to retreat in haste. Once outside, Pepper steadied herself against the wall, answering Tony's call. "Tony, are you alright? Obadiah has lost his mind. He has even created a suit of armor." She hurriedly relayed the current situation to Tony, her concern for him palpable. "Pepper, I'm fine. Listen, you need to get out of there, run far away." Tony reassured her while urging her to escape. He was acutely aware that Obadiah would not relent, and they had to flee post-haste. In the midst of their conversation, Pepper suddenly noticed the ground before her cracking open. Under Tony's urgent exhortations, an iron monstrosity emerged from the fissure. Accompanied by the grinding sound of machinery and the thud of heavy footsteps, the metallic giant advanced towards her. "Where do you think you can run?" A pair of gleaming electronic eyes locked onto Pepper, Obadiah's voice reverberating from within the iron armor. The creature's immense stature and metallic composition enveloped Pepper with an overwhelming sense of dread, compelling her to retreat further. As the beast raised its colossal arm, the barrels of its machine guns began to whirl ominously. In an instant, a hail of bullets would rain down upon her, reducing the woman before it to mere shreds. "Farewell, Pepper. You have become obsolete. You should never have aligned yourself with Tony," Obadiah lamented, gazing regretfully at Pepper as he prepared to unleash a barrage from the machine guns. Just then, a figure clad in yellow and red plummeted from the sky, delivering a powerful kick that sent the iron creature sprawling. Obadiah lost his balance, and the gun swiveled towards the heavens, discharging wildly. "It's rather unwise to undermine me in my own domain, Stan." It was none other than Tony, who had arrived just in time. He had descended with all his might, sending the Iron Titan hurtling away with a single, forceful kick. Obadiah was propelled through the building and was on the verge of crashing onto the street below. At that moment, a shadowy figure darted forth from above the road. With a swift kick, he sent the steel monstrosity, which was about to crash onto the road, back into the air. Phew, he thought to himself, relieved to have arrived just in time to prevent it from crashing onto the street. The members of the Five-Star Alliance had promptly begun their journey to this location upon receiving the information. However, Mang Ran was the fastest, arriving here ahead of the others who were still en route. Through the communication device, Mang Ran instructed the others, "I will take charge of the scene. You should maintain order nearby and ensure that no criminals take advantage of the chaos." "Understood," the others replied, proceeding to the surrounding areas to uphold order. Just then, Obadiah, who had been kicked by Mang Ran, barreled through the building and collided with Tony, who was still posturing. Mang Ran's kick carried significantly more power than Tony's, and Obadiah was sent reeling, coughing up blood from the force that penetrated through his armored suit. Mang Ran had held back some of his strength, otherwise, while the armor might have withstood the impact, Obadiah would not have survived. As Tony had just sent Obadiah flying and was about to utter a taunt, he was suddenly struck by the steel monstrosity kicked back by Mang Ran. Mang Ran swiftly positioned himself at the entrance of the Arc Reactor Research Center, casting a cold gaze at Tony, who was clad in iron. "Are you a fool? Do you realize how many innocent lives you could endanger by sending him onto the street? Has your brilliant mind short-circuited in such matters?" Finally managing to crawl out from under the steel creature, Tony heard Mang Ran's icy reprimand and instantly recognized the impropriety of his earlier actions. "I'm sorry," he said, his voice filled with genuine remorse. At that moment, Obadiah, regaining control of his mech suit, had taken a moment to recover from the previous kick. He looked at Tony and Mang Ran with a disdainful sneer. The proud Tony Stark actually admitting fault to a garishly dressed clown. "You've truly disgraced your father, Tony. Kid, if he is your ally, then let us see what you've got." I will show you the true power of my armored suit, which far surpasses your flimsy contraption. The cold gaze of the armored suit swept back and forth between Tony and Mang Ran, as Obadiah, emboldened by his armor, boasted with unbounded arrogance. Mang Ran, regarding Obadiah with a demeanor as indifferent as a statue, chose not to respond. Turning back to Tony, he coldly stated, "This trouble is of your own making and should be resolved by you. I do not wish to intervene in your affairs. However, should you endanger the lives of innocent bystanders, this matter will transcend your personal conflict, and I will ensure you understand the true meaning of cruelty. Do you comprehend?" Tony nodded in acknowledgement, not out of cowardice, but rather because he recognized the gravity of his earlier actions, realizing he had placed others in jeopardy. On the other hand, he had witnessed the formidable power of the malevolent spirit himself. He understood that if the demon were to become serious, both he and Obadiah would be no match for a mere hand strength. Observing Tony's decisive capitulation, Obadiah also realized that the situation was more complex than it appeared. Thus, he disregarded Mang Ran, who had just stated he would not intervene. Obadiah raised his arm, unleashing a barrage of gunfire from the mounted machine gun aimed at Tony. Tony braved several bullets, but then flames erupted from beneath his feet, propelling him into the air. He swiftly maneuvered his body, landing behind Obadiah's armored suit. In contrast to Obadiah's cumbersome yet powerful armored behemoth, Tony's greatest advantages lay in speed and agility. He adeptly exploited these traits, leaving Obadiah in a dizzying state. Perched atop Obadiah's armor, Tony relentlessly struck with his iron fists. However, both were composed of steel, and the only outcome of their clashes was a cacophony of ringing sounds, devoid of any substantial effect. After several futile blows, Tony recognized this limitation and altered his strategy. He reached into the crevices of the armored suit, grasping at the wires and joints, tearing with all his might. This tactic proved effective, as he swiftly dislodged the turtle shell atop Obadiah's head, revealing the bald, bearded half of Obadiah's visage. Enraged and humiliated, Obadiah retaliated by controlling the suit to grab Tony and forcefully slam him to the ground. Taken by surprise, Tony found himself momentarily dazed. Seizing the opportunity, Obadiah brought down the massive iron foot of the armor, brutally stomping on Tony. Tony was crushed beneath Obadiah's foot, enduring several harsh blows. Beep, beep, beep. Warning, armor damage at 40, remaining energy at 20. After sustaining several punishing hits from the steel suit, JARVIS urgently alerted Tony to the armor's condition. Realizing the armor was compromised and energy was dwindling, Tony knew he could no longer afford to prolong the confrontation with Obadiah. He extended his left hand, releasing energy, and just managed to evade the descending iron foot before it struck again. Obadiah, witnessing Tony's precarious situation, laughed maniacally. Filled with rage, "For over 30 years, I have supported you. This company was built from the ground up by me. No one shall stand in my way, especially not you, Tony." As he spoke, he raised his arm again, launching several missiles. However, without the targeting system of the armored suit, Obadiah's aim faltered, and Tony easily dodged the attacks, relying on his reflexes. "Damn it, let us see how long you can keep dodging." Obadiah continued to fire missiles, laughing wildly. Finally, under Obadiah's direct line of sight, one missile found its mark, striking Tony and sending him hurtling against a nearby wall, crashing through it and leaving a substantial hole. Cough, cough, cough. Tony coughed a few times, and the impact was indeed quite severe. Chapter 68, The Fierce Battle Against Ironmonger, Part 2. Obadiah gazed at Tony, who was slumped against the wall, and continued to manipulate the armor, raising his arm in an attempt to launch a few more missiles to pursue and eliminate Tony once and for all. Unfortunately, he could not fire again, for the missiles had been exhausted. Damn it, Obadiah cursed under his breath. Yet, he had no choice but to lower his arm and approach Tony, who lay helplessly against the wall. With heavy footfalls, Obadiah advanced closer to Tony, and before long, he stood right in front of him, seizing Tony's neck and lifting him aloft. Looking down at the struggling Tony, Obadiah sneered, "How ironic, Tony. You incessantly proclaim your desire to cease weapon manufacturing. Yet you have constructed the most formidable weapon in existence. Ha ha ha. Is this not a bitter irony?" Obadiah laughed heartily, increasing the pressure in his grip, causing the armor around Tony's neck to deform slightly. "I have never been fond of such things, but I must admit, I have a profound appreciation for this suit of armor. This is power. Your father would be proud of you, Tony." With that, Obadiah prepared to crush Tony's neck. However, at that moment, a brilliant light suddenly illuminated before him, prompting him to instinctively squint. "In light of your flattering remarks, I shall bestow upon you one final gift. Die, Obadiah. Go to hell and repent for your sins." Tony finally spoke, his voice a roar as he unleashed the pent-up fury within him. The arc reactor on his chest emitted a dazzling glow, and a beam of light shot forth, aimed directly at Obadiah. Obadiah had just been stripped of his protective armor, exposing his entire upper body to the elements. The radiant beam from Tony's chest struck him squarely in the chest, melting away his upper half. In an instant, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. The man who had stood there moments ago, laughing triumphantly, was now devoid of life. With the last remnants of energy from his suit, Tony sent Obadiah on his final journey, a journey to hell. With Obadiah's demise, his massive iron armor lost control, its lights extinguishing as it came to a halt. Tony forcefully pried open the hand that had been constricting his neck and collapsed onto the ground. He removed his iron helmet, and inhaled deeply the fresh air. Though the duration of the battle had been brief, it had been incredibly intense. Tony could hardly recall how many thoughts had raced through his mind in those fleeting moments, constantly strategizing on how to dismantle Obadiah and his iron monstrosity with the aid of his armor. It was only after Tony soared onto the back of the iron monstrosity and dislodged Obadiah's tortoise shell that a definitive strategy began to crystallize in his mind. Throughout the ensuing battle, Tony pondered how to maintain a fixed posture that would align his chest with Obadiah's upper body. Ultimately, fortune favored the brave. Obadiah's arrogance and hubris provided Tony with the opportunity he needed. One could argue that the most formidable assist came from Obadiah himself. Had he not been reduced to merely his lower half, Tony would certainly have awarded him a trophy. During his gambling escapades in Las Vegas, the one Obadiah claimed on his behalf was rather commendable. Leaning against the wall, Tony steadied his breath. Meanwhile, Mang Ran, who had been spectating, swallowed his orange and spat out a few seeds. "Hey, catch this," Mang Ran exclaimed, tossing another orange to Tony. Hearing the sound, Tony turned his head, but due to his weakened state, his reaction was sluggish. As he raised his hand to catch the fruit, it hurtled towards him and struck his face directly. "Ouch!" Tony cried out, covering his eyes. Witnessing this, Mang Ran felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had merely intended to alleviate Tony's thirst after a fierce battle with a gesture of kindness, but instead, his delayed reaction resulted in an accidental injury. The orange is quite sweet. Perhaps you should give it a try." Mang Ran's raspy voice failed to conceal his awkwardness. Tony, wincing in pain, rubbed his right eye and managed to pry it open a sliver, revealing a burgeoning bruise. The orange itself was not particularly harmful, yet the acceleration from its fall rendered the impact quite forceful, especially upon such a delicate area as the eye. Tony intended to vocalize a retort, but the menacing countenance of the foe stifled his words. He picked up the orange, scrutinizing it with his left eye before peeling back the skin and savoring a few succulent segments. "Indeed, it is quite sweet," he mused, chewing thoughtfully as the juice burst forth, flooding his palate with a refreshing tang. A wave of pleasure washed over him, momentarily easing the pain in his eye and alleviating the fatigue from his recent exertion, perhaps a psychological effect. As Tony indulged in the orange, Pepper Potts dashed over and crouched beside him. Earlier, she had hurried to a safe location at his urgent request, remaining there until the cacophony of battle subsided, prompting her to emerge and assess the situation. Concern etched on her face, she inquired, "Tony, are you all right? What happened to your eye? Let me call for help. We must get you to a hospital." As for Obadiah, the agent from the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics had assured her that they would handle the matter. The name began as such, but it would later transform into S-H-I-E-L-D. Tony leaned against the wall, tilting his head back, savoring the orange in his mouth, and did not respond to Pepper's inquiry. He stuffed the remaining orange segment into her mouth and, feeling somewhat fatigued, remarked, "There's no need to go to the hospital. Aside from my eyes, I should be fine. Let us head home and rest. I'm utterly exhausted. And there's a mountain of chaos awaiting our attention." Pepper, cheeks puffed with orange segments, nodded in agreement, still struggling to swallow the excess. After speaking, Tony suddenly seemed to recall something and glanced in the direction where Mang Ran had just been. To his surprise, the malevolent figure was no longer visible. Beneath the moonlight, only a gentle breeze stirred, swirling the dust on the ground. Mang Ran had departed after tossing the orange and delivering his remarks, not out of embarrassment, but rather to locate his teammates and ascertain the situation. Along the way, Mang Ran communicated with the other members of the Star Alliance and quickly returned to the base. Upon arrival, he found everyone already gathered in their usual meeting place. "How is everything?" Gwen inquired as Mang Ran re-entered. "It's nothing major, thankfully. I arrived in time to prevent the conflict from spilling into the streets. Aside from some damage to the ground outside the Stark Arc Reactor Research Center, there were no other losses. And Tony Stark is a wealthy man. He surely won't fret over such trivial expenses." Mang Ran conveyed his situation to the group. After sharing his updates, Mang Ran turned to them, asking, "What about you? There haven't been any issues on the periphery, have there?" The others exchanged glances, seemingly hesitant to speak. Eventually, Gwen spoke up. "Initially, there were no issues, but later, due to Lucio's newfound abilities, some unexpected developments arose. However, it was nothing serious. We managed to resolve it in the end." Curious about Gwen's statement, Mang Ran cast a glance at Lucio, who shyly lowered his head, seemingly embarrassed about the earlier events. "Lucio, did you awaken a new ability?" Mang Ran inquired, surprise evident in his tone. Chapter 69, Lucio's New Ability in the Hexagon Alliance, Part 1. Upon hearing Mang Ran's question, the others nodded in affirmation. Mang Ran looked at the bashful Lucio, patting him on the shoulder with delight. "What ability have you awakened? Do share with me." Lucio raised his head slightly, speaking softly. "It seems to be gravity manipulation. I'm not entirely certain, but it appears to be close." "Gravity manipulation? That's an incredibly powerful ability," Mang Ran remarked, ruffling Lucio's hair, astonished that he had quietly awakened such a formidable skill. "I'm still not very familiar with it. I'll learn to master it quickly," Lucio replied, a hint of bashfulness in his demeanor at Mang Ran's praise. Following Lucio's words, Peter chimed in, "That ability is indeed formidable. We inadvertently fell victim to it just now." After Peter finished speaking, he rubbed his head, feeling quite embarrassed about sharing his own mishap. Mang Ran, intrigued by the conversation, inquired, "What exactly transpired just now? However, seeing that you all appear to be unscathed, it shouldn't be too serious, right? Clearing his throat, Harry decided to succinctly recount the events, realizing that if Peter were to narrate, they might be waiting indefinitely for the conclusion. Here is the tale. Harry cleared his throat and began. Earlier, Mang Ran had gone to the site of the battle between Stark and the Iron Monster to manage the situation, while the others maintained order within New York City. Since Lucio had already familiarized himself with the protocols for maintaining order and patrolling while accompanying Peter during Mang Ran's rescue of Stark, he joined Peter and the others for this operation. Initially, everything went smoothly. Lucio followed Peter in ensuring the streets were orderly. Although today marked a confrontation between Obadiah and Tony, with Mang Ran overseeing, there were no major disturbances, allowing the streets to remain as tranquil as usual. As the group gathered to return to the Pentagon Alliance, a robber suddenly emerged in their line of sight. Brandishing a firearm as he exited a convenience store after completing his illicit act, clutching cash in one hand and stashing it into his pocket, he proceeded towards the next supermarket. Watching from the rooftop, Peter and the others decided to let Lucio take this opportunity to hone his skills. With all three present, it was an excellent chance for Lucio to gain experience, while they could provide support in case of any unforeseen circumstances. Lucio, this task is entrusted to you. Let us witness your prowess, Peter encouraged. Lucio nodded, his expression growing somewhat serious. This marked his first encounter with an armed criminal, and he felt a twinge of nervousness. Lowering his mask, he exchanged gestures with Peter and the others before leaping from the rooftop towards the robber. Lucio's combat suit, crafted by Harry, bore a striking resemblance to Harry's own attire, albeit with modifications tailored to Lucio's physique and combat style. The suit resembled armor, fitting snugly against Lucio's body, exuding an aura of coolness and charisma. The ensemble was predominantly black, accented by subtle golden lines along the edges, imparting a sense of sophistication. A matching helmet adorned his head, complete with a full-face mask that possessed a metallic black sheen, rendering his expression unreadable and instilling a palpable sense of intimidation. As Lucio jumped from the building, he spread his arms wide, gliding towards the robber. A thin black membrane extended from his arms and sides, enabling him to soar through the air. Just as the armed robber approached his next target, a dark figure descended from above, delivering a swift kick that sent him tumbling into a nearby alleyway. The shadowy figure before us is Lucio, who has now mastered the art of controlling his powers, ensuring that he would not again find himself in a situation where a mere kick could result in death. The robber, having been knocked to the ground, rolled several times before coming to a halt. Dazed, he managed to rise, raising his firearm and turning to confront his attacker. As his gaze fell upon Lucio, a peculiar figure adorned in an unusual outfit and a black metallic mask, he felt an undeniable pressure emanating from the silent presence before him. The robber, adjusting his greasy golden curls, shouted defiantly, "Do not attempt to intimidate me with your dark attire. Even if a demon were to stand before me, I would not cower. Step aside, or I shall shoot you dead." With this declaration, he brandished his handgun, signaling Lucio to heed his warning. Yet, Lucio remained silent, resolutely advancing toward the robber with measured steps. The robber, sensing the approach, grew increasingly anxious. In a panic, he raised his weapon and fired 2 shots directly at Lucio. However, Lucio effortlessly evaded the bullets with a slight shift of his body, continuing his steady march toward the robber, who was now retreating under the weight of mounting pressure. After a few hurried steps back, the panicked robber turned and fled deeper into the alley. Lucio, observing the retreating figure, did not resort to drastic measures. Instead, he quickened his pace, maintaining the appearance of a steady walk, yet moving with a swiftness that belied his demeanor. Before long, the fleeing robber found himself halted, standing beside a desolate junkyard. It was not that he lacked the will to escape or had exhausted his strength, but rather that Lucio had somehow materialized before him, an apparition of silent menace. Trembling, the robber stumbled backward, unable to comprehend the sudden turn of events. How had Lucio, once trailing behind him, now appeared before him, maintaining an eerie silence that radiated an overwhelming sense of dread? In a desperate attempt to dispel his fear, the robber shouted while wildly firing his pistol at Lucio. The gunfire erupted, yet Lucio continued to evade the bullets with remarkable ease. As he tracked the trajectory of the first 2 rounds, an unexpected jolt of anxiety surged through him, akin to a sudden grip around his heart. This unwelcome sensation momentarily distracted Lucio, causing him to falter in his evasion, and the remaining 2 bullets struck him squarely. Fortunately, clad in combat gear, Lucio sustained no real harm. The bullets merely clinked harmlessly against his armor before falling to the ground. The robber, upon witnessing the bullets that Lucio had evaded, suddenly felt a flicker of hope. However, as he observed that those bullets which had struck Lucio inflicted no harm upon him, a wave of despair and fear surged within him. Lucio clasped his hand over his heart, kneeling on one knee, gasping for breath. The throbbing of his heart intensified, accompanied by an escalating pain. Not far away, Peter, Harry, and Gwen sensed something amiss and rushed towards Lucio. Just as they reached his side, an inexplicable force descended from the sky, crashing down upon them. This sudden, overwhelming power pinned them to the ground, rendering them immobile. The robber, too, was crushed into a pulp by this mysterious force. Had it not been for the enhancements and mutations that Gwen and her companions had undergone, their fate might have mirrored that of the robber. Meanwhile, Lucio, the source of the incident, remained oblivious to it all, kneeling with his eyes shut, trembling uncontrollably. Cold sweat drenched Lu Xiu's delicate visage. He had never experienced such intense pain, which radiated from his heart throughout his entire being. Chapter 70, Lu Xiu's New Powers and the Star Alliance, Part 2. After an indeterminate period, Lu Xiu finally sensed the pain gradually receding, replaced by an enigmatic force that began to cleanse his body, imparting a tingling sensation to his limbs and bones. Nearby, Gwen and her companions felt the restraining power dissipating, allowing them to slowly regain mobility, and they gradually stood upright against the lingering pressure. Moments later, the force completely vanished, dispersing like a whisper in the wind, as if it had never existed. Yet, the sweat-soaked bodies of Gwen and her friends, along with Lu Xiu, who had just opened his eyes, and the surrounding area, resembling a garbage dump crushed under a steamroller, attested that the recent events were not merely a dream. Gwen hurried to Lu Xiu's side, concerned for his well-being. Observing his drenched brow and pallid complexion, she asked anxiously, "Lu Xiu, are you all right? What on earth just happened?" Peter and Harry shared her concern, equally perplexed by the situation. Lu Xiu lifted his gradually reddening face, his own confusion evident as he replied, I am not entirely sure what transpired. It seems I have acquired a new power." As he spoke, he extended his hand toward a metal barrel that had been flattened to the size of paper. Remarkably, the barrel began to levitate as if it were indeed made of paper. Retracting his hand, he gestured toward other objects, and wherever his fingers pointed, those items floated as if they had lost all weight. Witnessing this spectacle, Gwen and the others gaped in astonishment. As Lu Xiu's thoughts stirred, he suddenly swung his hands downwards with great force. Instantly, various objects that had been floating in the air plummeted to the ground, crashing heavily and producing a resounding noise. After concluding his experiment, Lu Xiu closed his eyes, deeply attuning himself to the power within his body. Moments later, he opened his eyes with a hint of joy and said to Gwen and the others, "Brother, sister, I believe I have awakened the ability to manipulate gravity, and my physical prowess has become even greater than before." Upon hearing Lu Xiu's words, Gwen and the others widened their eyes in astonishment. To control gravity. What an incredible ability, Peter exclaimed, looking at Lu Xiu with admiration. Gwen gazed at him with a warm smile and remarked, "With such a formidable power, your strength must surely surpass ours. You may even be more powerful than any of us now. You should officially become a combat member." Harry chuckled, "Haha. It seems we are on the verge of forming the Star Alliance." Lu Xiu felt a surge of excitement at this prospect. It was something he had longed for, to fight alongside his brother and sister, striving for justice together. At that moment, Peter curiously inquired, "Isn't your armor bulletproof? Why did you still dodge the robber's bullet?" Lu Xiu scratched his head, feeling a bit shy, and replied, "Because I think this armor is too beautiful. And I love it dearly. Even though it is bulletproof, I wouldn't want any bullets to leave marks on it." Gwen mused, "Is my little brother acting a bit dazed? Could he have been influenced by someone?" Peter, referring to that someone just because of this. Harry remarked, "Wow. It seems my armor turned out quite well." Mang Ran, upon hearing their conversation, felt immense joy, astonished that Lu Xiu had awakened such a powerful ability, capable of immobilizing Peter and the others. No wonder they had seemed somewhat shy to speak. It appeared they felt a bit embarrassed. Lu Xiu likely sensed that he had lost control at that moment, which made him feel a touch sheepish. Mang Ran then turned to Lu Xiu and asked, "What extent can your gravity manipulation ability currently achieve, and does it have any drawbacks?" Lu Xiu pondered for a moment before responding. "The power of my gravity manipulation is likely not as intense as what Gwen and the others experienced. At present, I can at most make it difficult for them to move within a certain range, or exert full pressure on one individual, rendering them nearly immobile. However, applying full pressure on someone is quite taxing, leading to considerable fatigue, and I cannot engage in other activities simultaneously. Currently, to unleash my gravity ability, I must use my hands or fingers to help concentrate energy on a specific location or person. Nevertheless, I believe that as I become more familiar with this ability and engage in more training, my gravity manipulation will grow increasingly powerful." Mang Ran and the others listened attentively to Lu Xiu's discourse, as he candidly shared a comprehensive overview of his current gravity manipulation abilities. Upon concluding his exposition, Mang Ran nodded in appreciation, affectionately ruffling Lu Xiu's hair and proclaiming, "Truly worthy of being my brother. Henceforth, you possess the capability to stand on your own." Feeling the weight of Mang Ran's hand atop his head and hearing the praise, Lu Xiu felt an involuntary blush rise upon his cheeks. Through the passage of time spent together, the members of the Pentagram Alliance had come to feel like family to Lu Xiu, with Mang Ran and his parents embodying the roles of elder brother and guardians. He could not recall what had transpired in his past, nor could he remember the sensation of having a family. It was only upon being brought back to the Pentagram Alliance and to Mang Ran's home that he rediscovered the warmth of familial bonds. Although the memory of having a family had faded, he was nonetheless certain that this feeling resonated with the essence of his former experiences. Mang Ran glanced at Peter and the others nearby, before returning his gaze to the slightly bashful Lu Xiu. His hand withdrew from Lu Xiu's hair and settled upon his shoulder. With a sudden gravity, Mang Ran fixed his earnest gaze upon Lu Xiu and, in a profound tone, inquired, "Are you prepared now? Prepared to join us in upholding justice, combating crime and darkness? Prepared to face the wounds and losses of both others and ourselves? Prepared to forge the sharpest weapons with your resilient spirit to pierce through the shadows and eradicate evil?" Lu Xiu, stirred by Mang Ran's questions, was eager to respond, having awaited this moment with anticipation. However, Mang Ran interrupted Lu Xiu's impending reply, urging him to reflect carefully before answering. Taking heed of Mang Ran's words, Lu Xiu swallowed his initial exuberance and adopted a serious demeanor, contemplating the gravity of the inquiry posed to him. After a brief moment of reflection, Lu Xiu gazed steadfastly at Mang Ran, then at Gwen, Peter, Harry, and Mary Jane, affirming his resolve with unwavering conviction. Finally, he declared with clarity, "I am ready. I shall pursue justice alongside my brothers and sisters. I will eradicate darkness and obliterate evil." Hearing Lu Xiu's resolute affirmation, Mang Ran and the others exchanged relieved smiles. Mang Ran extended his hand toward Lu Xiu, grinning as he welcomed him. "We are delighted to have you join our team in the pursuit of justice. Though we are already family, I wish to reiterate, welcome to our extended family." In response, Lu Xiu, filled with excitement, reached out and clasped Mang Ran's hand firmly. Gwen and the others also placed a hand on Lu Xiu's shoulder, smiling warmly as they echoed, "Welcome to our family." Feeling the warmth of each hand upon him, Lu Xiu nodded, suppressing the tremor in his voice as he replied, "I am equally honored. Now, let us bestow upon ourselves a name." Mang Ran addressed Lu Xiu, who after a moment of contemplation, lifted his gaze and declared, "My title is Black Armor." Mang Ran and the others nodded in acknowledgement of Lu Xiu's designation. Subsequently, Mang Ran proclaimed with clarity, "We shall now officially form the Hexagram Alliance. You will be our final sixth member, and henceforth, our team's title shall remain unchanged." As soon as Mang Ran's voice faded, the pentagram displayed on the large screen within the base instantly transformed into a hexagram. Following this, the electronic voice of Xiao Bai resonated throughout the facility, welcoming you to join us, the sixth member, Mr. Black Armor. Chapter 71, The Iron Man Declaration and Possession of Tony. With Lu Xiu's joining, Mang Ran and his companions officially renamed their team to the Hexagram Alliance, solidifying their identity. The next morning, the television was rife with news concerning the Iron Behemoth and Iron Man. Although Mang Ran had been present the previous night, ensuring that their battle did not spill into the streets, the incident inevitably occurred in the city center, crowded with onlookers. When the initial explosion erupted, accompanied by a thunderous roar, many had already diverted their attention to the unfolding chaos, prompting the New York police to respond swiftly and cordon off the area. Had it not been for the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. smoothing things over with the police, it is likely that officers would have rushed into the fray during the battle. Following extensive media coverage, speculation ran rampant regarding the identities of the colossal iron creature and the red and yellow-clad Iron Man, as well as the events of the previous night. This morning's broadcast featured Colonel Rhodes providing an official explanation for yesterday's occurrences, with Tony Stark poised to personally address the matter, offering a definitive account of the incidents that transpired at the Stark Industries Arc Reactor Laboratory. As Mang Ran's family enjoyed breakfast, they watched the news on television. Zhao Li and Manhwa engaged in discussions about Stark Industries, noting that the company's stock had begun to rise again after a period of decline. Mang Ran exchanged a knowing glance with Lu Xiu, both aware of the implications of the news regarding Iron Man, and speculating that Tony was likely preparing his statements regarding last night's events. As Mang Ran sipped on his tofu pudding, he pondered, would Tony openly acknowledge his identity as Iron Man, just as he remembered? Regardless of the inherent nature of this world or the alterations brought about by Mang Ran's involvement, he had discerned that this reality diverged from his prior cinematic impressions. Nevertheless, Mang Ran felt assured that pivotal events depicted in the films would still unfold. After all, the narrative arcs from the movie had already commenced and continued to advance. Just as these thoughts occupied Mang Ran's mind, Tony Stark appeared before the microphone on the live news broadcast. "It has been quite some time since I've addressed the public. I suppose I should stick to the script this time," Tony began, eliciting laughter from the assembled media with his trademark humor. "Some have expressed doubts regarding my involvement in the altercation that transpired last night at the Stark Arc Reactor Research Center." Tony had scarcely uttered a single line from his script when he was interrupted by a journalist who began to inquire, "Excuse me, Mr. Stark, do you truly expect us to believe that was merely your private bodyguard, fortuitously clad in armor?" "Admittedly, I recognize this may sound somewhat far-fetched," Tony interjected, continuing, "However, challenging an official statement is one thing. Casually speculating or insinuating that I am a superhero is quite another." The journalist, undeterred, retorted, "I never claimed you were a superhero." Tony raised an eyebrow and replied, "Did you not? How splendid. Otherwise, it would verge on the fantastical. Clearly, I am not cut out for heroism. I possess numerous character flaws and have committed many mistakes, most of which you are already aware." At this point, Rhodey, standing beside Tony, sensed the situation was spiraling and quickly leaned in to whisper, "Just stick to the script, Tony." Tony nodded in agreement, affirming, "All right, okay." After their brief exchange, Tony straightened up, approached the microphone, grasped the note in his hand, glanced at the words, and proclaimed, "The truth is." He abruptly halted mid-sentence, his gaze resolute. He then set the note aside and declared to the assembled journalists, "I am Iron Man." The reporters erupted in excitement, rising from their seats and surging toward the stage. The atmosphere became cacophonous, filled with a barrage of questions, and the sound of flashing cameras echoed throughout the room. Meanwhile, the Meng family, watching the news on television, was momentarily stunned. Zhao Li and Meng Ho resumed their discussion, pondering how the world had come to this. Why were these entrepreneurs and capitalists no longer focused on earning money, instead delving into such matters? Indeed, Mang Ran mused silently, maintaining an outwardly composed demeanor. As all of this had unfolded precisely as he had anticipated, it appeared that the narrative of the film had begun to advance, indicating that the Battle of New York was not far off, perhaps merely 2 years away. He knew he needed to prepare. As he gazed at the television, his mind raced with contemplation. Night fell, and Mang Ran continued to survey the city from above. In an instant, his figure flickered and dashed into the distance. This evening, Mang Ran resolved to seek out Tony Stark, primarily to embody Venom and discover what abilities he might acquire. Since Mang Ran had begun to merge with Venom, his physical prowess had consistently enhanced, and Venom had evolved alongside him. Presently, Venom had lost interest in ordinary humans, and Mang Ran found little to gain from them. Their shared ambition now lay with extraordinary individuals, whether they possessed remarkable intellect or superhuman abilities. As for why he refrained from merging with Lu Xiao, it was simply that Mang Ran believed Lu Xiao's abilities were just beginning to unfold, leaving ample room for advancement. If Mang Ran were to possess Lu Xiao at this moment, he would merely acquire the current capabilities of Lu Xiao, which, for Mang Ran, could prove to be a Pyrrhic victory. He estimates that what he could gain from Tony Stark would be an extraordinary intellect. To be candid, after obtaining the Venom symbiote, Mang Ran experienced a significant enhancement in his intelligence only after inhabiting Peter Parker. Otherwise, his possession of others did not yield substantial cognitive benefits, merely slight or negligible improvements. Mang Ran has pondered this matter deeply and concluded that, within the vast expanse of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, aside from a few of the most brilliant minds, he likely would not derive considerable intellectual enhancement from others. The figures he is well acquainted with include Iron Man Tony Stark, the Hulk Dr. Bruce Banner, Spider-Man Peter Parker, Doctor Strange Stephen Strange, and the original Ant-Man Hank Pym. These individuals represent a collection of highly intelligent characters he has recalled from his cinematic memories. There is also one other individual whom Mang Ran deems exceptionally intelligent, the Ancient One, but due to her enigmatic nature, he feels it unnecessary to include her in his considerations. As Mang Ran navigated through space, he swiftly arrived at the exterior of Tony Stark's villa. To evade detection by Jarvis, he activated his ghostly stealth and then teleported into Tony's abode. He soon found himself at Tony Stark's bedside. It appeared that the Afghanistan experience had significantly transformed him, as the Iron Man now slept alone. Mang Ran extended his hand, hovering it above the slumbering Tony's head, and then let the liquid form of Venom flow from his hand, permeating Tony's being. In no time, Venom completed the possession. The now evolved symbiote's speed of possession had markedly increased, particularly when the host was not overly complex. Since Tony possessed no extraordinary abilities aside from his formidable intellect, the process was remarkably swift. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a new ability, extraordinary intellect, substantially enhancing host intelligence and mental acuity. Upon hearing the electronic voice of the system in his mind, Mang Ran silently acknowledged, as I suspected. After possessing Tony Stark, he indeed garnered the vast intelligence he had anticipated. Just then, he sensed the arrival of others within the villa. Chapter 72. The conversation. Mang Ran re-entered stealth mode and made his way to the living room, where he beheld a figure clad in a long trench coat, standing before the floor-to-ceiling windows of Tony's home. He alternated between gazing out the window and sitting on the sofa with his back to the staircase, seemingly searching for a comfortable position. Once he settled into an appropriate posture, he began to make some noise, catching Jarvis's attention. Noticing the intruder, Jarvis promptly roused Tony, who had been sleeping in the bedroom. Tony was startled by Jarvis's reminder and hurriedly donned the compact armor that lay beside his bed, raising his hand in a defensive posture as he cautiously descended the staircase into the living room. The dim light of the moon cast a pale, ethereal glow across the room, illuminating the shadows. A tall figure stood with his back to Tony, gazing out of the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows. Sensing Tony's presence, Nick Fury boomed, "I am Iron Man. Do you believe yourself to be the only superhero in existence?" As Nick turned to face Tony, who was poised in his armor, he continued, "Mr. Stark, there are many like you. You just remain unaware, or perhaps your understanding is insufficient." Tony, aiming his hand cannon at Nick, queried, "Who are you?" Nick stepped forward, revealing his polished, dark forehead, and replied, "Nick Fury, Director of S.H.I.E.L.D. I wish to discuss the formation of the Avengers." Tony, perplexed, responded, "The Avengers? What is that?" Meanwhile, Mang Ran, concealed in the shadows, comprehended the situation immediately. Nick Fury was indeed assembling a team. Contemplating this, Mang Ran also thought of Banner. At this rate, Banner would soon return to New York, providing an opportune moment for Mang Ran to possess him. He had a premonition that once he inhabited the Hulk, he would officially become the strongest man on Earth. Consequently, Mang Ran instructed Xiao Bai in his mind to meticulously monitor Banner's whereabouts, ensuring he would be alerted the moment Banner appeared, as he could not afford to miss this opportunity. While Mang Ran plotted to inhabit Banner, Nick Fury completed his Avengers proposal to Tony. After hearing the plan, Tony shrugged, indicating his complete disinterest. "I have no desire to join your peculiar alliance. Moreover, if you do not leave, I will not hesitate to kick your behind, teaching you a lesson about trespassing." Tony poured himself a drink, taking a sip while eyeing Nick Fury. Fury's expression darkened further at Iron Man's words. Suddenly, a raspy, ominous laughter echoed through the dimly lit room. From the shadows emerged a dark figure. Mang Ran, amused by Tony's retort, couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, dealing with the enigmatic Fury required Iron Man's wit. Both Tony and Nick Fury were taken aback by the apparition's sudden entrance, unaware of its arrival. Nick Fury looked at Mang Ran and inquired, "What are you doing here?" Mang Ran replied nonchalantly, "Does S.H.I.E.L.D. oversee everything? I merely stepped out to bask in the moonlight." Bask in the moonlight. Tony and Nick exchanged glances, bemused by Mang Ran's excuse, questioning the reliability of such a flimsy rationale. Upon hearing Mang Ran's perfunctory remarks, Nick Fury shifted the topic with a question. "When did you arrive here?" Mang Ran, as if suddenly recalling something, could not help but chuckle. "Probably when you were busy finding a suitable pose to greet Mr. Stark. Ha ha ha." At this, Tony inadvertently spat out his drink, the awkwardness palpable. After all, the director had just been humorously exposed regarding his own pose time. Indeed, Nick Fury's face darkened, nearly merging with the night, ready to become invisible. After a moment of silence, he spoke with a measured tone. "Mr. Stark, since you seem disinterested, I shall take my leave. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention that the demon came to your rescue at my behest, for which I have paid a personal price. Of course, I share this with no ulterior motive. I merely hope you will reconsider." With that, Nick Fury turned to depart, leaving Tony, who furrowed his brow at his words. Tony detested being indebted to others, especially in such circumstances. Watching Nick Fury's retreating figure, he pondered for a moment before calling out, "I will give it serious thought, and even if I choose not to join, I will do my utmost to assist you if you have any requests." Nick Fury, without responding or looking back, continued on his way, though a faint smile crept across his darkened visage. Observing this, Mang Ran inwardly mused, "Tsk. Tony truly is at the mercy of this dark fellow." Once Nick Fury had departed, Tony turned back to Mang Ran and inquired, "So, what brings the demon to my abode?" Mang Ran remained silent, seated on the sofa, gazing at Tony. Tony, troubled by Mang Ran's silence, found himself perplexed. This enigmatic figure was elusive and shrouded in mystery, leaving him devoid of any actionable information or insight into his thoughts. The atmosphere grew subtly tense as they locked eyes in the dimly lit living room, each lost in their own musings. Just as Tony prepared to break the awkward silence, the demon spoke. "Mr. Stark, why do you choose to acknowledge your identity as Iron Man? Are you not aware of the dangers of such exposure to the public?" Upon hearing the demoness question, Tony fell into deep contemplation. After a moment, he replied, "In truth, I had a flawless excuse prepared for today. S.H.I.E.L.D. is indeed experienced and adept at handling matters seamlessly. However, as I stood before the audience to speak, an epiphany struck me. This was not what I truly wished to convey. I felt compelled to be honest, to admit my identity and embrace my responsibilities. I aspire to uphold world peace through my very existence." Mang Ran listened in silence, reflecting on Tony's words. The notion of single-handedly maintaining world peace seemed both fantastical and far-fetched. However, when it slipped from Tony's lips, it seemed to acquire a semblance of possibility. The distinction between the members of the Hexagram Alliance and Tony lies in their inability to wield the same formidable deterrence as Iron Man. The individuals of the Hexagram Alliance are all mutated beings, endowed with their own unique and exceptional abilities, unlike Tony's iron armor, which can be mass-produced and employed as a weapon to instill fear and maintain balance. Mang Ran gazed at Tony and spoke solemnly. "The future will be arduous. The strength of a single individual is too feeble. I advise you to seriously consider Nick Fury's suggestion. Although Fury's demeanor and style are excessively agent-like, rendering him somewhat discomforting, his recommendation is indeed sound." Upon hearing Mang Ran's words, Tony nodded in agreement, deep in thought. He took another sip of his drink, poured a glass for Mang Ran, and handed it to him, then inquired, "So, Mr. Demon, will you be joining the team known as the Avengers?" Mang Ran accepted the drink, took a sip, and replied, "I will not be joining." "Why not?" Tony asked. Mang Ran responded, "Because I already have my own team, as you should know. We have named our group the Hexagram Alliance. We are comrades united in the pursuit of justice. You, too, must seek out your companions." At this point, Mang Ran seemed to recall something, paused momentarily, and continued, "Moreover, perhaps one day, we may fight side by side, as long as it is in the name of justice. We are all comrades, are we not?" Tony nodded in agreement, recognizing that he too was on a quest for his own path. He glanced at the sofa, wishing to convey more to Mang Ran, only to find it now unoccupied. At that moment, a raspy voice emerged from behind him. "Iron Man, steadfastly uphold your convictions. The path lies beneath your feet." Tony swiftly turned around, but the living room was devoid of the demon's presence. Chapter 73. The trail of Banner. Beneath a waterfall in a forest, a seemingly cultured and affable man awoke, his eyes filled with confusion, clad only in oversized, tattered shorts. He gradually propped himself up, swaying unsteadily, his gaze slowly becoming clearer. This man, exuding an air of intellect, was none other than Bruce Banner. Following the incident and his altercation with the military, he had fled to Brazil to live in seclusion while endeavoring to master his emotions. He stood upright, clutching his pants tightly to avoid the embarrassment of exposure. Banner could only recall memories leading up to his loss of control. The recollections of his rampage remained fragmented. He remembered the previous night in the streets of Rio de Janeiro, where he encountered the military's pursuit once again. In a panic, he sought refuge in the beverage factory where he worked, only to unwittingly cross paths with the same ruffians who had troubled him during the day. At that moment, 3 ruffians encircled him, leaving him no means of escape. Simultaneously, the vigilant American military had dispatched personnel to closely monitor his every move. Ultimately, under the relentless humiliation inflicted by the trio, Banner's heart rate soared past 200, unleashing the Green Giant, Hulk, from the depths of his being. Although Banner could not recall the memories of his transformation into Hulk, past experiences suggested that he would once again unleash a torrent of fury upon his adversaries, wreaking havoc and destruction before retreating into the depths of the forest. With his hands tightly clutching his trousers, he shivered as he searched for a possible path through the woods, feeling the chill of the forest in his attire that had only been worn for a day. Fortune favors the determined. After wandering through the forest for a considerable time, he finally discovered a road that might be traversed by vehicles. Standing at the roadside, he held onto his trousers while cautiously advancing, vigilant for any passing cars. At last, after a while, a small truck approached from behind. Banner hastily waved for it to stop and rushed to the passenger window, inquiring in a halting manner about his location. "Where am I?" Observing Banner's trembling form, the driver, displaying a warm-hearted demeanor, replied, "You are in Guatemala. I am headed to the next town." Banner, with an imploring gaze, beseeched the driver, "Could you assist me?" Understanding his plea, the driver promptly responded, "Get in. Here, put this on." With that, the driver opened the door for Banner to enter and handed him a towel to drape over himself. The driver, noticing Banner's disheveled appearance, felt a pang of sympathy and readily agreed to transport him to the next town. After a while, accompanied by the driver, Banner found himself in the next town, feeling lost and despondent as he crouched on the street, unsure of his next steps. While he sat there in a daze, a child ran past and slipped a few coins into his hand. Startled, Banner looked up to see the child shyly smile before darting away. "What a lovely angel," he mused, watching the child vanish into the distance. Snapping back to reality, Banner examined the coins in his hand, recalling the enigmatic words of the Blue Doctor from Brazil. Those words held the promise of complete recovery. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to return to America. He must locate those documents and collaborate with the Blue Doctor to address the Hulk dilemma. The Hulk had become an insurmountable curse for Banner, tormenting him for far too long, rendering him nearly despondent. Betty Banner seemed to be lost in thought, softly murmuring to herself. Meanwhile, Mang Ran was seated in the classroom. The summer vacation officially concluded, and they had already begun classes for several days. Now in the second semester of their senior year, Mang Ran had celebrated his 18th birthday during the summer, officially stepping into adulthood. Much had transpired during those few months of vacation. For instance, the disappearance and subsequent return of Tony Stark, the initial face-to-face encounter between Mang Ran and Nick Fury, followed by the emergence of Iron Man and his battle with Ironmonger, as well as Lu Xiao's discovery of her newfound abilities. Each of these events filled Mang Ran's summer to the brim. Moreover, the summer's entrepreneurial ventures and investments in Stark Industries significantly augmented Mang Ran's wealth. Ultimately, due to the overwhelming success of the pancake stall, the family of 4 deliberated transforming it into a chain of restaurants. The chain would retain the name Xiao Air Pancakes. Yet Mang Ran and Lu Xiao would no longer personally prepare the pancakes, as their academic commitments left them with insufficient time. Thus, the task of pancake preparation was delegated to hired chefs, meticulously selected by Chef Manhwa from his own establishment. He appointed several promising candidates to oversee the management and operations of the various chain locations. Regarding the capital required to launch the chain, Ms. Zhao Li also contributed. Although Mang Ran was now quite affluent and could have opened the stores without his mother's investment, he found it challenging to elucidate the source of his funds. Even with profits from stock trading and the stall, the amounts would not suffice, rendering it implausible. Consequently, Mang Ran had no choice but to involve his mother Zhao Li in the investment, while entrusting his father Mang Ho with the management responsibilities. This arrangement also benefited Lu Xiao and himself, as they would remain unburdened by the chain's operations, allowing them to focus on their studies while reaping substantial annual profits. As Mang Ran sat at his desk, lost in thought, the voice of Xiaobai resonated in his mind. "Boss, we have a lead on Bruce Banner. He is currently en route back to the United States and is expected to clear customs this afternoon." Hearing Xiaobai's notification ignited a spark of excitement in Mang Ran, as he had finally tracked down Banner's whereabouts, a significant time having elapsed since he last inhabited Tony's form. Urgently, Mang Ran instructed Xiaobai in his mind, "Keep a close watch on his movements. Report to me immediately upon his arrival and whereabouts." "Understood," Xiaobai replied, with Xiaobai's update echoing in his thoughts. Mang Ran's mind was consumed by the prospect of what abilities he might acquire from merging with Banner. According to his expectations, possessing Banner would grant him not only Bruce Banner's extraordinary intellect, but also the Hulk's remarkable physique and superhuman strength. As Mang Ran indulged in these delightful musings, the afternoon arrived. He shared brief updates about Banner and the Hulk with the other members of the Star Alliance, abbreviated as the Six-Pointed Star Alliance, while heading to the base. Xiaobai and Mary had collaboratively developed a specialized training system designed for the transformed training rooms. This system offered tailored training based on each individual's characteristics. Consequently, the members of the Star Alliance now dedicated time each day to undergo intensive training at the base, including Lu Xiao, who diligently traveled from home to train daily. Lu Xiao, under the arrangements of Zhao Li and Manhwa, is now poised to embark on his high school journey. It is during Mang Ran's 4th year that Lu Xiao begins his studies. The meeting convened in the Star Alliance operations room is not a trivial affair orchestrated by Mang Ran. Rather, he is acutely aware that a series of unforeseen events will soon transpire following Bruce Banner's return to the United States. In his recollections, Mang Ran recalls that the military has been closely monitoring Banner, dispatching operatives to hunt him down shortly after his arrival back home, which subsequently led to the creation of the Abomination through a chain of unfortunate incidents. A fierce battle ensued between the Hulk and this abomination, after which Banner fled the United States, seeking refuge. After Mang Ran elucidates the connection between Banner, the Hulk, and the military, Xiao Bai, through the broadcast, once again updates on Banner's real-time whereabouts. Bruce Banner has arrived at Culver University in Virginia. Based on his network of contacts, it is anticipated that he will be taking refuge in a restaurant named Stanley's Pizza. Upon hearing Xiao Bai's announcement, Mang Ran turns to Harry and inquires, Harry, our combat aircraft must be ready by now, correct? Should any unusual circumstances arise, we need to reach there as swiftly as possible. Harry nods in agreement, responding, absolutely. Based on the aircraft's velocity, we can reach Bruce Banner in just 5 minutes. Therefore, regardless of the situation, we should be able to arrive promptly. Additionally, Xiao Bai can analyze the on-site conditions and provide early warnings. With the military's potential delays, we should be able to arrive within 2 minutes of any incident, thereby minimizing losses. Acknowledging Harry's report, Mang Ran feels reassured with such thorough preparations in place. The next step involves waiting for Banner to settle at his destination, after which Mang Ran plans to make his move that evening. He has long coveted the abilities of both Banner and the Hulk. Chapter 74. Possessing Banner. Once it is confirmed that Banner is located at Stanley's Pizza, Mang Ran swiftly pilots his single-person aircraft to Virginia. Gazing at the establishment before him, he focuses his thoughts and cloaks his presence, entering a ghostly stealth mode. He silently approaches the room where Banner resides. Inside, although Banner has washed up and lies on his bed, he is yet to succumb to sleep. His eyes are fixed on the ceiling, lost in contemplation. Observing Banner's wakefulness, Mang Ran does not rush. Instead, he takes a seat, patiently awaiting the moment Banner drifts off, mindful that any abrupt action might provoke the Hulk. As time passes, Mang Ran notices that Banner shows no signs of sleep, restlessly turning in bed as he continues to ponder. Deciding that waiting indefinitely is impractical, Mang Ran resolves to assist Banner in achieving slumber. With a subtle gesture, he produces a small vial containing a sleep-inducing liquid, capable of being mixed with water or dispersed in the air to promote drowsiness. Mang Ran found himself unable to coax Banner into consuming him. Instead, he discreetly scattered the sedative around Banner's bed, patiently awaiting its effects. As anticipated, the substance proved effective. Within mere moments, Banner succumbed to a deep slumber. Observing the tranquil state of Banner, Mang Ran exhaled a sigh of relief. Without lulling Banner into sleep, he felt too apprehensive to proceed with his plans. If by chance the Hulk were to be unleashed, the city would surely face calamity. The Hulk's destructive prowess was unparalleled, capable of razing the city to the ground in a single night. Cautiously, Mang Ran approached the edge of Banner's bed, hovering his hand above his head, and, reminiscent of the day he had possessed Tony, he allowed the symbiote to infiltrate Banner's body, perhaps due to the peculiar nature of Banner's condition. The symbiote's possession took slightly longer than usual. After a brief interval, the symbiote completed its engagement and returned to Mang Ran's form. Once back within Mang Ran, the symbiote began to lament. This individual's physiology was exceedingly intricate. Had it not evolved significantly, it might have struggled to manage him. After venting its grievances, the symbiote chuckled and proposed to Mang Ran, in light of my arduous efforts, surely a feast of ribs and pancakes wouldn't be too much to ask? Mang Ran, well aware of the symbiote's disposition, refrained from acquiescing and merely replied with a hint of indifference. That depends on your performance. I shall assess the outcome first. With that, Mang Ran executed a swift teleportation out of the room and found himself atop a nearby building adjacent to the pizzeria. He immersed himself in contemplation, scrutinizing the results of his endeavor. The familiar electronic voice of the system echoed within his mind once more. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a new ability. You have gained extraordinary intelligence, significantly enhancing your mental acuity and spiritual fortitude. Quite commendable. Mang Ran nodded appreciatively, attentively listening further. After delivering the news of his newfound extraordinary intelligence, the system fell silent. Is that all? What on earth? Mang Ran felt a wave of confusion wash over him, grappling with the unexpected outcome. What about my physique? My strength? Such a formidable Hulk. Has it vanished? He implored the system for clarification, bewildered by this deviation from his anticipated scenario. Why, after possessing Banner, had he only gained intelligence? Where had the Hulk's abilities gone? What of his strength and physique? Had they been devoured by the symbiote? He pondered the reasons behind this turn of events, ultimately directing his gaze towards the symbiote. The symbiote, noticing Mang Ran's displeasure, felt a pang of apprehension. Well, as the saying goes, the most important thing is to be happy. One must learn to appreciate and find joy in what they have. It nervously suggested, attempting to soothe Mang Ran. Seeing you so forlorn, how about I forego the pancakes? I'll settle for just the ribs. The symbiote even patted Mang Ran's shoulder reassuringly. However, rather than uplifting Mang Ran's spirits, the symbiote's attempts only deepened his discontent. He seized venom, squeezing its face and molding it into a compact form, then indignantly proclaimed, how dare you act so mischievously? Just watch as I turn you into a dumpling. Oh dear, This is infuriating. Why won't the system respond to me? Mang Ran, while squeezing Venom, inquired of the system in his mind. This time, the system finally answered. Due to the unique nature of the Hulk within Dr. Banner, the host cannot currently possess Banner to access the Hulk's powers. Given the current relationship between Banner and the Hulk, the host can only embody the Hulk when Banner transforms into him. It is recommended that the host forcibly embody Banner once he transforms into the Hulk. Upon hearing the system's response, Mang Ran understood. Indeed, it was as he suspected. He muttered softly, initially surprised by the absence of the Hulk's powers, but soon he began to speculate. From what he understood, the relationship between Banner and the Hulk was rather tumultuous, even bordering on mutual hatred. Thus, Mang Ran had considered whether this discord was the reason he couldn't acquire both powers simultaneously. Upon hearing Mang Ran's murmurs, Venom, feeling aggrieved, exclaimed, "This is too much. You figured out the reason, so why are you still squeezing me?" Mang Ran shot him a glare, retorting, "Who told you to be so mischievous, humph? Besides, I wasn't even squeezing hard, and you were making all that noise. It would be a crime not to award you an Oscar." Realizing he had been seen through, Venom ceased his antics and, with a hoarse voice, awkwardly chuckled, "What about the ribs?" "Forget it, your ribs are gone." Mang Ran interjected decisively before Venom could finish. Crack! Venom felt as if struck by lightning, instantly wilting. Observing Venom's despondent reaction, Mang Ran ceased his teasing and chuckled. All right, I was just joking. Though it may not fill you up, there are still ribs." "Really?" Venom asked pitifully, its raspy voice attempting to sound cute, which was quite incongruous. Mang Ran patted its head, assuring, "Of course it's true." With Mang Ran's confirmation, Venom's spirits lifted once more. Regarding the system's mention of forced embodiment, this ability was something Venom developed after its evolution. In fact, even in previous embodiments, Venom exhibited a tendency towards this evolution. For instance, when embodying Dr. Lizard and the Blackwater team, Venom's embodiment carried a hint of coercive intent. However, since Dr. Lizard and the Blackwater team had already been dealt with by Mang Ran, they posed no significant challenge, rendering it an incomplete strong embodiment. Now, having evolved, Venom had fully awakened this ability. Simply put, this power allows for the forced confinement of a target for embodiment, followed by the instantaneous extraction of abilities, proving to be exceptionally potent. Yet, given its formidable effects, it surely demanded a price. The cost of wielding this skill lies in the subsequent period of weakness that Venom experiences. During this phase, Venom's enhancement to Mang Ran's combat prowess diminishes, and he is unable to inhabit another host. This does indeed affect Mang Ran's strength, as his most formidable state combines his own power with the augmentation provided by Venom. Mang Ran estimates that should Venom enter a state of weakness after a powerful possession, his strength would reduce to approximately 70% of its full capacity, indicating that the cost of this skill is quite significant. However, if this price could be exchanged for the physique and strength of the Hulk, Mang Ran believes it would still be worthwhile. He is acutely aware that if he were to confront the Hulk in his current state, the battle would likely be evenly matched. Mang Ran possesses numerous skills and abilities, and his physicality is not insignificant. Thus, he could typically contend with the Hulk on equal footing. Nevertheless, the Hulk's most formidable trait is his increasing power in response to rage. Should the Hulk enter such a state of extreme fury, Mang Ran suspects the odds might shift to a disadvantageous 40-60 or even 30-70. Yet, if Mang Ran were to acquire the Hulk's physique and strength, he could assuredly overpower him. Even at 70% capability, Mang Ran is confident he could prevail against the Hulk. After weighing the pros and cons, Mang Ran reached a resolution and discussed this matter with Venom, engaging in a negotiation regarding the quantity of pork ribs to be offered as compensation. Ultimately, they settled on a deal of 200 pounds of ribs, reaching a consensus. In truth, Mang Ran could have compelled Venom, but he preferred not to exercise such authority. Despite possessing superhuman capabilities, he yearned to maintain a kind heart. With a plan regarding the Hulk's abilities in mind, Mang Ran recalled the relationship between the Hulk and Banner. He pondered whether he could utilize his abilities to assist Banner in achieving reconciliation with the Hulk, recognizing that during the battle in New York, the Hulk represented a critical combat asset. If Banner and the Hulk could reconcile, his strength would surely increase, which would be beneficial for the world at large. With this thought, Mang Ran's gaze drifted through the window, resting upon the slumbering form of Banner. Perhaps I could help them dream a harmonious dream. Chapter 75. Banner and the Hulk. Mang Ran concealed his presence once again, entering Banner's room. Standing by the window, he observed the peacefully sleeping Banner, lost in contemplation. After a moment of resolve, he chose to inhabit Banner through Venom, this time accompanied by a portion of his own consciousness. Mang Ran, alongside Venom, penetrated Banner's mental realm. Within this realm, Mang Ran beheld a multitude of Banner's memories. Each memory resembled a multifaceted crystal, radiating a deep crimson light, with each facet depicting scenes and fragments from his past life. As Mang Ran glided past these crystals, he glimpsed moments where Banner still identified as a scientist. At that time, Banner was exceedingly content, blessed with a loving girlfriend, a lucrative salary, and engaging research projects, coupled with an endless yearning for a beautiful future. Everything seemed so splendid. As Mang Ran continued to drift forward, a substantial segment of green crystals abruptly materialized before him. Within these luminescent green crystals lay the memories that marked a pivotal turning point in Banner's life. Through this recollection, Mang Ran witnessed the genesis of the Hulk. At that juncture, Banner was oblivious to the true nature of the research project he was involved in. The military had concealed the reality from all personnel. Eventually, through his relentless efforts, Banner achieved a breakthrough in his research and, steadfast in his belief in its validity, chose himself as the subject for human experimentation. He was still brimming with confidence and joy, even exchanging playful banter with his girlfriend just before entering the apparatus, mischievously winking at her. Once all preparations were complete, the experiment commenced, followed swiftly by a flash of green light, after which Banner lost consciousness. When he awoke again, he was confronted with a barrage of accusations and the sight of his beloved injured, unable to accept the gravity of it all, and tormented by the thought of the potential harm he could inflict if he lost control again. A deeply pained Banner ultimately chose to flee. He departed from his homeland, distancing himself from both his home and his dearest one. Meanwhile, General Ross of the military had set his sights on Banner, relentlessly dispatching operatives to capture him. Ross aimed to seize him for the purpose of studying his transformation, seeking to create more formidable super soldiers through his research. The game of cat and mouse between Banner and the military persisted for an extended period, until he opted for seclusion in Brazil, where he began a solitary existence far from home and loved ones. In his solitude, Banner also endeavored to master his emotions, striving to restrain the monstrous entity within him from surfacing. Mang Ran continued to observe, and the memories led to more recent times. Initially living in seclusion in Brazil, Banner's hope for a normal life was rekindled upon meeting a figure known as Dr. Blue. He yearned for healing. Having been tormented by this curse to the brink of losing hope for life itself, he found himself incapable of even contemplating suicide, for should he attempt it, the green creature would emerge and expel the bullet. Banner hesitated on whether to divulge more detailed information about himself to Dr. Blue, uncertain of how to proceed. However, the sudden appearance of the military shattered his tranquil existence, compelling him to embark on a journey home. He sought to find the enigmatic Dr. Blue on familiar soil, aspiring to collaboratively discover a remedy to eradicate the peril that resided within him, thereby restoring his life to the semblance of normalcy it once held. As Mang Ran observed Banner's memories, a twinge of sympathy stirred within him for Banner's plight. Once a champion of life, he was transformed into a monstrous entity that could spiral out of control due to an unforeseen incident during an experiment. Subsequently, he was compelled to forsake his homeland and the love of his life, embarking on a perilous journey across the seas, a fugitive on the run. Mang Ran sighed, his fingers tracing the crystalline memories that represented his past. The emergence of a superhero is seldom a smooth journey. They bear the weight of hidden anguish. Their designation as superheroes is not solely attributed to their extraordinary abilities, but also to their unwavering resolve, indomitable spirit, and steadfast sense of justice. As Mang Ran touched the memory crystals, they abruptly radiated a violet luminescence, dispersing before him. The brilliance compelled him to squint, and when he reopened his eyes, he found himself in an entirely different realm. This space, devoid of any light source, was shrouded in darkness, yet provided just enough visibility to evoke a sense of chaos and oppression. Standing within this realm, Mang Ran felt a surge of agitation and anger rise within him. He employed the technique of tranquil breathing to quell his inner turmoil and chose a random direction to move forward. After traversing through the murkiness for an indeterminate duration, he finally spotted a green figure huddled in a corner. Approaching cautiously, he discerned the form of Hulk, a titan-like entity of verdant hue. Hulk, bearing no garments, exhibited a physique of remarkable strength and exceptional constitution. He crouched in the shadows, exuding an aura of ferocity and repressed fury, which even affected Mang Ran, rekindling the unrest he had just managed to suppress. Despite Hulk's chaotic and unstable emotions, he remained still, silent, in his corner. Observing the contradictory nature of Hulk's anger and tranquility, Mang Ran came to a realization. In such a disordered space, no matter how one might rage or scream, there would be no response. It was likely that Hulk had attempted such outbursts before, which explained his current quietude, embodying both fury and calmness, a striking contradiction. With a mental shift, Mang Ran harnessed his formidable psychic power to establish a 100-square-meter domain within this chaotic realm. This domain emitted a soft, milky luminescence, piercing through the gloom of the surrounding darkness. The atmosphere within this domain stood in stark contrast to the oppressive chaos of the space, radiating tranquility and serenity. This skill was one Mang Ran had acquired upon embodying Tony, initially capable of emanating only a fist-sized glow. Now, having assumed the form of Banner and gained extraordinary intellect and heightened mental prowess, the effectiveness of this skill had significantly increased. Although the extent of its influence in the outside world remained uncertain, within this mental space, the maximum limit of the domain could reach 200 square meters. This skill is a result of Mang Ran's surging mental prowess, and his ability to swiftly acquire knowledge previously beyond his grasp is a testament to his remarkable intellectual growth. The Mang Ran of the past could only be deemed clever, yet he had not reached the heights of genius. However, he now confidently asserts that he has joined the ranks of the most formidable minds. As Mang Ran emanated his serene mental energy, he gradually approached the towering green figure before him. Soon, a warm and tranquil radiance enveloped the crouching Hulk. With a hint of bewilderment, Hulk lifted his head to gaze at Mang Ran, instinctively beginning to roar and display his ferocity. He could not comprehend the presence of another individual in this space. His bellowing was a primal reaction, a release of his pent-up anger and frustration. Mang Ran, unfazed by Hulk's thunderous outburst, simply amplified his mental energy, intensifying the calming aura he projected. Before long, Hulk too was touched by this tranquility, his rage seemingly dissipating. Observing the now subdued giant, Mang Ran's thoughts wandered. Banner viewed Hulk as a curse, vehemently denying the existence of this creature. In Banner's eyes, it was Hulk's emergence that had utterly shattered his life, reducing his once blissful existence to ruins. Yet, Banner overlooked a crucial point. Hulk had borne the brunt of the lethal gamma radiation, enduring the agony of exposure on his behalf. It was precisely Hulk's presence that had spared him from a grim fate as a lifeless specimen on an experimental table, and Hulk had repeatedly appeared in times of peril, enabling his escape from dire situations. As Mang Ran regarded the now tranquil behemoth, he raised his hand, gathering a sphere of milky light that captivated Hulk's attention. Compelled by the radiance, Hulk bent down, inching closer to Mang Ran's glowing hand. In comparison to Hulk's colossal head, Mang Ran's hand appeared diminutive. Under the gentle caress of the milky light, Hulk experienced an unprecedented sense of peace. Mang Ran tenderly stroked Hulk's head and softly spoke. "You must have endured considerable suffering as well. Embrace this tranquility. It is my gift to you." With a smile, Mang Ran conveyed his goodwill to Hulk, who reciprocated with a series of low, halting sounds from his deep voice. Chapter 76. The reappearance of Hulk. Mang Ran spent a considerable time in that dim space alongside Hulk, ultimately leaving him a domain of approximately 50 square meters as a farewell gift. This realm, a product of Mang Ran's refined mental energy, offered Hulk a sanctuary, freeing him from the chaotic and oppressive surroundings he had previously inhabited. Within Mang Ran's domain, Hulk could find solace and maintain his inner peace. Mang Ran's actions were driven by a desire to soothe Hulk, believing that a calmer Hulk would facilitate better communication with Banner. With the situation concerning Hulk resolved, the focus shifted to addressing Banner's issues. Mang Ran resolved to weave a dream for Banner, a process that would draw solely from Banner's authentic memories. His intention was to assist Banner in recalling those suppressed memories, or those he was reluctant to revisit. For instance, he would remind Banner that Hulk had endured the pain on his behalf, sparing him from suffering. Moreover, Hulk had repeatedly rescued him from perilous situations, allowing him to escape unscathed. Although Banner was aware of these truths, he had yet to connect the dots or consider Hulk's perspective. He was fixated solely on his own anguish, neglecting Hulk's tribulations. Mang Ran's objective was to help Banner recollect these truths and encourage him to adopt a different viewpoint. This dual preparation involved a Banner capable of empathy and a gradually calming Hulk. Mang Ran believed that under his guidance, the evolved Hulk and Banner could soon reach an understanding. Once he had accomplished this, Mang Ran departed, piloting his single-person craft back to the base of the Six-Pointed Star Alliance. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the curtains, illuminating Banner's face as he lay in bed. Sensing the warmth of the sun, he slowly opened his eyes, bewilderedly sitting up, his mind filled with the dreams of the previous night. In that dream, he relived the accident, albeit from a different perspective, one that resonated with the green behemoth within him. Experiencing the incident through Hulk's eyes allowed Banner to genuinely feel the agony of that event, a pain he had only vaguely remembered from before the experiment and after his loss of control. Following the accident, he also revisited all the dangers he had encountered during his subsequent flight. Banner was perplexed by the night's relentless dream, sitting on his bed lost in thought, contemplating the visions that had unfolded, realizing that his previous beliefs might not have been entirely accurate. After embodying Banner, Mang Ran returned to his normal academic life, and with his extraordinary intellect, he finally discovered the joy of learning, a satisfaction that rivaled that of playing games. In the ensuing days, Mang Ran instructed Xiao Bai to continuously monitor Banner's movements, while the members of the Star Alliance remained poised to address any unforeseen circumstances. At the University of Virginia, Banner and Betty strolled through the campus. Betty adjusted Banner's hairstyle and tucked his shirt back into his trousers. "Let me help you with that. It looks better this way," she gently suggested. Banner, feeling a bit anxious in the presence of his former love, managed a somewhat awkward smile. Just then, he sensed something amiss in their surroundings. Banner hurriedly urged Betty to flee, while he himself dashed in the opposite direction. As he sprinted away, several military jeeps surged forth, crashing through the obstructing vehicles and encircling him. Numerous soldiers followed closely behind the jeeps, gradually forming a tightening ring around Banner. Observing the advancing soldiers, Banner, with no other choice, fled towards the library. He ran ahead, with armed soldiers closely pursuing him. Soon, he managed to shake them off and stopped in a deserted area. In a frantic motion, he retrieved the USB drive from his pocket and, despite the discomfort, forced it into his mouth, swallowing it whole. This USB contained vital information that Betty had entrusted to him regarding his previous experiment, crucial for his potential return to normalcy. Just as Banner swallowed the drive, the pursuing soldiers caught sight of him, prompting him to flee once more. At the moment Betty intercepted her father, General Ross, Banner found himself on a bridge, only to be cornered by soldiers on both sides. With no escape in sight, panic seized him as he stared at the blocked path, unsure of what to do. Suddenly, two sharp sounds echoed. The glass of the bridge shattered as two tear gas canisters were hurled inside. Realizing the imminent danger, Banner quickly removed his jacket to cover his mouth and nose. Outside, Betty, witnessing Banner's peril, felt a surge of urgency. She broke free from the soldier restraining her and rushed towards him. General Ross ordered the nearby soldiers to restrain his daughter, but she barely made it a few steps before being tackled to the ground. On the bridge, seeing Betty in distress ignited a green glow in Banner's eyes, and he began to convulse involuntarily. Gradually, he was enveloped by the smoke of the tear gas, retreating until he vanished within the haze. Suddenly, a hand emerged from the smoke, slamming against the bridge's glass, which instantly cracked under the force. In the next moment, green veins appeared on the palm, and the entire hand began to swell. Accompanied by a deep, resonant growl, Banner's form gradually expanded, his clothes tearing apart, leaving only a pair of pants that clung to him like shorts. From the outside, the smoke obscured Banner's figure, but a massive silhouette could be faintly discerned rising. Just as everyone held their breath in the eerie silence of the bridge, a thunderous roar shattered the remaining glass. In that instant, a colossal green figure emerged atop the bridge. The Hulk had returned once more, leaping off the bridge and surveying the surrounding soldiers. He remembered that it was always these kinds of people who had come to harm him during this time. With a deafening roar, he unleashed his fury upon them all. General Ross gazed upon the emerging green giant, his expression calm as he raised the walkie-talkie in his hand and declared, "The target has appeared. Team A, fire at will." With the utterance of Ross's command, a cacophony of gunfire erupted around them. Countless bullets rained down upon the Hulk, though they could not breach his defenses. Each strike was excruciatingly painful. The agony elicited a series of low growls from the Hulk, who quickened his pace towards the soldiers firing at him. Observing the Hulk's acceleration, General Ross urgently called into the walkie-talkie, "Where are the artillery units? Get them here now." Moments later, several armored vehicles brimming with artillery sped forth, aligning their sights on the charging Hulk and unleashing a barrage of fire. The Hulk, feeling the sting of the pain, became more enraged and charged towards a nearby armored vehicle, colliding with it. His immense bulk caused the vehicle to roll over. Subsequently, he sprinted to the front of another armored vehicle and, with a tremendous stomp, forced it to a halt, crushing its front end mercilessly. Seizing the immobilized armored vehicle, the Hulk lifted it and hurled it at the soldiers nearby, reducing the vehicle to a mangled wreck with a few powerful strikes. He then grasped the remnants of the destroyed vehicle's engine and tossed it towards another armored unit. Upon impact, the engine detonated in a violent explosion, sending flames soaring into the sky. Witnessing the Hulk's ferocity, Blonsky, who had been observing from the sidelines, seized a heavy weapon nearby and began firing at the Hulk. Blonsky was the soldier who had previously pursued Banner in Brazil. Just days prior, at Blonsky's insistence, General Ross had administered the super soldier serum to enhance him. Now, with the surge of power coursing through him, Blonsky's confidence soared, and he was eager to engage the green giant. Having witnessed the Hulk's might in their earlier confrontation in Brazil, Blonsky, a true warrior at heart, was utterly captivated by such strength. This fascination drove him to take the perilous step of injecting himself with the serum, seeking to augment his own power. As a devoted fighter, Blonsky's singular aim was to battle the Hulk. He unleashed a series of shots at the Hulk, taunting, "Do you remember me? I've changed." The Hulk, unfazed by Blonsky's words, brandished fragments of a car, swinging them in Blonsky's direction. Blonsky discarded his weapon and, with agile grace, deftly evaded all of the Hulk's attacks, seizing the opportunity to draw his pistol and unleash a relentless barrage of bullets at the Hulk. Observing the Hulk's inability to retaliate, Blonsky jested, "Is that all you've got?" General Ross, witnessing Blonsky's valiant effort, could not help but exclaim, "My God, he has truly become stronger." Provoked further by Blonsky's taunts, the Hulk's fury intensified. Enduring the onslaught of Blonsky's gunfire, he seized the moment and clutched Blonsky's leg as the latter leaped over him. Blonsky felt a grip on his leg and, sensing impending doom, rapidly contemplated ways to extricate himself. However, how could the Hulk possibly grant him an opportunity for escape? The Hulk seized Blonsky's leg, flinging him to the ground with ferocious force, swinging him about before hurling him away. Each time Blonsky met the ground, the sickening crack of bones echoed, as his entire body was brutally shattered. Following this, he was propelled into a large tree, collapsing beneath it like a broken ragdoll. General Ross, witnessing this harrowing scene, felt a chill run down his spine and hastily reached for his radio to issue commands. At that moment, a dark figure suddenly materialized before the Hulk, capturing everyone's attention. Onlookers, including a group of students, quickly recognized this figure as the much-talked-about New York superhero, the Demon. The Hulk, perplexed by the unexpected appearance of Mang Ran, seemed unable to comprehend why a peculiar individual had emerged before him. Previously, when Mang Ran had manifested in Banner's mind, he had appeared in his normal guise, devoid of any disguise. Now, however, he presented himself as the Demon, rendering the Hulk unable to recognize him. Furious, the Hulk paid little heed to the identity of the figure before him. He merely hesitated for a brief moment before reacting. With a fearsome roar, he lunged forward, swinging his fist towards Mang Ran. Yet, Mang Ran stood motionless, seemingly unfazed by the approaching blow, causing concern among the spectators for the Demon's safety. Just as the Hulk's fist was about to make contact with Mang Ran, another individual clad in black armor and a mask descended from the sky. As this figure landed, the previously roaring Hulk suddenly felt an overwhelming force crush him against the ground. With a thunderous crash, the massive Hulk created a deep crater upon impact, struggling and roaring, yet remaining immobile. This figure was Lu Xiao, who commanded gravity and had leaped from the Star Alliance's cloaked aircraft. The immobilized Hulk was a testament to his prowess. With an expressionless black iron mask, Lu Xiao raised his hands, intensifying the pressure on the green giant below. While the Hulk lay pinned and powerless, Mang Ran crouched down, extending his right hand over the Hulk's head. Just as the Hulk felt a sense of familiarity with the touch, Mang Ran's hand abruptly transformed into a viscous black liquid, swiftly enveloping him and forming a large black sphere. At the moment Mang Ran touched the Hulk's head and initiated his action, the cameras and monitors surrounding them all went dark. This was, of course, the work of the Star Alliance's information team, who aimed to prevent any visual records from leaking and compromising their operations. Banner was enveloped in a dark, viscous substance, forming a colossal sphere at the center of the arena, a manifestation of Venom's coercive bonding ability. Once this possession technique was exhausted, Venom would succumb to a period of weakness. During this phase, Mang Ran could only exert 70% of his full potential. However, once the weakness subsided, he would return to his normal state. At the moment the ebony sphere solidified, Lu Xiu lowered his hands. Realizing that the remote suppression had not come easily, through his recent training, Lu Xiu had gained a deeper understanding of his own abilities. He discovered that while he could exert remote pressure or manipulate objects, it demanded considerable physical stamina. Consequently, he identified that he could leave a mark on his target through touch. After marking a target, the energy expenditure required to activate his abilities would diminish significantly. The stamina expenditure without a mark was approximately 3 times that of using one. Lu Xiu had refrained from marking the Hulk primarily because approaching him posed considerable danger. Should Lu Xiu inadvertently allow the Hulk to seize the opportunity to retaliate, his fate would likely mirror that of Blonsky, who lay incapacitated like a broken doll beneath the tree. Thus, in the interest of caution, Lu Xiu opted for remote suppression, despite the additional toll it would take on his stamina. The onlookers at the sidelines gazed at the dark sphere, perplexed by its nature and how it had suddenly ensnared the green behemoth. Betty, too, watched with trepidation, her hands clenched in silent prayer for Banner's safety. Just as General Ross was about to step forward to negotiate with the monstrous entity, the black sphere enveloping the Hulk suddenly disintegrated, reverting to a dark liquid that flowed back into Mang Ran's body. Congratulations, host. New abilities acquired. Extraordinary physique. Extraordinary strength. The familiar electronic notification resonated in Mang Ran's mind as Venom returned within him. Clenching his fists and closing his eyes, he embraced the immense enhancement this newfound power bestowed upon him. Following the forced possession, Venom entered a state of weakness. Although Mang Ran's current strength was merely 70% of his peak, this very 70 far surpassed his capabilities prior to bonding with the Green Giant. He felt the transformative power coursing through him. He was now the strongest man on Earth. As Venom reintegrated into Mang Ran, the form of the Hulk reemerged. Now free from the binding, the Hulk appeared bewildered, devoid of any memory from the possession, his recollections frozen at the moment Venom surged toward him. Once he regained his senses, the Hulk was engulfed in fury, roaring as he charged at Mang Ran, his wrath craving release, intent on demolishing those who had harmed him. Observing the Hulk's furious advance, Lu Xiu stood still, refraining from any action. Lu Xiu was acutely aware of Mang Ran's capabilities, recognizing that he had assimilated new powers that rendered him even more formidable. The reason for deploying only the 2 of them for this operation was that only Mang Ran's unparalleled strength and his mastery over gravitational manipulation could stand a chance against the Hulk. Although Peter and his companions possessed commendable abilities, they would still be at a disadvantage against the Hulk, whose formidable resilience and high attack power overshadowed their lack of decisive, high-impact skills. As the Hulk charged forward, fists swinging, a surge of combat fervor ignited within Mang Ran. He too raised his fists and charged at the Hulk. On the grass, the contrasting figures, one large and green, the other small and dark, engaged in a ferocious clash of fists. At the moment their fists collided, a tremendous roar erupted from the point of contact, causing those nearby to instinctively cover their ears and stagger back a few steps from the force of the shockwave. They gazed in terror at the 2 figures, as if witnessing not the collision of 2 fists, but rather the impact of 2 missiles. The confrontation was momentary. Yet the Hulk's massive form was sent flying by a single punch from Mang Ran. He soared backward, crashing through countless trees before gradually coming to a halt. Once steady on his feet, the Hulk examined his right fist, feeling an unfamiliar pain, a sensation he had never experienced before. He shook his hand, and then refocused his gaze on Mang Ran in the distance. An insatiable battle spirit ignited within him, mingled with a surge of rage, causing his entire demeanor to become increasingly volatile, as if his body had grown larger. With a mighty stomp, the Hulk propelled himself forward, leveraging the immense recoil to charge at Mang Ran once more. Mang Ran, witnessing the Hulk's renewed assault, bared his teeth in a sinister grin and tightened his fists in anticipation. The 2 combatants, having barely separated, plunged into a new round of melee. Spectators could only perceive the rapid exchanges of the black and green figures colliding, parting, and then colliding again. Each clash resonated with a deep, thunderous sound, the sound of fists meeting flesh. Mang Ran reveled in the visceral contact, experiencing a level of exhilaration in battle he had never known before. While it appeared to be a contest of equal footing, in reality, the Hulk was at a disadvantage. Mang Ran maintained the offensive, while the Hulk was relegated to a defensive position, the heavy thuds emanating primarily from the Hulk's body. As Mang Ran and the Hulk engaged in their intense struggle, General Ross, observing the fierce confrontation, furrowed his brow in concern. After a brief moment, he seized the radio and declared with authority, "Prepare the sonic cannon. Target the combatants." Beside him, Betty, taken aback by General Ross's command, exclaimed incredulously, "Have you lost your mind? Why would you do this to Banner? There are others present as well." General Ross disregarded Betty's cries, focusing instead on the two combatants within the arena. He then commanded into the intercom, 3, 2, 1, fire. At his command, two visible sound waves intersected, enveloping Mang Ran and Hulk within their grasp. Chapter 78. The fleeing Hulk. In the midst of their fierce battle, Mang Ran and Hulk suddenly found themselves ensnared by the intersecting sound waves. A piercing cacophony assaulted their ears, and the tremendous sound pressure forced them to the ground. The symbiote within Mang Ran shrieked in agony the moment the noise erupted, hastily retreating into his body. In fact, the symbiote's resistance to flames and sound had significantly improved due to Mang Ran's recent training. Particularly, its fire resistance had greatly surpassed its sound resistance after bonding with a pyromancer from the Blackwater team. Although the resistance had increased markedly, the symbiote remained vulnerable to the damage inflicted by flames and noise, while it had developed immunity to ordinary sounds. The current sonic barrage was beyond its capacity to withstand until its sound resistance was fully enhanced. This sonic artillery posed a lethal threat to the symbiote, which was already weakened from the forced bonding. Feeling the symbiote's torment within him, Mang Ran's fury surged to the surface. He had not anticipated any assistance from these individuals. His purpose for intervening against Hulk was solely to prevent him from harming innocent bystanders. However, he could not fathom that these inept allies would not only fail to aid him but would instead hinder his efforts, leaving him utterly astonished. Struggling against the sound wave suppression, Mang Ran rose to his feet, fixing his icy gaze upon General Ross. The general, sensing the chilling intensity of Mang Ran's stare, felt a shiver run down his spine, a sensation that was, for an experienced general, utterly remarkable. Mang Ran gradually averted his gaze from Ross, directing his attention to the soundwave vehicle that continued its assault. In an instant, he vanished from his position, reappearing above one of the soundwave vehicles. A gleaming Yenling blade materialized in his hand, and with swift precision, he slashed through the air, sending arcs of energy that reduced the attacking vehicle below to a heap of twisted metal. Simultaneously, another soundwave vehicle was obliterated under Lu Xiu's gravitational manipulation. With both soundwave vehicles destroyed, the sonic attacks ceased. Mang Ran cast a deep glance at General Ross before vanishing once more. Ross, his expression darkened, turned away and coldly commanded the soldiers beside him, "Retreat." He then picked up the intercom and shouted, "Where are the heavy fire helicopters? Why aren't they firing yet?" As General Ross called for a new wave of attack, the Hulk, tormented by sonic assaults, staggered to his feet. The soldiers were retreating, paying no heed to Betty. She gazed at the Hulk who had just risen and slowly approached him. "Bruce?" Betty's voice trembled as she looked at the Hulk. She scrutinized his green visage, where traces of Banner's original appearance were still discernible. Upon seeing that somewhat familiar face and recalling the suffering he had endured, Betty couldn't help but choke back tears. The Hulk, observing Betty before him, felt his anger gradually dissipate, and a sense of calm began to settle within him. At that moment, an armed helicopter brimming with heavy artillery soared in from behind the Hulk. The aircraft targeted him and unleashed a torrent of ammunition and cannon fire. Sensing the impending attack, the Hulk instinctively rushed towards Betty, enveloping her within his broad frame to shield her from harm. General Ross, witnessing his daughter in peril, urgently seized the radio and shouted, "Cease fire! Cease fire!" He had previously overlooked the fact that Betty was approaching the Hulk. However, the helicopter seemed oblivious to Ross's command, continuing its relentless assault on the Hulk. Countless bullets and shells rained upon him, as flames and explosions erupted continuously. At last, the Hulk seized an opportunity. He grasped a nearby large metal sheet and hurled it at the helicopter. The armed aircraft was immediately cleaved in two by the projectile, plummeting to the ground in a fiery explosion. The flames surged, engulfing both the Hulk and Betty in their grasp. Witnessing this scene, General Ross could not contain his anguish and cried out, "No!" Mang Ran and Lu Xiu had already vacated the battlefield, standing quietly beneath a large tree, observing the chaos. He felt he had nothing more to say about the military's incompetence. Mang Ran's purpose for coming today was twofold: to acquire the Hulk's physique and strength, and to ensure that no innocent bystanders were harmed. With the Hulk now forcibly transformed, his attributes and power were successfully obtained. The surrounding crowd had scattered as the battle intensified, disappearing from sight. Having achieved his objectives, Mang Ran felt his mission had been accomplished. Unbeknownst to him, fine raindrops began to fall from the sky as the flames gradually subsided, revealing the Hulk's massive green form. He stood tall, cradling the unconscious Betty in his arms, his emerald eyes radiating a chilling glare. That gaze pierced through the flames and the distance, landing squarely upon General Ross. General Ross, observing the Hulk standing with Betty in his embrace, felt a mix of relief and resignation. He looked upon his daughter's face, a sense of guilt washing over him. Shifting his focus back to the Hulk, he found the creature fixating on him with an intense stare, baring his teeth as he let out a low, menacing growl. The ferocity of the Hulk compelled General Ross to instinctively step back a few paces. The monstrous entity has become increasingly terrifying. Today, it deployed an overwhelming force and an arsenal of weaponry, yet not a single wound was inflicted upon it. Hulk fixed a piercing gaze upon General Ross, then retreated a few steps, vanishing amidst the flames and thick smoke. Carrying the unconscious Betty, Hulk sprinted past Mang Ran and his companions. Mang Ran and Lu Xiu observed Hulk's frantic escape, offering no attempt to impede his actions. As he passed by, their eyes met for a fleeting moment. In that instant, Mang Ran's mask slipped away, revealing his familiar visage. Hulk's eyes widened in surprise at the sight of that known face, while Mang Ran's lips curled into a smile as he mouthed a silent message. Rarely did a hint of a smile break through Hulk's fierce demeanor as he caught Mang Ran's gesture, before he turned and departed without a backward glance. In a military hospital, General Ross entered alongside a physician. As they walked, Ross inquired in a low tone, "Will he ever walk again?" The doctor, after a moment of contemplation, replied, "His bones are shattered beyond repair. However, I must commend him. His heart is like a machine, as powerful as a sports car engine." While speaking, the doctor drew aside the curtain by a hospital bed. Ross stepped forward, peering through the parted fabric, and his brow furrowed as he looked upon the figure lying still, eyes closed. None other than Blonsky, whose body had been crushed by Hulk's might. Blonsky was ensnared in bandages, with metal apparatuses affixed to his hands, neck, and head, stabilizing his shattered bones, preventing them from warping or misaligning. As the doctor had stated, his entire skeletal structure lay in ruins. General Ross scrutinized the bedridden Blonsky, his lips pressed tightly beneath his graying beard. After investing immense effort into cultivating a super soldier, it was disheartening to witness him reduced to such a state by the Green Giant. With a heavy sigh, Ross lowered his head and exited the ward. Unbeknownst to him, as he lamented and stepped away from the bedside, Blonsky, rendered motionless and fractured, stirred a finger, then gradually clenched his fist. His eyelids fluttered as if he were engaged in a painful struggle. Suddenly, one eye snapped open, brimming with fury, hatred, and an indomitable fighting spirit. Chapter 79, Prelude. After Hulk's escape, Mang Ran and Lu Xiu piloted their aircraft back to base. Although Mang Ran's connection with Hulk had granted him a terrifying enhancement, the downside was evident. His control over his newfound power had diminished. Upon returning to the base, Mang Ran immersed himself in the training room, employing meditation and various exercises to strengthen his mastery over his abilities. Time passes swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days have slipped away. General Ross sits in his office, lost in thought as he gazes out at the nocturnal panorama. The cigar in his mouth smolders, wisps of smoke curling gracefully from its glowing ember. Narrowing his eyes, Ross takes a drag from the cigar and exhales the smoke onto the glass. Suddenly, a middle-aged female soldier in uniform pushes open the glass door of the office and, with urgency, addresses General Ross. "Sir, there is new information from the hospital regarding Blonsky." Upon hearing this, General Ross rises, extinguishing the cigar in the ashtray, and follows the female soldier to the hospital. Upon entering, a doctor approaches Ross without preamble. Foregoing pleasantries, Ross eagerly inquires, "What has happened to Blonsky? Has his family been notified?" The doctor, struggling to contain his excitement and disbelief, responds with a tremor in his voice. "Perhaps it would be best if you ask him directly." With that, the doctor strides forward and draws back the curtain at a bedside. Upon witnessing the scene beyond the curtain, Ross's eyes widen in astonishment, as if confronted with something extraordinary. There lies Blonsky, deftly unwrapping his bandages, with a nurse assisting in removing the apparatus that had secured his arm. Noticing Ross's entrance, Blonsky, with a hint of confusion, greets, "Sir?" General Ross approaches Blonsky, still incredulous. He scrutinizes Blonsky's torso, now devoid of any scars, as if his bones have entirely mended, allowing him to move with unimpeded vigor and strength. Observing Blonsky's robust recovery, Ross steps to his side, pats his shoulder, and exclaims, "It brings me great joy to see your restoration, soldier." Blonsky smiles broadly and replies, "Thank you, sir." Ross then retreats a few steps to stand directly before Blonsky, gazing deeply into his eyes, and queries with subtle significance, "How do you feel now?" Meeting Ross's gaze, Blonsky suppresses his anger and frustration, responding with a sardonic smile, "Not great at all. I'm preparing for round 3. Meanwhile, as Banner and Betty contemplate their itinerary, a large military conference convenes to deliberate strategies for dealing with Banner. Ross, having dealt with Banner for over 5 years, is acutely aware of his operational patterns. Had there not been pressing matters at hand, Banner would have certainly fled long ago. Addressing the assembly in the conference room, Ross states emphatically, he has been traversing various nations for the past 5 years. He would never resort to using a credit card. If he had wanted to escape, he would have done so long ago. He is not planning to run this time. Should he seek assistance, we will apprehend him. He has maintained contact with others. As you have all reviewed in the files, Mr. Green and Mr. Blue's nicknames have been added to the S.H.I.E.L.D. database. As soon as they make contact with us, we will spring into action at their first appearance. Indeed, with a resounding affirmation, the military's operational plan commenced. Banner remained oblivious to the fact that his clandestine communications with Mr. Blue had been fully revealed to S.H.I.E.L.D. At the present moment, Dr. Samuel Stern from the Biological Cell Line at Gabon Academy is located in New York. As Banner and Mr. Blue exchanged information and arranged a meeting, General Ross also acquired Mr. Blue's data through S.H.I.E.L.D. While Banner and Betty devised various strategies to reach New York, General Ross had already discerned their destination and meticulously prepared for their arrival. As Banner and Betty took action on the side of the Hexagon Alliance, Little White continuously reported their whereabouts to the group. Mang Ran had not anticipated their final journey to New York. He recalled a climactic battle between Banner and another monster in the film, but could not recall its exact location. After Banner settled in Virginia, Mang Ran assumed that would be the final battleground, prompting him to prepare early and have Harry construct various flying devices and other necessities. However, following Little White's real-time location tracking and their online conversations, Mang Ran discovered that their ultimate destination was indeed New York, leaving him in an awkward predicament. Do we still have any use for those single, multiple, short-range, and long-range flying devices? Harry inquired, looking at Mang Ran, caught off guard by his misjudgment. Mang Ran felt a twinge of embarrassment. Ahem, although we may not need them this time, I believe our preparations were still necessary. At the very least, when the next opportunity arises, we won't have to start from scratch. We can deploy immediately, Mang Ran earnestly explained to the group. Internally, he rejoiced, thinking nice. I managed to save face, narrowly avoiding embarrassment in front of everyone. As Mang Ran earnestly justified himself, Gwen and the others exchanged knowing glances, subtly nodding in agreement. Choosing not to expose Mang Ran's blunder and allowing him to retain a modicum of dignity. Just as they were about to discuss the next topic, Lucio interjected, Brother, while you do make a valid point, we truly won't be needing those flying devices this time, will we? Upon hearing Lucio's words, Mang Ran's earlier sense of triumph deflated. Gwen placed her small hand on her forehead, sighing and shaking her head slightly. Mary Jane and Peter, reveling in the unfolding drama, watched the stubborn Lucio with amusement, ready to hand him some snacks to enjoy. Harry, meanwhile, gazed up at the ceiling, as if his eyes could penetrate the layers of earth to behold the outside world. When Lucio noticed the sudden silence that enveloped the group, he found himself puzzled by the unexpected change in atmosphere. Was his statement somehow erroneous? As this thought crossed his mind, he glanced at the others seated beside him. Gwen and the others deliberately avoided Lucio's gaze, their heads bobbing as they curiously examined the various displays within the base, as if it were their first visit. Observing that no one acknowledged him, Lucio shifted his attention to Mang Ran, who was smiling amiably at him. Noticing Mang Ran's demeanor, Lucio seemed to grasp something and quickly spoke up. What Brother Mang Ran said is indeed correct, although we may not require it this time. It will surely prove useful in the future. This moment of unnecessity serves as a foundation for what is to come. With this remark, Lucio finally garnered everyone's attention, eliciting suppressed laughter from the group, with Peter unable to contain himself and laughing aloud. Even the venom within Mang Ran, weakened as it was, manifested from his shoulder, covering its toothy mouth with a tiny hand and emitting a series of giggles. Opportunities to embarrass Mang Ran were rare, and this time the others were keenly entertained. Indeed, having a fearless member in the team ensured that life would never be dull. However, Mang Ran's smile began to freeze, and his countenance gradually darkened. He quickly covered the venom's mouth and softly murmured, Your ribs are gone. Ignoring the lamenting venom, he forced it back into his body. After this, Mang Ran mustered a strained smile and calmly addressed Lucio, saying, Xiao, it seems I haven't assessed your training results in quite some time. Fortunately, the training room is available now. Come, let me guide you and help you develop your abilities. Upon hearing Mang Ran's words, Lucio felt a sudden sense of foreboding. Thinking quickly, he clutched his head and exclaimed, Oh dear, brother, my head has started to ache unexpectedly. No, I must take a moment to rest. Mang Ran, internally snickering, maintained his cheerful demeanor and replied, What? You have a bit of a headache? That's no trivial matter. Here, I have a miraculous remedy that works wonders. With that, Mang Ran handed Lucio a large pill, which could be likened in size to an infant's fist. Lucio gazed at the oversized pill, its pungent aroma causing a grimace as he looked at Mang Ran. Still smiling, Mang Ran insisted, This pill must not be crushed, it must be swallowed whole. Come, let me help you take it. He rolled up his sleeves, eager to assist. No, I feel better. My head doesn't hurt anymore, Lucio exclaimed, waving his hands in a panic as Mang Ran approached. Surprised, Mang Ran dropped his hands and said, It seems this medicine is indeed effective. See, brother did not deceive you. Isn't it instant relief? Yes, Lucio replied, his face reflecting a sense of resignation as Mang Ran dragged him towards the training room. Meanwhile, Gwen and the others watched the two retreating figures, silently expressing sympathy for the unfortunate Lucio, hoping that after this training session, they wouldn't revert back to the Star Alliance. At that moment, Mang Ran, who was dragging Lucio halfway, suddenly turned to Peter and said, Peter, did you call me? Before Peter could respond, Mang Ran continued, What? Do you think you haven't trained enough, and thus wish to join in? Peter, exasperated by Mang Ran's nonsensical ramblings, quickly retorted, I didn't say that. Mang, stop talking nonsense. Upon hearing this, Mang Ran's eyes flashed with a chilling glare as he fixed his gaze on Peter and coldly remarked, Peter, what did you say? Are you feeling unwell too? Peter, on the verge of tears, sought help from the others, who looked at him with sympathy, indicating that he was on his own. Feeling the icy intensity of Mang Ran's stare, Peter had no choice but to grit his teeth, steeling himself to follow along. As he walked, he encouraged himself, saying, Peter, you are Spider-Man. You must stand tall. You have sparred before. Do not be afraid. As Peter made his way to the training room, the remaining trio could only watch Lucio and Peter with pity. Poor Xiao, utterly oblivious. Poor Peter, unable to keep his mouth shut, laughed too loudly. Chapter 80, Mr. Blue and the Serum the next day arrived, and Banner and Betty finally concluded their arduous journey, arriving at Gibbons Academy. The taxi drivers in New York were recklessly wild, and Banner struggled to maintain his composure, endeavoring to keep his heart rate steady. Upon reaching Gibbons Academy, Banner found Dr. Samuel, also known as Mr. Blue. They had engaged in encrypted conversations online for quite some time, and now they were finally face to face. Dr. Samuel first discussed Banner's research achievements, then led him and Betty to his laboratory. Although this experiment might only temporarily suppress Banner without guaranteeing a complete cure, and it also carried the risk of death, Banner ultimately resolved to take the risk. He had waited far too long for this moment, and he was determined to try, regardless of the dangers. Inside the laboratory, Samuel was securing Banner to the operating table. "This will protect you in case you have a strong reaction," he said while tightening the straps on Banner's arms. Once Banner was secured, Samuel moved to the nearby equipment, scolding the foolish graduate students who had disordered his apparatus while swiftly making adjustments. Samuel was tremendously excited about this experiment. It promised to be a novel experience. "We are commencing," he announced as he activated the machinery. As Banner lay on the operating table, his face turned pale as crimson blood was drawn through thin plastic tubes, flowing into a bag filled with a purple liquid. "The blood separator will mix the antidote with your blood. However, it will only take effect when you fully transform," he explained. Watching Banner on the operating table, Betty softly reassured him, "Relax, Banner. All right, we have completed this step." Samuel pressed the final button on the computer and quickly handed some electrode pads to Betty. He and Betty respectively affixed the electrode pads to Banner, ultimately placing a wooden stopper in his mouth for him to bite down on. Once everything was in place, Samuel grasped 2 electric rods and positioned himself directly above Banner's head. He gazed at Banner on the operating table and chuckled. "Are you ready?" "To be honest, I'm feeling a bit nervous. Ha ha ha." Unable to speak due to the wooden stopper, Banner merely nodded firmly in response. Betty, feeling a surge of anxiety, tightened her grip on Banner's hand. Observing this, Samuel promptly cautioned, "If I were you, I wouldn't do that, lest something dangerous occurs." Heeding this advice, Banner released Betty's hand and signaled her to remain calm. Betty nodded, withdrawing her hands to rest on her chest, silently praying for Banner's safety. As the electric rods crackled to life, arcs of blue electricity danced between them. With a serious demeanor, Samuel slowly brought his hands closer to Banner's head, placing the rods at either temple. Accompanied by the buzzing sound of electricity, Banner immediately erupted into anguished cries. His eyes tightly shut as he bit down on the wooden stopper to alleviate his suffering. Once the electric charge was complete, Samuel set the rods aside, nervously watching Banner writhe in pain on the operating table alongside Betty. Suddenly, Banner ceased his cries, gasping for breath as he opened his eyes. A vivid green light flickered within them, and intricate green veins began to emerge across his body. With a series of cracking sounds, his bones and limbs began to swell and reshape. Astonished by this sudden transformation, Samuel gasped, "Oh my God!" At that moment, Banner expelled the wooden stopper from his mouth, shouting as he rapidly turned green and expanded. The restraints binding his limbs on the operating table began to stretch and deform. With a deep, resonant roar, Banner gradually morphed into the Hulk. Samuel, believing the transformation to be complete, turned away to initiate the final step, but Betty urgently halted him. "Isn't it time now?" Samuel asked, perplexed, as he had never witnessed Banner's metamorphosis before. "Wait, just a moment," Betty implored, her gaze fixed intently on the transforming Banner. As the transformation reached its climax, Betty urgently called out to Samuel, "Now, hurry." Samuel stood transfixed, marveling at the Hulk's formidable physique as if gazing upon a magnificent work of art. "My heavens!" he exclaimed in awe, just as he was lost in admiration. The restraint binding Hulk's right hand snapped. In a reflexive motion, Hulk swung his arm, inadvertently knocking Samuel to the ground, causing him to strike his forehead against a nearby cabinet, leaving a sizable gash. Watching Hulk teeter on the edge of losing control, Betty quickly mounted him, calling out repeatedly, "Bruce, calm down. Bruce, look into my eyes." The tactic proved effective. Hulk gazed at Betty before him, his agitation subsiding. Observing this, Betty immediately called out to Samuel, urging him to act swiftly. Samuel, who had just risen from the ground, dashed to the nearby instrument and began pressing buttons. At last, with a beep, a purple liquid was rain-fused into Banner's body alongside his blood. As the liquid fully entered, he finally began to calm down. Gradually, the green hue enveloping Banner faded, and his massive form began to shrink. The antidote was indeed effective. Banner had reverted to his normal state. Betty remained atop Banner, watching as he lay with closed eyes, continuing to call out, "Bruce, can you hear me? Bruce." After a deep breath, Banner finally opened his eyes. Betty gently caressed his face, her eyes slightly reddened with emotion, and she exclaimed, "You're okay, Bruce. You made it." Samuel, observing the data on the computer, remarked in astonishment, "You were right. He made it. It's over." While the three engaged in fervent discussion regarding the experiment's results, helicopters swiftly approached their location under the night sky. Simultaneously, numerous police cars, sirens wailing, along with military jeeps, sped toward the laboratory where Banner and the others were. Inside the lab, they were intensely debating whether to destroy the research and specimens derived from Banner's blood sample. Samuel passionately argued the benefits these findings could bring, insisting that continued research held infinite possibilities and immense potential. "This gamma technology has countless applications. We could devise hundreds of cures, rendering humanity immune to various diseases. Bruce, we could win a Nobel Prize with this." Listening to Samuel's fervent words, Banner, maintaining a calm demeanor, replied, "We must destroy all of it. Every last bit." "What? Are you insane?" Samuel shouted, clearly unable to comprehend Banner's stance. Banner patiently explained, "You do not understand the power of this substance. It is far too dangerous and uncontrollable. If the military acquires it, they will turn it into lethal weapons." As Banner and Samuel continued their heated debate, an external sniper had already taken aim at them from outside. Samuel, still struggling to grasp Banner's perspective, shook his head and insisted, "Listen, I don't like those politicians either, but you are being overly paranoid." Banner offered a bittersweet smile in response, moving closer to Samuel, intending to articulate further thoughts. Suddenly, a tranquilizer dart shot through the window, striking Banner in the back. Before he could finish his sentence, he collapsed to the floor. At that moment, Blonsky burst into the laboratory, shoving Betty aside as she attempted to intervene. Now, having injected himself with the serum of the super soldier for the second time, Blonsky's combat prowess had increased, and his temperament had grown even more volatile. He approached the fallen Banner, seized him by the collar, and demanded, "Where is he?" Blonsky glared at the somewhat dazed Banner and inquired through gritted teeth, "Where is he?" He repeated his question, striking Banner's face with forceful blows. "Reveal yourself." Blonsky then delivered a resounding slap to Banner. At that moment, a group of armed soldiers burst into the room. These soldiers had originally accompanied Blonsky, but he had managed to elude them in his haste. The incoming soldiers intervened, halting Bronsky's actions. Seeing that Banner was now incoherent, Blonsky, in disappointment, threw him to the ground and struck him on the head with the butt of his gun. The severe blow rendered Banner unconscious, plunging him into darkness. Chapter 81. The emergence of abomination. Are you suggesting that you can create more of those monsters? In the laboratory, the middle-aged female soldier questioned Samu. Seated in a chair, Samu hastily clarified, "No, not yet. I have only grasped a fragment of understanding, but the specifics remain elusive. The green behemoth you speak of is beyond my capabilities to replicate. He was an unintended product. All we can do is enhance his strength." Upon hearing this, the female soldier ceased her pacing and, standing before Samu, looked down at him with a commanding presence. "So it is only Banner then." A sudden thud echoed through the room as the female soldier lost consciousness mid-sentence, having been struck down by Blonsky. He glanced impatiently at the unconscious woman on the floor and turned to the bewildered Samu, remarking, "That woman certainly talks too much, wouldn't you agree?" Samu, perplexed, raised his voice in protest, "Why do you always resort to violence?" In response, Blonsky drew his pistol, aiming it directly at Samu's head. The sight of the gun sent Samu into a panic, his voice trembling as he asked, "Why are you treating me this way?" Blonsky, growing increasingly impatient, coldly retorted, "It's not about what you have done, it's about what I want you to do. I need you to transform me into someone like Banner." Intrigued, Samu's demeanor shifted as a smile crept across his face. He rose from his seat, gazing at Blonsky. "It seems something has already begun to manifest within you, hasn't it?" Blonsky, still holding the gun, replied in a chilling tone, "Not enough. I require more." "You have seen his transformation, haven't you?" Samu recalled Banner's recent metamorphosis, his excitement palpable as he exclaimed, "I have seen it. It was magnificent, like a miracle." "Excellent. That is precisely what I desire. I want you to make me like that," Blonsky insisted. Samu did not refuse but continued, "I am unaware of what lies within you. It could potentially lead to something undesirable." Blonsky's patience had worn thin. He had no interest in further discussion and demanded a definitive response. A glint of ferocity crossed his face as he swiftly returned the gun to its holster and seized Samu by the throat. Samu suddenly displayed signs of breathlessness, as being gripped by the neck and lifted was hardly a pleasant experience. His face flushed crimson as he struggled to utter a few words. "I am willing." Upon hearing this, Blonsky unceremoniously cast Samu to the ground. Once on the floor, Samu hastily rubbed his neck and coughed a few times before saying, "Cough, cough. I did not express reluctance. I merely wished to ensure you were fully informed." A look of satisfaction emerged on Blonsky's face as he coldly replied, "Very well." Samu then accompanied Blonsky to the laboratory, where he prepared Banner's blood and other materials before instructing Blonsky to lie on the operating table. Slowly, Banner's blood was infused into Blonsky's body, followed by a beam of green gamma radiation illuminating his face. A thunderous roar erupted from Blonsky, who had now transformed into a monstrous figure. He had become a massive, gray-skinned creature with a faint green hue, appearing even larger than the Hulk. Beneath the skin of his back, his vertebrae began to mutate, each segment growing outward, resembling a humanoid stegosaurus, albeit with a concentration along the spinal column at the center of his back. Observing the transformed Blonsky, Samu frantically adjusted the instruments, his voice trembling as he stated, "This is what I wish to explain to you. I do not know what has become of you, but it is evident that it has worked." The abomination, now free from the restraints of the operating table, stood upon the ground. Samu, eyeing the menacing creature, nervously swallowed and said, "If you could return to the operating table, I might be able to cure you." The abomination regarded Samu and straightened his posture, causing the vertebrae on his back to extend several centimeters, becoming even sharper. He unleashed a deafening roar directed at the trembling Samu, the force of which propelled Samu into the cabinet behind him. With a resounding crash, Samu collided with the cabinet and fell to the floor, while a glass jar perched atop the cabinet toppled down. Ignoring the fallen Samu, the abomination departed the laboratory, cackling with delight, reveling in the power he had long desired. Just as the abomination exited, Samu, still grimacing in pain on the ground, was abruptly confronted by the shattering of a glass jar before him. The very jar containing Banner's blood. The blood splattered onto Samu's face. and the shards of glass inflicted numerous cuts upon him, already howling in agony from the pain in his back. Shamyu was caught off guard as he inadvertently ingested a mouthful of blood, while the wounds on his face began to seep with Banner's essence. Shan Miao sensed the transformation within himself. He acutely felt the alterations in his body. Hastily, he struggled to his feet and adjusted several instruments before lying down on the operating table. Despite the unexpected circumstances, he had no time for reflection. He needed to administer gamma radiation to himself immediately. If he did not, the infusion of Banner's blood would soon lead to his demise. Only through the exposure to gamma rays could he hope to survive, albeit with minimal probability, much like Banner himself. As Shan Miao reclined on the experimental platform, the crackling sound of machinery filled the air, and a beam of green gamma radiation illuminated his face. The sun had dipped below the horizon, casting New York in its customary brilliance. Mang Ran stood on a platform of a towering edifice, gazing down at the city below, flanked by members of the Star of David Alliance, Spider-Man, Ghost Spider, Green Goblin, and Black Armor. Except for Mary Jane, who remained at the base, the team was fully mobilized. Mang Ran squinted at the military helicopters hovering above New York, having just received a report from Shao Bai that Banner had been taken by General Ross. From Dr. Shan Miao's laboratory, a colossal creature resembling the Hulk had emerged, now advancing towards the street. Upon hearing Shao Bai's report, Mang Ran realized this was the birth of abomination. He addressed his companions. Everyone, place your hands on my shoulders. I will lead us there. The others, understanding the urgency, without hesitation, complied and rested their hands upon Mang Ran's shoulders. With a mere thought, he initiated a teleportation, swiftly transporting the group through New York City, the most efficient and rapid means of movement. Within 30 seconds, they found themselves on a street where a gigantic figure was barreling towards them. First, evacuate the people here. I will hold this creature at bay to prevent it from causing chaos. The police will likely arrive shortly to cordon off the area. Please expedite the evacuation to avoid any innocent casualties, Mang Ran instructed, fixating on the monstrous entity, swiftly orchestrating the plan for Gwen and the others. In the Star of David Alliance, only Mang Ran could confront such a formidable adversary head-on. The others were still somewhat lacking in that regard. Although Peter and Gwen possessed considerable strength, their bodies did not possess the resilience of the Hulk. A direct blow from such a colossal creature would undoubtedly inflict significant harm upon them. After receiving their assignments, the group dispersed rapidly, while Mang Ran teleported, instantly appearing above Abomination's head. He delivered a powerful punch aimed at the creature's skull. Abomination, merrily on his way, had only one thought in mind: to wreak havoc on the streets, attracting the Hulk for an intense, physical battle. Just as he was about to reach the street, a shadow loomed above him, and with a single punch, he was sent crashing into the ground. Chapter 82, The Great Battle Against the Abomination. The Abomination, now transformed and with a tough exterior, seemed hardly affected by Mang Ran's powerful punch, aside from a slight buzzing in its head. Regaining its composure, the Abomination forcefully extracted itself from the ground, glaring angrily at the dark figure before it. It held no recollection of Mang Ran, as the last time they crossed paths, Mang Ran had been engaged in a fierce battle with Hulk while it lay incapacitated beneath a tree like a pile of flesh, with fury etched on its face. The Abomination directed a thunderous roar at Mang Ran. Unfazed, Mang Ran coldly retorted, "What's the matter, big fellow? Do you feel particularly formidable now, making all that noise?" A grotesque sneer appeared on the Abomination's face as it fixed its intense gaze on Mang Ran and ominously declared, "Little one, I shall crush you." With that, it lunged at Mang Ran, swinging its fist in an attempt to deliver a crushing blow to the shadowy figure before it. It was hardly surprising that the Abomination had developed such arrogance. In its current state, only Hulk was a match for its might, and it remained oblivious to the details of their previous encounter. Thus, it regarded Hulk as the only worthy adversary, dismissing everyone else as mere detritus. Mang Ran found amusement in the Abomination's brazen taunts, as it had been a long time since anyone dared to speak so boldly in his presence. As the Abomination charged at him with its fist raised, Mang Ran let out a cold laugh and surged forward in response. In an instant, Mang Ran's demonic form underwent a transformation. The dark liquid swirling around him surged forth, and he rapidly grew into a towering giant, matching the Abomination in stature. Beneath his hood, his elongated, pallid eyes glinted with a chilling light, while a mouth filled with jagged teeth emitted a terrifying roar, a crimson tongue lashing about wildly. Now a small giant, Mang Ran seized the Abomination's incoming fist, gripping it tightly and preventing any retreat. He then lifted a foot and pressed the Abomination down beneath him, unable to move under the immense weight that felt as though a mountain had descended upon him. The Abomination was rendered as helpless as the imprisoned serpentine and scorpion spirits from the tales of the Calabash brothers. With both hands, Mang Ran grasped the Abomination's arm and twisted fiercely. The sound of cracking bones filled the air, accompanied by the Abomination's low, anguished growls. In a gravelly voice, Mang Ran taunted, "Who is the little one now?" Without waiting for a response, he seized the Abomination's other unscathed arm and flung it around like a heavy sandbag. The dull thuds of impact echoing amidst the Abomination's pained roars. The battleground was reduced to rubble, the once solid concrete pulverized into fine dust. After a while, the cacophony of blows ceased, and Mang Ran unceremoniously tossed the Abomination aside. The current state of the Abomination is truly pitiful. His once robust and powerful arms now resemble limp noodles, the bones within reduced to mere fragments. As for comminuted fractures, Blonsky certainly possesses ample experience. He has not escaped this fate, both before and after his transformation. Mang Ran gazed at the abomination, who lay on the ground emitting agonized roars, and mockingly taunted him. Weren't you supposed to crush me? Where are you now? Oh, my apologies, I forgot. Your arm bones have become softer than the noodles my grandmother loves. What a pity. It seems you can no longer indulge in self-comfort. Upon hearing Mang Ran's merciless derision, the abomination, sprawled on the ground, felt a surge of anger. He struggled to rise on his still functioning legs, eyes ablaze with fury as he glared at Mang Ran, bellowing in rage. As he continued to roar, a miraculous event unfolded. The once drooping arms, swaying in the breeze, began to stiffen once more, accompanied by the sound of cracking as the bones commenced their self-healing. Mang Ran, witnessing the abomination's eyes aflame and his injuries steadily mending, couldn't help but silently admire him. This hulking figure may be grotesque, yet his strength is undeniable. Remarkably, like the Hulk, his power seems to amplify with his fury, allowing him to recover even from such grievous injuries. The abomination, feeling a torrent of strength surging within him, grew exhilarated. He was determined to crush this damned creature in his grasp, to celebrate his own rebirth through the demise of his opponent. This time, however, the abomination was wiser. He refrained from charging directly at Mang Ran and instead attempted to flee. Yet, sensing the abomination's intent, Mang Ran would not grant him such an opportunity. In the blink of an eye, Mang Ran vanished from his position, only to reappear before the abomination, who had barely taken 2 steps. He swiftly delivered a powerful kick, sending the abomination hurtling across the street and crashing into a building. The occupants of the building had already been evacuated by Gwen and her companions, allowing Mang Ran to exert himself a little more freely. As for the matter of damages, it was of no concern to him. This monster belonged to the military, and any trouble caused rightfully fell under their responsibility, including the costs for repairing public facilities and buildings. The abomination, propelled through the air, created a massive gash in the building, sparks and electricity flashing within. From the gaping hole emerged the abomination's furious roars, and with his rage, he hurled large boulders from the opening, targeting none other than Mang Ran. Oh, learning from past mistakes, are we? Afraid your head might be smashed, so you resort to long-range attacks, Mang Ran commented, his movements swift. In an instant, he drew a knife, exuding a chilling aura, its blade glinting coldly under the moonlight. From a distance, it appeared as though he held a crescent moon in his hand. This knife was none other than his cutting cloud. Mang Ran gazed at the colossal boulders hurtling towards him, swiftly unleashing a flurry of dazzling sword lights that shattered them into fragments. With a commanding shout of cutting stars, he executed another series of radiant sword strikes, each one splitting into multiple beams that met the oncoming boulders. The brilliant sword lights twinkled like a constellation, fluttering towards the abomination within the cave like a swarm of ethereal butterflies. The moment the sword lights penetrated the cave, anguished howls of torment echoed back. Undeterred, Mang Ran continued to launch more beams of light into the cavern with his cloud-cutting technique. The abomination, feeling the sting of pain, dared not withstand the onslaught. Instead, it grasped a boulder nearby and hurled it at the sword lights before darting in another direction, seeking refuge within the confines of the building. Observing the absence of anguished screams following his sword strikes, Mang Ran quickly deduced the truth. Indeed, the abomination, though appearing as a foolish giant, retained a formidable combat intelligence befitting its origins as a superior soldier. As Mang Ran executed his final strike, the abomination abruptly materialized atop the building, descending with a crushing force aimed directly at him. Though it plunged with great speed, Mang Ran's reflexes were even swifter. Just as the abomination was about to land upon him, Mang Ran vanished from sight, reappearing behind it to deliver a decisive jade cut. The radiant blade coiled around the abomination like a resplendent ribbon, and should it connect, the creature would bid farewell to its lower half. In that fleeting moment of disappearance, the abomination reacted with remarkable speed, leveraging the force of its descent to evade the impending strike. The blade missed, cleaving into the ground with a thunderous crash that rent the earth, leaving a 3-meter-long fissure in its wake. The abomination, now acutely aware of Mang Ran's prowess, regarded him with newfound respect. Despite its enhanced strength, it had not sacrificed its intellect. After several minutes of confrontation, the abomination recognized Mang Ran's formidable capabilities, and this only ignited its fighting spirit further. As a warrior, whether transformed into a super soldier through serum enhancement or now as an abomination, its ultimate goal remained to confront the Hulk in battle. Though the Hulk was currently absent, Mang Ran presented an even more formidable challenge, fueling the abomination's fervor and igniting its bloodlust. With a fiery determination gleaming in its eyes, the abomination seized a nearby utility pole and charged at Mang Ran once more. Witnessing the creature's unwavering confidence, Mang Ran could not help but admire Blonsky. Truly, this was a man who, despite being shattered to pieces by the Hulk, remained unyielding. Very well, then, I shall give my all and bestow upon you a fitting conclusion to your battle-laden life, Mang Ran murmured softly, gathering his focus and raising his cloud-cutting blade high. As the embodiment of hatred brandished the electric pole, mere steps away from Mang Ran, a brilliant light suddenly illuminated the scene, swiftly slicing through the figure of hatred. Accompanying the glimmer was a low exclamation from Mang Ran, crescent slash. Following the trajectory of the luminous arc, the menacing figure was abruptly cleaved in two at the waist, the electric pole in its grasp also severed. Mang Ran gazed at the fallen embodiment of hatred, letting out a deep sigh before retracting his blade. At that moment, the voice of Xiao Bai echoed in Mang Ran's mind once more. Attention! A colossal creature has emerged in Dr. Shanmu's laboratory. Chapter 83. The big-headed monster. Upon hearing Xiao Bai's warning, Mang Ran turned his gaze towards the laboratory. His eyes traversed the street and beheld a gigantic silhouette lurking in the shadows of the alleyway, swaying unsteadily as it advanced rapidly. Mang Ran's focus sharpened, fixating on the figure concealed within the shadows, just as the monster emerged into the open, bathed in the glow of the bright moonlight. The radiant moonlight and the warm glow of the street lamps illuminated the street as if it were daylight, revealing a creature with an oversized head, grinning and emitting an unsettling chuckle while casting a curious glance at Mang Ran. The big-headed monster possessed a physique and skin tone akin to that of the embodiment of hatred, albeit appearing slightly more gaunt. Additionally, it sported a bald, enormous head, nearly as wide as its shoulders. Its neck was substantially thicker than that of the embodiment of hatred, a necessity to support such a hefty cranium. Ha ha ha. So it is the infamous evil spirit. No wonder you managed to dispatch that grotesque fellow. With such formidable power, it seems you harbor quite an array of intriguing traits within you, the big-headed monster remarked, its peculiar laughter resonating as it regarded Mang Ran. Mang Ran, observing the loquacious creature, chose not to respond. Meanwhile, a flicker of confusion coursed through his mind. Where did this entity spring from? I don't recall such a character appearing in the film. Moreover, this creature is undeniably uglier than the embodiment of hatred. What audacity it possesses to label that being as grotesque. As Mang Ran scoffed internally, he tightened his grip on his blade, contemplating the origins of the big-headed monster. At that moment, a voice crackled through his earpiece, Mary Jane's voice. The evil spirit may be Dr. Shanmu transformed into this creature. In the laboratory earlier, aside from Shanmu and Bronsky, there was only one female soldier present. Now that the soldier is absent, and Bronsky has become the embodiment of hatred, this remaining monster must be Dr. Shanmu. Upon receiving Mary Jane's transmission, Mang Ran comprehended the situation. It appeared that Dr. Shanmu had encountered some misfortune after Bronsky's transformation into the embodiment of hatred, resulting in his metamorphosis into this big-headed entity. Dr. Shanmu chuckled ominously, then tossed something towards the half-sliced embodiment of hatred. A small vial filled with a shimmering green liquid glinted under the moonlight as it soared toward the grotesque figure's gray-green upper half. As the upper body descended, the tip of the test tube suddenly ejected a needle, which plunged into the abhorrent creature's body. In an instant, the verdant liquid was fully injected into its form. Mang Ran observed Dr. Shan Miao's peculiar actions with growing unease, but the events transpired so swiftly that he had no time to intervene. Once the green fluid coursed through the abomination's veins, its blood-red eyes flared open, emitting a series of deep, resonant roars. With a series of sharp cracks, the creature's upper body began to swell and contort, as dark green veins emerged from the neatly severed wound at its waist, reconnecting its lower half. As the lower body was rejoined, the horrifying gash at its waist gradually healed, and the entire figure swelled like an inflated balloon. In the blink of an eye, the abomination had doubled in size, towering to the height of 2 stories, a true behemoth. It pounded its chest with great force, producing a deafening roar reminiscent of a colossal gorilla. The creature's ferocious cries shattered the windows along the street, suggesting that the effects of the green liquid were far more potent than anticipated.